In the primordial wilderness upon Shouyang Mountain, ancient trees pierced the heavens, their crowns lost amid the sea of clouds. Mists billowed endlessly thick with innate spiritual energy, and myriad races made this place their abode. At the mountain's foot, Liu, clad in animal hide, moved back and forth through the forest gathering wild fruits. Yellow pears, wild yams, and spring water from the mountain streams, the basic trio of survival in this desolate land. Barely enough to fill his stomach, these were merely rations to cling to life. Liu leaned against a towering tree to rest, lifted his head to gaze up at it, and sighed softly. It has been 3 years since I crossed over. I can now be sure, this is not Blue Star. How could there be such colossal trees on Blue Star? How could there be ferocious beasts he had never even heard of? After finishing his foraging, Liu returned to the cave. Over 100 tribesmen dwelled within the cave, most barely covered in rags. When granaries are full, people speak of honor and shame, but here, where they were often half-starved, the very notion of shame had yet to be born. Liu surmised that he had arrived in a primitive stone age. People at this time only knew how to gather and hunt. They had not yet learned to cultivate the land. He placed the collected wild fruits into a storage nook, then stepped out of the dark, damp cave. Disliking the gloom and dampness of the cave, Liu had built a simple hut of thatch not far outside. He returned to the hut to rest quietly, waiting for the sun to set. The setting sun bled like spilled crimson, and the day's heat gradually faded. Only then did the people step out from the dark, clammy cave. The tribal chief gathered all the clansmen, preparing to announce an important matter. The chieftain's position would be passed to Liu, who would lead the tribe to survive. Since arriving in this world, Liu had supposedly toiled tirelessly for 3 years, though in truth, he had done very little. He had merely devised clothing from animal hides, dried the meat from the hunt to extend its shelf life, and woven a few bamboo baskets to catch fish in the river. Trifling little things. Yet in the eyes of the tribal chief, they were earth-shaking changes. Food stores had increased greatly, and the tribe now lived a little better. Thus the chief came to Liu, asking him to assume the role of leader and better guide the tribe's struggle for survival. Liu, 25 years old, and without parents, had been picked up by the chief on a hunting trip 3 years prior. He did not decline and accepted the position of chieftain. In a primitive society, only as chieftain could he rally the people and concentrate their strength to accomplish great deeds, and thus survive in an environment of scant clothing, scarce food, and rampant disease. Just as Liu was formally assuming his duties, a streak of flowing light flashed across the sky and fell toward a nearby tribe. A meteor, he thought. If only I could forge an iron spear from meteorite, our hunting efficiency would soar. People of this era were intensely curious. They rushed toward the neighboring tribe, chasing in the direction where the light had fallen. And then, Liu was dumbfounded by the scene that shattered every notion he held. An old man stood there in plain Taoist robes, immortal bearing, and ethereal bones, his expression calm as still water, exuding an indescribable nobility. The old Taoist spoke lightly. This poor Taoist is Taiqing Laozi. Would you be willing to take me as your master? A human youth, overjoyed, dropped to his knees and kowtowed deeply. I am willing. I am willing. This junior is willing to acknowledge the immortal as his master. Taiqing Laozi nodded in understanding. Good. Since you have entered my Taiqing lineage, I grant you a Taoist name, Xuandu. Disciple Xuandu pays respects to teacher. Off to the side, Liu's heart surged like a stormy sea. The realization struck him like thunder. Taiqing Laozi. Master Xuandu. Have I actually crossed into the Great Desolation? Is this truly the Great Desolation, Shouyang Mountain? The very Shouyang Mountain that is the Tao field of the Taiqing saint. I was a fool, truly. Liu recalled how the tribesmen had long told him this was Shouyang Mountain, yet he had never connected it in his mind. Never dared imagine. It was actually the Shouyang Mountain of the Great Desolation. Liu had once been a man of Blue Star and exemplary youth. After graduating from a second-tier university, he donned his yellow robes and cheerfully ran errands between departments, wind and rain alike, each meal accompanied by fine wine and meat. Of course, only delivering them, not enjoying them. Then one day he awoke to find himself on Shouyang Mountain in the Great Desolation, and as a member of the human race no less. A 20-year veteran bookworm, Liu had read and studied countless myths of the Great Desolation and was thoroughly familiar with its tales. Once he understood his circumstances, sweat drenched his back and panic churned in his heart. Taiqing had just accepted Xuandu as disciple. He had not yet become a saint, but that moment was close at hand. The era of saints was about to dawn, which meant he was living in the time of the Lich Tribulation. The war between the Wu and Yao races would herald a catastrophe for the human race. The Yao race would madly slaughter humans, refining the slaughter Wu sword with their blood. The Wu race would join the frenzy, mass-seizing human women to breed hybrid Wahoman offspring. In the Great Desolation, myriad races feasted upon human flesh. Billions of humans were nearly exterminated. In the calamity to come, the chance of survival was no better than 1 in a billion. There was no need to doubt it. Li Yu with overwhelming likelihood would die beneath the blades of the Wu or Yao. If he wished to live, there was only one path: find a powerful patron. And one stood right before him. Li Yu knew that the Taiqing saint would accept only one disciple, Xuandu. But what if? So long as he could become a disciple of the Taiqing saint, even if only a nominal outer disciple, his safety would be assured. Thus he steeled his courage, rushed out, and prostrated himself before Taiqing, bowing deeply. I humbly beg the immortal to show mercy and accept this junior as a disciple. Before his forehead could touch the ground, an invisible force lifted him, making it impossible to complete the bow. Taiqing Laozi's face remained tranquil. You need not bow to me. There is no fate between you and me. Li Yu felt as though a 1,000-gene boulder pressed upon his heart. His voice turned hoarse, eyes full of supplication. It is only because fate allows it that I can see the immortal today. Taiqing Laozi simply shook his head. No fate is no fate. There is no need to say more. At this moment Xuandu also stepped forward. Do not disturb my teacher's cultivation. Rivalry among disciples had always been this way. Li Yu followed the tribesmen back to their settlement. He still refused to give up. Each day he gathered wild fruits, sweet mountain spring water, and fresh venison, bringing them as offerings to Taiqing Laozi. For 3 days in a row he did this. I beg the immortal to grant this junior a single chance. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained as placid as ever. You are slick and crafty, your heart not upright. It will be hard for you to amount to anything great. Do not bring offerings again. There is no fate. His words struck Li Yu's chest like a bolt from a clear sky. Dragging leaden steps, Li Yu returned to his thatched hut, his heart tangled with frustration. Will staying on Shouyang Mountain be safe? No, absolutely not. On the contrary, the humans at the foot of Shouyang Mountain would be slaughtered by the Yao race most miserably. The humans naively believed that when the Yao attacked, Taiqing Laozi would protect them, and thus never considered migrating away. The result would be Taiqing Laozi silently acquiescing as the humans of Shouyang were slaughtered to the brink of extinction. Sitting in his hut, Li Yu thought, this is the great desolation. Where can I possibly go? Being a tribal chief is not bad, but cultivating immortality to survive would open a vaster sky and sea before me. I truly want to cultivate. I want it so badly it aches. Should I leave Shouyang and go to Kunlun Mountain to seek the Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Chan sect as my master? Li Yu shook his head. He knew himself well. He would be 100% likely to be beaten back as an egg-born, womb-born nobody. Seek out the Tongtian Jiaozhu instead. Though the Jie sect would be shattered in the investiture of the gods, that day was still far away. Tongtian believed that all things possessed a sliver of life, indeed a fine choice. But then another problem arose. Li Yu currently had no cultivation whatsoever, merely an ordinary human. With what could he leave Shouyang Mountain? The great desolation was without bounds. Myriad races dwelled there, ferocious beasts prowled everywhere. Even a wolf pup could devour him. He would likely not make it 100 li before ending as food in some demon's belly. This won't do. That won't do either. Must I really just wait here on Shouyang Mountain to die? As his mood sank under the weight of such thoughts, frustration gnawed at him. At that moment a crisp sound rang out within his mind. Eternal Heartbond System initialization complete. Eternal Heartbond System can bind only one woman. By interacting with her you gain Heartbond points. The nobler her status, the greater the point rewards. Points may be exchanged for items in the system shop. Note: once bound, the partner cannot be unbound or changed. Current Heartbond points 0. Today's shop items refreshed. Flash sale 90 off mastery of fishing and hunting 1 point. 9 turn Xianyuan art 0 points. The cultivation art practiced by Pangu, Great God, Great Desolation Volume 36 Heavenly Transformations 9 points. 72 Earthly Transformations 45 points. First turn Golden Core 1 points. Li Yu's expression jolted. System, my golden finger has arrived. A must-have for any transmigrator. Late, but at least it came. Li Yu's Dao heart surged. Yet after finishing the system's introduction and browsing the shop prices, he felt even more numb. What is this? Who does the system think I am? Some tall, rich, and handsome prodigy. Judging by those prices, he could not afford anything. The bigger issue, however, was how to earn points. I can bind only one woman, and the nobler her identity, the better. Unconsciously, Li Yu glanced at his hard-working tribeswomen, some in hide garments and grass skirts, breastfeeding their children. When the men died out hunting, a single woman would raise 2 children alone. They were all great, but entirely ordinary women. Setting aside that he might earn at most 0.001 point a day, Li Yu had no desire to become a stepfather. Since ancient times, how many men who married divorced women with children had met good ends? He absolutely refused to become another Dorgan, only to be whipped in his grave by his good son after death. Besides, Li Yu openly admitted he judged by looks. Who did not wish for a gentle, virtuous, and beautiful partner? And once the system bound a partner, there would be no unbinding or switching. The opportunity was extremely precious and could not be squandered. He had to be cautious. Extremely cautious. Liu shook his head with a sigh. Good news, the system has arrived. Bad news, it's almost as if it hasn't. As he let out his sigh, someone approached outside the hut. Liu stepped out. The visitor wore a Saiyan Taoist robe and appeared as a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, dignified and strikingly handsome. Liu asked in puzzlement, "And you are?" The Taoist was likewise sizing him up. Good features, sharply defined, spirited, and handsome. Almost catching up to this poor Taoist, he thought. Not bad. He will do, the Taoist concluded inwardly. Then he spoke. Boy, do you want a Tao companion or not? All you need to do is say the word. Liu froze, somewhat stupefied by the question, and blurted out, "Immortal you are." This poor Taoist is Shangqing Tongtian. Liu. He almost blurted out, "Yes. I wanna." In truth, I am face-blind and unaware of my future wife's beauty. As long as we can get by together, that's enough, he nearly said. Liu stood before the thatched cottage, his expression a tangle of emotions. 3 parts shock, 3 parts confusion, and 4 parts exhilaration. A wife falling from the heavens while he stayed at home. Tongtian, one of the 3 pure ones. A direct disciple of Grandmaster Honghuang at Yunxiao Palace, blessed with the primordial purple qi, destined to become the future Shangqing saint. Later he founded the Zhejiao, commanding thousands of disciples. A disciple of a saint, noble in status. But why? Liu suppressed the excitement in his heart and voiced the question. A dignified Tongtian, future saint. Why would a future saint take a fancy to him? I, Liu, am nothing but a frail human, an insignificant ant among mortals. What virtue or ability do I possess? The Lord of Zhejiao, clad in azure robe, said, "Just say whether you accept." Why so many questions? A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. The young man before him, though handsome with bright eyes and sharp brows, still fell short of his own bearing. Moreover, a human of such meager talent was truly unworthy of Yunxiao. But the Lord of Zhejiao had no choice. It was all for his disciple Yunxiao. Years ago, Yunxiao had gone wandering the primordial wilderness. When she returned to Mount Kunlun, her complexion grew worse day by day. She slept all day until she fell into a coma. Tongtian tried to heal her, but found no injury. He summoned his elder and second elder brothers, Taiqing and Yuqing, and the combined power of the 3 pure ones examined her. They concluded that Yunxiao's soul might be injured. At that time, the 3 pure ones were not yet saints, and even together they could not cure her. Helpless Tongtian took Yunxiao to visit the 3,000 cultivators at Yunxiao Palace, seeking any remedy. The elixir of immortality from Queen Mother of the West was useless. The ginseng fruit from Xinyuanzi was also useless. Even the Grandmaster himself could do nothing. At the palace of Nuwa, the goddess gave Tongtian a suggestion. "Senior brother, I have a method. I am not certain if it will succeed." "Oh, what method do you have, junior sister?" "The witnessing of the human marriage. When the human marriage ceremony is held, the fortune and destiny of that union may be able to save Yunxiao." According to the way of heaven, there were 3 types of marriage: heavenly, earthly, and human. Nuwa had already witnessed the heavenly marriage for the demon emperor Dejuan and Taiqing. Great merit and fortune descended, allowing Dejuan and Shiha to break through, continuously reaping great benefits. At that time, the earthly way had not yet emerged, so the earthly marriage had no clues. Only the human marriage remained. Upon hearing this, Tongtian frowned, deeply pondering. "Humans, the race you created, junior sister." Nuwa nodded. "The heavenly marriage has been witnessed. The earthly marriage is yet to come. Only the human marriage can be tried." Tongtian's impression of humanity was that they were weak, ignorant, and foolish. To have his precious disciple marry a frail human in the human marriage, the Lord of Zhejiao truly did not want that. But now, besides this method, what else could he do? The Lord of Zhejiao hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. "Let us try then. We will witness the human marriage." Nuwa nodded knowingly. "Senior brother Tongtian, you may first go to the primordial land and find a human. When the time comes, inform me, and I will come bearing the red embroidery ball." The red embroidery ball was the key to witnessing the 3 marriages. "Thank you, junior sister." And so, the Lord of Zhejiao went to the primordial land, encountering all kinds of humans. All of them were dressed in tatters, with matted hair, dirty, ignorant, and foolish. Tongtian had not found the destined one. Then at Mount Shouyang, he heard that in the surrounding villages there was a handsome young man who could keep his clan from hunger. Quite capable. Tongtian witnessed Liu trying to become a disciple of his elder brother, then pursuing for 3 days straight. Tongtian nodded with approval. He has a heart seeking the Tao. What satisfied the Lord of Zhejiao most was that he kept himself clean. Although still wearing animal skins, there was no filth. His hair was tidy and not greasy. And so, this scene played out. Tongtian, the father-in-law, arrives and says, "Young man, do you want a Tao companion? Just say the word." Liu stood before the thatched cottage, momentarily bewildered. This could be called when happiness knocks. Liu mustered his courage. "May I ask, which immortal?" Among Shangqing Tongtian's female disciples were Wudong Holy Mother Jinling, Holy Mother Guiling's Holy Mother 3, Xia, Holy Mother, and even Shiji the goddess. At this moment, Shangqing Tongtian has yet to become a saint. Which disciples has he already taken? Shiji is certainly not. Tongtian raised an eyebrow. What? You're even picking and choosing. I Shangqing Tongtian's disciple, and he's still being picky. Do I have no face? Liu quickly shook his head. No, it's not like that. Liu gave up explaining. The young man Liu submits entirely to the decision of my father-in-law. Tongtian frowned again. Good lad. We're not even at that stage yet. You may call me teacher. Yes. I obey father-in-law's instructions. Greetings, teacher father-in-law. Tongtian sighed softly. Though he looked down on humans among the short, he had to pick a general. This lad would do. You will marry my direct disciple Yunxiao. The words fell. Liu was stunned again. What? Yunxiao? The fairy Yunxiao. What is happening? Liu never dreamed he would marry fairy Yunxiao. Liu had originally thought he would marry some obscure nominal disciple of Tongtian. Why? What on earth is happening? The Saint Shangqing would give fairy Yunxiao to me, a mere insignificant human. After a long while, a few streaks of light fell from the sky. A plump cultivator leading several others landed in front of Li Yes' thatched cottage. The plump cultivator wearing splendid Taoist robes stepped forward and bowed. Duo Bao pays respects to teacher. Wudong pays respects to teacher. Jinling pays respects to teacher. Zhao Gongming Qiongxiao Bixiao pay respects to teacher. Changer Dingguangxian pays respects to teacher. Tongtian nodded knowingly. Rise. Liu surveyed the immortals. The famous Jijiao immortals. Duo Bao the fierce one, dared to strike a saint. Zhao Gongming single-handedly routed the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Wudong Holy Mother and Jinling Holy Mother. They too beat the Kunlun golden immortals into submission. Each Jijiao immortal was fiercer than the last, but their fates were tragic. Duo Bao captured by Taiqing to transform Buddhism, Zhao Gongming bleeding from 7 orifices, dying miserably on the investiture list, Jinling and others perishing and ascending the list. Li Yes' gaze finally settled on the 3 Xia sisters. Yunxiao and Bixiao were stunningly beautiful, indescribably so. Of course, the most beautiful was Yunxiao in the middle. She wore a purple immortal gown, her figure graceful, long legs, slender and fair. Her features were perfectly sculpted, arched brows, soft pink lips, a delicate nose. They stole his heart. The most beautiful woman in the world could not surpass this. Not only was she beautiful, but also known to be gentle and virtuous. And her strength was formidable. In the Battle of the Investiture, she set up the 9-bin Yellow River formation, directly cripping the Kunlun Golden Immortals like Guang Chengzi and Tai. Next moment, Liu seemed to notice something wrong. Yunxiao was being supported by Qiongxiao and Bixiao, and her eyes were closed. It was as if she were a vegetable. Tongtian did not hide the truth from Liu. My disciple's soul is injured. She has been unconscious all along. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Liu was momentarily dazed, but quickly recovered. This is somewhat perfect. The system required contact to earn points. Yunxiao being unconscious meant he could do as he pleased in taking care of her. And so, Liu bowed deeply to Tongtian. I am merely an ordinary human. To receive the favor of an immortal is already the greatest fortune. Please rest assured, teacher father-in-law. Liu will surely take good care of fairy Yunxiao. I will not betray your trust. Tongtian felt a touch of comfort. At least the lad's attitude was not problematic. In that case, meet your senior brothers and sisters. Liu then bowed to the assembled immortals. Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters. Duo Bao found it hard to comment. He looked at the mediocre, weak human before him. Since the teacher had accepted it, what could Duo Bao say? Younger brother need not be overly polite. Zhao Gongming's muscles bulged. Younger brother, you'd better remember what you said today. Wudong and Jinling returned the greeting. Younger brother need not be overly polite. Qiongxiao and Bixiao did not want their sister to remain in a coma forever. Marrying a human was truly unwilling. But it was the only way to wake their sister. Younger brother, the immortals returned the greeting. Only Changer Dingguangxian's eyes showed a sinister glint. He said coldly, a mere insignificant human. Worthy of senior sister Yunxiao. Why not take a piss and look at yourself? Liu was insulted, but showed no anger on his face, remaining calm. Inwardly, he sneered, what a traitor. What a rabbit. He'll remember this in my little book. Wait until I stand firm. Then he'll settle the score thoroughly. Thoroughly. Changer Dingguangxian then spoke loudly, teacher. This disciple thinks it is improper. Before Tongtian could speak, Duo Bao roared, Changer. Shut up. Teacher has already decided. What business is it of yours? Do you dare to defy the teacher? Zhao Gongming also shouted, Changer. Do you not want to save Yunxiao? Tongtian said slowly, if you find it improper, then bear it. Say no more. Changer's face flushed crimson, his eyes turning red. He dared not argue further and retreated, glaring viciously at Liu. and in his eyes there was also a covetousness for Yunxiao. Before long, a golden phoenix cried out. Nuwa, clad in magnificent embroidered Taoist robes, descended on the phoenix. Senior brother. Tongtian returned the greeting. Greetings, junior sister. Duobao, Zhao Gongming, and the other immortals all bowed deeply to Nuwa. Greetings, sage. Tongtian gave his disciples a meaningful glance. Duobao immediately retrieved a fine-quality robe from his treasure store and had Li Yu change into it. A proper Taoist robe. Clothes make the man. Li Yu in the new Taoist robe appeared even more handsome and spirited. Zhao Gongming used his divine powers to expand and decorate the thatched cottage. The outside still looked like a thatched hut, but inside it became luxurious, antique, and tasteful. Seeing that everything was ready, Tongtian spoke. Please, junior sister, witness the marriage. Nuwa produced the red embroidery ball, which floated before Li Yu. Then countless Tao patterns emerged. Thus, with the will of the pair witnessed by heaven and earth, the marriage contract was established. Human marriage contract, male Li Yu. Origin human. Hometown Mount Shouyang. Oath graced by the sage's kindness, blessed to meet the fairy. I fear not life or death, only to share the mortal years with Yunxiao. This was the thought within Li Ye's heart, manifested as Tao patterns. Then on the female side, the patterns reflected Yunxiao's innermost thoughts. Though Yunxiao was in a coma, her consciousness remained. Female Yunxiao. Origin, primordial cloud spirit. Oath grateful for my teacher's kindness, the red thread is tied. Willing to forsake eternal life for the warmth of mortal companionship. Clearly, even in her coma, Yunxiao knew that her teacher had traveled across the primordial wilderness, incurring debts from 3,000 cultivators at Xiao Palace. How could she dare to ask for more? She only felt gratitude that her teacher had tied the red thread. The latter part of the oath showed Yunxiao's attitude toward Li Yu. Not using him merely for the merit of the human marriage, but a commitment not to betray. Li Yu saw Yunxiao's attitude. Beautiful, gentle, not like other immortals who are arrogant and look down on everyone. Tongtian watched the contract, revealing his disciples' thoughts, his eyes turning red. He confirmed his disciples' consciousness still existed. She was not dead. Her soul was still intact. The Tao patterns continued to emerge. Officiators Shangqing Tongtian. Witness Sage Nuwa. Observers sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, seas, the Jiejiao immortals. Thus the human marriage was concluded. At that time the three pure ones had not yet become saints and still lived on Mount Kunlun. They had not established their own sects, but had already taken disciples. Conflicts among the disciples of the three schools were also a surface reason for their discord and eventual separation. The fundamental reason Mount Kunlun could not bear the fate of three saints. The wedding was completed. Li Yu felt as if an invisible bond had formed between him and Yunxiao. A red thread connected Li Yu to Yunxiao. Li Yu had traversed the primordial world for 3 years alone and solitary, where one person was full, his whole family would not go hungry. By the grace of heaven, he married the fair-skinned and beautiful Yunxiao as his wife. From this day forth, he was no longer alone. After the wedding, Tongtian and the saintess Nuwa gazed at the 9 heavens. It's coming. Buzz. For beams of thick golden light of virtue descended from the sky. 3 beams flew toward Li Yu, and 3 beams flew toward Yunxiao. 3 beams entered the red embroidered ball, and Nuwa certified the wedding's virtue, enjoying the merit herself. 1 beam flew to Tongtian, who as the matchmaker received a share of the merit. Li Yu was enveloped by the golden light of virtue, feeling a warm sensation throughout his body. The weariness he had accumulated previously swept away, as if he had an endless supply of energy. Just as the golden light of virtue was about to enter Tongtian's body, he waved his hand and pushed his share of the merit toward Yunxiao. Seeing this, Nuwa sighed inwardly. She desired the merit, but it was not the right time to take it all, as Tongtian was facing difficulties. Nuwa divided out a share of the merit and pushed it toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao received a total of 5 shares of the merit. Tongtian gazed intently at his disciple, hoping that the wedding's great merit could save her. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Zhao Gongming suddenly exclaimed with joy. It moved. Sister Yunxiao's eyes moved. Be quiet. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Zhao Gongming suddenly exclaimed with joy. It moved. Sister Yunxiao's. Li Yu was stunned. Yunxiao's eyes were beautiful, clear, and bright, sparkling like a starry river, neither seductive nor unwelcoming, yet captivating. Aside from blinking her eyes, her body remained immobile. Despite this, the fact that she could open her eyes filled Tongtian with immense joy. Xiao and Bai Xiao were overjoyed to the point of tears. Sister. Just then the Longier Jingguang immortal suddenly spoke, coldly. Kid. Aren't you being ungrateful? You should give all the merit from the wedding to Sister Yunxiao. You, a mere ant of the human race, dare to covet such a large share of merit. The Longier Jingguang immortal's eyes turned red. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Tongtian roared in anger, coldly reprimanding him. The Longier Jingguang immortal hurriedly knelt down. Disciple. I did it for Sister Yunxiao. Shut up. Don't use that as an excuse. Li Yu has already formed a Dao partner with Sister Yunxiao. From now on they share joy and sorrow, honor and disgrace, and you should be her senior brother. You keep calling him an ant. What crime does he deserve? Li Yu stood by, startled by Tongtian's fury. The Sanqing presented 3 different postures. Taiqing, as gentle as water, represented old age. Yuqing, seasoned and mature, represented middle age. Shanqing, wild and unrestrained, represented youth. Thus Tongtian acted on impulse, never hiding his emotions. Just after the marriage, he wanted to seize the man's family assets. Did he still want to keep his face? Wasn't this clearly exploitation? Tongtian was extremely angry, thoroughly dismissive and ashamed of such behavior. Li Yu, seeing how far the Longjir Jingguang immortal had gone, felt as if he were being roasted in fire. Regardless of what Tongtian and the other disciples thought, Li Yu had to make a statement now. Dear father-in-law, please do not be angry. As you said, my wife and I will share joy and sorrow, honor and disgrace, and this merit should naturally belong to my wife. Before Li Yu could finish, Tongtian raised a hand. No need for more words. What is yours is yours. The Longjir Jingguang immortal anxiously bowed to Li Yu. Junior brother, I greet you. Li Yu, senior brother, please forgive me. Li Yu coldly laughed inwardly, certainly not forgiving the Longjir Jingguang immortal. Not because he called him an ant, but because the Longjir Jingguang immortal would betray the Jie sect in the future. He also stole the Six Souls banner from his father-in-law, leading to the catastrophic Battle of Fengtian, where countless immortals from the Jie sect were severely injured and died. The Jie sect's lineage was utterly destroyed. The Longjir Jingguang immortal was one of the main culprits, but at this moment there was no evidence. He had just gotten married and had not yet stabilized his footing. No need to rush, take it slow. Li Yu hid his emotions. No problem, everything is for Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression softened slightly. Long-eared, go back and reflect on your mistakes. Yes, thank you, teacher. The Longjir Jingguang immortal left in fear, his eyes flashing with anger, but he did not dare to show it. There is nothing else here. I will take my leave, sister. Nuwa spoke, not putting on the airs of a saint, for Tongtian was destined to become a saint as well. Tongtian saluted. Thank you, sister. Duobao Zhao Gongming Xiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao respectfully bowed. We bid farewell to the saint. Li Yu also bowed. Farewell to the Holy Mother. Nuwa rode the Golden Phoenix back to Honghuang Palace. In front of the thatched cottage, Duobao asked, Teacher, will Sister Yunxiao also return to Kunlun Mountain with us? Bai Xiao's expression was somewhat anxious. Allowing her sister to marry a human was for the sake of the wedding's merit. She could not really let Sister Yunxiao stay and marry him, could she? Li Yu felt uneasy as well. It's best if I can go back to Kunlun with them. Shouyang Mountain was about to become a disaster zone for the human race, and Li Yu was troubled by how to leave. If he did not leave, it would be fine, or would the demon race dare to act against Tongtian's son-in-law? Tongtian did not speak immediately, but looked at Yunxiao. Disciple, do you want to take him back to Kunlun Mountain or stay here? Yunxiao could not speak. Zhao Gongming then said, blink once for going to Kunlun, blink twice for staying here. Li Yu looked into Yunxiao's beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly once. It seemed she hesitated for a moment. Again, twice. Bai Xiao became even more anxious. Sister, how can you stay? Tongtian pressed his hand down. Since Yunxiao wants to change her environment for a while, Bai Xiao need not say more. Perhaps changing the environment will allow Yunxiao to gradually improve. It is also possible that this kid Li Yu is Yunxiao's glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope. Li Yu, come here, I have a few words to instruct you. Yes, dear father-in-law. Li Yu followed Tongtian into the thatched cottage where the environment had changed completely, very stylishly. Master Zhao's aesthetic sense is indeed unbeatable. Junior, listen to your father-in-law's teachings. Tongtian nodded knowingly. Since Yunxiao is willing to stay, I agree. Before you depart, I have 2 points to instruct. First point. Before Yunxiao recovers, you must not share a room. I have had 2 of your masters examine her. Yunxiao's spirit and soul are damaged, and her vitality is severely injured. Forcing intimacy will lead to a loss of her primordial yin, causing an imbalance of yin and yang within her body, and her life will be in danger. Li Yu nodded respectfully upon hearing this. They were already married, and with time feelings would grow, so there was no rush. Tongtian continued, take good care of Yunxiao. If she suffers even a hair's breadth of harm, I won't spare you. After speaking, Tongtian gave Li Yu a jade slip. In case of a crisis, crush the jade slip. I will come immediately. Li Yu accepted it. Yes. I will remember my father-in-law's instructions. Tongtian nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand, and pointed at Li Yu's forehead. Li Yu suddenly felt countless patterns surge in his sea of consciousness, comprehending the meanings of the patterns. The Tao patterns were vast as the sea, filled with immense information, including, but not limited to, cultivation methods, divine powers, array techniques, 5-element escape techniques, and Shangqing lightning methods. The Tao patterns finally condensed into 4 words: Shangqing immortal method, the orthodox lineage of the Xian men. The methods of the Shangqing lineage. Li Ye's spirit was extremely stirred. Is this the entirety of the Shangqing immortal method being passed down to me? Li Yu felt extremely moved in his heart. He even looked at his father-in-law again. Could it be that his father-in-law was a charming demon? Otherwise, why would he like him so much? After a moment, Li Yu and his father-in-law exited the thatched cottage. Yunxiao and Baishao supported their sister and personally handed Sister Yunxiao over to Li Yu with Baishao whispering, "If sister suffers even a hair's breadth of harm, you will be in trouble." Understood, little sister-in-law, don't worry. Junior, farewell, dear father-in-law. Junior brother bids farewell to all senior brothers and sisters. The father-in-law left with the senior brothers and sisters. In Li Ye's sea of consciousness, the system's mechanical voice also rang out. Name Yunxiao. Fate, innate, cloud spirit. Identity, direct disciple of Shangqing Tongtian, future saint's disciple. Heart link value 10. Would you like to bind with Yunxiao? Once bound, it is unique and cannot be undone or changed. No need to think. Li Yu thought bind. Ding. Binding successful. The 1,000-fold heart link has been activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 heart link value. Heart link value 10. Li Yu looked at the surging heart link value points, feeling a tremor in his spirit. 10 per second, 86400 seconds a day. He could earn 86400 heart link values in a day. That's a full 86400. Previously, a one-turn golden core in the shop cost 1 million. Wouldn't that mean he could buy a one-turn golden core in about a day? The cultivation method practiced by the Pangu great god, the 9 turns Xin Yuan Gong, costs 1 billion given the current speed. Li Yu could spend 3 years with Yunxiao and have enough to buy it. Li Yu did not dare to imagine if he married a woman who was already married and had children in the clan, he could earn 0.0001 heart link value a day. That would be incredible. Li Ye's mind returned, standing in front of the thatched cottage holding Yunxiao's delicate and smooth arm. Li Yu heard the system voice ringing in his mind. Critical hit triggered, intimacy value 1,000. Li Yu felt even better. Intimate contact can actually trigger a critical hit. This is truly wonderful. The accumulation of intimacy value has become faster. Inside the thatched cottage decorated by the wealth god, it has become exquisite, stylish, yet retains a sense of grandeur. Li Yu embraced Yunxiao's waist and approached the bed. In his sea of consciousness, the system voice continuously echoed, frequently triggering critical hits. Intimacy value 1,000. Moreover, the sensation was so good that Li Yu found it hard to let go. Yunxiao held in Li Ye's arms, blinked, her clear bright eyes filled with curiosity, observing him. He must be her husband. Yunxiao did not wallow in self-pity, nor did she blame her master. Instead, she thought the master chose him from the myriad beings in the vast sea of humanity. He must possess extraordinary qualities, and the aspects that satisfy the master are also the fates connecting me and him. Tongtian, he really has poor aptitude. The only notable feature is his handsome appearance, comparable to my master. Yunxiao had never had such close contact with a strange man, and her beautiful face turned rosy. Why is he holding me all the time? Yunxiao blinked her eyes. Li Yu locked gazes with her lively eyes. The more he looked, the more beautiful she appeared, the more he felt his heart race. After a long time, feelings would surely develop. The system has been activated, and he has married such a beautiful wife. What more could he wish for? Oh vast heavens, you are not unkind to me. Li Yu reluctantly placed Yunxiao gently on the bed. Madam, you are truly beautiful, Li Yu stated sincerely. Yunxiao couldn't respond, still blinking as if to say thank you. Clearly, before her injury and unconsciousness, Yunxiao had wholeheartedly pursued the Tao and did not think she was special at all. Her husband was the first to praise her beauty. Li Yu simply sat by the bed, resting his hand on Yunxiao's arm. My name is Li Yu. I am from the Shouyang Mountain human tribe. I am called Yunxiao. Li Yu smiled slightly. Thanks to my wealth, uncle, the thatched cottage has been completely renewed. From now on, this will be our home. Home, this word was very unfamiliar to Yunxiao. Where is home? It's where the master is, where the senior brothers and sisters are. So, this is now my home with my husband. Yunxiao was very curious and wanted to get up to see what the home her husband spoke of looked like. Yet her body remained immobile. Even though she had gained the merits and fortunes of a human marriage, there were still no signs of recovery, which made Yunxiao feel dejected. Li Yu vaguely saw the sadness in Yunxiao's eyes and gently held her delicate hand. Madam, rest assured, I will do everything I can to help you recover. In a situation where even the 3 purities were helpless, a mere human dared to claim he would heal her. No one would believe it. But Yunxiao felt the warmth of his hand and saw the determined and serious look in his eyes. Her heart, which was devoted to the Tao, suddenly trembled. Clearly, we just met today. Why is he willing to do everything for me? Li Ye's words were firm and unwavering, seeming to possess a sort of magic. Yunxiao was lost in thought for a long time, blinking twice. Thank you. Tongtian, her father-in-law, had left some instructions when he departed. Yunxiao's current cultivation level is Taiqing Golden Immortal, with 3 flowers blooming on top of her head, 5 energies converging in her chest, a body of an immortal pure and immaculate. In simple terms, unlike mortals, she does not require eating, drinking, and relieving herself. Liu then moved a small wooden stool sitting by the bed, keeping watch over Yunxiao, sharing stories about fishing and gathering from Shouyang Mountain. After an hour, Yunxiao slightly closed her beautiful eyes, seemingly asleep. Liu smiled gently, his thoughts stirring system. Current intimacy value 100,000 in 1 hour, 2 hours. He could earn 72,000 intimacy value plus what he gained from the critical hits. A full 100,000. And that was just in 1 hour. Liu laughed. Madam Yunxiao, you are truly fated to bring good fortune to your husband. Open the store. Today's store has refreshed 1 full discount flash sale, mastery of fishing and hunting 1 intimacy value, limited time 1 full discount flash sale, aptitude enhancement 1 million can enhance the master's aptitude, limited time offer, discount will disappear permanently. 9 turns mystic art Pangu edition 1 billion, a drop of Pangus blood 100 million, Pangus essence 500 million, 1 turn of 9 turns mystic art 1 million, 2 turns of 9 turns mystic art 10 million. Liu looked at the items refreshed today. Goodness gracious. Is the system trying to extract blood from Pangu? Other than the flash sale, everything is related to Pangu. The 9 turns mystic art is the supreme technique cultivated by Pangu, but he currently can't afford 1 billion. Although it could be purchased separately, it was not the most urgent matter right now. What concerned Liu the most was the aptitude enhancement. As a human, he was physically weak and had poor aptitude. The most pressing task was to enhance his aptitude. As for the cultivation technique, Liu had already acquired his father-in-law's Shangqing Immortal method. As the direct lineage technique of the Shangqing school, it was indeed the finest cultivation method in the primordial era. In simple terms, first cultivate the Shangqing Immortal method, and when enough intimacy value is accumulated, then cultivate the 9 turns mystic art. If I keep close to Yunxiao, I can earn 864,000 intimacy value in a day, but it still isn't enough for 1 million. The system's goods refresh once every 12 hours. The opportunity for aptitude enhancement could only be sought and not demanded if missed. Who knows how long he would have to wait. To gather 1 million intimacy value, he still needed to trigger critical hits. Madam Yunxiao, let's be close. Purchase the discounted item mastery of fishing and hunting. Intimacy value 1, a reward distributed. Buzz. The next moment, a surge of immense information flooded into Li's sea of consciousness. The appearances, forms, effects of various spirit fruits and spiritual roots, as well as fishing and hunting techniques, were deeply imprinted in Li's memory. After a long time, Liu slowly opened his eyes. Mastery of fishing and hunting. To be more precise, it's the complete compendium of primordial spirit plants and spiritual beings. Liu withdrew his consciousness from the system. He glanced at the bed. Yunxiao, dressed in a purple fairy dress, had her eyes slightly closed, breathing evenly and gently, resembling a naturally beautiful sleeping beauty. Liu suddenly felt invigorated. The days ahead seemed promising. Holding Yunxiao's hand, Liu began to comprehend the Shangqing Immortal method passed down by his father-in-law. The Shangqing Immortal method is a collective term which includes the cultivation methods, divine arts, and formation secrets of the Shangqing lineage. The Immortal method provided a simple explanation of the cultivation realms the Tao ancestor preached in the primordial era and divided the realms from low to high: earth, immortal, celestial, immortal, true, immortal, profound, immortal, golden, immortal, Tai, golden, immortal, great, Luo, golden, immortal, quasi-saint. Each realm also has a brief introduction. The earth immortal is one who has just entered the immortal path with unpurified turbid qi within and insufficient immortal spiritual energy, hence called earth. The celestial immortal has purified the turbid qi. The golden immortal nourishes the 5 energies in their chest. The Tai golden immortal nourishes the 3 flowers on the top of their head. Once the 5 energies in the chest converge and the 3 flowers bloom, they will step into the realm of great Luo golden immortal. The great Luo encompasses the understanding of laws and can traverse the infinite realms. Liu was comprehending the Shangqing Immortal method. No wonder he will be the future Shangqing saint. The Shangqing Immortal method is vast and boundless, truly profound and mysterious. Liu attempted to operate the cultivation method of Shangqing Immortal method, and the surrounding spiritual energy like stars surged into Li's body. Time flies in cultivation. A quiet night passed, and dawn had begun to break in the sky. Liu had already cultivated a strand of magical power, although it was very weak. There was no choice. Humans were weak, their aptitude inferior, and their cultivation speed could not compare to the innate beings of the primordial era. Yet despite this strand of magical power being weak, it was undeniably Shangqing magical power. In the future, if anyone wishes to harm Liu, seeing the fluctuation of Shangqing magical power, they would have to think twice. What if the magical power is weak? The flowing Shangqing essence. is the true symbol of background and connections. Li Yu awakened from his cultivation, glancing at the bed. Yunxiao lay quietly, her beautiful eyes clear and bright, gazing at Li Yu with tenderness. He, my husband, actually kept watch by the bed for an entire night. What touches the heart has always been sincerity, even for a fairy. Madam, when did you wake up? Yunxiao blinked her eyes as if to say, I've been awake for a while. Immortals actually do not need to sleep. Cultivation itself is rest. Ever since Yunxiao was injured in her spirit, her body became immobile, and she could not cultivate. She often found herself in a daze for a moment, then fell into a deep slumber. Li Yu glanced at the sky, which was beginning to turn pale, signaling dawn. He smiled and said, Madam, sleep a little longer. I will make something small. Yunxiao blinked, indicating her agreement. Li Yu reluctantly released Yunxiao's delicate hand and took out the wood he had previously collected to carve with a stone axe. Li Yu intended to make a rocking chair to enjoy the sunrise over the sea of clouds with his breathtaking wife. Oh, what a beautiful thing that would be. Thus the sound of chopping echoed outside the thatched house. Yunxiao lay quietly on the bed, hearing the jingling sounds from outside, feeling curious. What is my husband doing? Yunxiao wanted to get up and take a look, but her body felt heavy. Sigh. Yunxiao felt a wave of melancholy, gently closed her eyes, and drifted back into a light sleep. After a while, Li Yu returned to the room, walked to the bedside, and gently called out, Madam. Yunxiao, still drowsy, saw her husband's face glistening with fine beads of sweat. Clearly it had been quite a task for Li Yu to work tirelessly on the rocking chair. Fortunately, he had already entered the realm of Qingyun immortal techniques, and had cultivated his mana. It was laborious, but not exhausting. Li Yu softly said, Madam, shall I carry you outside? Yunxiao was unaware of what her husband was busy with, and felt a bit curious, so she blinked at him. Li Yu quickly wiped away the beads of sweat, bent down with his nose close to Yunxiao's cheek, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He faintly caught a whiff of a fragrance akin to orchids, refreshing and soothing. Li Yu gently lifted Yunxiao and walked outside. Triggered critical hit, heart value 1000. Clearly with a beauty in his embrace, Li Yu had completely ignored the mechanical voice of the system. Outside there was a wooden chair. The chair was simple, allowing one to lie back and support the waist and abdomen. It was very smooth, without a single splinter. Yunxiao curiously examined the wooden piece. So my husband was busy making this just now. Li Yu placed Yunxiao on the wooden chair. There was no time left to boast about his craftsmanship, because the sunrise was upon them. Madam, look. The dawn broke. A streak of grayish white appeared on the horizon, which then faded into a soft silver edge. The silver edge quickly vanished, giving way to a faint blush of red. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The blush rapidly transformed into orange, coloring the entire sea of clouds, until the entire sea of clouds turned golden red. The sea of clouds with its distinct layers of color dyed the sky in a splendid hue. Yunxiao lay on the wooden chair, gazing at the sunrise, her expression momentarily stunned. So this is how beautiful the sunrise is. The rise and fall of the sun is an eternal law of nature. Even the sunrise over the Kunlun Sea of Clouds was 100 or 1,000 times more beautiful, yet Yunxiao had never paid attention to it. With a heart focused on the Tao, a thought traversing the sea of clouds, the spectacle of sunrise was truly ordinary for an immortal. For the first time, Yunxiao felt that the sunrise was indeed so beautiful. The morning light broke dawn, tearing apart the darkness, a kind of power, allowing Yunxiao to feel the tranquility and peace of the Tao heart. Yunxiao gazed at the sunrise, and Li Yu watched Yunxiao. His wife, she tilted her head slightly, welcoming the morning light. Her long eyelashes, each blink filled with grace and beauty. The light flowed over her delicate nose and brushed against her cherry red. Her long eyelashes, each blink filled with grace and beauty. The light flowed over her delicate nose and brushed against her cherry red lips. Li Yu felt that it was not the sun that was shining now, but his wife Yunxiao. Yunxiao, she radiated light, shining brilliantly. Deep within Yunxiao's heart, a warm current surged. My husband. He is a human, having stayed up all night, is already exhausting, yet he made this wooden piece for me. Sweating profusely. Why is he so good to me, even though we only met through a human marriage? Yunxiao desperately wanted to say thank you herself, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Li Yu took out a clean, soft animal skin blanket and draped it over Yunxiao softly, saying, the morning is still a bit chilly, you need to keep warm. Thank you, husband. Li Yu then stood up again and took out the wooden comb he had made earlier. Lady, let me groom you. Grooming was a term that was equally unfamiliar to Yunxiao. An immortal maintains their appearance with a thought. Li Yu walked to Yunxiao's back, gently lifting her sleek black hair. Her long hair was beautiful and smooth, and the wooden comb glided gently through, tidying the fine strands. It was Li Yu's first time grooming someone, and his technique was somewhat clumsy. He tried to be gentle, afraid of hurting his wife. Yunxiao also sensed that her husband's technique was quite inexperienced and smiled faintly, because her young husband was willing to try and learn for her. Yunxiao gently closed her eyes, enjoying an unprecedented sense of tranquility, peace, and warmth. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain at the Bio Palace, the three pure ones had not yet separated, all residing in Kunlun Mountain. The celestial teacher sat quietly on a mat, feeling inexplicably troubled. That kid wouldn't have taken my words lightly, would he? It's not impossible. No matter how handsome that kid is, he is still an ignorant human. If he truly forced to take away Yunxiao's primordial Human, my disciple's life would be in danger. At this moment, the celestial teacher felt some regret. I shouldn't have cared about face. What should have been taken back to Kunlun Mountain with Yunxiao has been left behind. Yunxiao, my disciple, was only one of the factors causing the celestial teacher's unease. The real reason for his anxiety, the signs of loosening shackles on his Tao path, had disappeared. The celestial teacher felt that he was just a step away from using the Honghuang purple chi to attain sainthood. The celestial teacher was perplexed. When did my shackles loosen? It seems to have been during the human event at Shouyang Mountain. Yes, it must be. It was during that kid's time at the thatched house. Beside him, Duobao was dumbfounded. Master, what happened? You've already explained the Tao, haven't you? The celestial teacher suddenly stood up. No, I must go to Shouyang Mountain. Whether for Yunxiao or for the loosening shackles, it was necessary to make the trip. Duobao, Master, didn't you just come back? What? Can I go? Is that kid unwelcome? Duobao chuckled. That's not it. Mainly the disciple wants to wander in the wilderness as well. Let's go, let's go. The celestial teacher, dressed in blue, took Duobao and sped through the skies towards Shouyang Mountain. Once a person has the seed of doubt in their heart, they will think wildly and amplify their worries. The celestial teacher's face grew serious, and he felt increasingly regretful. That kid, perhaps he has already taken Yunxiao's primordial Human. Disciple, it is my vanity that has harmed you. Liu, are you prepared to face the wrath of this poor Taoist? The celestial teacher, accompanied by Duobao, arrived at the outskirts of Shouyang Mountain, and then felt as if he had eaten a belly full of food. The celestial teacher saw that Liu had specially crafted a wooden chair to take Yunxiao to watch the sunrise, and he thoughtfully covered her with an animal skin blanket. Then, he even bent down to groom Yunxiao. Most crucially, Yunxiao's primordial Human had not been lost. That kid still kept his promise. Duobao watched the warm scene between Liu and sister Yunxiao, grinning from ear to ear, unable to suppress his joy. What are you grinning about? Duobao, Master, I'm not smiling. So what have you come here for? The celestial teacher came for Yunxiao. With her safe, he felt relieved. But the next moment, the celestial teacher frowned. His heart stirred with horror as the Honghuang purple chi in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and the ethereal opportunity for attaining sainthood appeared. My opportunity for attaining Tao is here. Son-in-law. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son-in-law is merely a weak member of the human race. Just a human. What merit or ability does he possess? My path to enlightenment cannot possibly lie with my son-in-law. Absolutely impossible. Duobao, come, let us return to Kunlun. Duobao, teacher, weren't we just here to wander through the wilderness? We haven't even explored yet. Whatever you say, teacher. Tongtian took Duobao and transformed into a ray of light, shattering the void and returning to Kunlun Mountain. Moments later, Tongtian stood above the clouds of Kunlun, eyes gently closed, standing quietly. His brows furrowed deeper. Just because. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, the feeling of frustration surged again. The signs of a loosening shackles had vanished once more. Hiss, could it be that my path to enlightenment? Treasure returned to Yang Mountain. Duobao was exasperated. Fine, whatever the teacher says is right. Not long after, Tongtian returned to the foot of Shouyang Mountain, sneaking a glance at his son-in-law. It appeared. The signs of loosening shackles are back. Duobao, come, let us return to Kunlun. Duobao increasingly couldn't comprehend the teacher's actions. After going back and forth several times, Tongtian once again returned in front of the thatched cottage, and at this moment, he could confirm with absolute certainty that his breakthrough's path to enlightenment was here. Right on his son-in-law. Where's the son-in-law? When Tongtian arrived this time, his son-in-law was already gone from the thatched cottage. Liu took his wife to watch the sunrise, carrying Yunxiao in one arm and holding the rocking chair as they entered the woods. The ancient trees towered but could not block all the sunlight. Sunlight fell evenly through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Yunxiao's flawless jade-like face. Curious, she asked, husband, what are you trying to do? Liu found a flat spot, placed the rocking chair down, and gently set his wife in it. Wife, rest here for a moment while I gather some spiritual dew for you. This is Shouyang Mountain, rich in innate spiritual energy. In the morning woods there was plenty of dew, or more accurately dew that had absorbed innate spiritual energy. Yunxiao blinked her eyes, a gentle smile on her face. Thank you, husband. Liu took a large leaf, folded it into a funnel shape, and moved through the woods, collecting the dew that had not yet fallen to the ground. From time to time he glanced back to check on his wife. Li Yu would never leave his delicate wife alone in the cottage. He needed to ensure that Yunxiao was always in his line of sight. As Li Yu moved through the woods in the distance, Tongtian and Duo Bao strolled over and saw Li Yu collecting spiritual dew for Yunxiao. Tongtian felt a deep sense of satisfaction having seen Li Yu take Yunxiao to watch the sunrise and groom her. Tongtian had noticed it all. At least, his attitude toward Yunxiao is commendable. Beside him, Duo Bao chuckled, foolishly feeling comfortable as he wiggled around. What are you silly laughing at? I'm not laughing, teacher. Tongtian felt a twinge of envy, as if his heart had been ripped out. He deliberately snorted, I hope this Li Yu kid doesn't just have a fleeting interest. That's definitely not the case. You're overthinking it, teacher. Although Li Yu's background and talent are not impressive, his eyes are filled with sincere passion, far from being superficial. Li Yu, big brother-in-law, you sit at the main table for the feast. Although Tongtian felt the same way, he still said, You've only known him for a day, how do you know? Duo Bao, understanding the teacher's thoughts, boldly said, yes, you're right, teacher. So, teacher, what are we doing here? Tongtian sensed the signs of loosening shackles. Just wait. Li Yu collected enough spiritual dew and returned to his wife's side. His feet were now covered in mud. No matter. Just a bit of wind and frost. Wife, can you drink some spiritual dew? Li Yu was asking about his wife's condition and whether she could swallow. Yunxiao didn't know either, blinking twice. Let's give it a try. Yunxiao had already reached a state of purity and was free from the need for food. The spiritual dew infused with innate spiritual energy would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Thus, Li Yu slowly squatted down, bringing the leaf funnel close to his wife's crystalline lips. The sweet dew moistened Yunxiao's cherry-pink lips, making her look enchanting. Swallowing was somewhat difficult, but she could manage to drink a bit. Li Yu was very patient, feeding her small amounts of spiritual dew over multiple sips. Within his sea of consciousness, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Eternal Unity critical hit triggered Unity value 2000. At this moment, the world was silent. The close proximity of the two created a warm scene, their hearts at peace, slowly drawing closer. In the shadows, Duo Bao's body twisted with increasing comfort, the motion becoming more pronounced. Tongtian furrowed his brows. What's wrong with you? Is there something crawling on you? Duo Bao remained silent. In the future, when little Yunxiao arrives, I hope your mouth stays just as tough, teacher. Don't squirm too much. Tongtian felt increasingly satisfied, but maintained his authority, unwilling to show it. Duo Bao, go catch a few spirit deer. Duo Bao instantly understood the teacher's intention. Are we going to visit? Tongtian was certain that his path to enlightenment lay with his son-in-law. The signs had appeared, but they were like flowers in water, and the moon in a mirror, always elusive. Thus, Tongtian planned to visit using the excuse of seeing Yunxiao to have a more in-depth conversation with his son-in-law. All right. Duo Bao hurried off to catch the spirit deer. Spirit deer referred to as creatures imbued with spiritual energy, yet not yet awakened. Once awakened, killing them would fall under the category of killing sentient beings, leading to the generation of karmic retribution for cultivators. If they have not awakened, they will not incur karma. The only criterion is whether they have awakened. The sun hung high, dispelling the morning chill. The scorching heat baked the earth. The myriad beings in the forest entered a state of night activity and daytime rest. Li Yu also carried Yunxiao back to the thatched cottage. Yunxiao lay quietly on the bed, her immortal body unafraid of the cold or heat. However, her husband, who had just cultivated a thread of magical power, felt restless and uncomfortable. Li Yu simply took off the Taoist robe gifted by his uncle and rinsed off in the creek outside the cottage. Then he entered the house wearing only the lower half, completely bare-chested. Yunxiao saw her husband bare-chested, his muscles beautifully defined and flowing, not awkward at all. But Yunxiao's face flushed slightly, her eyes closed gently, her mind repeatedly flashing the image of her husband bare-chested. It was her first and only time witnessing such a sight. The human race is weak, unrelated to muscle mass. Li Yu moved a wooden stool to sit beside the bed, his hand gently resting on Yunxiao's small hand. Jade-like, smooth and soft. Smooth. Slippery. With 6 or 7 hours left until the market refresh, they had only accumulated half of the unity value. From now on, Li Yu decided to stay close to his wife, accumulating enough unity value to enhance his qualifications. As the mechanical voice of the system continuously announced the increase in unity value in Li Yu's sea of consciousness outside the house, Duo Bao's laughter rang out. Junior brother, are you home? Duo Bao deliberately raised his voice to remind the junior brother inside, the teacher is here. Tone it down. Li Yu quickly put on his Taoist robe and stepped out. His father-in-law and uncle had just returned to Shouyang Mountain, and now they were here again. Wasn't this going to delay things? Naturally, Li Yu came out warmly to greet them. Then Tongtian saw Li Yu, this kid disheveled. Father-in-law, please let me explain. It's too hot, and I'm just starting my cultivation. Before Li Yu could finish explaining, Duo Bao chuckled. What is there to explain? I just saw you taking a bath. Duo Bao almost directly said the teacher is deceiving you. Junior brother, this is the spirit deer we just caught. Duo Bao waved his hand and produced 7 or 8 robust spirit deer. Spirit deer are agile and highly alert. For humans to hunt them, at least dozens of people are needed to chase and encircle. With good luck, they might catch a small one. Before him lay great spirit deer, antlers, leather, and blood, all treasures. Li Yu smiled inwardly. Father-in-law, not only did you come, but you also brought spirit deer. Spirit deer are pure yang and highly nourishing. Eating too much will raise your internal heat. Thank you, senior brother Duo Bao. Our all family, no need for thanks. Junior brother, your cultivation is impressive. You've swiftly cultivated upper clarity power. Senior brother, you're being too kind. Then Duo Bao waved his hand, and a barrier rose around the thatched cottage. A cool breeze blew in, refreshing and pleasant. It felt like being in an air-conditioned room on a scorching day. A moment later, in the small yard of the thatched cottage, spirit flames rose, roasting the deer meat. Tongtian, Duo Bao, and Li Yu sat on wooden stools. Yunxiao lay on a rocking chair. In the courtyard, a cool breeze wafted while outside the heat was oppressive. Cultivating immortality is great. The immortal arts must be learned. Here, junior brother, have a piece of spirit deer leg. Duo Bao handed Li Yu a deer leg. Tongtian was even more puzzled. Why does Duo Bao have such a fondness for this kid? Duo Bao, isn't this the one you chose, teacher? As his daughter's husband, isn't it only right to treat him well? Duo Bao handed another deer leg to the teacher. Immortals abstain from food, but occasionally enjoying exquisite delicacies is still quite enjoyable. Tongtian did not preach. If Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan were here, he would surely begin lecturing, not cultivating properly, but dabbling in trifles. How can you achieve great things? The abundant flesh and blood entered Li Yu's body, transforming into pure spiritual energy, nourishing his Dao body. The thin power within him showed signs of growth. While eating, Li Yu said, once I cultivate a bit more power and officially step onto the Dao, I'll bestow the merits of marriage to my wife. The merits of marriage are the merits and fortune bestowed by the heavenly Dao. To Li Yu, this was a hot potato, a restraint from the heavenly Dao. With a system in place, he would undoubtedly not be limited by any shackles. Earlier, he hadn't transferred any to Yunxiao because he hadn't stepped into cultivation and wouldn't make such a transfer. The merits and fortune of the heavenly Dao could be used to heal Yunxiao, but not directly for cultivation, which was still acceptable. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, Tongtian frowned. You kid, why bring this up again? Yunxiao's beautiful eyes widened slightly. No way. Husband, you just stepped onto the Dao, and you need the merits and fortune to aid your cultivation. The human race is weak. If they wish to achieve something in their Dao cultivation, they need to rely on too many factors, including, but not limited to, top-grade spirit roots, spirit essence, and merits and fortune. Yunxiao certainly did not know the source of her husband's confidence. Did I not tell you? That is what you deserve. Duo Bao, understanding, said, Teacher, let's not say any more about this. When the time comes for junior brother to return home, just close the door. It's a matter for the family. Li Yu increasingly liked Duo Bao, his brother-in-law, as what he said was quite right. Once the door was closed, it was a matter between husband and wife. Tongtian also said no more, but in his heart he admired this son-in-law, even more, always considering Yunxiao, even willing to give up his potential in the Dao. His character is excellent. Tongtian recalled the scene when he chased after his elder brother to become his disciple. His character and temperament are both very good. How did he become so slick, cunning, and morally corrupt in my elder brother's mouth? Except for his average aptitude in other aspects, he is not inferior to any innate beings. At this time, Tongtian had not yet established the teaching of the intercept, but he had his own judgments about heaven and earth and all living beings. Tongtian believed that the way is 50 heaven shifts, 14 taking away one, all things and all spirits have a glimmer of hope. The one taken away is very ethereal and illusory, but Tongtian was certain that it indeed exists. It definitely exists. After finishing the roasted deer meat, Tongtian pondered for a moment and said, Disciple, come with me to Shouyang Mountain for a walk. All right then. I didn't call you Li Yu, disciple. Li Yu was reluctant to go. He wanted to stay close to his wife Yunxiao and accumulate heart value. However, since his father-in-law had spoken, Li Yu could not refuse. I will obey my father-in-law's order. Duo Bao, you stay to protect Yunxiao. Yes, teacher. Duo Bao also wanted to take a stroll, but looking after junior sister Yunxiao was equally important. Li Yu picked up Yunxiao and carried her to the bed inside the house. Madam, I am going for a walk with your father-in-law at Shouyang Mountain. I will be back soon. Yunxiao lay quietly, her beautiful eyes blinking. Husband, go ahead. If you can receive guidance from the teacher personally, your cultivation will be much easier. Li Yu was quite reluctant with this trip. He feared he wouldn't accumulate enough heart value for the day. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to miss the opportunity to enhance his aptitude. Li Yu gently leaned over like a dragonfly, skimming the water, pecking at Yunxiao's forehead, warm and soft. I will be back soon. Yunxiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide open. Even after her husband had walked out, she suddenly came to her senses, feeling the lingering warmth on her forehead, the soft touch. So real. Her firm heart toward the Tao raced wildly, difficult to calm for a long time. As Li Yu exited the thatched cottage, a mechanical voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Intimate contact triggered a critical hit, heart value 5,200, a critical hit of 520 times. Li Yu was quite satisfied, feeling wonderful. Then Li Yu followed his father-in-law Tongtian as they strolled near Shouyang Mountain. The Shouyang Mountain area is vast. Oh, just how vast. It is said to stretch for billions of miles, and ordinary cultivators would spend their entire lives without being able to leave. Yet for the great powers of the primeval era, Shouyang Mountain is quite small. Li Yu and his father-in-law walked slowly, encountering various people of the human race. Shouyang Mountain is the ancestral land of the human race. The three ancestors of humanity created fire nests and coarse clothing there. The discovery of fire allowed the human race to fend off ferocious beasts and not fear the cold. With nests, the human race had a foundation for establishing homes. Coarse clothing which could shield and keep warm was key for humanity's transition from ignorance to enlightenment. Clearly, the coarse clothing created by the coarse clothing clan was grass skirts and beast hides, not the hemp clothing created by the future human emperor. Not everyone among the human race had clothing to wear. As they walked, Tongtian explained to Li Yu about the great calamities of the Honghuang era, the conflicts between Tao and demons, and later the three talks of the Xiao Palace. Clearly, Tongtian aimed to broaden Li Yu's knowledge and enhance his vision. Tongtian regarded Li Yu as a direct disciple, son-in-law to nurture. Li Yu listened while walking, vaguely sensing the importance his father-in-law placed on him. He further guessed his father-in-law's intention, searching for opportunities to achieve sainthood. Li Yu pondered for a long time and posed a question. Why did the Holy Mother create humanity and become a saint? Father-in-law, do you know? Li Yu's simple question was also Tongtian's confusion. Why did Sister Nuwa create humanity and become a saint? Nuwa practiced the laws of creation, creating a race and thus achieving sainthood. Must I, Tongtian, also create a race? Seeing his father-in-law had not figured it out, Li Yu added, I just heard you mention the three pure ones. It seems that Taiqing Laozu is also among humanity. I should pay a visit. Li Yu hinted wildly that since Taiqing Laozu is among humanity, it proves that the opportunity for sainthood is closely tied to humanity. Li Yu actually did not want his father-in-law to establish the teachings of the intercept and achieve sainthood. After achieving sainthood through merits, although saints are immortal and indestructible, they are still bound by the heavenly Tao. Even in the future's Fengshen calamity, the intercept's many immortals would perish, and the teachings of the intercept would be extinguished, all due to the heavenly Tao's influence. But the era of saints is about to arrive. If his father-in-law does not achieve sainthood, his voice in the primeval world will be very weak. Many matters will become difficult to handle. The Fengshen calamity is still a long way off. Even if it arrives, it is inconsequential. At worst, Li Yu will become a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian. I will certify as the seventh saint of the primeval world, father-in-law and son-in-law, two saints in one family. Can we not be invincible? Tongtian stood silently, seemingly deep in thought. Li Yu had hinted twice, and Tongtian finally understood. Sister Nuwa created humanity and gained the merits of creation, thus achieving sainthood. Why is my elder brother not contemplating the primordial purple energy at this time? Why has he come to humanity? Tongtian gently closed his eyes, his Tao heart tranquil, with the primordial purple energy floating in his sea of consciousness, shimmering with ethereal Tao light. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Li Yu stood aside, observing his father-in-law deep in thought, not daring to interrupt, while secretly pondering the beautiful lady Yunxiao. My father-in-law first achieved sainthood through the primordial purple energy, and then he will guide me to attain the mixed Yuan Daluo Jingxian. This is called the first saint leading the later saint. At that moment, Li Yu would assist his father-in-law in breaking free from shackles. A dual saint lineage. Perfect. Tongtian stood still, seemingly seeing a fleeting glimmer of hope, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. Buzz. Tongtian suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam flashing beneath his gaze. I understand. The path to sainthood lies within humanity. Li Yu feigned confusion, saying father-in-law. Tongtian looked at his son-in-law with great satisfaction. Indeed, you are my worthy son-in-law. A few casual words have helped me gain clarity. Nuwa achieved sainthood through humanity, and Taiqing's elder brother is among humanity. Tongtian was certain the opportunity for sainthood lies within humanity. Disciple, let us go visit your master. Yes, father-in-law. Not long after, Li Yu accompanied Tongtian to the neighboring tribe. Taiqing Laozu was dressed in simple Taoist robes, sitting quietly on a mat. He had already transmitted the Xian Du Taiqing immortal method and was lecturing him. As a member of humanity, Xian Dust talent was average, but Taiqing Laozu had only this one disciple cultivated with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Could it be lacking? In the future, the renowned Xian Du master Tongtian with a smile approached and first bowed. I pay my respects to my elder brother. Taiqing Laozu slowly opened his eyes and rose. Third brother, why have you come to humanity? Tongtian sighed softly. It is still for my disciple Yunxiao. Sister Nuwa suggested that I guide human marriage, and I can only give it a try. Liu, do not you quickly greet your master. Liu stepped forward confidently, all to honor his father-in-law. Bowing deeply to Taiqing Laozu, Liu pays respects to master. Taiqing frowned slightly. He had previously stated that this child was cunning and untrustworthy, yet now his disciple took him in and formed a Dao couple with Yunxiao. Is this not slapping my elder brother in the face? Taiqing Laozu's expression was calm as water. No need for such courtesy. Since you have entered under the Shangqing sect, you must settle your thoughts and cultivate diligently. Liu sensed that Taiqing Laozu was subtly admonishing him. Not taking him as a disciple was fine, but I have given you 3 gifts. Even without merit there is hardship, right? Directly labeling Liu as cunning and untrustworthy. All right, saying I am cunning. Yet you still reprimand me. Then I will let my father-in-law intercept your title of the first saint, which is quite reasonable, isn't it? Liu bowed deeply. Yes. Disciple will heed master's teachings. Liu stepped back behind his father-in-law. Tongtian smiled. Elder brother, have you discovered the opportunity for the Dao? I have discovered. Tongtian had not finished speaking. Taiqing Laozu shook his head. Not at all. Tongtian's eyes widened slightly. His words abruptly halted him. It shouldn't be. Even I have discovered it. Why does elder brother say there is none? Liu secretly thought, of course, he wants to achieve sainthood first. Otherwise, how would Taiqing, the chief of Xuanmen, maintain his face? Nuwa was the first to achieve sainthood, which made Taiqing lose face, feeling immense pressure. If Tongtian were to achieve sainthood before Taiqing, would Taiqing still have face left? After Taiqing Laozu spoke, he asked, third brother, what have you discovered? Tongtian did not think too much about it, and smiled lightly. I discovered the opportunity for sainthood lies within humanity. Indeed. As Tongtian's words fell, Taiqing Laozu's calm expression rippled. Third brother has also discovered it. Taiqing Laozu felt the pressure. How shall we achieve sainthood? Tongtian shook his head. I have not yet figured it out. Elder brother, how about we discuss the Dao, suggested Tongtian. Taiqing was only one step away from understanding. Discussing the Dao now would only delay time. Taiqing Laozu suggested they first travel through the vast wilderness, and upon returning to Kunlun Mountain bring along the second brother to discuss the Dao together. Tongtian nodded upon hearing this. What my elder brother says is absolutely right. When the time comes, we will invite second brother to discuss the Dao together. Liu stood to the side expressionless. My father-in-law is good at everything except he places too much emphasis on brotherhood. If it weren't for the unconditional trust in Taiqing and Yuqing, would the Jie sect have been wiped out in the future? How could a disciple suffer such a tragic death? Moments later, Tongtian performed a salute bidding farewell to his elder brother, leading Liu back to the thatched hut. Walking along the road, Tongtian was still thinking about what had just happened. Why did elder brother say he did not discover the connection between sainthood and humanity? Could it be that elder brother really has not discovered it? Could it be that I was mistaken and the opportunity for sainthood is unrelated to humanity? Unbeknownst to him, after Tongtian left, Taiqing Laozu summoned Xian Du, instructing him to select promising youths to prepare for sainthood, teaching humanity a censored version of the cultivation method aptly named Golden Core Dao. Tongtian's heart grew ever more chaotic. Even the glimmer of opportunity he had just found began to show signs of fading. Liu, observing his father-in-law's furrowed brow, realized that his father-in-law was about to be misled. As a son-in-law, it is reasonable to pull my father-in-law back onto the right path, right? Honghuang. Liu pondered for a moment. Father-in-law, why did you say the Dao ancestor preached the vast wilderness? Why did the Dao ancestor preach the vast wilderness? Tongtian replied, without hesitation, of course, it was to enlighten all beings. Liu feigned a deep sigh. Unfortunately, at that time humanity had not yet come into existence, and we were not blessed to listen to the Dao ancestor's teachings. Father-in-law, humanity is weak. If there were great powers like the Dao ancestor to preach to us enlightening humanity, we would not have to struggle so hard to survive stumbling along the way. Tongtian's previously chaotic Dao heart suddenly became calm after hearing his son-in-law's words. The primordial purple energy in his sea of consciousness also began to flicker rapidly. Tongtian murmured to himself, enlightening all beings. Enlightening all beings. Then, the confusion on Tongtian's face completely vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. Enlightening all beings. I have achieved it. As he spoke, purple energy began to manifest around Tongtian. The purple energy continuously spread. The heavens and earth displayed strange phenomena. It was as if purple energy was coming from 30,000 miles away. Even Taiqing Laozu and the neighboring tribe noticed this phenomenon inwardly, exclaiming, "Not good. Third brother is about to achieve sainthood. Xiandu, quickly summon your clansmen." Taiqing Laozu needed to immediately impart the golden core Tao. As the purple energy manifested in heaven and earth, the great war between the Wu and Yao stopped in that moment, and their gazes unconsciously turned toward the direction of the purple energy. In the Yao Palace, Di Jun and Tai Yi stared intently at Shouyang Mountain. As the purple energy manifested in heaven and earth, the great war between the Wu and Yao stopped in that moment, and their gazes unconsciously turned toward the direction of the purple energy. In the Yao Palace, Di Jun, the Ming River could no longer suppress his desire to steal teachings. Previously, Nuwa created humanity, achieving sainthood. The Ming River followed suit and created the Azura clan, gaining great merit from the heavenly Tao, but still fell short of achieving sainthood. Shouyang Mountain. It had already become the focus of the vast wilderness and heavens. Tongtian hovered in the clouds of the 9 heavens, enjoying the primordial purple energy, and spoke slowly, "I am Shangxing Tongtian." The Tao ancestor preached the vast wilderness, passing down immortal methods for all beings in the wilderness. Today I establish a sect named Jia. The Tao is 50, the heavenly transformation is 14, and one must escape from it. All things and beings have a glimmer of life. My Jia sect aims to seize this ephemeral glimmer of life for all things and beings, using the 4 swords of slaying immortals to suppress the fate of the Jia sect. Jia sect. Established. Buzz. Boom. The 9 heavens echoed with thundering sounds. The heavenly Tao consented to the establishment of the Jia sect. In an instant, boundless auspiciousness descended. Countless strong merits surged into Tongtian's body. The primordial purple energy connected to the heavenly Tao, completely merged into Tongtian's Tao body. A silent and noble pressure of the Shangqing surged, sweeping across and resonating throughout the vast wilderness. I am Tongtian, the leader of the Jia sect. All fated beings in the wilderness may come to the Bo Palace to listen to the Tao. Liu witnessed his father-in-law achieving sainthood, setting aside the shackles and burdens at this moment. It was the pinnacle that all cultivators yearned for. Liu was the first to exclaim loudly, "I pay my respects to the Shangqing saint. I pay my respects to Saint Tongtian. I pay my respects to my father-in-law." Thus, throughout the heavens and earth, all beings bowed in submission. Even the 3,000 powerful Taoist friends of the esteemed Yunxiao Palace had to bow their heads to Tongtian, not achieving sainthood. Ultimately, one remains an ant. In unison, they bowed, "We pay our respects to the Shangqing saint." Bitter, unbearably bitter, cried the cry. "O vast heaven, why favor the West?" At the very moment Tongtian attained sainthood, Jane and Juni wore anxious, grieving faces and wept with envy and resentment. The East truly nurtures spirit and talent. Tao brother Tongtian has such acuity that he could fathom this method of attaining sainthood. Hurry, senior brother, let us prepare ourselves and attain sainthood as well. Under Shouyang Mountain, Taiqing's face remained placid, yet a flicker of anger shone in his eyes. His 3rd younger brother had achieved sainthood before him, becoming the foremost saint among the 3 pure ones. Taiqing's pride was nearly shattered. Hastily, he began teaching humanity an abbreviated version of the Golden Core Path. A purple aura began to billow around him. "My name is Taiqing. Today I teach the human race the Golden Core Path. Civilize humanity. With the Taiji diagram, I will suppress Renjiao's spiritual fortune." Established. I am the leader of Yunxiao. Purple aura rose from the east for 30,000 li. From the 9 heavens descended a torrent of merit and destiny. Taiqing founded Yunxiao and attained sainthood. At the same moment, Liu felt a sinking in his heart, as if something that once belonged to the human race had been. Millions upon millions of humans felt the same suffocating weight in their chests. Li's face turned grave, and he ground his teeth. The human race's spiritual fortune has been seized by Yunxiao by 35%. Grand thieves. Detestable. Yet Liu could do nothing but note it down. He vowed inwardly to record this outrage. "They have devoured our fortune. One day, I will demand restitution with interest." At the same time, on Kunlun Mountain at Yushu Palace, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan watched as the eldest brother and the 3rd brother attained sainthood by this method. His spirit cleared, and he perceived the opportunity to attain the Tao. "I am Yuqing Yuanshi. Today I found Changjiao to enlighten the myriad beings of the primordial wilds. With the Panga banner, I will suppress Changjiao's spiritual fortune. Changjiao is established. I am the leader of Changjiao." Purple aura came from the east, and heavenly merit descended. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan attained sainthood. It was not over. In the western heavens, the Brahma light swelled. Jane and Zhuanti proclaimed, "The Bodhi of the West holds a wondrous method. Today we will found the Shifang sect. All things and beings are bound to our West. With the 12-grade merit golden lotus, I will consolidate the Shifeng sect's spiritual fortune. Shifeng sect established. In the west, they had expected purple aura to come from the east, yet there was none. The myriad beings of the primordial wilds had already come to pay homage, saluting the Shangqing saint, the Taiqing saint, and the Yuqing saint. They were preparing to bow to the two western figures when everything halted. The myriad beings looked puzzled. What has happened? Why have the two in the west not become saints? Then why not us? The three pure ones establish their sects and become saints, so why not the two in the west? In the west, Jane and Junti were dumbfounded. This is not right, is it? Why can the three pure ones found their sects and become saints while we cannot? It hurts. It is unbearable. O vast heaven, why afflict our west so? The west was desolate and barren. There were scarcely any sentient beings, and the merit to civilize them was insufficient. Jane and Junti were utterly helpless and had no choice but to borrow from the heavenly Tao. They issued a great vow to guide sentient beings to eliminate their karmic hindrances to attain supreme bliss. One great vow alone was not enough. Jane and Junti made 48 great vows to the heavenly Tao and secured a substantial loan of merit and spiritual fortune. The Brahma light then bathed the land and illuminated the primordial wilds. Jane and Junti attained the Tao and became saints. The myriad beings bowed half unwillingly. We pay respects to the two western saints. Thus the legendary day of 5 saints came to be. The era of the 6 saints had arrived. At the same time, within Li Yes sea of consciousness, a mechanical system voice sounded and displayed information named Yunxiao, companion innate cloud spirit, status direct disciple of Jijiao. Harmony points 20. Liu stared at the system update in astonishment. Harmony points had doubled. Liu quickly understood. The higher the status of the bound Dao partner, the more harmony points one could earn. Previously, Tongtian had not been a saint. Yunxiao's status was as the direct disciple of Shangqing Tongtian. Now in a single leap, she had become the direct disciple of a saint. This is the meaning of when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend. Even Liu before could only be called the son-in-law of Shangqing Tongtian. Now he could proudly say, my father-in-law is a Shangqing saint. Liu offered a faint smile. This is truly a fine thing. Dragged out by his father-in-law today, he had no time to be close with his wife and feared he would not accumulate enough harmony points. Now it seemed he had enough. Previously, spending 12 hours a day together with critical bonuses yielded roughly 1,000,000 harmony points. Now the same 12 hours with bonuses brought 2,000,000. Tongtian descended through the clouds still clad in a cyan Dao robe, yet his bearing had changed, handsome and vigorous, full of spirit and unrestrained. Son-in-law, I pay respects to my father-in-law, the Shangqing saint, he said. Tongtian was in high spirits and grew more pleased with this son-in-law. He thought if not for his casual words, I would never have considered the matter of civilizing all beings, such as fate. Let us go home. Before long, Liu followed Tongtian back to the cottage. Duobao rushed out and prostrated. Disciple Duobao pays respects to the Shangqing saint. Tongtian asked, Bao, what is it? Duobao, upon hearing his familiar name, breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Master has become a saint, I, Duobao, am still Master's first treasure. Master, you have become a saint. Does that make me the Jijiao senior brother? Tongtian nodded. Indeed. Duobao, as Jijiao senior brother, you must look after your junior brothers and sisters' cultivation. Duobao was delighted. Rest assured, Master. After attaining sainthood, Tongtian's first concern was Yunxiao. Junior sister Nuwa had once used saintly power to tend Yunxiao. Now that Tongtian had attained the Tao, he wished to try his hand at healing as well. Tongtian entered the cottage with Liu. Though Yunxiao could not move, she had heard the Master's proclamation to the primordial wilds. She blinked her eyes as if to say, congratulations, Master, on attaining sainthood. A saint perceives all. Tongtian sensed Yunxiao's thoughts. Let Master treat his disciple once more. Please, Master, you trouble yourself, she seemed to reply. If it is for Master and disciple, there is no need to speak of trouble. A Shangqing mist rose about Tongtian as his saintly power tended to Yunxiao. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 passed. Liu ventured, father-in-law, how is she? Tongtian shook his head. Even though I am a saint, I cannot discern the cause. Why Yunxiao was injured or how remains unknown. Master, you need not trouble yourself so for this disciple. I am quite all right here. Perhaps this is my fate. Besides, Master, you yourself said that all things retain a thread of life. Oh, perhaps one day I will recover on my own. Tongtian perceived his disciple's resolve. Indeed, all things retain a thread of life. He then glanced at Liu and felt a small relief. I only chose him for his handsome bearing of fortunate that his character is sound, and he is willing to care for the injured disciple Yunxiao. Son-in-law, from this day forth you are also a direct disciple of Jijiao. I bestow this treasure upon you for protection. Saying so, Tongtian produced a small purple hammer that gleamed with treasure light and swirling mist. It was truly extraordinary. Duobao envied him. The purple lightning hammer, an ultimate innate spirit treasure master's cherished companion artifact. Liu was stunned. How long had he been a son-in-law? Was his father-in-law already about to shower him with riches? Liu, a man of honor, cannot merely become a dependent son-in-law, he thought. Thank you for your kindness, father-in-law, but I have only just set foot on the path of cultivation, and to wield such a supreme treasure now would invite peril. Tongtian retorted, oh. Do you mean to say that cultivators in the primordial wilds would dare kill to seize a treasure? To plunder the supreme relic of a direct disciple of the Shangqing saint? To steal a saint's spirit treasure? Duo Bao chuckled. Then our Yunxiao will show them the way of the Tao. If it is master's gift, then accept it, junior brother. A few breaths later, someone laughed. Being a son-in-law is truly to my advantage. Tongtian received transmitted words from the eldest and second brothers and returned to Honghuang Mountain to discuss the Tao. Liu escorted them out. I respectfully see off father-in-law and senior brother Duo Bao. After they left, Liu clasped the purple hammer and returned to the cottage, grinning. His thoughts were plain upon his face. Madame Yunxiao, come be close. He thought privately, would my lady deign to share my bed this night? What? Not even a son-in-law. If a dog won't do it, then I'll take the role myself. To be a son-in-law, one must have spirit. Moreover, one must be able to endure and adapt. No other intention, it's just too enticing. Liu moved a small wooden stool and sat by the bed, his hand naturally resting on his wife's. Eternally united in heart unity, 2020. His wife's identity transformed, becoming a disciple of a sage, her status growing even more noble. Correspondingly, the heart unity value doubled. Liu couldn't help but generate a bold and previously unimagined speculation. What if my wife became the leader of the Yunxiao? Or, what if she became the great sovereign of the primordial era? Wouldn't that status be even more prestigious? Too far-fetched, too far-fetched. Liu retracted his wandering thoughts. The most important thing now was to get close to his wife. Today I walked with my father-in-law at Shouyang Mountain and also visited my master. Yunxiao blinked her eyes. As master also at Shouyang Mountain? Liu saw his wife's intention and nodded. Yes, master established the human teaching, imparting the golden core Tao to the human race. I suppose the Taoist temple will also move to Shouyang Mountain. How could that be? The Three Pure Ones Taoist temple is located at Honghuang Mountain. Today the Three Pure Ones became saints and returned to Honghuang Mountain to discuss the Tao. If Liu's speculation was correct, the Three Pure Ones would soon separate. The separation of the Three Pure Ones involves multiple factors. The most superficial is their differing doctrines, while the deeper issue lies in Honghuang Mountain's inability to bear the grand fortune of the three saints and three teachings. Perhaps there is also the heavenly Tao stirring things up behind the scenes. Yunxiao believes that although the Three Pure Ones have minor conflicts, they would never reach the point of separation. Liu chuckled. Wife, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Yunxiao was curious. What about? Let's see if master will move to Shouyang Mountain. For the stakes, if I win, I get a kiss. Yunxiao's face was warm, seemingly smiling. All right, what if I win? Then you get a kiss too. Yunxiao smiled, even more gently. Good, no matter the outcome, husband won't lose. A little interlude. Yunxiao quietly lay on the bed, noticing that her husband was still sitting on the small stool, knowing he was very tired. He had kept vigil all night, made a wooden chair to watch the sunrise, and accompanied his teacher on a walk to Shouyang Mountain. Although her husband had cultivated the upper clear magic, he had only just embarked on the path of cultivation and would undoubtedly be fatigued. Yunxiao thought for a moment, blinked her eyes. Husband, the bed can accommodate both of us. Come up. Liu, seeing his wife's blinking momentarily, didn't understand. Wife, what's wrong? Yunxiao blinked again. Let's sleep on the bed, you're too tired. Liu could never have imagined that his wife would personally invite him to share the bed. Thus, he never considered this possibility. Liu was slow to grasp Yunxiao's meaning. After several hints from her, seeing that her husband still didn't understand, a wave of sadness surged in her heart, feeling a deep melancholy with tears welling in her eyes. Yunxiao certainly didn't blame her husband for not understanding her intentions. Rather, she lamented herself, feeling like a useless person who couldn't even communicate the simplest things. Her husband was a rising star among the human race, destined for a bright future. Yet now he could only guard his motionless self, resembling a waste. Everything has a glimmer of hope. This was the comforting words Yunxiao had heard from her teacher. Even saints, even the Tao ancestor, could do nothing to save her. Yunxiao had already made the worst plans in her heart. Her life might be like this. Yunxiao was unwilling and didn't want to let her husband spend every day beside her without the opportunity to appreciate the vast and beautiful primordial landscapes. Liu sat beside the bed, seeing a layer of mist in his wife's eyes, seemingly about to cry. His heart ached. Wife, what's wrong? It's all my fault for not understanding your intentions. The more Liu said this, the more guilt and remorse Yunxiao felt. For her husband's future, Yunxiao chose the simplest method, closing her eyes, applying cold treatment. Husband, if you're disappointed, you should leave. Liu held Yunxiao's small hand, feeling a bit lost and helpless. Wife, could you open your eyes, please? Wife, look at me. The next moment, Liu smiled faintly, suddenly thinking of a solution: Morse code. In his past life, Liu happened to have read some books on codes and understood how they were constructed. So he sat quietly, gently closing his eyes. Using the primordial Tao patterns as a foundation, he compiled a codebook. Yunxiao could blink her eyes, the frequency of her blinks constituting the cipher, which could then be translated using the codebook. Yunxiao lay quietly, noticing her husband hadn't spoken for a long time. Husband, you must be tired of me, right? Husband shouldn't be bound by me. Wife, open your eyes, I've created an interesting cipher. Yunxiao felt curious inside, but still didn't open her eyes. Wife, are you angry with me? Are you blaming me? Liu had no choice but to provoke her. Liu placed Yunxiao's hand on his chest. We share joy and sorrow, for better or worse. I know I'm just an ordinary, frail human, unworthy of you. Liu lamented, stealing glances at his wife. Sure enough, Yunxiao suddenly opened her eyes wide, indicating denial. I didn't mean it like that. Yunxiao only felt like a burden. How could she dislike her husband? Liu smiled slightly. Then I'd like to hear your explanation. Before Yunxiao could refuse, Liu presented the primordial version of the cipher. Liu began to explain to Yunxiao the structure of the cipher and the corresponding Tao patterns, as well as the blink frequency. The cipher was complex, but Yunxiao was a congenital spirit. Her aptitude, roots, and comprehension were all exceptional. She memorized it in one go. After learning the cipher, Yunxiao felt her Tao heart shaken. Husband, are you truly a genius? To think of such a brilliant method. Seeing that his wife had learned the cipher, Liu intentionally feigned grievance. Wife, you still owe me an explanation. If I've done anything wrong, you must tell me rather than treating me with such coldness. Cold treatment, ignoring the other party, isn't that a form of violence? Yunxiao suddenly felt that the term cold treatment was very unpleasant. It was very hurtful. Yunxiao hesitated for a long time, sighed inwardly, and blinked at a specific frequency. Everything husband does is good. It's me who has dragged you down. Liu translated the corresponding Tao patterns, meaning smiling helplessly. Yunxiao, so you were worried about me and didn't want to burden me. Foolish. Without you, Yunxiao Li, you would only be a frail human for this lifetime. How could I conquer the primordial world? Liu tightly held his wife's small hand against his chest. Sharing joy and sorrow means that regardless of life and death, wealth or poverty, we are together. Sharing honor and disgrace means that if you are happy, then I am happy, and if you are sad, my heart aches. Liu gently said, Wife, we have already experienced the darkest abyss, so every day from now on will be increasingly bright. Upward. Yunxiao was lost in thought, softly murmuring after the dark abyss. Every day is bright and upward. Originally just a casual remark that everything has a glimmer of hope. At this moment it felt as if it truly rooted in Yunxiao's heart. Thank you, husband. Yunxiao understands now. Yunxiao blinked her eyes. Liu suddenly asked, from the very beginning, what did you want to say? Yunxiao gazed at him with tender eyes. Husband, you've worked hard all day. Oh, please lie down and rest on the bed. Oh, that feels good. After all the commotion, it turned out this was what his wife meant. Yunxiao asked, tonight, would you like to share the bed with me? After 3 breaths, Liu lay beside Yunxiao, looking beautiful. He intertwined his arm with hers, their fingers slowly drawing closer until they clasped together. They separated their fingers one by one, tightly holding each other. The joy within was such that one would forget the world. Yunxiao blinked her eyes and said, Husband, let's rest for a while. Alright, a short nap. Liu gently closed his eyes while Yunxiao quietly watched her husband fall asleep. A mechanical voice echoed continuously in Liu's mind. Triggered critical hit, affinity value 520, affinity value 1314. Perhaps he was truly exhausted, or perhaps it was the beauty in his arms. Liu slept lightly for an hour. After an hour, it was already dusk. The setting sun's afterglow spilled into the room, illuminating Yunxiao's face. Her long and slender eyelashes were enchanting. Her exquisite features were breathtakingly beautiful. Her crystal-like lips were soft and alluring. Liu gently turned over, lying on his side, quietly admiring the stunning beauty. Current affinity value 1. 25 million. Remaining refresh time in the shop half an hour. Without hesitation, Liu focused his mind and thought, purchase a discount on the cultivation talent. Ding. Affinity value 1 million. Item successfully delivered, please check. The system's voice faded. Liu felt a cool sensation in his mind, and the next moment warmth enveloped his entire body. It was comfortable and pleasant, akin to the joy of kissing Lady Yunxiao. Talent, roots, comprehension, all underwent a transformation. A great transformation. Namely you. Roots low grade, innate, though still in a human form. His talents and roots already rival those of innate beings. This innate root is not as simple as that of an innate human. It is truly that of an innate being. Examples: Zhen Yuanzi Ming, He Di Jun Tai, Yi Kuan Peng, etc. However, figures like Zhen Yuanzi and Ming, he possessed top-tier innate roots. Liu is currently of low-grade innate. Liu began to operate the Shangqing immortal method again. Earlier spiritual energy flowed into his body like specks of starlight. At this moment it surged in like a stream of water entering the sea, rushing into his Tao body. And it was not just a small stream. As the Shangqing immortal method operated, rich, innate spiritual energy from Shouyang Mountain gathered from all directions towards the thatched cottage. It transformed into countless streams pouring into Li Yes' Tao body. The thin trace of magical power within him began to grow rapidly. The magical power transformed from a thin trace into countless strands, then liquefied, becoming a stream of magical power. It flowed through his limbs and bones, nourishing his Tao body, nurturing his spirit. Half an hour later, Li Yu felt his body become light and agile, experiencing a qualitative change in both flesh and spirit. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Have I become an immortal? In the realm of Earth Immortals. According to the teachings of the Shangqing immortal method, Earth Immortals have light and agile bodies containing ethereal immortal qi, but still retaining some turbidity, hence called Earth Immortals. Half an hour to become an immortal. Wow! Is this the power of innate roots? The might of the Shangqing immortal method. One must know that in mythology, when Sun Wukong entered the Bodhi sect, he attained immortality after 3 days of cultivation, and after 7 days he broke through another realm, which was already quite terrifying. Li Yu only took half an hour. In fact, this is quite normal. This is in the primordial era. Innate spiritual energy is abundant. Even a weed often soaked in innate spiritual energy becomes a spirit herb. Not to mention the great innate beings of the primordial era who emerge as Taiqing golden immortals, the Luo golden immortals, etc. The human race with their weak talents is quite inferior compared to the myriad races in the primordial era. Ding. Today's system shop has refreshed Golden Crow transformation technique 100 million. Note: the ultimate speed in the world requires cultivation with the essence of the Golden Crow endless fire Tao scripture 1 million. Note: cultivating the great Tao with spiritual wisdom, the body encompasses myriad laws gathering strength. Do not cultivate supernatural techniques, but refine the mind and sharpen the will. A drop of 3 light divine water 1 million. Note: the top healing item in the primordial era Honghuang Cauldron 1 billion. Note: an innate treasure has the effect of reversing innate properties when refining spirit treasures. Pangus essence blood pangus, spinal marrow pangus, nascent soul 1 billion. Set note: with this set you will become a small pangu. Li Yu looked at the refreshed system shop and smiled. Indeed, I've caught a wild pangu, and even got the pangus set. Golden Crow transformation technique is the ultimate flying speed in the world, but it requires the essence of the Golden Crow to cultivate. The price is too steep. I can't afford it for now, so I'll mark it first. Endless fire Tao scripture. Is this a technique? I'll mark it. Honghuang Cauldron, an innate treasure. Invincible. Mark it first. Pangus set. Mark that too. The only item refreshed that is affordable is the 3 light divine water, and the system provided a description: sunlight divine water dissipates blood essence and flesh, moonlight divine water corrodes the nascent soul and spirit, starlight divine water dissolves true spiritual thoughts. Once the 3 lights combine, it becomes 3 light divine water, reputed to be the top healing item in the primordial era, claimed to heal all injuries. I just wonder, can it heal Lady Yunxiao? Li Yes' mind returned as he lay on the bed admiring his wife's unparalleled beauty. So beautiful. Li Yu gently kissed Yunxiao's face. Her slightly closed beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, feeling the warmth left on her cheek. Li Yu softly said, "All right, my lady, you're awake, yet still pretending to be asleep." Yunxiao slowly opened her eyes and replied, "I just woke up." In the next moment, Yunxiao sensed a change in her husband's aura, as if he had become an immortal. If he were a being of the primordial era attaining the Shangqing immortal method's teachings and becoming an earth immortal in a day would not be surprising. But her husband was human with poor talent. How could he wake up and have the appearance of an immortal? Husband, you are too impressive." Li Yu saw the confusion, joy, and happiness in Yunxiao's eyes and joked with a smile, "Could it be? My lady is a supreme fortune-bringing figure. I have gained the light of my lady and have become an immortal. Well, to be honest, my father-in-law secretly taught me the Tao." Yunxiao did not care how her husband became an immortal. She was just happy that he had attained immortality. After becoming an immortal, Li Yu possessed the abilities of an immortal. He transferred the marital merits and fortune he had gained to Yunxiao. She understood her husband's intentions and did not refuse. After 3 breaths, Yunxiao regretted, "It still didn't work." Li Yu laughed and said, "Didn't work? That means there isn't enough fortune. If it didn't work, how could you open your eyes? No worries. For the sake of my wife, I will find a way. There will surely be some fortune. In the primordial era, opportunities abound, and great merits are plentiful." What? Not wild? If Li Yu says it's wild, who would dare to disagree? "Thank you, husband. My lady, could you stop saying thank you all the time? If you must thank me, it would be better to kiss me twice." Li Yu carried Yunxiao to the rocking chair, there were still 7 or 8 spirit deer in the yard for a little snack. After becoming an immortal, it was no longer necessary to eat mundane food to fill the stomach, but for enjoyment, it was also a form of cultivation, and eating was delightful. Liu raised his hand, conjuring a flame, using the fire dragon technique from the Tongtian immortal method. Just as he was about to roast meat, someone approached from outside the thatched cottage, crying, "Chief." The person was a clansman from Liu's tribe. Seeing several male clansmen with bruises and injuries, Liu frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" The clansman lamented, "The neighboring tribe robbed us of our prey and even attacked us." The neighboring tribe was clearly the one where Xuandu resided. Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn it, how bold. How dare they rob me? Liu had stayed in the tribe for 3 years, and such a heinous act had never occurred before. In the early days of humanity, survival was arduous, and most of his fellow tribesmen worked together to overcome difficulties. How dare they steal food today? Tomorrow they will dare to kill. This cannot be tolerated. Liu quickly returned to the house. Yunxiao was quietly lying on the bed as she had just heard her husband shouting outside, and blinked, asking, "Husband, what happened?" Liu's expression was serious. "My lady, the neighboring tribe is stealing food. I forgot to tell you, my lady, that I am the leader of the human tribe. I need to handle this matter now. My lady, stay at home obediently. I will be back soon." "Okay, husband, please be safe." Liu gently approached, bent down, and lightly pecked Yunxiao's forehead. Yunxiao slightly closed her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, proving that she was nervous inside. Yet she did not resist. Liu exited the thatched house and set up a restriction, using the upper Qing celestial method to prevent any living beings from intruding. Little Tiger Yunxiao lead the way. Little Tiger was a fellow tribesman, robust and strong with the power of a tiger. This name was given by Liu. Yunxiao was also strong and could catch prey every time he went hunting, like a general who never lost. Thus Liu named him Yunxiao. "Yes, chief." With the chief's backing, dozens of young men from Liu's tribe rushed into the mountains with vigor. In the dark of the forest, Little Tiger and Yunxiao caught a mountain deer of medium size. The people from the Xiandu tribe were currently using sharp stones to carve the prey. Seeing this scene, Liu's expression darkened, and his voice thundered, "Dare you steal my tribe's prey? Put it down. I will kill you scoundrels. I'll put it all down." Liu had already stepped into the earth immortal realm, his voice resonating like thunder, his aura overwhelming. With a roar, the people of the Xiandu tribe were instantly frightened into a daze, not daring to move. "Yunxiao, here. Who hit you?" "Him. It's him. Get back at him if you get hit, and don't say a word. Don't say you're from our tribe." With the chief's backing, Yunxiao suddenly charged forward, slapping the other person's face with both hands. Then he pouted, feeling great. Liu squinted, knowing these were just a group of small rascals. "If you have the ability, go hunt yourself. Oh, what kind of skill is it to steal the prey of your fellow tribesmen?" Just then a voice came from a distance. "I wondered who dared to hit a member of my tribe. So it's you, Liu, the son-in-law." The newcomer, dressed in Taoist robes, was none other than Xiandu. Liu smiled indifferently. "Did the son-in-law eat your family's rice?" "Senior brother Xian, do your tribe's people need discipline? If they dare to steal food today, will they not bully the tribesmen tomorrow?" As Liu spoke, he first placed a big hat on the other party. Xiandu narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice somewhat cold. "Junior brother, your hand is reaching too far. What qualifications do you have to discipline me?" When Xiandu became a direct disciple of Taiqing, Liu was still an ant, and he even dared to think of becoming a disciple of the Taiqing master. He didn't know what kind of luck he had to become the son-in-law of the upper Qing saint. Xiandu's voice was cold. "Is it possible that junior brother has become so capable that senior brother is here to test you?" Buzz. Xiandu's body emanated celestial spiritual energy. The aura of a peak true immortal was undeniably revealed. Liu looked at this scene and thought it's still the only seedling that is good. The resources of the Taiqing lineage can nurture a Xiandu. Even if the human race's aptitude is average, in just a few days, he can reach the peak of true immortal. Xiandu's aura was overwhelming. "I wonder what cultivation level my junior brother is at." Liu's internal power circulated, revealing his earth immortal cultivation. Xiandu laughed. "A mere earth immortal dares to be arrogant before me." Liu's lips curled up slightly. "Oh, is that so? I hope senior brother's words are just as tough later." Liu raised his hand. A miniature purple hammer appeared. It expanded against the wind, and in an instant it transformed into a large hammer with purple lightning and fire swirling upon it. It was the precious protective treasure bestowed by his father-in-law, the purple lightning hammer. It belonged to the top-grade, innate level. Although Liu had not yet refined the purple lightning hammer, he could at most unleash 1% of its power. But it was enough to deal with Xiandu. Liu poured his power into the purple lightning hammer. In an instant, the purple lightning and fire roared, transforming into a purple dragon that charged toward Xiandu. Xiandu saw this scene. He was dumbfounded. Xiandu had just begun his cultivation, receiving assistance from his teacher in purging his marrow with spiritual pills and medicinal baths, and practicing the Taiqing, celestial method his power had improved so quickly. But the mystical techniques of the Taiqing lineage had not yet begun to be cultivated. How could he withstand the onslaught of the purple lightning hammer? In an instant, Xiandu was struck by lightning from head to toe in excruciating pain. The lightning and fire continued to spread. In his panic, Xiandu crushed the jade slip passed down by the Taiqing master. At the same time, Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones were discussing the Tao, more accurately, they were arguing. The Yunxiao primordial lord's expression was displeased. Third brother, look at what kind of disciples you are accepting. They have turned Kunlun Mountain into a place of smoke and chaos, a group of armored beings born from eggs. Are they worthy of entering the gates of a saint? The Tongtian teacher frowned slightly. Second brother, you speak too harshly. Every disciple under my teaching is extraordinary. Moreover, one hand cannot clap alone. The disciples of second brother's sect have also acted excessively. The primordial lord was angered. Third brother, what do you mean by that? All of my disciples have great fortune and top-notch aptitude. It seemed that since when arguments had become the Taiqing Laozi's expression was calm as water. He sighed deeply. Kunlun Mountain ultimately cannot bear the fate of the three saints. When Taiqing Laozi spoke, both the primordial lord and the Tongtian teacher were shocked, and then their divine senses perceived the information of the heavenly Tao. Kunlun Mountain cannot bear the fate of the three pure ones. Separation is the trend. The three pure ones fell silent. After millions of years of brotherhood, although they had been arguing recently, their feelings were still strong. No one knew how long the silence lasted. Taiqing Laozi suddenly spoke. I have already passed down the golden core Tao of the human race at Shouyang Mountain, so let's move the 8 scenery palace to Shouyang Mountain. The primordial lord remained silent. The Tongtian teacher grew anxious. Elder brother, second brother, let's not argue anymore. Taiqing Laozi shook his head. Third brother, you must understand this is the trend. The trend cannot be defied. Although the three pure ones have separated today, the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaves will always be one family. After a long time, the Tongtian teacher sighed. I will go to the wilderness to seek a place for the Tao. The Jiejiao shall also relocate. The primordial lord nodded in understanding. Clearly, Kunlun Mountain had become the top-level cave paradise in the wilderness, and it was also a symbol of the three pure ones' attainment. Once Taiqing and Shangqing left, Kunlun Mountain would be the self-reserved territory of the Changjiao. From the moment the three pure ones separated, it was already uneven. Taiqing Laozi slightly closed his eyes, having received Xiandu's plea for help. Having become a saint, he could discern the truth with a thought. The human teaching cannot afford to lose Xiandu, this one direct disciple. Third brother, come with elder brother to Shouyang Mountain. The Tongtian teacher nodded. All right. Taiqing Laozi raised his hand, his body surrounded by the Tao rhythm of Taiqing, using the power of a saint to envelop the 8 scenery palace. The next moment, he shattered the void. In an instant, they arrived at Shouyang Mountain. The Tongtian teacher followed along, and as soon as they reached Shouyang Mountain, he saw Li Yu was fighting Xiandu. The Tongtian teacher exclaimed, what? Li Yu, seeing his father-in-law and Taiqing master coming together, cried out loudly, I implore my father-in-law to mediate. I implore master to mediate. Beside him, Xiandu, who had just received a severe beating, was dumbfounded and panicked. My words, they are all my words. How could you have said them? What did I say? The old master of Taiqing furrowed his brows slightly. He was already in a bad mood after losing the title of the first saint of the three pure ones to Tongtian. Now his disciple was beaten by a cunning and treacherous fellow he looked down upon. Tongtian, the master of the teachings, feigned seriousness. You brat, always causing trouble. Quickly explain why you assaulted your senior brother. Tongtian's expression was stern as he was protective of his own. He said this deliberately to make his son-in-law reveal the truth and gain the upper hand in reasoning. Li Yu spoke truthfully, saying that Xuandu had condoned his clan members in stealing grain. Tongtian shot a fierce glare at Li Yu. When we return, let's see how I deal with you. Then Tongtian turned to his eldest brother and apologized. Eldest brother, I have not managed my disciples well. Taiqing knew very well that Xuandu was indeed at fault. The third brother chimed in with him. Even if Taiqing wanted to be angry, he had no grounds. It's nothing serious, it's just a discussion of Tao among disciples. Xuandu, come with your master. Xuandu's anger had not subsided, but he did not dare to defy the holy teacher, feeling disgruntled. Yes. Taiqing waved his sleeve, and the 8 sceneries palace landed right in the center of Shouyang Mountain, occupying the best geomancy, presenting a formidable stance of a tiger crouching and a dragon coiling. Li Yu saw this and realized the three pure ones have already split apart. Tongtian's voice was deep. Follow me back. Li Yu respectfully nodded. Yes, father-in-law. After a short while, Li Yu returned to the thatched cottage with Tong. Li Yu pretended to understand and deliberately asked, Father-in-law, Master Taiqing, why has the Taoist temple moved to Shouyang Mountain? Tongtian sighed softly. We, the Jie sect, are about to move away from Kunlun Mountain. The wilderness of the primordial world is vast and boundless with countless blessed lands, but most are already owned. Tongtian had not yet decided where to move. Liu knew that the future Taoist temple of the Jie sect would be on the shores of the East Sea on Yunxiao Island. Yunxiao Island, the palace of Bio where countless immortals gather. Tongtian glanced at his son-in-law. Do you have any recommended places? Liu pointed to himself. Liu wanted to say the shores of the East Sea. Father-in-law, I haven't even left Shouyang Mountain. How can I recommend anything? That's true. Then shall we wander in the primordial world together? Liu did not want to go, wanting to return to cuddle with his wife. All right, thank you for your guidance, father-in-law. Let's bring my wife along as well. Tongtian nodded in satisfaction. This son-in-law is considerate. Even in his thoughts, he cares for Yunxiao. Liu returned to the thatched cottage and picked up Yunxiao. Yunxiao greets the master. Disciple need not be overly polite, let's go. The rhythms of the upper clear Dao shattered the void. Liu embraced his wife Yunxiao, surrounded by the rhythms of the upper clear Dao, following his father-in-law into the void. The primordial world is boundless, and ordinary cultivators may spend their entire lives without being able to travel. However, for a saint, going anywhere is merely a thought away. Thus Liu experienced traveling the North Sea in the morning and the Kangwu in the evening. In one breath he was still in the North Sea, and in the next breath he arrived at Kangwu. Tongtian searched many locations, but was not satisfied. Above the East Sea the waves surged and crashed. Liu stood in the cloud sea of the 9 heavens. Father-in-law, my wife, look over there. In the vast expanse of the sea there were hundreds of thousands of small islands. Thousands of small islands formed a chain surrounding the central large island like stars surrounding the moon. Tongtian's spirit stirred, sensing that this island had a connection. In the next moment he appeared on the central large island with his son-in-law and disciple Yunxiao. Buzz. A strong primordial spiritual energy rushed towards him, rich enough to nearly liquefy. On the island lush greenery flourished with immortal cranes and divine birds flying, bringing countless auspicious signs. It was surprisingly an unclaimed island. Tongtian seemed to perceive information from the Tao, and with a calm smile he said, this place should be the Taoist temple of my Jie sect. Yunxiao Island. The legendary Yunxiao Island finally appeared. Liu couldn't help but feel it was a coincidence on the shores of the East Sea, such an immortal island. Had no cultivators discovered it before? After the 3 pure ones split, it appeared almost as if it was tailor-made for the Jie sect. Perhaps it was the will of the Tao. Liu congratulated. Congratulations, father-in-law, for finding such a blessed land. Yunxiao, held in her husband's arms, was in a good mood as well. Congratulations, master. Tongtian chuckled. We the Jie sect will settle down here. Your senior brothers and sisters have yet to arrive, son-in-law, and Yunxiao, you should find an immortal island to settle down first. Although Liu was the son-in-law, and Yunxiao had married out, they would always be the direct descendants of the Jie sect. In the Jie sect, they should have a home. According to Tongtian's plan, the palace of Bio would be placed on Yunxiao Island, where disciples would come to Yunxiao Island to listen to the teachings. Disciples should also have their own Taoist temple and immortal island in their leisure time. The outer ring of Yunxiao Island had thousands of immortal islands, all of which were excellent blessed lands. Liu and Yunxiao said, thank you, father-in-law, master. Tongtian smiled brightly, shattered the void, and returned to Kunlun Mountain to prepare for moving the disciples to Yunxiao Island. Liu embraced his wife Yunxiao, traversing among the many immortal islands. The couple was searching for a suitable immortal island. Wife, how about this island? Yunxiao wore a gentle smile. Not good, this island is too cramped and narrow. Wife, then how about this one? The cliffs are too steep. It wasn't that Yunxiao was overly picky, but this would be their home in the Jie sect. Naturally, it could not be chosen carelessly. Liu, holding Yunxiao, was also quite pleased as he wandered through the immortal islands. It was simple. The more effort his wife put in, the more it proved that Yunxiao was considering Liu, increasingly stepping into the role of a wife. Until they stopped on an island. On the island, birds chirped and flowers bloomed lush and green. Abundant primordial spiritual energy flowed. There was also a natural vein of celestial spirit moving through a cave. Inside the cave, it was not cramped or dark. On the contrary, it was bright and warm. There was also a natural spring inside containing vast spiritual energy, and the spring water was warm. It was like a natural hot spring. Liu had already envisioned the future of sharing candid moments with his wife, soaking in the hot spring together. Wife, this place is quite nice. Yunxiao also expressed satisfaction. Yes, this place is very nice. Thus it was named Tongtian Immortal Island. As for the future 3 immortal islands, they no longer existed. Having gotten married, and still living together with the 2 sisters Yunxiao and Bixiao, Liu would never be foolish enough to find himself a bright light bulb. In any case, there were many immortal islands. The 2 sisters could live separately. It was just that Liu and his wife needed to find a good immortal island first. The palace of Bio was moved to Yunxiao Island. Accompanying them were disciples such as Duobao Wudong and Jinling. Tongtian took command of Yunxiao Island. His disciples also took charge of various immortal islands. After that, Li Yu brought Yunxiao to the palace of Bio and found Tongtian, father-in-law. I have come to bid farewell. Tongtian, wearing a blue Taoist robe, sat quietly on a cushion, his brows slightly furrowed. What's the matter? Is this place not good? Good? Very good. It is truly a blessed land of Tongtian, and my senior brothers speak so pleasantly, I love it. Then why do you want to go back? Tongtian, having accepted this son-in-law, felt even more pleased. He wanted him to stay, valuing him, and also for Yunxiao's sake. Li Yu sighed lightly. If I don't go back, what will happen to my clan? In Li Yu's eyes, it was not merely 100 or so people in the tribe, but millions of human beings. Now it was the time of the witch and zombie calamity. A great disaster for humanity was imminent, and millions of human beings were about to bleed. If Li Yu were just an ordinary human without power, he would naturally stay on Yunxiao Island listening to the saints' teachings. When in poverty, one focuses on oneself. Oh, when wealthy, one helps the world. If Li Yu disregarded the lives of his fellow humans and just walked away, how was he different from the later traitor Xuandu? Moreover, the future of humanity would be the protagonist of the world. Humanity had great potential. Tongtian sat on the cushion, his brow furrowed for a long time, suddenly smiling. If you wish to return, then return. This son-in-law of mine values feelings and loyalty, willing to return to foolish, ignorant, and weak clansmen instead of listening to the saints' teachings. Not forgetting one's roots. Tongtian liked this son-in-law even more. Li Yu smiled and said, now I have also become an immortal. Once my cultivation improves, I can run to Yunxiao Island every now and then. At this moment, Li Yu's heart gave birth to a bold idea he had never considered before. Relocating the human clan from Shouyang Mountain to the shores of the East Sea has countless benefits. First, to avoid continuing to be robbed of fortune by others while staying in Shouyang Mountain. Second, the climate on the shores of the East Sea is warm, the soil fertile, and there is more space and opportunity. The Supreme Master of Heaven smiled with satisfaction, saying, if you wish to return, then return. With that, he raised his hand and produced a pair of celestial shoes inscribed with mysterious runes radiating a precious glow. This is the wind-chasing shoes, a lower grade, innate treasure containing a hint of spatial power. Once worn, a single step can take you thousands of miles. Li Yu smiled again, saying, father-in-law, why do you keep showering your son-in-law with gold coins? As long as it bears the title of innate, it is incredibly precious. One must know that in the primordial era, innate spiritual treasures are rare. Li Yu hesitated, saying this might not be appropriate. This treasure was obtained from the Funbao rock by my master. Your senior brothers and sisters have no use for it. The celestial shoes, once stepped in, can traverse vast distances in an instant. Li Yu had just reached the Earth immortal realm and had recently mastered the art of cloud riding, but traveling several thousand miles would still take too long. To return from the shores of the Eastern Sea to Shouyang Mountain with his Earth immortal cultivation, it would take years. Thank you very much, father-in-law. Moments later, Li Yu donned the Nike shoes gifted by his father-in-law, holding Lady Yunxiao, and left Yunxiao Island. With a single step, he traversed the heavens and the earth, covering 1,000 miles in an instant, rushing back to the ancestral land of the human race at Shouyang Mountain. In the mountains and forests, a muddy monkey suddenly emerged, encountered Li Yu, and bowed in reverence. Li Yu remained vigilant and summoned the purple lightning hammer. Immortal, I pay my respects to you, immortal. I mean no harm, I wish to take you as my master. I plead for your compassion to accept me. Li Yu then scrutinized the other's appearance. Covered in mud, yet unable to conceal his golden fur, the most striking thing was that he had 6 ears. 6-eared macaque. Li Yu did not expect to encounter a 6-eared macaque in such a remote area. Why do you wish to worship me as your master? The 6-eared macaque replied truthfully. I heard you came out from Yunxiao Island. The Supreme Master of Heaven had moved the Bo Palace to Yunxiao Island, announcing it to the primordial era. Clearly, the 6-eared macaque knew that Li Yu's emergence from Yunxiao Island meant he was a direct disciple of the Shangqing saint. Or more accurately, the 6-eared macaque wished to pay respects to the Shangqing lineage behind Li Yu. As long as he could join the Shangqing lineage, who he took as a master was not important. In his arms, Yunxiao blinked and said to her husband, I have heard from my teacher about the 6-eared macaque. He once eavesdropped on the Tao ancestors' teachings. The Tao ancestor said the law should not be passed to 6 ears. Li Yu naturally understood the saying, smiling lightly, and explained to his wife, the law not being passed to 6 ears does not mean that it warns the practitioners of the primordial era not to impart the law to the 6 ears. My dear, think about it. The Tao ancestor said that those with fate can go to the Yunxiao Palace to listen to the Tao. What kind of practitioners go there? Innate great beings. Each one possesses profound cultivation. When the Tao ancestor imparts the teachings, they are naturally profound. The 6-eared macaque, lacking significant cultivation, could not eavesdrop on the laws of the great beings. In simple terms, the six-eared macaque is merely in the earth immortal realm. Could he eavesdrop on the laws of the Quasi-Saints? Listening to her husband's explanation, Yunxiao suddenly understood. What you say is correct, husband. I understand now. The six-eared macaque kneeling on the ground was shocked to hear such an explanation of the law not being passed to 6 ears. So that's how it is. The Tao ancestor does not prohibit the great beings of the primordial era from passing their teachings to me. After the Tao ancestor spoke of not passing the law to 6 ears, the six-eared macaque had suffered greatly in the primordial era. No practitioner dared to discuss the Tao with him, effectively blocking his path to visit renowned masters. Li Yu smiled lightly, saying, "Monkey, do you still wish to worship me as your master?" The six-eared macaque bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "I have wandered for half my life, suffering greatly. Today, having met an immortal who enlightens me, if you do not abandon me, I wish to serve you, immortal, in any way possible, even into fire and water." Li Yu smiled lightly, saying, "What do you think, my lady? Husband, since he has the heart to pursue the Tao, should we accept him?" Li Yu smiled mysteriously, saying, "Let us heed my wife's words. Surely our Jiejiao will gain a great guardian in the future." Yunxiao was puzzled, asking, "Guardian?" The six-eared macaque is one of the 4 chaotic monkeys possessing excellent talent, background, and comprehension. Because of the prohibition against passing the law to 6 ears, he has squandered his life and has not made a name for himself in the primordial era. If only he had the resources from Jiejiao, then the wheels of his fate would turn quietly. My name is Li Yu, and the Shangqing Saint is my esteemed father-in-law. Since you have the heart to pursue the Tao today, I shall accept you as my registered disciple." The six-eared macaque was increasingly shocked to learn that he was indeed the son-in-law of the Shangqing Saint, comparable to a direct disciple. "I pay my respects to my master. I pay my respects to my master." Li Yu nodded, saying, "You do resemble a monkey. Let us drop the beast from your name and simply call you 6 ears. Yes, 6 ears pays respects to my master. Come, let us return, my disciple." "Yes." Moments later, Li Yu, holding Yunxiao, returned to the foot of Shouyang Mountain. In the small courtyard of the thatched cottage, Li Yu had just returned when he caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood. Frowning, the six-eared macaque pulled out an iron rod guarding in front of his master. His 6 ears twitched, and he spoke with a tense expression, "Master, a great demon has come, at least a true immortal-level demon." The smell of blood was from the blood spilled by his human kin. Li Yu's expression darkened, saying, "How audacious of the demon race." At this moment, they were sneakily slaughtering the human race, truly deserving of death. Li Yu dared not let Yunxiao remain alone, so he carried his wife and hurried towards the cave where their kin resided. Inside the cave, corpses lay scattered everywhere. The air was filled with rage. From a distance, the grass rustled softly. A weak voice came, "Is the leader back?" Little Tiger had a faint aura of victory. Li Yu leaped to the side of the two. They had deep claw marks on their chests, their flesh torn open. Little Tiger and Yunxiao, upon seeing their leader, could not help but shed tears, saying, "A great demon attacked us. Many of our kin have died." Li Yu, using his immortal power, healed the 2 kin. Soon their injuries were healed. Li Yu followed the scent of blood and pursued it. The neighboring Xuandu tribe had also suffered an attack with countless human casualties. Li Yu furrowed his brow tightly, saying, "What about Xuandu? The human race has suffered a massacre. Isn't Xuandu supposed to rescue its own people?" Little Tiger and Yunxiao cried softly, saying, "When the great demon attacked, we heard someone went to ask Xuandu for help, but Xuandu was in seclusion. Xuandu's seclusion was the priority. The human race suffered a massacre. It was merely a few ants that died. What does it matter to Xuandu? This is treachery. How long has it been since they started cultivating? Have they forgotten everything? This is the Taiqing sect. The human sect steals the fortune of the human race. Enjoying the vast fortune of the human race, did they ever care about the lives of the humans? When the calamity of the human race arrives, the Taiqing sect turns a blind eye, allowing the Shouyang human race to be slaughtered in vain, and it's not just empty words." The 6-eared macaque's ears twitched slightly, saying, "Master, the great demon has not gone far, 300 miles to the southeast. Then it is an eye for an eye, blood for blood." In his arms, Yunxiao showed a worried expression, saying, "Husband, you have just entered the immortal realm. Should you not call your senior brothers here?" "No. Husband wants to personally avenge the human race." Yunxiao had never seen her husband so furious. The human race were all his kin. Feeling her husband's wrath, Yunxiao did not say more. With the purple lightning hammer, gifted by her father, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, if it cannot kill a few small demons, it would be better to just crash into them. Moreover, he also had the wind-chasing shoes, moving like lightning. 6 ears. Follow me to chase them down. Yes. 2 breaths later, Li Yu caught up with the great demon. 2 true immortal-level great demons and dozens of small demons at the earth immortal level were tormenting the human race for their amusement. Why torment them? The resentment of the dead human race is the most nourishing, the most delicious. Boom. Crack. Purple divine lightning fell from the sky. It directly struck down several small demons, the kind that obliterates both form and spirit. Liu walked through the air saying, "Are you ready to hear the song of your souls scattering? Even if you plead with me, I will not spare you." After several breaths, the demons' souls scattered, their forms and spirits obliterated. Liu stood quietly pondering for a long time. Exchange for 3 light divine water. Exchange for the eternal Tao text of fire and flame. Fire and Flame Body Refinement Edition. Liu knew that humans could conquer the heavens. The human race must strive for self-improvement. The fate of the human race must be firmly grasped in the hands of the human race. The Taiqing saint in name transmits the golden core Tao of the human race, intending to steal their fortune. Since they do not care about the lives of the human race, do not blame me, Liu, for digging up the roots of your human set. In the valley, all the demons perished. Liu sought vengeance without mercy, begging for mercy. Useless. They must die. Liu witnessed as his master wielded a purple thunder hammer, crushing a true immortal demon with a single blow. Master is magnificent. Even the saint of supreme clarity bestowed upon him a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, yet he still claims not to be a direct disciple. Although Liu's cultivation was average, he was well informed of many secrets of the primal chaos, and his insight was keen. There were still dozens of clansmen alive. Liu saved them. Xiao Yusheng gathered the nearby clansmen, start a fire, and prepare a meal. A fire was kindled, dispelling the cold. After eating to their fill, they could contemplate the future. Liu carried Yunxiao back to the thatched cottage and placed her on the bed. "Madam, do you think my killing intent is too strong?" "No, my lord only wishes to protect our clansmen." His wife was understanding, gentle, and kind. The cool stream washed away the blood from Li's body. He stood quietly contemplating the future. The impending catastrophe. The cool stream washed away the blood from Li's body. He stood quietly contemplating the future. The impending catastrophe proved that relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. The human race could not rely on anyone. Only through self-improvement could they endure. In the chaotic world of the primal chaos, the human race must strive for strength to seize their own destiny. Having accumulated a day's worth of unity value, Liu exchanged it for the 3 lights divine water and the endless flame alchemical scripture. He was already aware of the efficacy of the 3 lights divine water. His focus shifted to the endless flame alchemical scripture. The flame alchemical scripture's body tempering section, it is divided into 3 realms. The realm of transmitted flame. Visualize a flame in one's mind. This flame is not the fire of heaven and earth, but the flame of the human will, fueled by the indomitable spirit of the human race, burning away internal impurities, weakness, and fear. The realm of dragon-like qi and blood. The human race consumes food daily, which can be transformed into pure qi and blood, as resilient as dragon tendons and as firm as rock. The realm of 9 orifices. Enlightenment. Cultivate the 9 orifices of the human race, since the heavens and the earth temper the will and strengthen oneself. Once the 3 realms are achieved, the will becomes unyielding. The qi and blood are like a dragon, capable of splitting mountains, shattering stones, and traversing thousands of miles in a day, comparable to the realm of profound immortals in the primal chaos. After that comes the chapter of the return to the source of all methods, using the wisdom of humanity and the innate form of the Tao body to master all paths. Not unlocked. Liu finished reading the endless flame alchemical scripture and realized this is a cultivation method tailored for our human race. The human race possesses weak qualifications, and attaining immortality is difficult. Compared to the myriad races of the primal chaos, they are at an extreme disadvantage. In the future, can the master of the mystical Tao with a human body reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection? But one must understand that individuals are different. The mystical Tao is irreplaceable. That is the result of the saint of supreme clarity pouring forth all resources of human teachings to cultivate just one individual of the mystical Tao. The human population is vast, numbering in the hundreds of millions. What the human race needs is a stable method of cultivation. The human race also has strengths. They possess wisdom. Humans are born with spirit. A multitude of individuals have a multitude of thoughts. Whether complex or simple, in any case, the human heart is difficult to fathom. It is precisely because they have hearts that the human race possesses will. The endless flame alchemical scripture tempers the will, perfectly suited for human cultivation. The cool stream washed away the blood from Li's body. Liu had already devised a preliminary plan to slowly replace the golden core path of the human teachings with the endless flame alchemical scripture. Cultivate. Human cultivators develop cautiously and wait for the right moment. When the time comes, we will use all our strength. Strike against the heavens. Avenge the human race. The human race is currently in a weak state and will remain so for a long time. This objective fact will not change. Therefore, a soft approach must be taken. If Liu were to openly declare that he would abolish the human teachings and the golden core path, that would be the lifeblood of the saint of supreme clarity, the foundation for becoming a saint. The saint of supreme clarity would likely risk a rupture with the master of the heavenly way to eliminate Liu. A reckless man is not to be taken lightly. Liu smirked coldly. At that time, I will declare the slogan of respecting the king and expelling the barbarians. Simply put, in name, respect the human teachings to maintain their reputation while attacking the demon court. The thought process became clear. With a program in place, there is now motivation to act. Knowing what to do, what cannot be done. Ding the Mall has refreshed today 1 full discount Kongtong seal, 2 million note. A treasure of human fortune. Possessing the Kongtong seal makes you the most distinguished of the human race. Panga package 1 billion note. Do you want to become Pangosh? 1 turn golden core 1 million. 1 drop of ancestor dragon's blood 1 million note. Fresh and hot. The return to the source of all methods of the endless flame. Alchemical scripture 100 million note. The continuation of the body tempering section, worth having. Liu scanned through the system mall. Pangu. Whoever wants to be one can be one. How tragic. The endless flame alchemical scriptures return to the source of all methods is really expensive already at 100 million. If it were the complete version, wouldn't it be comparable to the 9 turns mystical yuan technique? Confirming with his eyes he couldn't afford it for the time being. Li's gaze fell on the Kongtong seal. The system had already provided an introduction. The Kongtong seal is a treasure of human fortune. Possessing the Kongtong seal grants control over the fortune of the human race. It is also the key to unlocking the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is a sign of the great flourishing of the human race. Before this, the human race had been nearly slaughtered and needed a grand revival to restore their numbers and become the protagonists of the heavenly realm. Liu set a small goal: to be close to my wife and first obtain the Kongtong seal. After finishing his shower, he returned to the thatched cottage. Madam, I'm tired. I wonder if you would like to share a bed with your husband tonight. Yunxiao smiled gently. My lord, come lie down and rest for a while. All right. Liu swiftly got their fingers intertwined lightly, the other hand embracing Yunxiao. His chin affectionately rested on her shoulder. The fragrant scent of orchids was refreshing and enchanting. Yunxiao blinked. Has your state of mind changed, my lord? Liu nodded. I've clarified some matters. What matters? Liu smiled gently. Cast aside all illusions. In the barrel of a gun. The human race relies on itself. Seeking immortality and divination is not as good as taking matters into one's own hands. Yunxiao felt her husband's mind was relaxed and her worries eased with a sigh. Madam, is it all right to take a little rest? In the room it was quiet, very quiet. Yunxiao gently closed her beautiful eyes and fell asleep. Liu quietly took out the 3 lights divine water and placed it on his wife's wrist. The 3 lights divine water merged into Yunxiao's body, nurturing her Dao body from within. 1 drop of 3 lights divine water might not be effective, but how about 10,000 drops, 100,000 drops? The system mall might very likely refresh spiritual items capable of healing Yunxiao in the future. Liu held Yunxiao and rested for a moment. Outside the thatched cottage, Xiaohu and Yu Sheng gathered the nearby clansmen. Following the chief's orders, they distributed the deer meat from the small courtyard among the clansmen. Dozens of surviving clansmen sat dazedly after eating, staring at the crackling fire. Their eyes were filled with sorrow, confusion, and ultimately helpless anger. Lu'er had picked many spiritual fruits nearby and distributed them to the human race. No other reason. These were all the compatriots of his master. What his master valued was what Lu'er valued. As dawn broke, the sky lightened, tearing apart the darkness. 3 humans approached from afar, seeing the chaotic scene and deeply sighing. Xiaohu and Yu Sheng ran to the thatched cottage. Chief, the 3 ancestors have arrived. Liu had already gotten up, taking Yunxiao to watch the sunrise. Please let the 3 ancestors in. Never mind, I'll go greet them. The 3 ancestors of the human race are Sueren, Youqiao, and Zi. It was they who led the early human race to withstand the cold and hardships, struggling to survive. Liu formulated the human flame plan and was about to find the 3 ancestors for discussion. If even the 3 ancestors of the human race cannot be trusted, then the human race might truly have no hope. The 3 ancestors of the human race, clad in animal skins, bore ancient and weathered faces. Liu stepped forward to greet them, saying, I have met the 3 ancestors. Sueren, Zi, and Youqiao wore expressions of sorrow. We have heard that your tribe has faced a great demon attack. What is the extent of your casualties? Liu replied solemnly, the losses are heavy. The phrase heavy losses carried a weight too burdensome. It implied that countless young men had become the blood food of the great demons and many had turned to ash. The 3 ancestors sighed deeply. The human race was born weak. How could they resist the great demons? Moreover, it was not only Li Ye's tribe that had suffered attacks from the great demons. Even as they spoke, many clansmen had already become blood food. The three ancestors spoke to comfort him, saying, "Let us look forward." The implication was clear, it was all in the past. Li Yu suddenly countered, "What then should we do about the deep enmity from the blood of our fallen brothers? Had we forgotten?" The three ancestors were taken aback, lost in thought for a long while before one finally said, "What else can we do? Should we declare war on the myriad tribes of the wilderness? If war broke out, the countless humans would fall into eternal ruin." One ancestor spoke with hope, saying, "I have heard that the great sage of Taiqing has taken a disciple from our human race, a direct disciple. It is hoped that Xian Du can ensure peace for our people. The great sage of Taiqing has also moved his teaching grounds to Shouyang Mountain. Surely the great demons will not dare to cause trouble there in the future." The three ancestors of the human race envisioned a bright future relying on Xian Du and the great sage of Taiqing. Or more accurately, this was also the thought of countless humans living on Shouyang Mountain. Surely the great demons would not dare to create chaos in the sanctum of the sage right. Li Yu sighed deeply. It was precisely this kind of thinking that had led to the massacre of the human race on Shouyang Mountain. Li Yu asked again, "What if Xian Du cannot help the human race? What if the demon race truly dares to cause chaos in the great sage's sanctum and sneak attack to slaughter our people?" The three ancestors frowned and shook their heads. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The demon race does not have such courage. What if, as members of the human race, surviving in the harsh wilderness had its significant limitations? The three ancestors had done their best, yet they were constrained by these limitations and could not see the truth about the sage. Li Yu said sternly, "Are we to surrender the fate of our human race?" The three ancestors fell silent. Once upon a time, they too had wished to lead their clansmen to create a better future. The imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Any race in the wilderness could easily annihilate the human race. The three ancestors remained silent, repeatedly sighing. Li Yu spoke softly, "To not hide from the three ancestors, I have already become a disciple under the great sage of Shangqing." The three ancestors were stunned, their breaths quickening. A direct disciple. A direct son-in-law. Does that not grant the same treatment as a direct disciple? I suppose so. Li Yu did not wish to divulge the matter of being a son-in-law. His expression grew serious as he said, "My father-in-law has employed the power of a supreme sage to devise a cultivation method for our human race. It is a method perfectly suited for human cultivation." Tongtian, me. Li Yu wished to change the fate of the human race, but his power was weak. Unable to persuade the three ancestors, he had no choice but to use his father-in-law as a shield. Hiss! The three ancestors gasped. The great sage of Shangqing specifically created a method for our human race. Li Yu nodded. "The method of infinite flames. This method is tailored for human cultivation. It does not require extraordinary talent, merely an ironclad will." Upon hearing this, the three ancestors were moved to tears. The great sage of Shangqing is benevolent. The sage is benevolent. He has granted kindness to our human race. What do you plan to do? The pessimism of Suerin, Yunxiao, and Zi dissipated somewhat as they inquired about Li Ye's thoughts. Li Yu extended his hand, gently grasping, "Seize your own destiny." After a long while, the three ancestors departed. By dusk, hundreds of ragged human compatriots had joined Li Ye's tribe. According to the words of the three ancestors, as long as Li Yu can accommodate them, many more human young men will continue to arrive. Li Yu instructed Xiao Hu and Yu Sheng to prepare some food for the clansmen to settle down. The tribe was then officially renamed Xinhua. What does it mean? It signifies passing on the flame never extinguished. Li Yu was not in a hurry to teach the young men the method of infinite flames. Instead, he quietly observed the nature of his clansmen and sought out promising candidates. By nightfall, Li Yu returned to his bed, lying next to his wife Yunxiao. "Husband, why have you come back so late?" Li Yu replied truthfully, "Our tribe received some new clansmen, and I had to arrange food and settle them in." "You have worked hard, husband." "It's not hard. Rather, is it not boring for my wife to stay alone?" Yunxiao blinked. "Not at all, though I have grown accustomed to it. They are your clansmen, so they are also mine." Yunxiao vaguely guessed that her husband held grand ambitions for the human race. Even though she missed him greatly while alone, she would not express it to avoid distracting him. "Moi." Li Yu planted a kiss on Yunxiao's cheek. "You are truly gentle and virtuous, my wife." Li Yu and his wife chatted for a while longer. Yunxiao urged Li Yu to cultivate. "I will rest for a while. Husband, please cultivate quickly." As the teacher often taught, cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will retreat. You have just embarked on the path of immortality, so do not be negligent. "Yes, I will obey my wife's orders." Li Yu also understood that strength and cultivation were fundamental in the wilderness. Li Yu began to practice the Shangqing immortal method. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy surged into Li Yi's Dao body. His internal magic power thrived and slowly grew stronger. Only half an hour remained until the next shop refresh. Li Yu finally accumulated 2 million heartfelt values. Exchange for Kongtong Seal. Kongtong Seal has been issued. Please check it, master. The system's mechanical voice echoed. The Kongtong Seal hovered in Li Yi's spiritual sea, taking on a square shape crystal clear with a mysterious yellow hue. Esoteric Dao patterns were engraved upon it. Its appearance was similar to the Jade Seal in his memory. At the bottom of the Kongtong Seal were inscribed profound divine patterns bestowed by heaven, everlasting and prosperous. Clearly, heaven referred to the Dao, not the heavenly path. The Dao was formless and traceable. More accurately, the Kongtong Seal originated from the will of the human race. The Kongtong Seal had no rank, only relating to the human race. Li Yi's divine sense merged with the Kongtong Seal, allowing him to clearly perceive the distribution of human fate. Nuwa created humanity. She is the holy mother of the human race, governing 4/10 of its fate. The great sage of Taiqing established the human teachings, calling himself the leader of the human teachings, seizing 3/10 of the human fate. The myriad races of the wilderness divided 1.5/10 of the human fate. The human race could only grasp 1.5/10 of its fate. The destiny of the human race lay in the hands of the powerful in the wilderness. This distribution of fate was within Li Yi's expectations. Li Yu raised his hand to grasp the Kongtong Seal, as if holding onto a glimmer of hope. As dawn broke, the early human race proved to be highly adaptable and exceedingly hardworking. As the sky grew hazy, many young men ventured out to fish, hunt, and gather. Xiao and Yunxiao also recruited a dozen helpers for hunting. The six-eared macaque darted through the forest, agilely reporting to the humans where the prey was. Seeing this, Li Yu did not stop the six-eared from assisting. Why endure hardship alone? That would be foolish. One morning, Xiao and Yunxiao's hunting team returned with bountiful spoils, having caught 2 deer and a wild boar. At noon, in the sweltering heat, the human race took refuge in caves. Li Yu called for the six-eared alone. The six-eared, filled with anticipation, said, "Master." Li Yu patted the monkey's head. "What skills do you wish to learn?" The six-eared was immensely excited, undoubtedly wishing to learn skills that would allow him to roam the world and achieve eternal life. He quickly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. "I will follow your lead, master. Whatever you teach, I will learn. Then I shall teach you the Tongtian immortal method." The six-eared was overwhelmed with tears of joy, fully aware that once he learned the Tongtian immortal method and cultivated the power of Tongtian, he would completely become a celestial of the Jie sect. In the future, when he ventured out, he would possess a background and connections as a significant figure. He would no longer be a small, inconspicuous creature. Before Li Yu passed on the teachings, he must have consulted with his father-in-law. His father-in-law was always willing to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings in the wilderness. The response was simple: do as you see fit. Their character is decent, all is acceptable. Thus, as Li Yu imparted the teachings, he thought of the future, exclaiming, "Born as a celestial of the Jie sect. Dead as a hero of the Jie sect. In life or death, never betray the Jie sect." The six-eared bowed deeply. "Disciple will remember. Forever unforgettable." Time flows like fine sand, slipping away unnoticed. Half a year has passed. Li Yu could feel the intensifying calamity aura in the world as the mountains, rivers, and seas were shrouded in a layer of gray shadow. There is no other reason. The witch and demon clans have frequently erupted in fierce battles, suffering heavy casualties on both sides. The demon clan has won few victories, unable to break through the formidable physical strength of the 12 ancestral witches. The witch clan is thin in numbers, weaker than the demon clan, and even their victories are hard-fought. Li Yu sat quietly on a meditation cushion, surrounded by a mist of pure qi, caught in the shackles of the Xian immortal realm. Li Yu raised his hand and took out a third-grade golden core he had exchanged from the shop. Upon entering his abdomen, the golden core transformed into a vast surge of spiritual power, nourishing his Dao body, limbs, and bones. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the shackles quietly shattered. The 5 energies appeared within Li Yi's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth corresponded to the 5 organs of his innate Dao body. This is also a mark of the golden immortal realm. Once the 5 energies within his chest converge, it signifies the perfection of the golden immortal realm, and beyond that lies the nurturing of the 3 flowers atop the head. With the 5 energies converging, the 3 flowers blooming atop, he would achieve the perfection of the Taiqing golden immortal. Li Yu contemplated the surging magical power within him, his Dao heart as calm as water. In the witch and demon era, golden immortals are as common as dogs, and to Luo roam freely. It's not enough. This level of cultivation is far from sufficient. Check the heart value. Current heart value 200 million. In the past 6 months, Li Yu spent most of his time with his wife, roughly accumulating nearly 250 million heart value. Among that he purchased some golden cores and essence blood to nourish his Tao body, and occasionally bought some 3 light divine water to help his wife with her health. Accumulating 200 million was already quite a limit. Today's shop has refreshed limited-time flash sale Primordial Golden Immortal Experience Card 1 note, Onati Experience Card Shinko Shift Great Array 100 million Note Array, covers a range, enabling instant teleportation, innate Gung Metal Chi 100 million, innate Holy Soil, Chi 100 million Panga Package 1 billion Note, don't you want to become a small Pangush? Moreover, with the calamity of humanity approaching, having an extra trump card means more chances for survival. Exchange for the Primordial Golden Immortal Experience Card. Primordial Golden Immortal Moreover, with the calamity of humanity approaching, having an extra trump card means more chances for survival. Exchange for the Primordial Golden Immortal Experience Card. Primordial Golden Immortal Experience Card has been issued. Would you like to use it immediately? No. Liu continued to scan the system products, his gaze focusing on the Qinkuan Shift Great Array. The array covers a range, allowing for instant teleportation. To be honest, Shouyang Mountain is not a good place. Under the feet of the Taiqing Saint, a blessed land. Pure nonsense. The survival of humanity has nothing to do with the Taiqing Saint. Liu had long considered relocating his people to the shores of the East Sea. However, the human race is weak and unable to traverse mountains and rivers for long-distance migration. Exchange for the Qinkuan Shift Great Array. The array has been issued, covering a range of 100,000 miles. The master can set up the array at any time and realize teleportation with a thought. With the system's voice falling, Liu had gained another escape route. Next up were the innate Gung Metal Chi and innate Holy Soil Chi. Cultivating to the Golden Immortal Realm is considered entry-level in the Primordial Chaos. The Golden Immortal Realm is also a foundational stage for cultivators. Nurturing the 5 energies within is a long process that requires gradual refinement at the right time. But one can also use innate 5 energies to nurture the 5 energies. A towering building rises from the ground. The foundation is crucial. It can be said that during the Golden Immortal Realm, the level of the 5 energies nurtured within will likely determine their future potential on the Tao path. When great beings like Mingyi Emperor Juntai Xinyuanzi and Kuanping emerge, they are already Tai Golden Immortals or even Deluo Golden Immortals. Whether it is the 5 energies within or the 3 flowers atop, they are of the highest caliber. Li Ye's foundation and qualifications have risen to the lowest tier of the innate realm, but compared to the top tier, there is still a significant gap. To solidify his future Tao path, strengthening his foundation is essential. Exchange for the innate Gung Metal Chi. Ding has been issued. Buzz. The innate Gung Metal Chi perfectly integrated into Li Ye's Tao body. The lungs belong to metal. The innate Gung Metal Chi infused Li Ye's magical power with a sharp killing intent. At the same time, the quality of his magical power has increased by at least 2-fold. Liu is at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Yet this is a different early stage of the Golden Immortal. The quality of his magical power far exceeds that of other cultivators at the same realm. Sigh. I have improved, but I've spent everything and my heart feels empty. Well, early purchases lead to early enjoyment. Lu Air came cheerfully with a gourd of monkey wine to find his teacher. Teacher, you should try the monkey wine I brewed. The monkey's brewing of monkey wine is almost an instinctual talent. Lu Air is one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, wise and perceptive. Previously, he had no cultivation method, which is why he has wasted time in the Earth Immortal Realm. Now with the Pure Chi Immortal method and the blessing of the Saint's Law, his cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds. He has already reached the pinnacle of the Xian Immortal Realm, with 1 foot stepping into the Golden Immortal Realm. Liu took a sip of the monkey wine. It was neither spicy nor strong, but instead had a faint fruity fragrance, quite sweet. Not bad brewing. Hee, since you like it, teacher, I'll bring all of it to you later. Lu Air felt deep gratitude and respect for his teacher. If it weren't for his teacher, Lu Air the macaque might still be a little monkey in the mountains. It's not that being a little monkey is bad, but serving the teacher and cultivating the immortal path offers broader horizons. I, Lu Air, truly wish to make progress. Lu Air has also set up a Taoist temple in the mountains, a simple grass hut mainly because he didn't dare to compare it to his teacher's luxurious home. After Lu Air returned, Liu went to inspect the cultivation conditions of his people. The clansmen had long moved out of the damp caves and built grass huts in a relatively flat and open area. Thousands of grass huts sprang up. After half a year of development, the Fireseed tribe's population has increased from 100 to 2,300 households, reaching 20,000. Upon learning that the leader was coming for inspection, Xiao Hu and Yu Sheng looked serious and quickly completed the assembly. Fireseed Team 1 assembled. Fireseed Team 2 assembled. Xiao Hu's expression was serious as he jogged to Li Ye's side. Reporting to the leader, 500 were expected in the first team, and 500 were actually present. Yu Sheng also respectfully reported, 500 were expected in the second team, and 500 were actually present. Please give your instructions, leader. 6 months ago, Liu selected seedlings in the tribe and passed down the Fire Seed Infinite Dao Cannon. After half a year of development, the Fire Seed Elite Army now numbers 1,000. Liu looked at the young men of the human race and roughly sensed their progress in cultivation. Among them, Xiao Hu and Yunxiao, who had cultivated the Fire Seed Infinite Dao Cannon the earliest, had already reached the pinnacle of the dragon-like vitality realm. Their will is as firm as iron, unbreakable, resilient like dragon tendons, refining their own impurities with an unyielding spirit, making their physical bodies formidable. Compared to the immortal system, they are not weaker than true immortals at the pinnacle. The remaining 1,000 clansmen are all in the Fire Seed transmission realm, and they have already generated fire seeds in their minds, beginning to burn away fear and timidity with their will. The clansmen have poor qualifications and weak bodies, but their will is very strong. They are willing to pay any price to protect their clansmen. Liu nodded with satisfaction. Good lads. All good lads. The time has come. The seeds of the Fire Seed have been nurtured successfully. Next, it's time to expand the range of the Fire Seed. Pass my orders. Xiao Hu, Yunxiao, and the 1,000 clansmen looked serious and attentive, listening to the leader's orders. Starting today, the lads in the Fire Seed realm will be promoted to captains, and those in the dragon-like vitality realm will each command 500 captains. The yes words fell. Xiao Hu and Yunxiao were shocked. Leader, am I suddenly in command of 50,000 people? Liu said solemnly. What about your firm will? Liu shouted loudly. It dispelled their inner fears and anxieties. Without a firm will, there would be no foundation for cultivation. Is it a big step for Liu to expand suddenly to 100,000? Not at all. The demon soldiers number in the millions. The conflict between the witch and demon calamities is growing stronger, and the demon clan soon needs to consider forging slaughtering swords against the witches. A calamity for the human race is imminent. Time is of the essence. We must seize every moment. Yes, we will diligently obey the leader's orders. Meanwhile, on Mount Buzhou, above the 33 heavens, the supreme demon court established by Emperor Jun and Taiqing. In the demon emperor's treasure hall, Emperor Jun sat high, dressed in a black and gold Taoist robe, revered as the demon emperor. Taiqing also sat high, revered as the Eastern Emperor. Honghuang and the demon master Comatose were also seated on thrones. In the hall, the 10 major demon saints and 100 demon gods were arrayed on either side. Emperor Jun's expression was grim. Damn, which clan, their physical bodies are simply too strong. If it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Taiqing wielding the supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, and a single emperor battling the 2 ancestral witches, the demon clan would have suffered even greater losses. Let's discuss how to break through the witch clan's formidable physical strength. Bai Zhe, as the leader of the 10 demon saints, also felt a headache over the witch clan's strong physique. In the hall, all the demon saints and demon gods shook their heads at a loss. Suddenly, a demon god's eyes became vacant, as if controlled, and said, "Resentment can break the witch clan's physical strength. Previously, I used resentment to temper a spiritual treasure, and when facing the great witch, it cut through his flesh." As the demon god's words fell, the demon emperor's hall erupted. Can resentment really break the witch clan's formidable physical strength? If so, the demon clan would have a trump card against the witch clan. Emperor Jun and Taiqing were overjoyed, asking, "Where can we collect resentment?" The demon god's eyes were vacant as he replied, "Humans. When humans die, they produce intense resentment. If they suffer torment before death, their despair will peak and resentment will reach its zenith." How could a mere demon god know so much? If Liu were here, he would realize that the heavenly Tao is starting to suppress humanity through the demon clan. The demon emperor's palace. The demon clan has finally found a way to break the physical body of the witch clan. Di Jun, eager to test the power of human resentment, commanded, "Ji Ming Yunxiao, you are to lead 300 demon gods to the primordial land immediately and hunt down 100,000 humans to collect their grievances." "Yes, I shall obey your majesty's orders." Ji Ming and Ying Zhao, both demon saints of the demon court, with considerable cultivation, led 300 demon gods of the great Luo golden immortal realm to the primordial land, hunting defenseless and weak humans. It was a quick task. Soon Ji Ming and Ying Zhao returned with the grievances of 100,000 humans. Di Jun refined them with the true fire of the sun, infusing the grievances into the blades of weapons. The blades were sharp and perfect for testing on captured members of the witch clan. They easily cut through the flesh and blood of the witch clan. In the demon emperor's palace, all the demon gods were stirred. Could human resentment truly be effective? Taiqing was the first to exclaim loudly, "Congratulations, my brother. Our grand plans for the demon court are coming to fruition. If we can collect human grievances and forge a slaughtering witch sword, we will surely be able to slay the ancestral witches and unify the primordial world." All the demon gods were excited and bowed deeply. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Unify the primordial world. Di Jun felt elated. Without their physical bodies, the witch clan is like ants. However, Bai Zhe, who served as an advisor, frowned slightly and inquired, Your Majesty, the human race was created by the Niwa Empress. If our demon clan engages in large-scale slaughter, will the Taiqing saint who established the teachings of humanity not protect them? Di Jun and Tai Yi's brows furrowed. The human race created by the Niwa saint is merely for the purpose of proving the Tao. Humans are inherently weak and should be our demon clan's food supply. Before becoming a Saint Niwa as the Empress of the Demon Court, it would likely not obstruct the grand plans of the demon clan. What concerned Di Jun and Tai Yi was the Taiqing saint. The establishment of the teachings of humanity by the Taiqing saint raises the question of whether he might protect the human race. Di Jun pondered for a long time. The human population exceeds hundreds of millions. Let's not act against the humans in the Shouyang Mountain region for now. Let's test the Taiqing saint's attitude. If the demon clan slaughters humans in the primordial world, and the Taiqing saint remains indifferent, it will prove that he does not protect the human race. Then we can wipe out the humans in Shouyang Mountain as well. Shouyang Mountain is the ancestral land of the human race, home to the majority of humans. Di Jun sat high on the demon emperor's throne. Issue my edict. Gather the demon warriors. The 10 great demon saints heed my command. I am here. You are to lead the demon gods to the primordial land to hunt down humans and ensure enough grievances are collected. Yes, we shall obey Your Majesty's orders. Thus, the 10 great demon saints and 365 demon gods led 100 billion demon soldiers to the primordial land. At the very moment when the 100,000 humans fell, the calamity energy surged through the heavens and earth. In Shouyang Mountain, in a thatched cottage, Li Yu was combing his wife's hair when he suddenly shuddered. Li Yu sensed a change in the Kongtong seal within his sea of consciousness. The share of fortune belonging to the human race suddenly diminished. He immediately guessed that the demon clan had made a move against the human race. Li Yu's expression darkened. It came much faster than I anticipated. On the rocking chair, Yunxiao noticed the change in her husband's demeanor. Husband, what has happened? Li Yu tried to maintain his composure and did not conceal the truth. My dear, the demon clan has attacked the human race. How dare the demon clan? After all, the human race was created by the Niwa Empress, and the Taiqing elder established the teachings of humanity. Yunxiao was very surprised. How could the demon clan dare to do so? Li Yu could not explain. The Swearing clan, the Yunxiao clan, and the Zi clan received news of their kin's demise immediately. They hurried to the thatched cottage filled with extreme sorrow. Oh heavens, why must you be so cruel to the human race? At least 100,000 kin have been slaughtered, their bones left exposed in the wild. Sueren, Yunxiao, and Zi had red-rimmed eyes. Li Yu lowered his voice. The 3 ancestors, the deaths of 100,000 sons, is likely just the beginning. Countless demon soldiers scattered across the primordial world. They began to mercilessly hunt down humans outside of Shouyang Mountain, not merely killing, but torturing. Only through torture can the resentment of the humans reach its peak. The great clans of the primordial world outside the demon clan also began to take advantage of the chaos, secretly hunting humans as blood food. Even the defeated Sea clan took action against the humans, abducting young human girls for violation and plunder. The demon clan initiated a grand feast of hunting humans. Thousands of clans joined the feast. Li Yu, through the Kongtong seal, sensed that the fortune of the human race was rapidly dissipating. The Swearing clan, the Yunxiao clan, and the Zi clan suddenly said, they haven't acted against the people of Shouyang Mountain. Could it be that the Taiqing saint is protecting the human race? Yes. We should seek the Taiqing saint to protect the humans outside of Shouyang Mountain. The 3 ancestors of the human race in a panic rushed to the 8 Scenery Palace to seek an audience with the saint. Li Yu had no expectations of the Taiqing saint. Send the command. The Fire of Life Forbidden Army is to assemble. The Fire of Life Forbidden Army had only been expanded to about 200,000, and in such a short time, they had done their best. Report, Chief. The Fire of Life Forbidden Army has assembled. Please give your orders. Li Yu's expression was grave. Those who have not entered the Fire of Life realm step forward. Clatter. 100,000 sons stepped forward. They had only just come into contact with the Fire of Life, and had yet to cultivate it in their sea of consciousness. Those who have not entered the Fire of Life realm stay at Shouyang Mountain and wait for the signal. Yes, Chief. Little Tiger, listen up. Led 100,000 sons out of Shouyang Mountain. Rescue our kin who are being hunted. Do not leave the Shouyang Mountain region for a distance of 10,000 miles. You must not confront the great demons hidden. Chief, what if we encounter lesser demons with weak cultivation? Kill without mercy. Understood. We shall obey the chief's orders. The Fire of Life Forbidden Army acted in an orderly manner, each following their commands. Li Yu planned to bring the humans from the primordial world to Shouyang Mountain. Once he gathered as many kin as possible, Li Yu intended to use the great array of Qiankuan to teleport them all to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Because the demon clan would eventually come to Shouyang Mountain. Li Yu also flew out from the mountains. Teacher, I also want to go to Shouyang Mountain to assist your kin in entering. Go. Be cautious in your actions. Do not be reckless. Yes, teacher. Li Yu focused his thoughts communicating with the system. Activate the great array of Qiankuan. Buzz. A great array instantly manifested, enveloping 1,000,000 miles around Shouyang Mountain. In the 1,000,000-mile radius, there were only a few 100,000,000 humans. The number of humans was simply too many. More kin needed to be brought into the range of the array. After setting up the array, Li Yu returned to the thatched cottage and picked up Yunxiao. I'm sorry to involve you, we have to flee together with my husband. Yunxiao blinked her eyes, never expecting it to be this serious. Can Shouyang Mountain not protect you and the kin? Li Yu shook his head, there is no hope. Then what about asking for the teacher's help? What if we ask my senior brothers and sisters to come? It was a good idea. If the Tongtian saint intervenes, and the Jie sect steps in, they would undoubtedly protect the human race. But they could only offer temporary protection. They could not protect them forever. As long as they stayed in Shouyang Mountain for a day, the human race would never have a chance to rise again. The only way was to leave Shouyang Mountain, to establish a new ancestral land for the human race, to cultivate the fire army of humanity. Only then could they defy the heavens, to seize their own fate. Seeing her husband silent, Yunxiao blinked again. Your heart is my heavenly realm. I wish to flee together with you. Li Yu looked at Yunxiao's sincere and eager gaze. With such a wife, what more could a man ask for? Li Yu was a pragmatic person. He would never place his hopes on the elusive will of the saints. Holding Yunxiao, Li Yu also roamed the area of Shouyang Mountain, gathering more humans into the range of the Great Array. Meanwhile, the three ancestors of the human race were outside the 8 scenery palace, bowing and prostrating. The rain poured heavily. We beseech the Taiqing saint to save our human race. Please, Taiqing saint, have mercy and protect our human race. The three ancestors under the torrential rain bled from their foreheads as they prostrated, yet they could not open the gates of the 8 scenery palace. Xian Du declared a closed-door retreat, stating that he would not emerge until he reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. The three ancestors of the human race cried hoarsely, begging desperately. Was it of any use? As the demon clan led countless clans in slaughtering the human race, the Taiqing Laojun clearly sensed that the fortune of the human race was being diminished. The fortune belonging to the human race was weakening. The fortune belonging to the teachings of humanity was growing stronger. Even the fortune of the Nuwa saintess was rapidly declining. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa, dressed in luxurious robes, sat quietly on a cushion, sensing the flow of human fortune. She was aware of the events occurring in the primordial world. Her beautiful face revealed anger. The demon clan has such audacity. How dare they slaughter my human race? Nuwa was indeed once the empress of the demon court. But the human race was the foundation of her ascension. The demon clan seemed intent on exterminating the human race. How could Nuwa allow her foundation for ascension to be wiped out? Nuwa immediately decided to confront Di Jun and Tai Yi at the demon court. Buzz. The Dao rhymes of the Taiqing and Yuqing saints circulated. Taiqing Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun emerged from the void, blocking Nuwa's way. Junior sister, we have just become saints. Oh, would you kindly teach us and discuss the Dao for a while? Nuwa's anger flared. Taiqing and Yuqing came at this time to discuss Dao. They were clearly here to prevent her from rescuing the human race. No other reason. As the human race is slaughtered, the Holy Mother does not intervene to save them. It will surely chill the hearts of the human race. Who benefits? The teachings of humanity. The teachings of humanity have also joined the grand feast of the primordial clans in dividing the fortunes of the human race. Nuwa's face revealed displeasure. Brother Taiqing, brother Yuqing, let us discuss again next time. Taiqing Lao's expression was calm as water, showing no ripples as the power of Taiqing surged forth, deploying the Taiji diagram to block Nuwa's path. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan also summoned the Panga banner. It is well known that saints cherish their reputation the most, yet they are the least concerned about it. What do saints fight for? Fortune. Only fortune. Although Nuwa was the first to attain sainthood, the spiritual treasure red embroidered ball she obtained was merely of the highest innate grade and could not possibly break through the Taiji diagram and Panga banner. The Taiji diagram, one of the 3 treasures of creation, is classified as a supreme innate treasure. The Panga banner, one of the 3 treasures of creation, is unparalleled in battle and also belongs to the category of supreme innate treasures. Nuwa was filled with rage, watching helplessly as the human race was slaughtered, crying out for the Holy Mother. As her voice grew hoarse, she gradually lost hope in the Holy Mother, leading to the loss of the human race's fortune that belonged to Nuwa. In the vast wilderness, the fire suppression army had not slept or rested for several days, strictly following the leader's orders. They avoided the great demons and hunted the lesser demons, fully committed to escorting their clansmen into Shouyang Mountain. The fire suppression army believed that the demon race would not dare to act against the human race at Shouyang Mountain. The number of humans within the range of the great formations surrounding Shouyang Mountain increased from billions to 50 billion, and then to 100 billion. The number may seem large, but compared to the overall population of humans, it is merely a drop in the bucket. How many humans are there? Li Ye's expression was grave. Not enough. Still not enough. The demon race has yet to react and does not dare to strike at the humans within Shouyang Mountain. We must seize this opportunity to escort more clansmen. According to the original trajectory of the wilderness, 99% of 1 billion humans would be slaughtered. Only a few million would escape to the shores of the Eastern Sea. The Taiqing saint allowed the demon race to slaughter the humans, but would not let the human race be completely exterminated. Are a few million humans a lot? Compared to the total human race, what difference does it make to extinction? The fire suppression army was exhausted. Their bodies were tired, and their spirits even more so. Yet no one dared to rest. As long as they put in more effort, they could bring their clansmen a chance at survival. Everything for the clansmen. In the vast wilderness, the demon race's massacre was escalating. An insignificant race should be reduced to our demon race's blood food. Human flesh and blood, truly delicious. Inexpressibly wonderful. Countless humans kneeling in the mud pleaded desperately for the Holy Mother to save the human race. They failed to wait for the Holy Mother, but instead encountered the demon race. The humans were powerless in front of the great demons, slaughtered like sheep. Mount Yunxiao. Outside Honghuang Temple, hundreds of thousands of fleeing humans gathered, desperately pleading for the great immortal to save them. Zhen Yuanzi stood quietly in front of the ginseng fruit tree, listening to the cries for help from the humans outside, feeling a deep discomfort in his heart. Ever since the death of his junior brother Zhen Yuanzi had been despondent, disheartened, and secluded himself to practice, no longer entangled in the karma of the wilderness. To save the human race would mean offending Emperor Jun and Taiyi, which would surely incur the wrath of the demon race. Junior brother, oh junior brother, I was truly foolish. I knew you possessed the primordial purple energy and would become a hot potato in the wilderness, attracting the attention of the wilderness cultivators. Sighing deeply, Zhen Yuanzi let out a long breath. A gentle breeze blew, stirring the ginseng fruit tree, making a rustling sound. Zhen Yuanzi fell into a daze, as if he could see the appearance of his junior brother Hongyun. A phantom floated, laughing heartily. Brother Hongyun does not wish for you to take risks and antagonize the demon race. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly reached out to grab, exclaiming, Junior brother Hongyun, you have returned. Buzz. The phantom dispersed, ultimately just a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. Zhen Yuanzi stood there feeling desolate, wanting to speak, but tears flowed first. Junior brother Hongyun has been ambushed. His soul has long since scattered, body and spirit annihilated. My junior brother Hongyun will never return, never return. Hongyun was known for his kindness, a well-known good person in the wilderness. As your brother, I know what to do now. The wilderness realm is boundless with countless cultivators. Oh, why could Zhen Yuanzi become close friends with Hongyun? It is none other than their perfect affinity. Their natures matched perfectly. With Hongyun gone, Zhen Yuanzi was willing to act with the same kindness once for Hongyun. Gentle breeze, bright moon. Open the temple gate. Let the fleeing humans enter. Qingfeng and Mingwei were shocked. Master, this will surely antagonize the demon race. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in anger. Am I, Zhen Yuanzi, afraid of the demon race? Afraid of those bird demons? My junior brother Hongyun is gone. What else is there for me to fear? Qingfeng and Mingwei were extremely terrified, for their master had always been gentle and cultured, never showing such a furious side. Thus Qingfeng and Mingwei opened the temple gate, allowing millions of humans to enter Honghuang Temple. Countless humans knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you, great immortal Zhen Yuan, for saving us. Grateful beyond measure, thankful for great immortal Zhen Yuan. The subsequent fleeing humans were taken in by Zhen Yuanzi. Soon over 100 million humans were welcomed. Duong. The chaos bell rang. The universe shook, stirring the heavens and the earth. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi commanded 100,000 demon soldiers, holding the Eastern Emperor bell, advancing towards Honghuang Temple. Eastern Emperor Taiyi, dressed in black and gold Taoist robes, emanated an imperial majesty. Zhen Yuanzi, you shelter the human race. Are you intending to become enemies with my demon race? Zhen Yuanzi, clad in celestial robes, stood before the gate of Honghuang Temple, his eyes slightly narrowed. Taiyi, I did not seek you out. Why do you come looking for me? For the ambush of my junior brother Hongyun today, I vow to understand this matter with you. Zhen Yuanzi was a primordial being. He was born with the earth's womb, a companion to the supreme innate treasure, the ginseng fruit tree. Jin Yuanzi was not the ginseng fruit tree transformed. His qualifications, comprehension, and roots were all top tier. As one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he had now severed 3 corpses and attained the perfect stage of Quasi Saint. Eastern Emperor Tai coldly stated, Hongyun, it is only to blame that he was not blessed enough to enjoy the primordial purple energy. He was destined to fall. Not mentioning Hongyun would have been better, mentioning him completely enraged Jin Yuanzi. Shut your mouth, you 3-legged bird. Today I shall fight you to the death. In a fit of rage, Jin Yuanzi summoned the Earth's womb to battle Eastern Emperor Tai. Eastern Emperor Tai, having severed 2 corpses, was of the late Quasi Saint stage. Though his strength was not as great as Jin Yuanzi's, he wielded the supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell in Eastern Emperor Tai's hands was also known as the Eastern Emperor Bell. The power of the innate treasure is enough to erase the gap in realms. Thus at Mount Wanshou, Jin Yuanzi was the first to stand up for the human race, engaging in a fierce battle with Eastern Emperor Tai. The calamity energy within the wilderness realm continued to surge. The number of humans within the range of the formation at Shouyang Mountain continued to grow. Emperor Jun Baizhe and the 10 great demon saints led countless demon gods and demon kings in a grand slaughter of the human race, noticing that the Saint Nuwa had not intervened to stop it, and the Taiqing saint showed no response. Finally confirming, Saint Nuwa, Taiqing saint, will not protect the human race. Since the saints will not protect the human race, the demon race has nothing to worry about. Demon race brothers, we need resentment. More resentment. Kill. Storm into Shouyang Mountain. Slaughter the insignificant human race. Forge the supreme glory of the demon race. Forge the demon slaughtering sword. Slaughter the ancestral witches. Unify the wilderness realm. Thus the demon army marched straight towards Shouyang Mountain. The humans in the Shouyang Mountain area faced a massacre. The 3 ancestors of the human race shed tears, their throats hoarse from crying, falling into boundless despair. Who can save the human race? O vast heavens, why do you treat the human race this way? Just as the 3 ancestors fell into infinite despair, Liu picked up Yunxiao and placed her on the rocking chair in the courtyard, my lady. Before Liu could speak, Yunxiao blinked through thick and thin. Honor and disgrace are one. Then Yunxiao gently closed her beautiful eyes. When a woman closes her eyes, it is an invitation for you to kiss her. Liu gently leaned down and softly kissed Yunxiao's crystalline lips. Once the human race passes this tribulation, I will surely forge ahead through thorns and thickets, thinking of every possible way to cure my lady. Liu exited the small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the human race's fire suppression army had already assembled. Thus Liu, leading the human race, let out an angry roar. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating the human race as mere weeds. Today, we the human race swear, humanity will prevail over heaven. Humans and demons cannot coexist. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the vast wilderness of the 9 heavens. The human race declared their oath to conquer heaven, as if challenging the heavenly Tao. Has the consciousness of humanity begun to sprout? Can the heavenly Tao tolerate this? Thus the calamity energy surged once more between heaven and earth. The calamity energy pressed down on the hearts of the cultivators, causing countless beings entering the calamity to lose their sanity. With the human vow echoing like a resounding bell, it reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. Shouyang Mountain, the ancestral land of the human race, had already become the focus of heaven and earth. In the palace of Nuwa, she heard the furious cries of the human race, and was momentarily taken aback, her gaze locking onto Liu. Is it really him, the husband of Yunxiao? Previously, Nuwa personally certified their marriage, and his talents were merely average, just an ordinary member among the billions of humans. Seeing him again today, his aura seemed different. How dare he represent the human race to utter such an oath? Beside her, the Yuqing primordial Tianzuan looked on disdainfully, just a mere ant born from an egg. How dare he claim to conquer heaven? He's already courting death. The Taiqing Laozi remained calm deep inside, though a wave of thoughts began to rise. Perhaps I should have taken him as my disciple that day. While Xiandu is excellent, it lacks a certain flair in comparison. The Taiqing Laozi took in a direct disciple among the human race, and it didn't matter whom he accepted. It wasn't because he was called Xiandu that he took him as a disciple, but rather that once he accepted a disciple, he became Xiandu. In the boundless sea of blood, the blood waves rolled, and the old ancestor of the Mingi sat silently, his expression dark, so close, just a bit more. While Nuwa created humanity, the old ancestor created the Azuras. The 3 pure ones established their teachings and became saints, and I also established the Azura religion. Why was it still just a bit more? Why can't I Mingi become a saint? Is it because I lack the Hongmeng purple chi that I truly cannot become a saint? The old ancestor of the Mingi casually glanced in the direction of Shouyang Mountain. Just a weak human race. Can they really conquer heaven? It's just a joke to listen to. I, the old ancestor, boast that I will break through the heavenly Tao. The Mingi pondered in confusion, where is the path? In the wilderness by the eastern sea. On Golden Turtle Island within the Bayou Palace, 3,000 disciples from the Yunxiao came to pay their respects. The Tongtian patriarch sat on a mat giving a lecture. The sound of the human race's vow resonated through Golden Turtle Island. The Tongtian patriarch suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing just then that the demon race had launched a surprise attack on the human race, slaughtering billions of humans. The Tongtian patriarch could no longer sit still. The demon race slaughtering the human race had little to do with him. But his precious disciple Yunxiao was still at Shouyang Mountain. The son-in-law he somewhat admired was from the human race. Upon hearing his son-in-law's words, Tongtian was shocked. Wow, this son-in-law really knows how to stir up trouble. Even I don't dare to claim to conquer heaven. How dare he boast about the human race prevailing over heaven? Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Tongtian had no time to regret, because inside the Bayou Palace chaos had erupted. Zhao Gongming, in a fit of rage, tore apart his Tao robe. The demon race is too much. What kind of humiliation did the brother-in-law endure to provoke such anger, uttering that humans and demons cannot coexist? To insult my brother-in-law Zhao Gongming is to insult me, Zhao Gongming. De Bao also found his reason. How dare you? Outrageous. To insult brother Gongming is to insult me, De Bao. The Wudong Holy Mother, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother followed suit. To insult Master De Bao is to insult my Jiejiao. Then some overzealous disciples fanned the flames. Master, the demon race is despicable. To insult my Jiejiao is to be riding on your neck to defecate. Then a group of disciples requested, please Master, allow us to leave the island. Not for anything else. To support my brother-in-law. The Tongtian patriarch, also a young man filled with vigor, thought, if the son-in-law were killed by the demon race, would the face of the Qingqing saint still matter? Tongtian nodded. Leave the island. Rescue him. Thus the disciples of Jiejiao in grand procession left Golden Turtle Island, heading towards Shouyang Mountain. At Shouyang Mountain above the sea of clouds, the demon master Kuanping listened to the vows of the human ants, shaking his head. Ultimately, it's just futile barking. Di Jun, on the other hand, sensed a crisis from the human oath. Threads of calamity energy surged into Di Jun's sea of consciousness. He believed that if the human race were let go today, the demon race would surely be annihilated by the human race in the future. Since they chose to slaughter the human race, they must eradicate the roots. Not a single one left. Slay them. Millions of demon kings greedily charged into Shouyang Mountain. Human blood was a delicacy, and they had to act quickly. Li Yu stepped out of the small courtyard. Would you like to use the Honghuang Golden Immortal Experience card? Yes. Usage successful. Buzz. Li Yu's aura began to soar. In an instant he reached the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm. In a heartbeat he ascended to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Even further he approached the Quasi-Saint Realm. The Honghuang Golden Immortal is a level distinct from the Quasi-Saint system, comparable to the Quasi-Saint Realm. The initial and middle stages of the Honghuang Golden Immortal are still on the rise. To mask his sudden transformation, Li Yu decisively took out the Kongtong seal. He shouted loudly, the fate of the human race, all added to my being. And then he witnessed the remaining fate of the human race shift. It swept in like a tidal wave, all converging upon Li Yu's Tao body. The Honghuang Golden Immortal reached its peak. A Deluo Golden Immortal Tiger Demon God unleashed the storm nebula, lunging at Li Yu. Li Yu raised his fist and struck at the tiger's body. The Deluo Golden Immortal Demon God, the Flying Tiger, was struck once, and his Tao body shattered, his soul scattering. The world fell silent. In the palace of Nuwa, the Taiqing Laozi's eyes widened. What kind of spiritual treasure did that kid just bring out? How could it gather the fate of the human race? Fate is quite mysterious. With weak fate one could choke on cool water, while with strong fate one could even stumble upon rare, innate spiritual treasures when going out. With weak fate cultivation is slow, and the heavenly mysteries are obscured, while with strong fate one could achieve twice the result with half the effort. In summary, there are many mysteries. The fate of the human race is scattered among them like grains of sand. What exactly has he used? How could he gather the fate of the human race in an instant? If I, the old Taoist, could obtain this strange treasure, then the teachings could completely master the fate of the human race. Even Nuwa felt shocked. What is he using? The human race actually possesses such a strange treasure. Though Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit estranged from the race she created. With the gathered fate, he possesses the power of a Quasi-Saint peak. Is this still the weak human race? The mighty beings of the wilderness speculated on what strange treasure Li Yu was using. Little did they know the wondrous use of the Honghuang Golden Immortal Experience card. At Shouyang Mountain above the sea of clouds, Di Jun's Tao heart sank as expected. My premonition was right. If the human race is not eliminated, it will surely be a great calamity. Jimeng, Yunxiao, Guiche, listen up. Kill. Yes, we obey your majesty's decree. Jimeng, Yunxiao, and Guiche are all among the top 10 demon saints possessing quasi-saint initial stage cultivation and are the backbone of the demon court. The three great demon saints pounced towards Li Yu carrying boundless demon energy, exuding quasi-saint pressure. Li Yu squinted slightly. When the human race is enraged, even if it's a demon saint, blood will be spilled on the spot. Purple lightning. Li Yu summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer, gripping it with one hand, transforming into a streak of light, dashing straight up into the clouds from the land of the wilderness. The purple lightning and fire roared in unison. Purple lightning surged with thunder flashing and roaring. The purple lightning shadows struck directly at the three great demon saints. Puff! Crack! The three great demon saints spewed blood scattering in the sky, with 7 or 8 bones broken within their bodies. Like kites with cut strings, they soared backward, crashing heavily down from the 9 heavens, gravely injured. After this strike, the world fell silent, all was quiet. The three ancestral beings of the human race inhaled, sharply hiss. Countless humans stared in astonishment, hiss. The myriad races of the wilderness gasped in unison, hiss. Who the hell said the human race was weak, lacking any power to fight back? Mount Shouyang, the beacon of the primordial chaos. And how could the frail human race, gathering celestial fortune to their aid, wound 3 mighty demon sovereigns, Jimeng, Yunxiao, and Guiche, in a single strike? These were true demon sovereigns, quasi-saintly demons of unfathomable might. In what virtue or merit did the human race possess to achieve such a feat? En Mingyi widened his eyes in disbelief. This human, En Tongtian patriarch, abruptly rose to his feet. He, my son-in-law, Neen the desolate Baron Mount Shumi of the West Indian's face bore deep sorrow and anguish. Injuanti wailed bitterly. How bitter! The West suffers, while the East teems with spiritual vitality. Even the frail human race now wields such power, and truly they are destined for the West. And woo. How bitter! Elder brother, with chaos erupting across the East, shall we cross over secretly to convert a wave of souls there? Enjin pondered in silence for a long while. We shall go, covertly. And above the sea of clouds over Mount Shouyang. Kunpeng stared in utter shock, dumbfounded. What in the 9 hells just happened? And Emperor Jun's expression darkened. More tribulation chi flooded his consciousness, amplifying his inner sense of peril. This youth must not be allowed to live. And hear my decree: 10 great demon sovereigns. Capture or slay him at once. Enbai Zhe, leading the 10 great demon sovereigns, commanded 300 demon deities in an overwhelming assault upon Li Yu. Seize the leader first. To capture the thief, seize the king. And he has gathered the entire human race's celestial fortune. Slay him, and the humans will crumble into irredeemable disarray. And the human race was meant to be the demon race's living sustenance, its very food. Li Yu gripped the violet lightning hammer in one hand. His wind-chasing immortal boots shimmered with radiant light beneath his feet. And clearly his cultivation, perfected at the level of a supreme immortal of the primordial chaos, was sufficient to unleash the vast majority of the artifact's divine power. Violet lightning blazed across the heavens. And alone he held his ground against 7 demon sovereigns led by Bai Zhe and hundreds of demon deities, without yielding an inch. And Demon Master, seize and slay him. Emperor Jun, seeing that Bai Zhe and the others could not subdue this insignificant human, ordered Kunpeng, the Demon Master, to intervene. And Kunpeng nodded in silent understanding and soared skyward, his wings eclipsing heaven and earth. In the northern abyss dwells a fish named Koan. So vast is Koan no one knows its measure, thousands of li across. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng. Kunpeng was among the 3,000 guests of the Yunxiao Palace, peerless in innate talent and ancestral roots. Yet his karmic fortune was wanting. He possessed no sentient primordial treasure born alongside him. Kunpeng had lived contentedly in the northern abyss, until Emperor Jun and Taiqing coerced him, forcing a fragment of his primal spirit into the demon-calling banner, binding him irrevocably to the demon court's command. How cautious Kunpeng always was. Yet when Emperor Jun issued the order, he had no choice but to act. And thus acting without exertion was perfectly reasonable, was it not? And it was precisely this half-hearted intervention that forged Li Yu's legend. Li Yu fought the Demon Master and the host of demon sovereigns alone, and did not falter. In seeing Kunpeng delay in subduing this insignificant human, Emperor Jun murmured, Shi-Huang. Shi-Huang was none other than Fu Shi. Inborn alongside Nuwa at Mount Buzhou Fu, she was her elder brother. After joining the demon court, he was honored with the title Shi-Huang. Fu Shi shook his head. The human race was created by the Saint Nuwa. I cannot raise my hand against them. And upon hearing this, Emperor Jun dared not press further. Fu Shi was not merely Shi-Huang. He was also the elder brother of Saint Nuwa herself. Issue the edict. Summon the Eastern Sovereign back to Mount Shouyang at once. In could Emperor Jun, the sovereign ruler of the demon race, personally descend to confront a mere mortal human. Moreover, all the great cultivators of the primordial chaos watched closely. Would such a move not grievously tarnish his imperial dignity? Once the Eastern Sovereign Taiqing returned wielding the Eastern Sovereign Bell, even a saint would find him a worthy adversary. And meanwhile, in the central land of the primordial chaos, the Pangu Hall. In the 12 ancestral Wu sat in solemn stillness within the Pangu Hall. Enju roamed the fiery-tempered Wu of flame roared furiously. What on earth are those three-legged crow demons scheming now? To mobilize such overwhelming force, just to besiege the human race. What sinister plot lies behind this? In Gonggong the Wu of floodwaters sneered coldly. They're certainly plotting no good, perhaps even devising schemes against our Wu clan. All such efforts are futile, dreaming of striking against our Wu clan. A fool's fantasy. And the 12 ancestral Wu were born from the confluence of Pangu's vital blood and the world's primordial malevolent qi. They proclaimed themselves the true descendants and sole legitimate heirs of Pangu. They carried innate pride. Enho to the Wu of Earth gazed upon the countless slaughtered humans, her chest tightening with sorrow. Not only compassion for the humans, but profound grief for heaven and earth itself after death. They would dissipate utterly, body, soul, and spirit alike. Something felt missing from the cosmos, but what precisely Hudu could not discern. Dijiang, the chief of the 12 ancestral Wu, spoke with grave resonance. Let the demon race scheme as they will. We Wu clan shall shatter every plot with sheer force. When the 12 stars' divine malevolence formation manifests, all conspiracies and stratagems crumble into pale, powerless dust. In Mount Shouyang, Enli Yu had pushed the violet lightning hammer to its absolute limit, and all the while subtly observing the perimeter of the formation. Within the bounds of Mount Shouyang, some of his kin remained outside the formation, and he needed to buy more time. Enli Yu transmitted his voice to Lu'er. Quickly, lead them inside the formation. Lu'er dared not hesitate. He obeyed instantly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In with the final wave of humans crossing into the formation's sacred boundary. Li Yu fought while retreating step by step. And Emperor Jun frowned. He keeps drawing the humans toward Mount Shouyang. Could he possibly hold a hidden trump card? No, it cannot be. Is he trying to flee? This youth must not be allowed to escape. Under any circumstances. Na resonant hum. The demon Wu tribulation qi surged violently once more. And Emperor Jun, forgetting all imperial decorum, prepared to intervene personally. In the next instant, Emperor Jun smiled coldly. To flee now? Too late. And before Li Yu's path of retreat, Na faint amber-yellow bell materialized silently. Its surface bore carvings of 10,000 races of the primordial chaos radiating 5-colored halos of light. None other than the Chaos Bell, one of the 3 treasures of creation. Indong. And the Chaos Bell tolled. Heaven and earth trembled. Its resonance rang with majestic grandeur and heroic fervor. And from the void emerged the Eastern Sovereign Taiqing, blocking Li Yu's retreat. Insignificant human. No matter the depth of your ambition or cunning, your end begins here. Insect. Your doom has arrived. The Eastern Sovereign Bell shattered the void. Its aura as a primordial supreme treasure descended upon Li Yu. Violet lightning blazed across the heavens. The violet lightning hammer wreathed in violet thunderfire clashed heat-in with the Chaos Bell. Boom. Crack. The collision of divine artifacts unleashed a storm of Tao resonance, surging wildly across the entire realm of the primordial chaos. The violet lightning hammer's radiance dimmed considerably, yet the Chaos Bell's power intensified. Na supreme primordial artifact paled before a primordial supreme treasure. A humble thatched cottage and courtyard. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes brimmed with tension, her Tao heart fluttered wildly. Hastily she contacted a jade slip within her consciousness. Master, please come quickly. This jade slip had been secretly bestowed upon Yunxiao by Tongtian Patriarch after his ascension to sainthood on Golden Turtle Island. Not secret, even Li Yu knew nothing of. The jade slip shimmered and Tongtian Patriarch replied, My child, do not panic. I wish to witness the limits of my son-in-law. Master, the Eastern Sovereign Taiqing has intervened. The Lord may not endure much longer. Tongtian Patriarch smiled serenely. My child, place greater faith in your husband. Rest assured, the Qingping sword stands ready in my hand. In hearing this, Yunxiao's suspended Tao heart finally settled. So long as her master observed the battle, all would be well. At that very moment, several demon deities obeying the emperor's decree descended from the land of the primordial chaos and abducted tens of thousands of humans. Coldly they declared, Boy, if you dare flee, these kin of yours shall perish beside you. Li Yu stood motionless amid the clouds of the 9th heaven. Flee. In the moment the heaven and earth spatial shift formation was complete, flight had ceased to be an option. And it was time to reclaim interest, tenfold, from the demon race. Ancestors, guard our people well. Liu transmitted his voice once more to the three human ancestors. Na's sudden chilling premonition seized the ancestors' hearts. You intend to stay behind? No. How can you remain alone? And if you refuse to leave, we will not leave either. And today we stand united, in life and in death. In Liu, he showed the myriad beings of the primordial chaos what fury the frail human race could unleash. Demon sovereigns bled crimson upon the battlefield. And he awakened the humans to a truth long buried. Even their fragile bodies harbored infinite untapped strength. The three ancestors had long regarded Liu as the sole hope of their race. They would sooner die themselves than let him fall. And Liu had no time left to explain. Activate the heaven and earth spatial shift formation. Destination the shores of the eastern sea. Nhum. Na profound ineffable force enveloped Mount Shouyang. Naviri person shimmered with arcane light. Even Yunxiao, before she could react. And nearly 1 billion humans were instantly displaced to the shores of the eastern sea. And within the formations bound not a single human remained. The six saints gazed upon the spectacle in astonishment. What just occurred? And where have the humans of Mount Shouyang vanished? And how does that youth wield such power? Could it be the same mysterious treasure as before? And just how many secrets does my son-in-law truly conceal? And the heaven and earth spatial shift formation concluded. Liu grasped the violet lightning hammer and transformed into a streak of thunderlight, plunging straight into the ranks of demon deities and demon kings. And the myriad beings of the primordial chaos recoiled in awe. What is that man doing? What? And SSSSH. And he isn't fleeing. He's charging into the demon host. And where does such audacity spring from? Liu declared, my people are safe. Now, it is time for me to charge in and out 7 times, turning heaven and earth upside down. As is well known, Zhao Zilong is full of courage. At this moment Liu is filled with Zhao Zilong's essence. Gripping the purple lightning hammer, Liu charged into the midst of the demon horde, and wherever the purple lightning passed, hundreds of demon kings fell. The demon gods bled on the spot. The demon gods and demon kings are the backbone of the demon race. The experience card lasts only for a day. Seize the chance to inflict pain and incapacitate the demon race. Consider it the interest levied upon the human race. Bam! The heavenly master suddenly stood up, exclaiming, my son-in-law has no limits. Donghuang Tai gritted his teeth. What audacity! How dare you slaughter my demon race? He summoned the Donghuang bell to strike down the human ants. Ultimately, Donghuang Tai has yet to attain sainthood. He cannot unleash the true power of the innate supreme treasure. Although the purple lightning hammer cannot match the Donghuang bell, Liu is safe for now. The might of a fully realized Honghuang golden immortal clashing with Donghuang Tai creates shockwaves that could obliterate the demon kings. Wherever there are many demon kings, Liu heads straight for them. Want to kill me, Liu? First take down the demon kings. Thus Liu navigated through countless demon soldiers, killing his way in and out, slaying innumerable powerful demons. The goal of slaughtering the human race is to refine the slaying witch sword to eradicate the witch race. In the future, a decisive battle against the witch race awaits. How could Emperor Jun stand by and watch as the demon race is slaughtered? Emperor Jun radiated the true fire of the sun, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Emperor Jun was utterly enraged. Even at the cost of abandoning his imperial dignity, he would unite to slay him. With Emperor Jun joining the battle, Li's situation became dire. Boom. Buzz. The tribulation energy surged once more. Emperor Jun coldly commanded, activate the great array of the celestial stars. Do not dally any longer. Let us finish this in one fell swoop. Annihilate him. The longer the delay, the more demon kings would fall. Yes. Great array of the celestial stars. Liu, unwilling to be careless, pushed back 3 great demon saints, opening a gap to escape. Human ants. It is too late to run now. Under the great array of the celestial stars, even a quasi saint would fall on the spot. All beings in the wilderness witnessed this scene. They all shook their heads and sighed. It's over. This young man of the human race is doomed. The hope of the entire clan rests on him. I admit he has done his best. I admit he has indeed done a lot. But what does it matter? To stand against the demon race alone is still too far-fetched. After this child dies, there will be no more human race in the wilderness. He did his best. He did his best. Just as all beings in the wilderness were shaking their heads in lamentation, Liu suddenly shouted loudly, Uncle, save me. Buzz. The call of Uncle caused a tremor throughout the wilderness. All beings turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. They saw in the east of the heavens a stream of pure light shimmering. Duo Bao led the way, accompanied by the Mother of No Limits, the Mother of Golden Spirit, the Mother of Tortoise Spirit, Zhao Gongming, and other disciples of the Zhejiao. Zhao Gongming's muscles bulged as he laughed. Haha, brother-in-law. We all saw your bravery earlier. Quickly stand behind us, brother-in-law. Li Ye's figure flashed, and he stood behind Zhao Gongming. Ding. The experience card time is up. Welcome back next time for another experience. As the experience time ended, Li Yu quickly slumped down, the power within him retreating like a tidal wave. Feeling completely drained, he could barely stand. The Mother of No Limits and the Mother of Golden Spirit supported Li Yu on either side, smiling. Now that you have called for your uncle, what shall you call us? Li Yu hesitated for a moment. Aunt. Big sister. Senior sister. Ha, good. The Mother of No Limits smiled gently. Duo Bao stood at the forefront, the great array of the celestial stars above his head. Duo Bao remained calm and composed as he summoned the Qingping sword. Emperor Jun and Taiyi frowned. Duo Bao, what does your Jiejiao intend? This child is my enemy of the demon race, you Jiejiao. Zhao Gongming's muscles bulged once again, pointing at Emperor Jun and Taiyi. Damn it, my Jiejiao has come. Do you demon race dare to not show respect? Do you know how to write the character for Jia? Emperor Jun and Taiyi, as the lords of the demon court, were scolded so openly their faces darkened and anger surged within them, erupting in fury. None other. Below the saints all are but ants. The other party is Jiejiao. Zhao Gongming continued to shout. 10 great demon saints. Dare to fight me for a few rounds. The 10 great demon saints had all been heavily injured by Li Yu, and upon seeing Zhao Gongming, a mere Deluo golden immortal, speak so wildly, could no longer hold back. Your Majesty. I will challenge Zhao Gongming to a duel. Ji Ming stepped forward. Zhao Gongming clenched his fists. I said, I want to fight 10. If there aren't 10, then you are not worthy for me to take action. Damn, Zhao Gongming. How dare you insult me? The gazes of Emperor Jun and Taiyi were fixed firmly on Duo Bao. Duo Bao chuckled. Everyone, do you not recognize the purple lightning hammer? Emperor Jun and Taiyi spoke. The purple lightning hammer is a spiritual treasure of the Upper Clear Saint. Duo Bao's smile faded. Damn it. Since you know it is a spiritual treasure of the Upper Clear Saint, how dare you humiliate my Jiejiao son-in-law? To insult my Jiejiao son-in-law is to insult me, Duo Bao. The disciples of Jiejiao behind him shouted. To insult Master Brother Duo Bao is to insult my Jiejiao. The master has been insulted. It feels worse than being killed. Master Brother, let us go to war. Let Jiejiao declare war on the demon race. With the word declare war spoken, Emperor Jun and Taiyi were taken aback. Jiejiao is not to be feared. What is to be feared is the Upper Clear Saint. If Jiejiao declares war on the demon race, the witch race could laugh in their sleep at night. Clearly, the word declare war was an exaggeration from the disciples of Jiejiao to intimidate the demon race. Duo Bao, despite being the master brother, did not have the power to represent Jiejiao, nor could he represent the Upper Clear Saint. In the palace of Nuwa, the Taiqing Laozi felt extremely frustrated. He intended to use the hands of the demon race to weaken the luck of the human race, diminishing the luck that Nuwa held over the human race. Yet a Li Yu emerged, ruining the plot of using a knife to kill. Although the luck of the human race has diminished and Nuwa's authority over the human race has suffered a heavy blow, the human race still has a population of hundreds of billions, clearly not achieving the best effect. Next, it was time to reap the fruits of victory. Thus, Taiqing Laozi sent a message to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Second brother, I owe you a cause and effect. It is time to return. Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced at the arrogant and overbearing Jiejiao immortals, growing more displeased the longer he looked. A group of people with shallow blessings, not recognizing the heavenly numbers. What a calamity. The human race. They are born of eggs. Li Yu borrowed external power. Ultimately, it is a path of heresy, a fleeting moment. Taiqing Laozi left the palace of Nuwa and descended upon Shouyang Mountain. The disciples of Jiejiao all bowed. We meet the master uncle. Emperor Jun, Taiyi, Kunping Fushi, and the 10 great demon saints also bowed. We meet the Taiqing saint. Taiqing Laozi's expression was as calm as a deep well. What is this? Do you all wish to turn my Shouyang Mountain into a sieve? Master uncle, we absolutely do not mean this. Taiqing saint, my demon race also has no such intention. Taiqing saint scanned Emperor Jun and Taiyi. What punishment should the demon race face for slaughtering the people of Shouyang? As the master of the human teaching, should I also be slaughtered? We are terrified. We absolutely dare not offend the majesty of the Taiqing saint. Taiqing Laozi said in a deep voice, this matter ends here. Your demon race shall not harm the human race for any reason. The implication being, consider the earlier slaughter of the human race as forgotten. Moving forward, the human race shall have the protection of the Taiqing saint, and the demon race is forbidden from acting against them. What is the purpose? Naturally, to reap the luck of the human race. To showcase the protection of the master of the human teaching over the human race, so that the human race would be grateful and indebted. Li Yu smiled when the human race was being slaughtered. They turned a blind eye and allowed it. Now they are the first to rush out to reap the fruits and expect the human race to be grateful. Though the three pure ones have separated, the bond of brotherhood spanning millions of years still exists. It is not yet the time of the Fengshan calamity when Taiqing and Yunxiao joined forces with outsiders to deal with Yunxiao. In simple terms, the Tongtian master values brotherly affection but has yet to see through Taiqing and Yunxiao. At this moment, Li Yes' disrespect towards Taiqing might even displease Tongtian. Record this down. Make a note. Thus, the Taiqing saint unilaterally announced a reconciliation between the human and demon races. As for the thoughts of the human race, does it even matter? Although Emperor Jun and Tai were unwilling, they had to submit. We have disturbed the saint. We take our leave. Emperor Jun and Tai led the demon race away. The Jiejiao immortals also bowed deeply. Master Uncle, we shall return as well. Li Yu felt a continuous emptiness surge within him and fainted. Li Yu had a long dream, as if he dreamed of holding his beloved wife, one hand resting on an exceptionally soft surface. The curve of his palm was enchanting, making him reluctant to part with it. On the shores of the eastern sea of the primordial world beneath Yunxiao Island, there are numerous island chains. Tongtian Island is the chosen dojo of Li Yu and his wife. The thatched cottage was seamlessly moved to Tongtian Island by Zhao Gongming using his immense magical power. It has been more than half a month since the battle at Shouyang Mountain. Li Yu has also been asleep for over half a month, exhausted from fatigue, not in a coma. Li Yu slept close to Yunxiao, and in his dreams he felt the perfect curvature in his palm. It is an experience that lingers in the mind. The mechanical voice of the system continuously echoed Tongtian value 5200. Li Yu turned over comfortably, embracing his wife, gently resting his chin on Yunxiao's shoulder. Yunxiao gazed at her husband sleeping peacefully with her gentle watery eyes. She was startled when she saw her husband faint. Her teacher personally investigated and said that Li Yu was exhausted and needed to rest. Only then did Yunxiao feel relieved. Husband, why did such power erupt from your body? After the battle at Shouyang Mountain, Li Yes' name among the human race has already echoed throughout the primordial world. All the powerful beings were incredulous. How could a mere human race with its frail body unleash the strength of a peak quasi-saint? Although he is the son-in-law of the Jiejiao, but he is not a son-in-law in name alone. He relies on the power of the human race. Li Yu shattered the preconceived notions that the myriad races of the primordial world held against the human race. The myriad races had no choice but to reevaluate and formulate new strategies for interacting with the human race. Outside the thatched cottage, a clear voice rang out. Sister, Yunxiao and Bai Xiao walked into the thatched cottage. Upon entering, they saw Li Yu embracing their sister with his hand resting on her body. Bai Xiao, with her innocent nature, felt angry and wanted to scold Rogue. Before she could express her anger, she was subdued by Yunxiao's stern command, kneel. Bai Xiao weakly knelt down. I thought he was bullying my sister. Yunxiao blinked her eyes. Don't be rude, call him brother-in-law. The teacher officiated and the Saint Nuwa witnessed our marriage, with the senior brothers and sisters as witnesses. My marriage to your brother-in-law is a proclamation to heaven and earth. Yunxiao implied that her relationship with Li Yu is legitimate and above board. Bai Xiao nodded in grievance. I know. But, he is just a human. Bai Xiao still harbored prejudice against the human race, feeling that a mere human could not be worthy of her sister. Bai Xiao believed that no cultivator in the entire primordial world is worthy of her sister. Yunxiao agreed. Yunxiao smiled gently. Do not harbor prejudice. Although the human race is inherently weak, didn't my husband repel a multitude of demon saints? Even the Eastern Emperor Tai could do nothing against him. Sister, but that was the luck and power of the human race that he borrowed. The fact that he can gather the luck of the human race and harness the power of the entire race is not a skill, eh? If I see you being disrespectful to your brother-in-law again in the future, just wait until I'm better to deal with you. Now go back and do not disturb your husband's rest. Yunxiao and Bai Xiao were reluctantly driven out. Both wore frowns, and the sisterly bond among the three was suddenly interrupted by a stranger who had taken their elder sister away. Not only had they taken away their elder sister, but they also claimed her for themselves. The offense, the invasion, the authority of their elder sister. Yunxiao and Bai Xiao had never seen their elder sister being affectionate with anyone other than the two of them. Yunxiao and Bai Xiao returned home disheveled. Their dojo was on the neighboring island named Tongtian Island, hoping their elder sister would change her mind. Li Yu felt that he was sleeping very soundly. It was the most restful sleep since he crossed over. He had a grand dream where he married a celestial maiden as his wife who was gentle and obedient, and most importantly, breathtakingly beautiful. Beauty aside, her figure was also exceptionally enchanting, especially the curvature. Perfect. Wait a minute. How do I know so much? With a snap. It was quick. Li Yu suddenly sat up, his eyes blank and bewildered. What the heck? This isn't a dream. Yunxiao, seeing her husband suddenly sit up, looked worried and asked, what happened? Husband. Li Yu met his wife's beautiful gaze and saw the concern in her eyes, instantly feeling at ease. I thought I was still at Shouyang Mountain. It was an instinctive reaction. The next moment, Li Yu noticed his wife's celestial gown, which was supposed to be smooth and neat, but was now filled with wrinkles. It was easy to guess that the wrinkles had suffered greatly. Li Yu hurriedly said, "Wife, I didn't." Yunxiao's expression softened further. "Husband, rest a bit longer. We can visit the teacher at Yunxiao Island after you recover." "All right." Li Yu skillfully lay back down, holding his wife's small hand, their fingers intertwined. He felt a bit numb, but quickly rationalized, "That's right. I'm not a saint, so why pretend to be one? Moreover, my wife and I are a legitimate couple. Is it unreasonable to do what couples do?" "Oh my." Li Yu gently closed his eyes, feeling the beauty beside him, and his heart calmed down. Tongtian never mentioned that using the experience card has side effects. Li Yu did not know how long he had slept, but judging by the wrinkles, it could not have been a short time. The mechanical system did not provide an answer. Query Tongtian value. Ding. Current owners Tongtian value 45 million. Li Yu. Before the battle at Shouyang Mountain, Li Yu had just spent all his Tongtian value, and now he had almost reached a small target again. Why so fast? Li Yu naturally didn't know that he had been constantly close to his wife, triggering the 520 times critical hit from time to time. Half a month, averaging 3 million Tongtian value per day. Today's shop has refreshed limited time flash sale, a drop of Pangus essence blood, 10 million note, mysterious, indescribable. The first 5 turns of the 9 turns, Xian Yuan Gong, 30 million note, easy to enter, but hard to master, harder than ascending to the heavens. Innate wood spirit Qi 100 million, innate Ren water Qi 100 million, the myriad methods return to the flow chapter of the Xinhua Wujidao, 100 million. Li Yu looked at the refreshed system shop and thought, there is only one disease in the world. Poverty. In the primordial world, there is only one sin, weakness. Pangus essence blood is on sale. Oh, I must get it. The 9 turns, Xian Yuan Gong, is a technique cultivated by the great god Pangu for refining body and spirit. I could afford to buy the first 4 turns. Primordial chapter, exchange for Pangus essence blood, and 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong. Ding. The item has been dispatched. Ooh, please check, master. The system's voice fell. A drop of Pangus essence blood floated in Li Yu's sea of consciousness. Crystal clear, exuding an incomparably mysterious aura containing profound Tao rhythms, ineffably wonderful. At the same time, countless mysterious Tao patterns appeared in his sea of consciousness. This was the 9 turns, Xian Yuan Gong. Primordial chapter, the Xian Gong refines the body, and the Yuan Gong cultivates the spirit. First turn Earth Immortal. Second turn Heaven Immortal. Third turn True Immortal. Fourth turn Xian Immortal. Fifth turn Golden Immortal. Eighth turn Honghuang Golden Immortal. Ninth turn Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal. Li Yu digested the mysterious Tao patterns appearing in his sea of consciousness. The physical body and primordial spirit can be cultivated simultaneously, and one can directly cultivate to the supreme method of Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the 9 turns, Xian Yuan Gong, is highly compatible and can be practiced together with the Shangqing Immortal method. Or more accurately, Tongtian's father-in-law is a descendant of Pangus primordial spirit. The Shangqing Immortal method is also a lineage passed down from Pangus teachings, fundamentally the same. Li Yu attempted to absorb the Pangu essence blood. The next moment, a vast amount of magical power and Tao rhythms surged into Li Yu's Tao body like a torrential river. In just a breath, Li Yu felt completely filled. Oh no, the Pangu essence blood. The magical power and Tao rhythm it contains are too strong. I cannot digest it with my mere golden immortal realm. Li Yu operated the Supreme Clarity Immortal technique to its utmost limit, absorbing the immense magical power and Tao rhythm contained within the essence of Pangus blood. In a breath, he reached the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm. In 2 breaths, he reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm. In 3 breaths, he achieved the perfect Golden Immortal stage. The overwhelming magical power continued to surge within his corporeal body, displaying the potential to break through. Li Yu frowned slightly. This was not the time to break through. In the Golden Immortal realm, one must cultivate the 5 energies within their chest, and the quality of these energies determine their future Tao path. Currently, Li Yu only possessed the innate metal energy and was still short of the other 4 energies. As the saying goes, a towering building must have a solid foundation. With a thought, Li Yu began to cultivate the 9 cycles mystic origin technique with all his might. He integrated the overwhelming magical power into his flesh and blood, refining his physical body. Simultaneously, the immense Tao rhythm was honing his nascent soul. Pangus blood was like a vast ocean. Li Yu was like a whale, greedily absorbing the immense magical power and Tao rhythm. He repeatedly compressed, refined, and merged the magical power and Tao rhythm into his corporeal body. With the first transformation of the technique, his physical strength was comparable to a top-tier spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm. With the second transformation, his physical strength was comparable to a mid-tier spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm. With the fourth transformation, his physical strength was comparable to a superior spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm. With the fifth transformation, his physical strength was comparable to an ultimate spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm. Liu only had the first 5 transformations of the cultivation method corresponding to the golden immortal realm. Both his physical body and nascent soul had reached the pinnacle of the 5th transformation. The golden immortal realm was perfected. The quality of the magical power cultivated by the Supreme Clarity Immortal technique was already much higher than that of an ordinary golden immortal cultivator from the primordial times. The quality of the magical power cultivated by the 9 Cycles Mystic Origin technique was even higher than that of the Supreme Clarity Immortal technique. Liu no longer knew how many times stronger he was compared to an ordinary golden immortal cultivator. Feeling his body filled with power, he could kill a Taiqing golden immortal beast king with a single hand. There was still a great deal of magical power and Tao rhythm contained within the Panga blood in his body. Liu could not digest it all. There was no choice. He could only intertwine his 10 fingers and transmit the pure mystical magical power to Lady Yunxiao. Lady Yunxiao felt her husband's pure magical power flowing in and her body trembled slightly. Such a rich supreme clarity, immortal energy. Has my husband broken through again? Why is my husband progressing so fast, even though he is merely a human? Lady Yunxiao wondered, feeling astonished. Even her innate being was taken aback. Without asking further, Lady Yunxiao calmed her Tao heart and focused on sensing the overwhelming and pure supreme clarity magical power sent by her husband. Li's magical power flowed like a gentle stream into her corporeal body. He did not dare to be too forceful and carefully adjusted his wife's condition. Again and again, Lady Yunxiao's 5 energies were aligned towards the origin, and the 3 flowers bloomed atop her head. Before she fainted, she had already reached the peak of the Taiqing golden immortal realm. If she hadn't been injured and fainted, she would have likely attained the great Luo golden immortal. Meanwhile, Li's immense magical power gently nourished the 5 energies in her chest and the 3 flowers atop her head. The 3 flowers, also known as Tao flowers, are the most secretive and untouchable Tao fruits for cultivators. But what secrets could there be between husband and wife? Liu wanted to stabilize his wife's realm even further, ensuring her Tao flowers were perfected. Once she awakens, she would be able to perfectly attain the great Luo golden immortal. He had promised to rest for a moment before visiting his teacher. Liu digested the Panga blood and helped his wife cultivate. 2.5 months passed quietly. One day on the surface of the East Sea, the winds were calm. Seagulls gathered and myriad beings competed freely in the frosty sky. Liu embraced Lady Yunxiao and stepped out of their home. While admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea, they headed towards Yunxiao Island. On Yunxiao Island, it faintly appeared that myriad immortals were coming to pay their respects. Duobao, as the senior brother of the Jie sect, assisted his teacher in overseeing the Jie sect. The direct disciples included the 3 great holy mothers Wudong, Jinling, and Gailing. Zhao Gongming was also a direct disciple, serving as the senior brother of the external disciples responsible for governing them. Of course, Qiongxiao and Bixiao were also direct disciples. Liu, holding Lady Yunxiao, walked on Yunxiao Island. He saw a young man playing with fire with red hair and flames radiating from his body, proclaiming, "Luo Xian." The immortal of flames, Luo Xian, one of the fierce ones of the future Jie sect. During the function war, he unleashed 3,000 fire crows, burning the Kunlun golden immortals to the point of rolling in the dirt. However, the ending was tragic. He was defeated by the Chan sect with water-based spiritual treasures. Liu also saw Lu Yue, the future plague immortal of the Jie sect, who was also exceptionally strong in combat, invincible in single combat, but unfortunately, he was beaten to death. There was also the golden hoop celestial horse, who cultivated a body of binding laws and after death was made into 3 hoops. The Jie sect was indeed a place where myriad immortals gathered and talents were abundant. After that, Liu saw Pai Lu Xian, Xiu Shou Xian, Ling Yi Xian, and Chong Erding Wang Xian. The 7 accompanying immortals 5 entered the West, and during their time in the Jie sect, they also committed numerous atrocities, causing trouble for the Jie sect. Liu shook his head helplessly. My father-in-law emphasizes that all things have a glimmer of life and wishes to give all spirits in the primordial world a chance. It is inevitable that some mud and sand will mix in. Why are you sighing and shaking your head, husband? Lady Yunxiao blinked. Liu softly replied, I just feel that our Jie sect is filled with talents and myriad immortals come to pay their respects. That's good, isn't it? But it is unavoidable that some wicked people will mix into the Jie sect, taking the name of the Jie sect's saints to commit misdeeds. Husband, what have you discovered? Li Yu shook his head, thinking of the likes of Chang Dingguangxian, who would backstab the Jie sect in the future, leading to the disastrous defeat of the myriad immortals of the Jie sect. This was the biggest culprit. But isn't the incident still yet to happen? In matters without evidence, speaking more is bound to lead to more mistakes, and the other party may even turn the tables. What is their intention? Stirring discord. Seeing her husband silent, Lady Yunxiao did not press further, pondering over it. Li Yu embraced Lady Yunxiao as they walked on Jinao Island, admiring the future-renowned Jie sect immortals. They also became a beautiful scenery in themselves. The Jie sect immortals were also sizing up Li Yu. Li Yu, is he the one who married Sister Yunxiao? I refuse to accept it. Why does he get to marry the beautiful Sister Yunxiao? I also admire Sister Yunxiao. Why doesn't the teacher give me a chance? I refuse to accept it. I want to challenge him to a duel. Oh, you can go ahead. And not long ago, Brother Li Yu fought against Donghuang Taiqing and didn't lose at all. Brother, can you help me out? You could at least advise me. The younger disciples of the Jie sect were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, yet they did not dare to show it openly. Only Chang Dingguangxian gritted his teeth. Damn it. How dare a human ant marry Yunxiao? He does not know the destiny. Chang Dingguangxian blocked Li Yu's path. The strength Li Yu displayed in his earlier battle with Donghuang Taiqing, it was merely borrowed. This was also the confidence that Chang Dingguangxian had to stop Li Yu. Li Yu's expression remained calm. I wonder what guidance junior brother Chang has. I do not dare to offer guidance. I just have encountered some confusion in my cultivation recently. I seek my senior brother's enlightenment. After speaking, Chang internal magical power surged, and he at the peak of the golden immortal realm attacked Li Yu. Beneath the ordinary, a hidden killing intent. He wanted to embarrass Li Yu publicly and force him to beg for mercy. Li Yu raised his hand and casually struck, then turned to leave. A true man. He never looked back. Li Yu's casual strike caught Chang completely off guard, sending him flying backwards. He crashed heavily to the ground face first, with his internal organs in agony, his vision filled with stars. Thus, Chang began to cry loudly. Senior brother is bullying his junior brother. We agreed to discuss and spar, yet senior brother actually used the purple lightning hammer given by the teacher. You don't uphold celestial virtue and sneak attack your junior brother. This was Chang scheme. If the killing intent could seriously injure him, that would be best. If not, it would at least put the label of humiliating a fellow disciple on him. Just at that moment, Zhao Gongming, holding a golden whip and riding a black tiger, walked out. Oh, who is bullying their fellow disciple? Let this poor Taoist have a look. Chang's crying abruptly stopped, and he quickly said, Senior brother. It was just a joke. Zhao Gongming's expression instantly became serious. A joke? Do you dare to say you are bullying a fellow disciple? Do you know what the punishment for bullying a fellow disciple is? Chang panicked. Junior brother knows he was wrong. Li Yu completely ignored Chang Dingguangxian. This two-faced person was already a dead man, and sooner or later, he would be expelled. Uncle Gongming. Brother-in-law is here. How is your recovery? Not much of an issue now. Let's go to Bo Palace to meet the teacher together. Please, Uncle Gongming, lead the way. At the Bo Palace, the Tongtian cult master, clad in a green Taoist robe, sat quietly on a mat surrounded by swirling pure qi. Li Yu entered the Bo Palace holding Yunxiao, respectfully greeting. Greetings, father-in-law. My son-in-law has arrived. Please take a seat. Thank you, father-in-law. The Tongtian cult master glanced at his son-in-law, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Who is Donghuang Tai? The sovereign of the Sun Star. Wielding the supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. I, the son-in-law of the Jiejiao, have fought against the famed Donghuang Tai and the 10 great demon saints, bringing great honor to myself. What intrigued the Tongtian cult master the most was how a human body could unleash such power. And what extraordinary treasure was his son-in-law using? Although curious, the Tongtian cult master did not pry into his son-in-law's treasure. Li Yu smiled calmly and replied, Father-in-law, the spiritual treasure I use is called the Kongtong Seal. Kongtong Seal. The Tongtian cult master pondered for a moment, seemingly unfamiliar with this treasure. Li Yu raised his hand to produce the Kongtong Seal, the size of a jade seal, engraved with the Taoist inscription Mandate from Heaven, eternal prosperity. Heaven here refers to the great Tao, not the heavenly way. The great Tao is impartial. The Tongtian cult master was even more shocked. This treasure is not an innate spiritual treasure. The Kongtong Seal possesses no rank or grade, yet is the exclusive treasure of human fortune. Li Yu explained, this treasure was obtained by chance, and it can gather the fortune of the human race. After deliberating for a moment, the Tongtian cult master said, Put it away. This extraordinary treasure is indeed profound. Although I have yet to fully understand it, I can sense its crucial importance to the human race. Of course it is important. The Kongtong Seal is the key to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It holds the power to confer titles to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Furthermore, it is crucial for the human race to seize its own fate. Li Yu put away the Kongtong seal. The pure Taoist rhythm enveloped Li Yu's body as the Tongtian cult master examined him to see if the fierce battle had left any hidden injuries. This son-in-law has actually reached the perfection of the golden immortal realm. His Tao foundation is incredibly solid. This speed of cultivation is faster than that of a typical innate being. With such extraordinary treasures, it is reasonable for my son-in-law to cultivate quickly. The Tongtian cult master did not probe further. After achieving sagehood, I have yet to impart the Tao to you two as a couple. Let's discuss the Tao today. Thank you, father-in-law. Li Yu sat quietly on the mat with Yunxiao, while his brother-in-law Gongming was already seated listening to the voice of the sage. As the sage spoke, purple chi surrounded him, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The profundity and depth left the cultivators entranced. Time seemed to flow like fine sand, and in the blink of an eye, 14 days passed. The voice of the sage gradually ceased. Li Yu awoke from his trance, having gained further insights into the Qingyun celestial arts and various divine techniques. No wonder countless cultivators yearn to hear the sage's teachings. The feeling of enlightenment is simply exquisite. While teaching the Tao, the Tongtian cult master also observed his son-in-law. His son-in-law's comprehension was remarkable, able to grasp and integrate what he taught. The Tongtian cult master became more certain this has nothing to do with the sly and treacherous types my elder brother spoke of. My brother must have been mistaken. After finishing his teachings, Li Yu intended to take Yunxiao and bid farewell, as they needed to go to the East Sea. The clan members migrated from Shouyang Mountain to the East Sea and would need time to adapt. Yunxiao blinked her eyes. Husband, you go to the East Sea first, I'll come back to you later. Li Yu nodded. His wife hadn't seen her teacher in a long time, so it was natural for her to wish to stay and chat. Li Yu raised his hand to take out a rocking chair, placing his wife on it. Father-in-law, I will head to the East Sea now. The Tongtian cult master nodded. Clearly, the human race is the foundation for his son-in-law. Moreover, the human race is not weak. If my son-in-law can master the human race and gather its fortune, it will surely broaden the path ahead. After Li Yu left, only the Tongtian cult master Yunxiao and Zhao Gongming remained in the Bio Palace. The Tongtian cult master, using the power of a sage, conducted another examination of Yunxiao deeply, sighing. The myriad beings in the wilderness believe that sages are omniscient and omnipotent. Little do they know that there are many matters beyond a sage's ability to influence. Yunxiao remained not for her own injuries, but for the Jiejiao. Yunxiao expressed her thoughts. Teacher, I have discovered some things during my journey. It is an honor for the teacher to wish to cut a thread of hope for all beings. But inevitably some treacherous individuals have infiltrated the Jiejiao, harming its fortune. Li Yu's casual remarks were etched in Yunxiao's heart. As a son-in-law who had just taken his master's teachings, there were some things that were inconvenient to say. Yet Yunxiao could, and she truly hoped the Jiejiao could improve, that its fortune would be everlasting. As Yunxiao's words fell, the Tongtian cult master's brow furrowed slightly. Even if Yunxiao did not speak, he had already noticed that the Jiejiao's fortune was continuously declining. It was eroding incessantly. The Tongtian cult master had yet to understand, could it really be related to my disciple? If Li Yu were here, he would surely shake his head and sigh. Shallow father-in-law has underestimated it. The Jiejiao has disciples with improper minds, harming its fortune. This is just the superficial reason. The root cause lies in the supreme treasure, suppressing the Jiejiao. Just as the human sect uses the Taiji diagram to suppress fortune, and the Chan sect uses the Panga banner to suppress fortune, even the Western Church uses the 12 grades of merit golden lotus to suppress fortune. Yet the Jiejiao uses the 4 swords of Zhuming to suppress fortune. Clearly, the Taiji diagram and Panga banner are innate supreme treasures effective in suppressing fortune, while the 12 grades of merit golden lotus can also suppress fortune. Only the 4 swords of Zhuming cannot suppress fortune. This is the true reason for the continuous decline of the Jiejiao's fortune. The Tongtian cult master pondered for a moment. Gongming, disciple is here. From today onwards, cleanse the outer disciples. Those found with improper minds or harming living beings shall have their Qingyun powers revoked and be expelled from the Jiejiao. Yes, I will obey the teacher's orders. Li Yu transformed into a wisp of mysterious light traversing through the clouds of the 9 heavens. Little did he know Yunxiao had accurately conveyed her worries to her father-in-law. The Jiejiao has already begun to change. The East Sea is a general term. The billions of human beings do not reside by the sea, but rather in the vast plains stretching thousands of kilometers deep. Here the climate is warm and humid, the soil fertile and life abundant. It is naturally suited for the survival and development of the human race. According to the original trajectory of the wilderness, the human race was nearly exterminated, with less than 10 million escaping to the East Sea. Due to the suitability for survival, the human race quickly recovered to several hundred million. By the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the discovery of grains greatly enhanced the productivity of the human race. The population began to recover explosively. Liu descended from the sea of clouds, walking on the fertile plains. Suddenly, he saw a colossal mud sculpture standing by the East Sea. The mud sculpture resembled Liu. Someone shouted, "Is the Holy Ancestor back?" The Holy Ancestor has indeed returned. Thus, the human race erupted in excitement, rushing out with tear-filled eyes to gaze at Liu. The Holy Ancestor has returned. Countless human beings gathered around, holding flowers, tearful and joyful, bouncing with excitement. Liu shone like the sun, illuminating the faces of every clansman. Liu looked bewildered, pointing at himself in confusion. Me? Have I become the sun? When did that happen? Little Tiger exclaimed excitedly, "Chief, you have returned." Yunxiao was equally thrilled. "Chief, oh no. Holy Ancestor." Little Tiger, Yunxiao, please tell me what happened. After we migrated here, the 3 ancestors gathered the clansmen and announced you as the Holy Ancestor of the human race, the common sovereign of all human tribes. Liu immediately went to pay respects to the 3 ancestors, Suiran, Yunxiao, and Zi. We need a common leader to unite the strength of humanity. The 3 ancestors' eyes were red. They had previously placed their hopes on the leader of the human teach, the Taiqing, saint, only to be proven wrong, terribly wrong. Even the Mother Goddess cannot save humanity. The hope of humanity lies only within humanity itself. And Liu, he is the hope of humanity. Liu does not wish to shirk the position of the common leader, just as the 3 ancestors said. A disunited humanity is powerless. Only by binding humanity together can we consolidate our strength to accomplish great deeds. Then I shall accept the position of common leader. The 3 ancestors grasped Liu's hand tightly, saying, "We are all counting on you." Their unconditional trust was also a transfer of power. From then on, the 3 ancestors of humanity became the symbol of the spirit of humanity. The actual helmsman was the common leader. Liu nodded earnestly. "I will not let down the expectations of my people." Liu took over the position of the common leader, issuing the first decree: rebuild the ancestral land of humanity. The ancestral land of humanity was no longer at Shouyang Mountain, but by the Eastern Sea. The new ancestral land of humanity was named Xinhua, signifying that the flame of humanity would be passed. In the plains without mountains, the people could not easily find caves to dwell in. Building wooden houses would prevent them from suffering in the elements and freezing in the wilderness. The Eastern Sea stretches for thousands of miles and is filled with countless dense forests. The humanity crafted stone axes to rebuild their homes. Many hands make light work. Especially when humanity is united as one, they can unleash an unprecedented power. Wooden houses sprung up one after another. Buzz. In the clouds above the Eastern Sea, several rays of light flew by. Then a smiling duo Bao came rushing, saying, "Junior brother." Liu greeted him. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" "The master knows that you have become the common leader of humanity and are working on rebuilding the homeland. He wants to know if there is anything we can do to help." Actually, it was requested by senior brother duo Bao at Yunxiao's behest. Yunxiao couldn't bear to see her husband so exhausted. "I truly appreciate the help, senior brother. We are all family, no need for thanks. Please help chop some trees and bring them back. And then please catch some fish from the sea. Shelter and food are equally important. As the old saying goes, if you don't suffer hardships, then you're a fool, right?" The immortals of the Zhejiao came to help. What seems like a small effort from them is a tremendous aid for humanity. As for the favor, Liu would naturally repay it. With the help of the Zhejiao immortals, humanity quickly established a foothold by the Eastern Sea. In the heavens above the 9 heavens, auspicious energies descended upon duo Bao Zhao Gongming and the Wu Dang, saint among others. They looked somewhat dazed, so just helping humanity with a few minor tasks. Can we really earn merits? Humanity is destined to be the main character of the heavenly land in the future. Assisting humanity naturally brings good fortune and merit. Who provides the good fortune? The heavenly Tao provides a third, the human teach a fourth, and humanity a third. The immortals of the Zhejiao assisting humanity is simply a matter of giving a little reward. A small amount of good fortune and merit is trivial. Li's fundamental goal is to magnify the fortunes of humanity, to revive the path of humanity, just as the immortals of the Zhejiao obtained good fortune and merit. At Shouyang Mountain in the 8 Scenery Palace, the Taiqing Laozi sat quietly on a cushion, his calm demeanor showing signs of disturbance. The fortune of the human teach is dwindling. The loss is minimal, almost negligible, but it is still dwindling. With the Taiji diagram suppressing the fortune, how can it still diminish? The image of the extraordinary treasure used by Liu flashed in the mind of Taiqing Laozi. This treasure can actually manipulate the fortunes of humanity. This treasure poses a threat to the human teach. Jindu, disciple will obey the master's command. You go to the Eastern Sea, meet with the three ancestors of humanity, and find a way to obtain that extraordinary treasure. Xiandu naturally knew what extraordinary treasure the master referred to, the one used by Liu during the battle against Dong Huang Tai. Such an extraordinary treasure in the hands of humanity. The leader of the human teach, unable to sleep at night, truly unable to sleep. At the same time, in the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa, dressed in a splendid robe, frowned slightly, reminiscing about the extraordinary treasure used by Liu. Humanity most likely cannot protect this treasure. Jin Feng, you go to the Eastern Sea, and upon meeting Liu, explain the pros and cons, and bring him to the palace of Nuwa. Yes, my lady. Nuwa had not established a major teaching, yet Jin Feng as her mount was also her disciple. By the Eastern Sea, humanity had already rebuilt their homeland. Liu gathered some rami and was teaching the people to weave fishing nets. Weaving fishing nets was originally the task of the heavenly sovereign Fuxi of humanity, but Liu could not wait. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not yet arrived, the 5-colored valley had not yet emerged, and humanity possessed fertile soil, but could not cultivate it. Relying on fishing and gathering for food was too inefficient and unstable. Humanity urgently needed a stable source of food. Liu took out the fishing nets to catch fish, following in the path of heavenly sovereign Fuxi, allowing future sovereigns to find other ways. The Eastern Sea was abundant with fish and shrimp. Casting a net resulted in an abundant catch, and all caught were spiritless fish and shrimp, naturally not falling under the category of harming living beings. The emergence of the fishing net provided humanity with a stable and reliable source of food. The vitality of humanity began to slowly recover. In the ancestral land of Xinhua, in the administrative hall of humanity, Liu had been busy for more than half a month. He hadn't seen his wife in over half a month and missed her dearly. Lady Yunxiao was at the palace of Baiyu, naturally the safest place before the sage. Liu sat quietly, a faint smile on his face. The second phase of Xinhua can be put on the agenda now. Previously, the first phase, cultivated at Shouyang Mountain, had them practicing the Xinhua Wujidao canon, which is the fire seed of humanity. Now they had already scattered into various tribes, serving as administrative officials responsible for conveying the orders of the common leader and also responsible for selecting the seeds of Xinhua. Unfortunately, the number of the first phase was too small, a drop in the bucket before the billions of humanity. But given time, the scattered seeds of Xinhua would surely ignite the flame in countless tribes, linking the sparks into a blaze, ultimately forging a sweeping momentum. With a hurried expression, Lu'er ran into the administrative hall. Master, someone is here from outside. Xiandu has come to see the master, Jin Feng, and also the ancestor which Ho Tu, leading a great witch named Dei. And there is someone dressed in strange clothes, bald, calling himself the bitter tea Taoist. Liu chuckled upon hearing this. When did my humanity become so popular? Xiandu, the sole disciple of Taiqing, must have come with a command from the Taiqing saint. Jin Feng, the mount of the Saint Nuwa, came with a command from the Saint Nuwa. Ancestor Ho Tu, destined to transform into the compassionate mother of the 6 realms, came representing the witch clan. The bald Taoist, calling himself bitter tea Taoist. Huh, even the West has come to join the fun. Will the master see them? See them? Not a chance. When my humanity was in peril, none of them showed up. Now they come knocking. Need I even think? They are all eyeing the spoils of humanity. Are they here to discuss how to divide humanity? Xiandu stood outside the ancestral land, his expression displeased. He first went to pay respects to the 3 ancestors who said that all matters concerning humanity were entrusted to the holy ancestor of the flame, namely Liu. Reluctantly, Xiandu sought out Liu. However, to his surprise, the once insignificant ant, who had aspired to be the disciple of the Taiqing saint, had become so arrogant after just a few days. Daring to make a disciple of a saint, wait outside. On the side, Jin Feng, Taoist, Ku Cha Zi, and the Earth Mother of the Wu clan were also quietly waiting. Soon Lu Er emerged. My master is now the sovereign of humanity, busy with affairs, and has no time to meet. Please return, everyone. Xiandu's expression changed slightly. I, Xiandu, represent the Taiqing saint. Does Liu dare to disrespect the Taiqing saint? Jin Feng also frowned slightly, as she too represented the Nuwa saint. How could humanity dare to disrespect the Holy Mother? Xiandu ignored Lu'er and walked toward the ancestral land. Lu'er could not stop him at all. Oh, Xiandu, the master returned, and is already so overbearing. His prowess in his own nest is quite impressive, came a mocking voice from within the ancestral land. Liu emerged dressed in dark robes. Xiandu's expression darkened. Is it truly my arrogance, or is it you who disrespects the saint? Liu smiled faintly. I naturally respect the saint from the bottom of my heart. But have you, Xiandu, forgotten your origins? Indeed, we humans are all poor souls who eat from the mud. It's normal for Xiandu, the master, to look down upon us. But have you, Xiandu, forgotten your origins? Indeed, we humans are all poor souls who eat from the mud. It's normal for Xian Du the master to look down upon us and slaughtered our people. Where were you when countless tribes fell in pools of blood? Where were you when millions of people wept in despair? Li Ye's tone grew stronger. Do you still dare to claim you are of the human race? Xian Du had just joined Shouyang Mountain not long ago, his cultivation still unrefined, and he was left pale with anger at Li Ye's mockery, yet powerless to refute it. There was nothing Xian Du could say. Xian Du suddenly waved his sleeve angrily and left, returning to Shouyang Mountain. Daoist Ku Chazi assessed Li Yu, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Such eloquence, what a talent. It must be fate that I have with the West. Li Ye's gaze swept over Jin Feng, and Daoist Ku Chazi finally landing on the Earth Mother. The Earth Mother, clad in a bright yellow robe, had bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuding not the typical malevolence of the Wu clan, but rather a sense of nobility, subtly empathizing with all living beings. Since you have come from afar, you should meet. Please enter the ancestral land. After entering the ancestral land, Jin Feng had a private audience with Li Yu. By the decree of the Holy Mother, Nuwa, Li Yu is to bring that extraordinary treasure to the Nuwa Palace. Li Ye's expression remained calm. Humanity is migrating to the East Sea with many matters requiring attention. I fear I cannot comply with the Holy Mother's decree. Once this busy period is over, I will personally go to the Nuwa Palace to apologize to the saint. Jin Feng was taken aback, doubting her own ears. This mere human clan, the race created by the saint, dares today to disobey the Holy Mother's decree. Do you dare to disrespect the Holy Mother's decree? Didn't I just say? Once finished, I will go to apologize. Is there anything else? Jin Feng was perplexed. She couldn't just forcibly drag him along, could she? Given his earlier battle with Dong Huang Taiqing, Jin Feng was indeed no match for him. Jin Feng then said solemnly, that extraordinary treasure must be returned with me, right? Li Yu laughed. Let's talk about something practical. The saint said that this extraordinary treasure cannot be protected by humanity. Li Yu seemed unconcerned. My father-in-law can protect it. By the way, do you know who my father-in-law is? My father-in-law is the Shangqing saint. Jin Feng was furious. You want to hand the extraordinary treasure over to the Shangqing saint, yet you refuse to believe in the Holy Mother. Oh, I trust. I definitely believe in the Holy Mother. Then hand it over to the Holy Mother. It's with my father-in-law. You still don't believe? I believe. 100% believe. Then why don't you hand it over? It's with my father-in-law. Jin Feng angrily left, truly unreasonable. Short-sighted. Would rather trust outsiders than the Holy Mother. As Jin Feng left in a huff, Li Yu calmly took a sip of plain water. The Kantong seal, of course, was with Li Yu himself. Father-in-law. The ultimate scapegoat, highly effective. Next, Daoist Ku Chazi. Lu Er led Daoist Ku Chazi into the room. His attire was peculiar, half Daoist robes, half monk's garb, topped with a shiny bald head. I am the impoverished Daoist Ku Chazi. I've come to see you, young friend Li Yu. Li Yu assessed the other party. Is this the disguise of Zhuan or Jiayin? In any case, he was from the West. I don't know why you have come to our human race. Daoist Ku Chazi chuckled. The West possesses marvelous laws that can ferry people across. Entering our West, one can cultivate supreme marvelous laws and attain eternal life. Li Yu clapped his hands. It's the West. Wonderful. Humanity is saved. Daoist Ku Chazi's expression brightened. Li Yu shifted the conversation. What do I need to do? That extraordinary treasure should be entrusted to the West for safekeeping. Humanity merely needs to offer daily worship to the West, pay tribute to the West. Li Yu laughed again. What a shameless scheme to swindle the naive. The West offers humanity a hollow promise, and humanity is expected to give up all their resources. How fitting. This is very much the West. A distinct flavor of Zhuan. Zhuan, disguised as Daoist Ku Chazi, traveled far to humanity under the pretense of charity and kindness. No. Zhuan coveted humanity's extraordinary treasures. He also coveted humanity's fortune. First to deceive the extraordinary treasure into his hands, then to take everything and slip away. What was the promise made by Daoist Ku Chazi to do with the great, good fortune and enlightenment of the Zhuan saint? Li Yu candidly said, then please follow me to Jinao Island to retrieve it. The extraordinary treasure is in the hands of my father-in-law, the Shangqing saint. What? Daoist Ku Chazi's expression turned bitter. Immediately a radiant aura enveloped him, as if to expose the other's secrets. Li Ye's own Shangqing powers were profound, and indeed there was no trace of the extraordinary treasure. Li Yu had long placed the Kantong seal in the system space of benefit of the system, isolating all probing. Based on Zhuan's temperament, if deceiving doesn't work, he would inevitably resort to forceful theft. Upon hearing Daoist Ku Chazi, Li Yu knew he was from the West. Hiding it in the system space was the safest. Daoist Ku Chazi shook his head. What a pity. At this moment, Zhuan had not yet realized that the weak humanity would become the leading role in the future. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the ant-like humanity. Moreover, he was the son-in-law of Shangqing. It would not be easy to convert him back to the West. Taoist Ku Chazi suddenly shook his head. I see that you, in the West, have no connection. Forget it, I shall take my leave. Taoist friend, don't go. Let me see you one more time. I, Liu, truly have a connection with the West. I plead with the West to accept the humanity, give us a chance. Zhuan would not act without profit. Which of the myriad races of the primitive wilderness was not more promising than humanity? Isn't humanity less worthy of salvation? The West is impoverished, a desolate wasteland where no one bothers to convert a weak humanity. What resources are there to cultivate them? Thus Zhuan was very impatient. No, you and I in the West can never have a connection. Liu pretended to roar in anger. 30 years in the East River. 30 years in the West River. The West doesn't save my humanity. You will regret it. Zhuan laughed in anger. Regret? Damn you. I Zhuan swear. I will never regret it. Whoever regrets is a grandson. The Taoist Ku Chazi walked away cursing. Ha! A weak human race, how dare they enter my Western territory? A foolish dream, delusions during the day. After leaving the human race, Zhuan looked up at the sun and said, the 10 golden crows roost in the soup valley of Fusang. How can my Western territory have a chance if the chaos of the primordial world does not erupt? So bitter. It is truly too bitter. Oh vast heavens, why do you favor the West so little? Whoa. Liu calmly took another sip of tea. In the West, there are no benefits without effort. Being poor by nature, how could they waste resources nurturing the weak human race? The purpose of coming to the human race is merely to seek the Kongtong seal. Next, Huta brought Dei into the room. Please have a seat. What brings you, Ancestor Hutu, to the human race? Huta's expression was calm, her voice rich with maturity, to discuss the marriage alliance between the witch clan and the human race. The witch clan, with a strong physical form and great power, finds childbirth extremely difficult. Compared to the demon clan, the witch clan can be said to be sparse in numbers. If the witch clan combines with human women, childbirth becomes much easier. Although the witch bloodline may become mixed, the talents of the offspring will still be inferior to those of pure blood witches, but the quantity of births would prevail. In other words, if the witch clan can unite with the human race and give birth to millions or even hundreds of millions of witches, they would not be inferior to the demon clan in numbers. Upon hearing this, Liu slightly furrowed his brow. A marriage alliance with the witch clan, binding with them, would provide protection and improve the living conditions of the human race. This perspective is too shallow. Liu understood well that there would be no victor in the witch-demon war. Both clans would suffer heavy casualties and retreat from the primordial world. A marriage alliance with the witch clan could even lay a great calamity for the human race. According to the original trajectory of the primordial world, during the future era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Jiuli tribe would rise with their leader Qiyu, uniting the forces of the Jiuli tribe, claiming to be the Eastern Alliance, aspiring to seize the throne of the human emperor. The Jiuli tribe is the descendant of the mixed blood between humans and witches, exceptionally brave in battle. Who is Qiyu? He is the true spirit reincarnation of the witch clan's Qiyu. Qiyu commanded the Jiuli, defeating the human emperor Xianyuan in successive battles. The throne of the human emperor was nearly seized by Qiyu. A marriage alliance with the witch clan would bring harm without any benefit. Why is Liu hesitating? His hesitation is not about the marriage alliance with the witch clan, but rather about the potential alliance with the future Empress Pingxin. Hutu is destined to undergo the cycle of the 6 paths, establishing the underworld, which will define the relationship between the human race and the underworld. Seeing Liu remain silent, Hutu patiently waited. Behind her, he was becoming somewhat impatient. Human race's leader, do you agree or not? With a marriage alliance with the witch clan, your human race would have the witch clan's protection, and among the myriad clans of the primordial world, no race would dare to trouble you. Liu smiled calmly. Thank you for the ancestor witch's favor towards the human race, but let's drop the matter of the alliance. My human race has just suffered a great catastrophe, and our vitality is severely injured. I do not wish to engage further in the struggles of heaven and earth. If there are true lovers among the human and witch clans, as the leader of the human race, I will express my blessings. In simple terms, Liu does not agree to the alliance between humans and witches, which is the major strategic direction of the human race, but for those who are truly in love, he expresses blessings. Under the grand strategy of the human race, the number of individuals is not enough to create any waves. Dai widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Are you perhaps foolish leader of the human race? If the human race were to ally with my witch clan, would the demon clan dare to slaughter you like this? Finding a backing for your kin, is that not a good thing? Liu did not reply to Dai's words, his gaze fixed on the graceful and beautiful Hutu. When will the dragon and tiger rivalry cease? Hood's beautiful eyes widened slightly, having roughly grasped his meaning. The witch and demon clans compared to dragons and tigers. When will their rivalry end? In the struggle between dragons and tigers, one must be harmed, or perhaps both will be harmed. Unlike the other 11 ancestral witches, Hutu held great compassion, unable to bear seeing her kin perish. She also had a premonition of mutual destruction. But what can be done? The witch and demon clans have been at war for hundreds of thousands of years. Both sides have already become bloodthirsty, and it is a state of unending conflict. Hutu's gaze reevaluated Li Yu. His choice not to ally with the witch clan. Could he have foreseen the mutual destruction of the witch and demon clans? Hutu observed his eyes, which were profound and not as clear and naive as those of ordinary humans, seeming to contain wisdom and sharp insight. No wonder he could gather the strength of the human race, defeating the 10 great demon saints, battling against the Eastern Emperor Taiqing, and protecting his kin. Dai was still talking about the benefits of marrying the witch clan. Hutu suddenly spoke. Today I came to visit, and I apologize for disturbing the leader of the human race. Dai, no need to say more, you can go back now. Dai sighed. You humans have suffered greatly. Hutu is a clever woman. Li Yu knew that Hutu had already understood his meaning. I respectfully send off Ancestor Hutu. Ancestor Hutu, although my human race emerged late, we have also heard of the Dragonhan calamity. Li Yu added another sentence. Hutu was slightly taken aback. Thank you for the reminder. The Dragonhan calamity. What grandeur did the 3 ancestors of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan possess back then, ruling over heaven and earth? Yet now, the 3 clans have perished. The Dragon clan retreats to the 4 seas to survive. The Phoenix clan has vanished, and the Qilan clan has become a popular mount in the Primordial World. Even the mighty Dragonhan 3 clans met such an ending. What of the witch clan? Hutu's expression grew heavy, her heart burdened, as she left the ancestral land of the human race, returning to the Hutu tribe. Hutu's heart became increasingly uneasy. The witch and demon clans, currently, are evenly matched. Even if the witch clan could win, at what cost? What if they cannot win? What would be the price? Dai scratched his head. Ever since the leader returned from the human race, he often seemed lost in thought. Damn it. Is that kid a riddle maker? Why can't I understand him? The ancestral land of the human race. The 6-eared macaque also scratched his head. Master, do you mean that in the witch demon war the witch clan will lose? Li Yu shook his head. Then can the witch clan win? Li Yu shook his head again. So it would be mutual destruction, the 6-eared exclaimed. Li Yu chuckled. The witch and demon clans are evenly matched. You can imagine the outcome of their mutual destruction. The 6-eared pondered for a long time. Countless demon soldiers and demon kings falling, numerous witches perishing. Not enough. Far from enough. The 6-eared continued to speculate. If the 10 great demon saints and 365 demon gods were to fall, and all the great witches of the witch clan perished. That is very close. What if Dijun Tai and the 12 ancestral witches all perished? Li Yu directly provided the answer. Hiss. The 6-eared gasped sharply. If Dijun Tai and the 12 ancestral witches all perished, what difference would there be between the witch and demon clans and extinction? The 6-eared was somewhat shocked, unable to believe it. Outside, the voice of the Holy Mother Wudong also sounded. Junior brother speaks heavily. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Tao ancestor intervened, stating that the demon clan controls the heavens, while the witch clan controls the earth, and the witch and demon clans must not erupt into war again. Although there are frictions between the witch and demon clans, they dare not erupt into such large-scale warfare. Yunxiao in the Bio Palace missed her husband. She entrusted Sister Wudong to take her to find her husband. As Holy Mother Wudong and Yunxiao arrived at the ancestral land of the human race, they heard Li Yes' brother-in-law discussing the complete annihilation of the witch and demon clan leaders with the 6-eared. Holy Mother Wudong naturally found her brother-in-law's words somewhat alarmist. Would the witch and demon clans dare to defy the Tao ancestors' decree? Li Yu smiled and bowed. I've seen Sister Wudong. My lady. Li Yu missed his lady immensely. He embraced her warmly. What I said was just casual, Sister Wudong, don't take it seriously. Holy Mother Wudong was quite satisfied with this brother-in-law. Firstly, he was carefully selected by her master, and secondly, he treated Yunxiao very well. These 2 points were enough. Holy Mother Wudong nodded. If there is nothing else, I will return to Yunxiao Island. Sister, would you like some tea before you leave? Holy Mother Wudong returned to Yunxiao Island Bio Palace. Master, I have safely sent Sister Yunxiao back. Tongtian felt empty in his heart. He wanted to explain more about the Tao to his disciple Yunxiao, but she was eager to return. As for this son-in-law, he does possess some ability, having become the leader of the human race and governing it well. Wudong, when you went, what was that kid doing? Holy Mother Wudong honestly replied. He was talking about Dijun Tai and the 12 ancestral witches perishing together. Tongtian laughed in anger, daydreaming too naive. Would the witch and demon clans dare to defy the Tao ancestors' decree and reignite a war? There is a deep blood feud between the human race and the demon race. Oh, I can understand my son-in-law's anger, but the thoughts are indeed immature. Casting aside fantasies and focusing on cultivation is the right path. In the ancestral land of the human race, Liu shared a bed with Madame Yunxiao, gently caressing her jade-like warm hand. With the door closed, the joys of the boudoir were not to be spoken of to outsiders. Yunxiao opened her lively eyes, asking, "Husband, were you serious earlier? Will Diju and Tai and the 12 ancestor witches truly perish together?" Liu chuckled softly. "What? Madam believes me. Did not senior sister Wudong say that the Dao ancestors' decree forbids further conflict between the witch and demon clans?" Yunxiao pondered. "That was senior sister Wudong's perspective, but I trust what you say, husband." Liu held Yunxiao's hand, raised it into the air, gently interlacing their fingers before placing them on his chest, affirming, "It's true. The witch and demon clans will eventually be annihilated. Diju and Tai and the 11 ancestor witches will die in the upcoming tribulations." Yunxiao questioned, "Did you not say the 12 ancestor witches? There is still one ancestor witch alive. Who is it?" "Hutu. The Hutu ancestor witch is compassionate. If I am not mistaken, she has great fortune." Yunxiao understood. After some time she asked, "Husband, I heard that you have met the Hutu ancestor witch." "Indeed. Is she beautiful?" Liu was momentarily taken aback, then saw the serious expression on his wife's face, even slightly nervous. He gently kissed Yunxiao's exquisite cheek, saying, "She cannot compare to your beauty." The question from hell was not whether the Hutu ancestor witch was beautiful, but rather whom his husband deemed more beautiful. As night deepened, the world fell into silence. Having not seen her husband for half a month, Yunxiao felt as if it had been several millennia with no inclination to sleep. If Diju and Tai and the 11 ancestor witches fall, will not the witch and demon clans be obliterated? Almost certainly a destruction. Then which clan could rise? Liu boasted, "What do you think of the human race?" "The human race is born with spirit, possessing wisdom and cleverness. Among the myriad tribes of the primordial world, no clan is stronger than the human race." Yet Yunxiao thought through the various tribes and could not conceive of one that could replace the rise of the witch and demon clans. When she heard her husband's words, she expressed surprise. "The human race will replace the witch and demon clans." Liu nodded. "Did not our Jiejiao say that everything has a glimmer of hope? What if the human race rises? Then I shall be the first emperor of the human race, and you shall be the empress." Liu could not help but think if his wife became empress, her status would become even more esteemed. A direct disciple of the sage empress. With this thought, Liu felt invigorated. Under the moonlight, Yunxiao lay beside her husband, her eyes gently closed, breathing evenly. Liu increasingly cherished the feeling of a perfect curve. However, it seemed that his wife had fallen asleep. Liu turned onto his side, gently hugging Yunxiao, whispering in her ear, "Madam, is it okay?" After waiting 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, Yunxiao had truly fallen asleep. Liu felt no disappointment. Affection grows over time, and if today did not work, there would be another day. Yet before Liu could lie flat, he noticed his wife with her eyes lightly closed, her eyelids fluttering a couple of times. 2 blinks signified agreement. This was the silent understanding between them. "Madam, you are not asleep." "Agreed." Liu took a deep breath, calming his Dao heart. After a few breaths, the perfect curvature of her palm touched his. The world spun. A sensation of dizziness surged towards his Dao heart. Triggered critical hit. Mutual heart value 5200. Mutual heart value 13140. All talk of the witch and demon calamity, all strife of the primordial world became trivial. Only the tranquility of the Dao heart remained in infinite warmth and contentment. As dawn broke, Liu carried his wife to the shores of the eastern sea to watch the sunrise. The sunrise over the sea was starkly different from that witnessed in the mountains. As the red sun rose, its brilliance illuminated the world. The rivers surged forth a vast expanse. While watching the sunrise, he groomed Yunxiao, adjusting her appearance. By noon, he attended to governance. As the evening heat dissipated, he took his wife to inspect the human living quarters. Life was tranquil and fulfilling. Time flowed like fine sand. It had been 2.5 years since Liu became the leader of the human race. The human race had fully adapted to life by the eastern sea. The injured vitality was slowly recovering. The number of the Fire and Flame Forbidden Army had expanded from 100,000 to several million. Among them Xiao, who had reached the realm of 9 apertures clarity, the final stage of the Fire and Flame Infinite Tao Scripture. With the fire and flame formed in the sea of consciousness, their vitality surged like dragons, resilient as dragon tendons, and with 9 apertures clarity, they possessed the ability to split mountains and shatter stones, traveling thousands of miles in a day, no less than the primordial mystical immortal realm. 100,000 young men of the human race had achieved the dragon-like vitality realm. The remaining few million had all envisioned the fire and flame in their minds. The human race was brimming with vitality, a realm where all things thrive. Today was overcast. The sea winds howled, and the waves crashed against the shore. Liu gathered the leaders of various tribes in the ancestral land. To ensure efficient communication, the power structure of the human race resembled a pyramid. Liu stood as the leader of the human race at the center of the ancestral land. Below him were the fire and flame and governance departments, each headed by Xiaohu and Yunxiao. Below them were the reference provinces and counties organized by territory with leaders of varying ranks. Each department leader was a member of the Fire and Flame Forbidden Army appointed directly by the leader responsible for their leaders. The Fire and Flame Forbidden Army was also firmly under the control of the human leader. Thus, a highly efficient operational system was formed. When the leader of the ancestral land issued a decree, it could be communicated swiftly in all directions to concentrate forces for great matters. In the ancestral land of the human race, various leaders gathered and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to the leader. The leader's magic is boundless. May his life be as long as the heavens." "Great leader." Liu raised his hand to calm them. "You need not be overly formal, my brothers. The decree of the ancestral land of the human race. Brothers, upon your return, prepare to excavate the cellar, which must accommodate all members of your clans and store sufficient water supplies." Below, the leaders looked puzzled. Cellar. To store water. Though they did not understand the leader's intentions, they knew to obey. "Yes, we shall strictly follow the leader's decree." Li's expression grew serious. "I will reiterate. This is an order. There will be assessments later." "Yes." The leaders left with serious expressions, returning to their respective tribes to diligently follow the leader's command and excavate cellars. Liu looked up at the sky. Today dark clouds loomed. However, he anticipated correctly. The fellow Cunny would soon incite the 10 golden crows to emerge from the soup valley. The 10 golden crows would play in the primordial world, soaring for 10 days. The most famous tale was that of Kwa Fu chasing the sun, who dried up in the process. Unbeknownst to many, countless humans were also roasted alive. At that time, with the sun soaring in the sky, the earth would crack, rivers would dry up, forests would burn, and all living beings would endure a purgatory of flames. Liu had a plan ahead. The cellar would on the surface declare that the human race was storing food. Half a month later, Liu took Madame Yunxiao to inspect the progress of the cellar excavations throughout the human territory. The world became suddenly hot. Suddenly someone shouted, "Fire has fallen from the sky." Looking up again, the primordial 9 heavens displayed 10 suns in the air. The temperature surged. The scorching heat warped space as the sun's true fire burned fiercely. The great rivers evaporated rapidly. Forests turned into fire fields. Countless humans instinctively sought refuge in the cellars. Liu spoke solemnly. "The 10 suns have appeared. The battle between the witch and demon clans is upon us." In the west at Mount Shumi, Jane sat quietly on a 12-petal lotus of merit, his expression troubled. "Junior brother, you have incited the little golden crow to emerge from the soup valley, stirring the conflict between the witch and demon races." He sighed again. "If the witch and demon races become aware, it could provoke trouble for the West." Junti chuckled. "Brother, you worry too much. Junior brother's actions are extremely discreet and will not be discovered. Woe is the West. Without the witch and demon intervening, how can the West have any opportunity? If 9 out of 10 golden crows die, leaving one to be transformed to our West, wouldn't that be splendid? Even if we are discovered, it matters not. Junior brother can handle it all. Everything is for the West." 10 suns hung in the sky, with the true fire of the sun ravaging the primal world. The great river ran dry, the earth cracked, forests burned, and countless beings perished in the flames. Fortunately, the human race had dug cellars in advance. They hid in the cellars, storing ample water. Liu returned to the ancestral land with Yunxiao. "Husband, why have the 10 golden crows suddenly rampaged through the primal world? Is this not inviting calamity upon the demon race?" Liu replied, "There must be someone inciting them from behind. Who could dare to incite the 10 golden crows? Who has such audacity?" Liu smiled. "My dear, consider which sex cultivators in the primal world are the most shameless." "Husband, do you mean the West? This is the reputation of the West." Liu nodded, but said no more. A sage is all-knowing and omnipotent, and one should not utter their revered name. Yunxiao said nothing more. Liu glanced at the 10 suns overhead. "This battle has nothing to do with the human race. We can simply observe." Liu set up a barrier to isolate the heat. He gently placed Yunxiao on a rocking chair and sat on a nearby cushion. Surrounding him was a mist of pure energy as he closed his eyes to cultivate. With a thought, he checked his heart value. Current heart value 1 billion. Over the past 2.5 years, he had accumulated nearly 1.8 billion heart value, using some for daily expenses. The system shop refreshes randomly, and the value is also random. Today's shop has refreshed Golden Crow transformation technique 100 million. Note: the ultimate speed in the world requires the source of true solar fire, 3 light, God water, 10 million note 1 drop costs 1 million promotion for 100 drops at a bargain price innate thick earth chi 100 million innate rainwater chi 100 million innately fire chi 100 million 50-50 great formation 10 billion. Note once the formation is activated it ignores cultivation levels and forces a 50-50 split. Li Yu scanned the system, shop his attention stopping at the 50-50 great formation. Could this be the legendary Kakashi Great Formation? A forced 50-50, ignoring cultivation levels. Could it match a sage on equal terms? Incredible. I really want to buy it. However, the price is too steep, 100 billion. But no worries, per the nature of the system shop, it will refresh again. Exchange for 3 light, God Water Golden Crow Transformation Technique, Innate Thick Earth, Chi Li Fire Chi, and Ren Water Chi. Ding has been issued, please check master. As the system voice fell, the items were stored in the system space. The Golden Crow Transformation Technique requires the source of the Golden Crow clan to use. With the 10 Golden Crows nearing death, Liu was already prepared to reap the rewards. The Golden Crow source was not an issue. Earth, Fire, Water, the 3 innate energies merged into Li Yes Dao body. Li Yes mana surged within him, and the 5 energies in his chest were perfected. Only the wood energy was missing, and then the 5 energies would be entirely complete. The foundation of the Golden Immortal Realm was solid as steel. Next, he would just wait for the great battle between the witch and demon. In the central land of the primal world, this is the dwelling place of the witch race. The great witch Kwafu saw the 9 suns in the sky and felt distressed. Damn those 3-legged bird people, they really deserve to die. In his fury, Kwafu intended to capture and kill the 10 golden crows. Seeing a great witch daring to provoke the prince of the demon court, the 10 golden crows also felt playful. Let's tease him. Thus Kwafu chased after them as the 10 golden crows fled. The witch race lacked a nascent soul, but they possessed innate talents. Kwafu's body was like a mountain running through the air. The 10 golden crows utilized the Golden Crow Transformation Technique, achieving ultimate speed. Kwafu ultimately could not catch up to the 10 golden crows. Hovering in the skies, the 10 golden crows, having had their fun, said, set up the Golden Crow Great Formation and burn him to death. Alright. The 10 golden crows revealed their true forms, resembling 3-legged golden crows transforming into 10 giant suns. Boom. The true fire of the sun erupted. The true fire of the sun is known as the strongest divine fire in the primal world. It possesses the power to burn the heavens and boil the seas, warping space. The fierce true fire of the sun scorched Kwafu. Kwafu fell abruptly into the true fire of the sun. Kwafu, who chased the sun, fell to his end. At the same time, in the Hutu tribe, Dei witnessed Kwafu being burned to death by the true fire of the sun, igniting a blaze of anger in his heart. Buzz. A few strands of hidden calamity energy penetrated Dei's mind. At this moment, Dei could no longer heed Hutu ancestors' warnings. His heart was clouded with hatred. He swore to avenge Kwafu. Dei raised his hand, took out the sun-chasing bow, and knocked 10 long arrows on it. Buzz. Just as Dei prepared to shoot the sun, a highly secretive force of the heavenly Tao empowered the sun-chasing bow. At this moment, the killing power contained within the sun-chasing bow was no less than that of an innate supreme treasure. Clearly, the heavenly Tao was pushing the situation, aiming to incite the battle between the witch and demon. Bayu. The sun-chasing bow released 10 arrows. The 10 golden crows, having just killed Kwafu, were full of themselves, completely unaware of the arrows approaching. Boom. The 10 arrows struck the 10 golden crows accurately. Clang. The 10 golden crows emitted a mournful cry as their life force rapidly drained away. Only the little golden crow Luyo, when struck by an arrow, suddenly revealed a strand of Brahman light, within deflecting the fatal blow. Immediately after, the 10 golden crows transformed into 10 fireballs like kites with broken strings plummeting towards the East Sea. Meanwhile, Li Yu, upon seeing Kwafu's demise, had already arrived at the shores of the East Sea, waiting. In the west at Mount Shumi, Zhuanti saw the 10 golden crows turn into fireballs and plunge into the East Sea, suddenly slapping his thigh. Haha, our grand scheme in the west can be fulfilled. Zhuanti transformed. I am the Taoist of bitter tea. Brother. Junior brother will go to transform the little golden crow now. Boom. Boom. 10 fireballs fell into the East Sea, the true fire of the sun burning millions of tons of seawater, creating countless mists obscuring the sky, and the sun hazy and indistinct. Li Yu had already begun to collect the corpses. The corpses of the golden crows were valuable. Second golden crow, third golden crow, fourth golden crow. In the blink of an eye, Li Yu had gathered the corpses of 9 golden crows. In the mist, Li Yu collided heat with the Taoist of bitter tea, their eyes meeting. The Taoist of bitter tea was stunned. Damn, can I actually run into a fellow practitioner? Li Yu recognized the Taoist of bitter tea as a disguise of either Jin or Zhuni. Zhuanti aimed to eliminate the 10 golden crows, stirring chaos in the primal world. Liu sought revenge for the human race, and naturally would not save the 10 golden crows. They had temporarily reached a consensus on their goals. Seeing the son-in-law of the Qingyun brother here, Zhuanti was instantly flustered. Could it be that Tongtian is also here? This is quite ungracious. Tongtian is truly ungracious. I have worked so hard to kill the golden crows, and you want to reap the rewards. Zhuanti activated his saint power, swiftly collecting the not-quite-dead little golden crow. Liu watched with great regret, knowing he could never compete with the power of a saint. The two gazed at each other. The Taoist of bitter tea suddenly cried, "You took 9. Even if you have so many, they are useless. Give me a few, please." Liu decisively invoked the scapegoat, bowing pretentiously towards the void. "Father-in-law, will you give me some?" Tongtian is also here. Zhuanti no longer mentioned the division of the golden crow corpses, as the matter of inciting the 10 golden crows could not be exposed, and the crucial little golden crow had already been obtained. That is enough for now. Buzz. The Taoist of bitter tea transformed into a beam of Brahman light and departed. Liu collected the 9 golden crow corpses and returned to the ancestral land. When Emperor Jun and Taiyi perish, when the demon court is destroyed. A mere little golden crow. It cannot raise a wave. The human and demon races cannot coexist. One day, the human race will seek to conquer the demon race. Hua Fu chased the sun and was scorched to death by the true fire of the sun. Yi shot down the sun. The 10 golden crows fell. The calamity of heaven and earth surged violently. Ho Tu was in the tribe, pondering what to do after the 2 clans of Wu and Yao had mutually inflicted heavy damage upon each other since returning from the ancestral land of the human race. Ho Tu faintly sensed that something was missing in the world. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly felt the calamity's energy tremble. Immediately afterward, she witnessed Yi shooting down the sun. Ho Tu's expression changed slightly. The 10 golden crows are dead. The battle between the Wu and Yao clans is unavoidable. Yi was also stunned. "Chief, let me explain. I was overwhelmed by anger just now, and I don't know what happened. I never expected that an ordinary shot from the sun-chasing bow could unleash such power. The 10 golden crows. They are the sons of Di Jun, the prince of the Yao clan. Killing the 10 golden crows. How could the Yao clan let this go?" Ho Tu headed for the Panga Hall. At the same time, atop Mount Buzhou in the Yao court, Di Jun and Taiyi were refining the Slaughter Wu sword with the true fire of the sun. By refining it with the true fire of the sun, the resentment of the human race would be completely fused into the sword, enabling it to break the physical body of the ancestral Wu. While they were conducting the ritual, Di Jun and Taiyi suddenly sensed the calamity's energy surging. Di Jun felt a heaviness in his heart, a sharp pain, and the connection with the 10 princes was severed. Bai Zhe rushed in with a panicked expression. "Your Majesty. Your Highness Jin Wu. His Highness Jin Wu has fallen." "What did you say?" Di Jun suddenly stood up. Dong Huang Tai, he could no longer sit still, his face pale. "Bai Zhe. Say it again. What happened to my nephew?" His Highness Jin Wu went to wander in the wilderness and formed the Jin Wu Great Formation to scorch Hua Fu, but was ambushed by the Wu clans Yi and shot dead with the sun-chasing bow. All 10 princes have fallen. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's rage erupted from deep within, feeling as if the world was spinning, his body staggering. Taiyi hurriedly supported his elder brother, his own fury surging forth, gritting his teeth. "Your Majesty, my condolences." Di Jun's eyes turned blood red. "How is this possible? How is this possible? The Wu clan has killed my son. They have such audacity. Indeed, such audacity. This vengeance shall not end until blood is shed. Annihilate the Wu clan. Destroy the Wu clan for me. Bai Zhe, muster the troops. Assemble the troops." Taiyi said solemnly, "Elder brother, the Slaughter Wu sword is about to be completed. With this sword we will slay the 12 ancestral Wus and use their blood to honor our fallen nephew. Sound the drums. First assemble the troops. The 10 great Yao saints. All Yao deities and kings gather. When the Slaughter Wu sword is complete, it will be the day of the Wu clan's annihilation. Duong, duong, duong." In the Yao court, the war drums thundered. The 10 great Yao saints, 365 Yao deities, and countless Yao kings completed their assembly. Hundreds of billions of Yao soldiers gathered in the Yao court, burning with rage, shouting out declarations of vengeance for the 10 princes and the destruction of the Wu clan. Shihi, the queen of the Yao court. The 10 golden crows were the children of Di Jun and Shihi. Upon learning of the fall of the 10 golden crows, Shihi was filled with uncontrollable rage and found Di Jun. "Why have we not dispatched troops to destroy the Wu clan?" Di Jun comforted Shihi. "Wait until the Slaughter Wu sword is complete." Shihi said in a deep voice. "Di Jun, can you still endure?" "I cannot endure. The pain of losing 10 sons. It pierces my heart. As for the Wu clan's Di, I will make him wish for death, but be unable to find it." After saying this, Shihi turned and left. Returning to the Taiyin star, she implored her sister Chang, Shi, to take action. Chang, she could not withstand Shihi's pleas and had no choice but to leave the Taiqing star taking on the name change and heading to the Wu clan. In the center of the wilderness at the Panga Hall, Di Jiang presided, and the 12 ancestral Wus were in council. The ancestral Wu of Fire Zhu Rong was hot-tempered to shot well. That damned three-legged birdman scorched Kwa Fu, and the Wu clan did not retaliate. Gong Gong also spoke to shot well. The 10 golden crows deserve to die. Elder brother, let us battle the Yao clan. Eliminate the Yao clan as soon as possible and unify the wilderness. Ho Tu remained seated, her beautiful eyes revealing worry. Earlier, the Yao clan massacred the human race as if they were refining a special treasure specifically to deal with our Wu clan. Are you afraid, Sister Ho Tu? Of course not afraid. Then what is there to discuss? No matter what schemes the Yao clan has, our Wu clan will crush them with strength. Di Jiang, seated at the head, shouted, the Yao clan is too arrogant. Scorching Kwa Fu is akin to declaring war on our Wu clan. Send the order, summon all the sons of the Wu clan. Prepare for battle against the Yao clan. Thus, hundreds of billions of Wu clan members gathered, shouting slogans of vengeance for Kwa Fu, annihilation of the Yao clan, and unification of the wilderness. Both the Wu and Yao clans are already sharpening their weapons and preparing for battle. The gathering storm of the battle between the Wu and Yao clans enveloped the wilderness. At the same time, by the East Sea on Jinao Island at the Bio Palace, the master of Tongtian, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, sat quietly on a mat and sensed the flourishing calamity energy in the world. In the next moment, he understood what was happening in the wilderness. Kwa Fu had fallen, the 10 golden crows had fallen. Both the Wu and Yao clans were mobilizing for battle. The storm of the decisive battle had arrived. With a snap, that was fast. The master of Tongtian could no longer sit still. Are the Wu and Yao truly going to battle? Did my son-in-law really guess correctly? The Tao ancestors' decree forbids further combat between the Wu and Yao clans. At this moment, it had seemingly turned into a scrap of paper. Anyone with eyes could see that this battle between the Wu and Yao clans would determine their fate. My son-in-law, although his qualifications are quite ordinary, his vision is truly sharp. Let me see what my son-in-law is doing. The master of Tongtian transformed. I am the handsome Taoist. What does it have to do with the extraordinary and handsome master of Tongtian? Saints venture into the wilderness, opening their identities. It's just basic practice. However, the master of Tongtian was shocked. This is because my son-in-law's 5 energies within him, 4 of which have reached perfection, are all innate energies. My son-in-law is actually refining the essence of the golden crows. My son-in-law's actions are so swift. The golden crows just died, the bodies haven't even cooled, and he has already refined the essence of the golden crows. This is too damn crafty, but I like it. The master of Tongtian admired this son-in-law even more. No wonder I chose him among millions of human beings. In the ancestral land of the human race, the Yao clan was still mourning the fall of the Golden Crow Prince. Liu had already begun refining the essence of the Golden Crows. After refining the essence of the Golden Crows, he immediately began to practice the Golden Crow transformation technique. In the Shanqing celestial method, there is a divine ability called Zhong Di Jingguang. Zhong Di Jingguang, when practiced to the extreme, can fly out for 19,000 miles in an instant, making it the fastest flight divine ability in the Xianmen. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow transformation technique can reach 30,000 miles in a breath, the ultimate speed in the world. Of course, the Golden Crow transformation technique can only be mastered by the Golden Crow clan. To practice it, one must possess the essence of the Golden Crows. 30,000 miles in a breath is the peak of flight divine abilities, but not the limit for great powers of the wilderness. True great powers can shatter the void, going wherever they wish at the speed of thought. Once the Golden Crow transformation technique is mastered, Li Yes' eyes sparkled with sharp light in the vast wilderness. No cultivator's speed can surpass mine. How many top powers capable of shattering the void are there in the wilderness? 8 portions of the Golden Crow essence remain. Then let's practice the divine ability of the true fire of the sun once more. The sooner I practice, the sooner I can enjoy the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Let them fight. It has nothing to do with me. Liu took out a homemade weight, placing spirit fruit on the left and monkey wine on the right. 1 mouthful of celestial fruit, 1 sip of wine, and the weight balanced itself. After eating the celestial fruit and drinking the wine, even the saints cannot compare to me. In the center of the primordial land, Hudu stepped out of the Pango Hall with a heavy heart, her brow furrowed. Just now, her elder brother Dijiao had issued a decree for the Wu clan's sons to gather and engage in a life-and-death battle with the Demon clan. A sense of foreboding arose in Hudu's heart. The battle between the Wu and the Demon clans would surely result in mutual destruction. At present, the Wu clan was filled with anger, and Hutu could not persuade the ancestral witches. An arrow on the bow cannot be unshot. Troubled Hutu was worried about the future of the Wu clan. Perhaps lost in thought for too long, she unknowingly found herself at the shores of the East Sea, the ancestral land of the human clan. Suddenly coming to her senses, Hutu recalled her last meeting with Li Yu where he asked when the struggles between dragons and tigers would cease, and before leaving mentioned cryptically the calamity of the dragon and Han. Could it be that the future of my Wu clan is destined to perish like the 3 clans of Dragon and Han? Worrying about the future, Hutu found no one to consult, hesitating for a moment before walking towards the human clan's ancestral land. In the ancestral land, a small thatched courtyard. Yunxiao lay comfortably on a rocking chair. Li Yu held Yunxiao's small hand, telling a bedtime story. Story title: Change Flies to the Moon. Legend has it that long ago 10 suns appeared in the sky, scorching all living things and causing great suffering. A man from a tribe named Ho-E, in a fit of anger, climbed to the mountain top and shot down 9 of the suns. An immortal then bestowed upon Ho-E a pill of immortality, and at the same time, he met a beautiful woman named Change. Unable to part with the lovely Change, Ho-E secretly hid the pill. Change ate the pill and flew to the moon, and Ho-E chased after her, but never returned. Yunxiao listened quietly to her husband's bedtime story, smiling gently. Did you just come up with this, my husband? Is Ho-E a metaphor? Isn't he just the great E of the Wu clan? Recently the great E shot the suns, and the 10 suns fell into the East Sea. Yunxiao was not concerned about the great E, but rather Change. If Change truly loved Ho-E, how could she bear to eat the pill and leave him? Yunxiao pondered. Perhaps Change was forced, or they simply didn't love each other. She couldn't help but wonder if one day her injury healed and her body recovered, would she abandon her husband? No, she wouldn't. The Saint Nuwa officiated their marriage, and her teacher, along with many senior brothers, witnessed it with the sun and moon as witnesses. Yunxiao and her husband were a legitimate married couple. Yunxiao would never abandon her husband like Change did. All right, the bedtime story is over, dear. Let's go rest now. Okay. Li Yu was about to pick up his wife. Outside the thatched house, Hutu also finished hearing the story of Change flying to the moon. Ho-E compared to the great E. Hutu shook her head. Isn't the great E just a lovesick fool, chasing after the moon and never returning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next moment, Hutu shook her head and laughed. This was merely a fabricated story by the human clan's leader Li Yu. How could there be such a person as Change? Hutu walked to the entrance of the little courtyard. I, Hutu of the Wu clan, come to visit the human clan saint ancestor. Li Yu turned to look in the direction of the voice. Yunxiao also saw Hutu, who wore a golden Taoist robe, her features exquisite, her figure graceful. Her husband said that Hutu was not as beautiful as his wife. But to Yunxiao, Hutu was undeniably beautiful, surpassing all in the primordial world. Li Yu was surprised. With the Wu and demon clans about to battle, why was Hutu not contemplating her transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation, but came to visit him instead? A woman of stunning beauty visiting me from time to time. It's hard for my wife not to misunderstand. Please come in, Ancestor Hutu. Li Yu placed Yunxiao back on the rocking chair. Li Yu would never be alone with another woman in front of his wife. That would be what a husband sees before his wife. Hutu entered the small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a stone table and stone chairs. Hutu bowed. I greet the human clan's leader and the immortal Yunxiao. Li Yu returned the greeting and helped his wife do the same. Please have a seat, Ancestor Hutu. May I ask what brings you, Ancestor Hutu, here this time? With the battle between the Wu and demon clans imminent, Hutu had no time to waste and got straight to the point. The battle will begin soon. What do you predict the outcome will be? Hutu asked very directly. Li Yu smiled faintly. The great battle has not yet begun. I am just a minor golden immortal guarding a small piece of land for the human clan. How would I know such a grand matter? Yunxiao had already heard her husband mention that the Wu and demon clans would suffer mutual destruction and perish together. But this was merely speculation, and she could not tell Hutu the result with certainty. Hutu immediately bowed again. Please, my friend, make a bold guess. Why did Hutu come to seek him? It was likely that he had previously hinted that the 2 clans would suffer mutual destruction, resonating with the unease in Hutu's heart. The 11 ancestral witches would not listen to Hutu, and only he could reach a state of empathy with her. Li Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. I truly do not know. However, Ancestor Hutu may refer to the calamity of the dragon and Han. Li Yu continued. After the dragon and Han battle ended, the dragon clan retreated to the 4 seas, occasionally bringing rain and dispersing their own karma. As for the Phoenix clan, they retreated to the eternal southern bright volcano, eternally subduing the southern bright volcano and occasionally dispelling their own karma. I am not clear about the Chilan clan. Upon hearing this, Hutu's mind shook. Although Li Yu did not directly state the result for the Wu and demon clans, he suggested that Hutu referred to the calamity of the dragon and Han. This was equivalent to already stating the outcome. The 3 clans of dragon and Han perished, and so would the 2 clans of Wu and demon. At the same time, Li Yu also reminded Hutu that it was time to look for an escape route. After the dragon clan's demise, they could retreat to the 4 seas, and the Phoenix clan could retreat to the eternal southern bright volcano. What about the Wu clan? Where would the Wu clan retreat after their demise? Hutu felt a deep sorrow, her beautiful eyes dazed as if she could see the future of the Wu clan, countless deaths and injuries, perishing into the world. Hutu quickly suppressed her sorrow, just as Liu said the Wu clan needed to find a way out. But where would the Wu clan's escape route be? They conversed for a while longer. Thank you, human clan leader. Your words are heavy, Ancestor Hutu. Hutu took her leave, her expression dazed as she walked out. Let people reincarnate, may heaven strike down. But this was probably the only way out for the Wu clan. The cycle of reincarnation providing birth and death for countless beings was no longer heavenly merit, but a matter of great destiny. Liu looked at Hutu's departing figure, and suddenly said Ancestor Hutu might as well take a walk in the primordial world, travel a bit. Then go to the Blood Sea. Perhaps. Never mind. Hutu slowly turned around, bowed in thanks, and murmured to herself, Blood Sea. Blood Sea. Hutu left. Liu picked up Yunxiao. Yunxiao blinked, her eyes a gentle smile on her face. My husband, you truly are a riddle master. You clearly want to tell Sister Hutu, yet you beat around the bush. Liu smiled as well. I didn't say anything, but it's all Hutu's own thoughts. The primordial world is not something to be navigated through brute force. Rather, it requires intelligence. A subtle hint will surely make Hutu feel indebted to the human clan. When out in the world, relying solely on violence won't do. One must understand who the enemies are and who can be friends. Gathering friends abundantly ensures one won't be left with few supporters. Liu had nothing to lose. Moments later, Liu summoned Lu Er Xiao Hu and Yu Sheng. Send word to the Fire Restriction Army. They can now secretly collect colorful stones. Yes. Is the battle between the Wu and Demon clans now something the primordial world anticipates? All the saints and powerful beings focused their gaze on the battle between the Wu and Demon clans. What is there to watch in a great battle? Liu had already begun planning for the merits of mending the sky. In the ancestral land of the human race, a decree was issued. Lu Er, Little Tiger, and Yu Sheng gathered 100,000 forbidden army of the flame, operating in secrecy. Collect the colorful stones. Although unsure of the purpose behind collecting these worthless stones, the teacher, the sovereign, must have had his reasons. 100,000 inheritors of the flame quietly gathered and hoarded a large quantity of colorful stones. Until the vast majority of colorful stones in the wilderness were in the hands of the human race. By the eastern sea, the master of heaven secretly watched his son-in-law solve riddles, scratching his head, all in sets, leaving even the saints baffled. What use is there in collecting those worthless stones? The master of heaven laughed. Could it be that the witch and the demon can create a hole in the sky? Seeing his son-in-law's cultivation going smoothly and Yunxiao's complexion rosy, he felt reassured and quietly returned to Golden Ao Island. Meanwhile, Hutu returned to the tribe. She needed to visit the Blood Sea. The battle between the witch and the demon was imminent, and she had to instruct her kin. However, just as she returned to the Hutu tribe, Hutu was taken aback. She saw a beautiful woman flying toward the 9 heavens. To be precise, she was flying toward the moon star. Dei burst out of the tribe, watching the beautiful woman fly away while running to chase her, shouting loudly, Fortunately, we didn't become Dao partners, otherwise it would have delayed you for a lifetime. Goodbye. Will we meet again? Change. When we meet again, you must be happy. Change never looked back, flying higher and higher. Dei panicked completely, continuing to run after her into the 9 heavens. Change. Change, how can I live without you? Change. Hutu had no time to react as Dei had already reached the moon star. Boom. Thunderous sounds echoed in Hutu's sea of consciousness, and 4 big characters appeared in her mind. Change flees to the moon. Wasn't this the bedtime story told by the sovereign of the human race, Liu, to the immortal Yunxiao? Yet now, it had come true. How could Hutu not be shocked? Had he anticipated this? Hutu had no time to think further and chased after the moon star, shouting, Dei, come back. On the moon star, the moonlight was like frost covering the stars. The moon star was cold, desolate, and lonely. When Hutu arrived at the moon star, she saw Change, her eyes narrowing. What appeared to be Change was clearly the constant twilight of the moon star. Standing next to Change was Shiha. Shiha, the queen of the demon court, mother of the 10 golden crows. Looking at Dei. At this moment, he was trapped beneath the laurel tree, his eyes dim and lifeless, appearing dazed, holding an axe, chopping at the laurel tree. With each chop, the laurel tree would regenerate, making it impossible to finish. Moreover, each swing of the giant axe consumed Dei's vitality and true spirit. Vitality can dissipate and be replenished, but the collapse of true spirit for the witch tribe means death, soul scattering. Hutu suddenly understood. The so-called change was merely a scheme against Dei. Zai's 10 children were shot dead by Dei, luring him to the moon star to ensure he could neither live nor die, but was tortured to death. Hutu's body radiated the power of the ancestral witch. Shiha raised her hand, summoning the moon spirit wheel, gathering the moonlight of the moon star, coldly stating, The laurel formation has risen, Hutu, feel free to break it. The laurel formation is linked to Day as flesh and true spirit. The moment the formation is broken, it will be the day Day dies. Hutu indeed sensed the existence of the formation. The witch tribe focuses solely on physical cultivation, neglecting the soul, excelling in brute force rather than formation techniques. Hutu was unable to break the formation. As the battle drum of the demon court sounded, the slaughtering sword was born, and the demon tribe finally launched a decisive battle against the witch tribe. The decisive battle had begun. Hutu could not break the formation temporarily and could not save Day. Hutu had to leave a retreat for the witch tribe. Thus, Hutu turned away from the moon star and returned to the tribe. The young men in the Hutu tribe had already gone to the Pango Hall to participate in the decisive battle. The outcome of the witch and demon tribes had already been determined. The urgent task was to find a retreat for the witch tribe. Hutu immediately set off for the Blood Sea. The wilderness was vast and boundless. The vanguards of the witch and demon tribes had already clashed, fighting on a battlefield thousands of miles wide. The great battle escalated rapidly, the battlefield expanding to 30 million miles. It was like a meat grinder. Creatures fell like rice, one batch after another. Xingtian, Shangliu, and the 9 phoenixes, as great witches second only to the ancestral witches, had already engaged in battle with the 10 demon saints. The calamity between heaven and earth surged to its peak. With the escalation of the battle, great witches and demon saints had already fallen. In the Pango Hall, the ancestral witch Dijiang looked grave. Sister Hutu, why hasn't she arrived yet? Elder brother Sister Hutu is not in the tribe. The 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation was the only formation that the witch tribe could execute, stemming from the Pango bloodline inheritance. It required the power of 12 ancestral witches to form the formation. Even one less would not do. Quickly find Sister Hutu. Just then a thunderous roar suddenly erupted across the heavens and the earth. From the direction of the Blood Sea, Hutu's voice echoed. I am Hutu of the witch tribe. Sensing that the wilderness is incomplete today, I am willing to transform my ancestral witch body into the 6 paths of reincarnation, to offer reincarnation for countless beings. 6 paths of reincarnation arise. Upon arriving at the Blood Sea, Hutu discovered that countless souls of beings were submerged in the boundless Blood Sea, wailing day and night without respite. They were consumed and submerged by waves of blood, their souls scattering. Witnessing this scene, Hutu's heart shook, and her Tao heart finally understood what the wilderness was lacking. She also finally understood where the retreat of the witch tribe lay. As Hutu's voice fell, above the 9 heavens of the wilderness, the clouds condensed and did not disperse, transforming into the eye of the great Tao, responding to Hutu's words. Thus, a robust aura of fortune and merit descended. It was not the merit and fortune of the heavenly Tao, but the merit of the great Tao. The merit of the great Tao merged into Hutu's ancestral witch body. The ancestral witch body transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, encompassing a large portion of the Blood Sea. It can be said that the 6 paths of reincarnation were established on the Blood Sea, which later earned the name of the Nether Blood Sea. Immediately after, even more robust merit and fortune gathered Hutu's Sunto dissipated ancestral witch true spirit. The ancestral witch true spirit was reshaped by the merit and fortune. The body of the great Tao was formed, and the ancestral witch true spirit transformed into the nascent soul. Thus, purple chi came from the east. For 30,000 miles, heavenly auspice descended. A wave of saintly pressure swept through the wilderness. Hutu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, achieving sainthood. Moreover, she became a saint certified by the merit of the great Tao, not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, directly subordinate to the great Tao. At the moment Hutu attained sainthood, she also realized that from now on, unless faced with an immeasurable tribulation, she could not step out of the nether even a single pace. There is no longer a Hutu in the world, only the peaceful mind of the nether. The wilderness sensed the supreme pressure and bowed down towards the nether. We pay our respects to the peaceful mind lady. At the Nuwa palace, Nuwa was moved. Hutu was willing to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation, only accompanied by the solitary breeze, unable to step out of the nether. What great compassion is this! Great mercy! So this is the earth path. Nuwa has seen the peaceful mind lady. Taiqing, Laozi, Yuan, Shirtian, Zun, Jiayin, and Zhuan Ti all paid their respects. We have seen the peaceful mind lady. There was no other choice. The saints all became saints through the merits of the heavenly Tao, while Hutu became a saint through the merits of the great Tao, and she is the supreme of the earth path, with a prestige higher than the saints of the heavenly Tao. On Golden Ao Island at the Azure Pool Palace, the Master of Heaven also greatly admired Hutu for being the 6 paths of reincarnation. I am not as good as her. We have seen the peaceful mind lady. Suddenly the Master of Heaven thought, before Hutu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, did she visit that kid Liu? This matter has nothing to do with my son-in-law, right? Even Hongjun Daozu, who had already merged with the heavenly Dao, bowed to the nether. The actions of the peaceful mind lady benefit all beings. The saints of the wilderness and all great powers were congratulating the peaceful mind lady. Little did they know, a wisp of the merit of the great Dao had fallen into the ancestral land of the human race by the eastern sea, flying into Li Yu's Dao body. Li Yu smiled faintly, accepting the merit of the great Dao. Li Yu played a guiding role within it, and naturally received a share of the merit and fortune reward. Merit and fortune. Li Yu did not need it. Using it would only shackle himself and increase the risk. The great Dao is fair, and perhaps there is no risk. But Li Yu had Yunxiao and the sovereign, which was enough. Thus Li Yu kissed Yunxiao fiercely. Madam, get ready, your husband is going to give everything to you. Husband, no. Yunxiao decisively refused. Husband, now that you have embarked on your cultivation journey, the merits and luck are filled with many mysteries for cultivators. Husband, please do not waste it on me. Earlier her husband had given all his merit to her, and Yunxiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. With merit and luck, cultivation becomes smooth sailing. For those with weak luck, even stepping outside could lead to being killed for treasures. Li Yu smiled indulgently. Having my wife is enough for me. No, husband, keep it for yourself. Li Yu pretended to be stern. Is it that you look down on your husband? No, I didn't mean that. Husband, luck is truly important for cultivators. No matter how important, it cannot compare to my wife. After saying this, Li Yu transferred the acquired luck and merit to Yunxiao. Giving his wife the merit was only for healing, not for cultivation. The luck merit, especially that of the heavenly Dao, if used for cultivation, would deepen the shackles. Yunxiao could not refuse her husband, feeling both anxious and touched. Her husband had always been giving for her sake. The merit of luck surged into Yunxiao's Dao body, nurturing and healing her inexplicable injuries. Madam, how do you feel it? Yunxiao felt the changes in her body, it seems. It seems like. Li Yu watched Yunxiao closely, noticing her fingers slightly moving. Madam, can your fingers move? Yunxiao concentrated, fully sensing her body. Her fingers had regained some feeling, but it was only a slight movement. Yunxiao tried with all her might. Her delicate fingers moved gently. On her beautiful forehead and stunning face, beads of sweat appeared. She exerted all her strength, yet could only manage to move her fingers slightly. The glimmer that had just appeared in Yunxiao's eyes quickly dimmed, and tears welled up in her reddened eyes. Take your time, don't rush. Li Yu gently wiped the sweat from Yunxiao's face, brushed the beads of sweat from her forehead, and softly caressed the tears at the corners of her eyes. Yunxiao, with a choked voice, said, Husband, I don't want it anymore. In the future, please do not waste the merit and luck on Yunxiao. Really do not waste it anymore. The Taoist marriage contributed a total of 10 parts of merit and luck. Li Yu gave 3 parts to Yunxiao. The heavenly teacher gave 1 part to Yunxiao, and Nuwa also contributed 1 part. Yunxiao had received 80% of the marriage luck, just barely able to open her eyes. Now with the merit and luck, Yunxiao used all her strength, managing just to make her fingers move slightly. This left Yunxiao in despair, feeling like a bottomless pit, merely wasting the merit and luck while dragging down her husband and teacher. Li Yu gently bent down to embrace Yunxiao, holding her close, softly wiping the tear stains from her eyes. Madam, isn't your finger moving now? Isn't it getting better? Not recovered, yet it only means the merit and luck are still insufficient. My husband will find a way to acquire more merit and luck, as long as it's not wasted. Li Yu's words made Yunxiao's eyes redden even more. Husband, I truly don't want it anymore, really not anymore. Husband should keep it for cultivation, absolutely, must not waste the luck and merit. How can it be a waste? As husband and wife, if the wife uses it, isn't it the same as the husband using it? Madam, didn't we agree that after the darkest times, every day would be an upward progression, getting better? Li Yu guessed that Yunxiao feared dragging down his cultivation and wasting the merit. He softly said, Madam, look, your husband hasn't used the merit for cultivation, yet has still reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. Li Yu did not mention that the quality of the magical power within him was profound, surpassing that of other cultivators at the same level several times, and that he possessed top-tier innate energies in his chest. Yunxiao's fluctuating Dao heart calmed somewhat, but she still felt very guilty. Husband, you reached the peak of the golden immortal realm without using merit. If you did use it, wouldn't you have already reached the great Luo golden immortal? What? Do you think your husband is on the same level as your father? How could he reach the great Luo golden immortal after just a few years of cultivation? Yunxiao realized she had misspoken. Indeed, her husband had not cultivated for many years, and reaching the peak of the golden immortal realm was already quite faster than the average innate beings. Reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm. Too fast, the foundation might become unstable. Madam, there's no need to worry, it's just some merit and luck, it won't trouble your husband. But the primordial chaos cannot possibly have this much merit and luck. Things are determined by effort. But, Liu, hearing his wife's continuous, but decided to stop explaining. He embraced her and leaned down, boldly kissing her. Their lips met. Soft, warm, utterly delightful. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She forgot to blink, as in the past her husband at most would just kiss her cheek. With the merit entering her body, Yunxiao had some strength. But at this moment it felt dreamlike. Her strength temporarily vanished. Yunxiao gently closed her lovely eyes, her Dao heart once again becoming tranquil, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of home. After a moment, Liu coaxed his wife to sleep and quietly walked out of the small courtyard. The red embroidery ball was the key to witnessing the 3 marriages. Thank you, junior sister. And so, the Lord of Zhejiao went to as Li's direct disciple. Liu did not hold back and secretly taught Lu Er the first 4 transformations of the 9 turns mysterious Yuan Gong. The 4 monkeys of the chaotic world were split from the chaotic demon ape, though divided into 4. They inherited the innate talents of the demon ape with exceptional aptitude and comprehension. Lu Er, cultivating the 9 turns mysterious Yuan Gong, had now completed 4 transformations and was at the late stage of the mysterious immortal realm with a solid foundation of magical power and a robust body. Teacher, Lu Er respectfully bowed. Send the order. Mobilize 100,000 clansmen this time. Gather as many colorful stones as possible. Collect as much as you can. Understood. Disciple obeys. As Li's eldest disciple, Lu Er was highly respected among the human clans. Was Madame Yunxiao's emotional change too great? Liu did not think so. His wife was just overly worried, considering too much for Liu, not wanting to burden him. As the old saying goes, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Liu, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, stood at the door of the small courtyard, gazing out at the primordial land. The battle between the witch and demon races had reached a boiling point. In the Pangu Palace, the voice of "There is no more Hutu in the world, only Yuming Pingshin" echoed throughout the primordial realm. Di Jiang and the 11 ancestral witches felt a sharp pain in their hearts, clearly sensing that Hutu's connection with the witch race had been severed. The Hutu of the witch race had already fallen. In the primordial realm, only the Lady of Calm remained. Huta, how could you leave the witch race behind? Huta, how dare you betray your brother? Betray the witch race. Hutu, you are no longer a witch. Hutu is no longer a witch. The battle between the witch and demon races had begun, and Huta's departure from the witch race was undoubtedly a betrayal. To set up the 12 capital heavenly god array, the power of all 12 ancestral witches was needed. Lacking even one would not do. Without Hutu, it meant they could not set up the 12 capital heavenly god array, making it impossible to counter the demon race's great constellation array. Wasn't this a betrayal? Traitor! Traitor! Zhu Rong, the ancestor of fire, gritted his teeth and cursed. Di Jiang, the ancestral witch, even declared Huta's removal from the witch race, announcing her as a disgrace to the witch clan. In the depths of the nether, a stream of tears slid down her cheek. After Hutu became a saint with the merits of the Tao, she had already foreseen the fate of the witch race. Facing the countless accusations and curses from the witch clan's children, Hutu said not a word. She chose to undergo reincarnation, even if it meant bearing the title of Hutu. No longer a witch, she would leave a way out for the witch race. The nether was the last retreat for the witch race. In the primordial world, amidst the 9 heavens and the sea of clouds, Di Jun and Tai Yi heard the booming thunder resonating throughout the universe as Hutu had transformed into reincarnation. Good. The 12 ancestral witches are no longer complete. The witch clan cannot set up the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation anymore. Send the order. Total assault. Total assault. Let us achieve our goal in one battle. Annihilate the witch clan. Avenge the 10 golden crows. Unify the primordial world. Di Jun and Tai Yi issued their decree, leading the 10 great monster saints and 365 monster gods with 100 billion monster warriors to launch a total assault on the central land of the primordial world. Rise, great formation of the celestial stars. Di Jun held the river map and the Luo book, while the monster gods took their positions resembling the celestial stars, as this was the monster clan's trump card formation. The great formation of the celestial stars was reputed to be capable of confronting a saint. In front of the Di Jiang observed the monster clan setting up the great formation of the celestial stars and sneered. Do you think that just because our witch clan is missing Hutu, we cannot set up the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation? In the battle between the witches and monsters, would the witch clan be unprepared? Chiyu has been hidden for a long time. Today, he shall emerge. As Di Jiang's voice fell, Chiyu appeared from the Panga Hall. Chiyu exuded a fierce aura, not merely an ancestral witch. Comparable to an ancestral witch. The 12 ancestral witches were formed from Panga's essence blood combined with the lethal aura of heaven and earth. As early as 100,000 years ago, the 12 ancestral witches each took out a drop of their essence blood, using the secret arts of the Pango Hall to secretly create Chiyu. Caius' emergence does not stem from an ancestral witch's body, yet his fierce aura is by no means inferior to that of an ancestral witch. It can be said that the witch clan has created the 13th ancestral witch through secret arts. Di Jiang shouted, activate the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Yes, big brother. Gong Gong Zhu Rong Zhu Mang Tian Wu Xian Ming and Qi Yu radiated terrifying fierce auras. The fierce aura of heaven and earth swept over like a tidal wave. Boom. Buzz. The 12 capital heavenly god killing formation has emerged. An endless fierce aura transformed into the shadow of a giant. The giant shadow stood tall wielding a giant axe. The heavens and earth trembled. Di Jun and Taiqing narrowed their eyes. How can this be possible? Without Ho-Tu, the witch clan can still set up the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Everyone in the universe saw the shadow, feeling both astonished and terrified, instinctively bowing, great god Pangu. On Shouyang Mountain in the 8th Scenery Palace, the old master of Taiji sat on a mat, his expression shifting. Father Pangu, the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation must not be allowed to remain. The witch clan deserves to be annihilated. The witch clan can summon the shadow of Father Pangu. This poses a tremendous threat to the old master of Taiji. Fearing that one day the shadow of Father Pangu would come to life and reclaim the three pure one's essence. In Kunlun Mountain at the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being sat high above the clouds, his expression dark. Father, the witch and monster clans are shallow and fortune ignorant of the heavenly order going against the heavens and deserve to be annihilated. They must be expelled from the primordial world. On Golden Ao Island at the Azure Pool Palace, the master of heaven sat on a mat. No wonder it's the shadow of Father Pangu. Even just a shadow possesses such momentum. This poor Taoist is Father Pangu, unmatched in the world. In a thatched cottage yard, Liu also saw the shadow of Pangu. Don't say. I really want to gather essence, blood, primordial spirit, and essence to transform into a small Pangu. It's nothing. Even just a shadow causes the primordial world to tremble. Countless great beings bow in submission. It must be Pangu. Only Pangu. In the primordial world, the great formation of the celestial stars enveloped the sky. The 12 capital heavenly god killing formation occupied the earth. The sky against the earth. The two formations along with countless monster and witch warriors were already ready to fire. Good. Let us see whether my monster clan's great formation of the celestial stars is more powerful or the 12 heavenly god killing formation is stronger. The great formation of the celestial stars gathered the power of countless stars, transforming into a monster sword that fell from the 9 heavens. The shadow of Pangu gripped the giant axe and struck towards the sea of clouds. The sword shadow of the stars collided with the giant axe shadow. Boom. Clash. Boom. A tremendous shock transformed into a vortex of magical power and the rhythm of the Tao. The shock twisted the heavens and earth, cracking space. Crack. Countless immortal mountains shattered, the earth split. Rivers and seas flowed backward. All beings prostrated. The monsters and witches caught in the storm didn't even let out a scream before turning to dust, disintegrating into ashes. Di Jun, Tai and Di Jiang had no time to care about their warriors' casualties. At this moment the calamity surged and all reason was lost. They only wanted to annihilate each other. The great formation of the celestial stars and the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation clashed once more. Yet again a terrifying storm erupted, shredding and grinding everything around them. Bang. Boom. Bang. The two great formations collided an unknown number of times. One could see mountains and rivers shattered, fierce winds howling. Blood flowed like rivers, billions of lives fell. Di Jun and Tai's eyes turned red. Kill. Annihilate the witch clan. Di Jiang's eyes were bloodshot. Kill. Annihilate the monster clan. At that moment, Baizhe, covered in blood, staggered towards Di Jun and Tai. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Donghuang. We cannot fight anymore. We cannot fight anymore. Half of the 10 great monster saints have fallen. 365 monster gods have lost. 300 countless monster kings have lost their souls. Your Majesty, we cannot continue fighting like this. Di Jun had lost his reason. Baizhe, shut up. Not fight. What about the revenge for the 10 princes? Not fight. My monster clan has paid such a price. We must annihilate the witch clan. Baizhe, do not speak further. Disturbing the morale before battle. What crime do you deserve? Baizhe dared not say more. Looking again at the witch clan. Countless great witches and warrior children of the witch clan had fallen. Only a few powerful witches remained: Xing Tian, Xiang Lu, and Zhou Feng. Di Jiang also lost his reason. No matter what, we must annihilate the monster clan. As the battle escalated, the cost paid became increasingly great. So great that there was no turning back. No way to stop. As countless warriors of the monster and witch clans fell, the great formation of the celestial stars lost its power to support, unable to maintain itself. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation also expended too much lethal energy, becoming unsustainable. With a command from Dijun, Donghuang Tai, wielding the Chaos Bell, charged towards the earth. Using the Chaos Bell, he fought against Di Jiangju Meng and Tian Wu, the three great ancestral witches. The monster master Kuan Peng battled against the Xian Ming ancestral witch. The Emperor of the Heavens Fushi fought against the powerful Liang ancestral witch. Even Shihi made a move battling against the Ru Shou ancestral witch. Dijun also wielded the Sun Essence Wheel, entering the battlefield to battle against the Sha Bai Shi and Zhu Rong ancestral witches. Bai Zhe Ji Ming and Ning Zhao each faced off against Xing Tian Xiang Lu and Zhou Feng respectively. Their respective warriors also re-engaged in fierce combat. The calamity energy in the heavens and earth not only did not dissipate, but surged even more violently. Countless experts from both sides were injured or killed. Was the battle about to end? No. Impossible. The top powers from both sides had not yet perished. How could the heavenly Tao easily conclude the battle between the witches and monsters? The fierce battle had been raging for an unknown amount of time. The Ru Shou ancestral witch had consumed too much power, losing all rationality, and his ancestral witch body began to swell, rapidly charging towards Shihi. Boom. The Ru Shou ancestral witch self-destructed, engulfing Shihi. The monster queen Shihi perished along with the Ru Shou ancestral witch. Shihi. Dijun's heart ached fiercely. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches gasped. Ru Shou. The fall of Shihi and the Ru Shou ancestral, which truly marked the beginning of a relentless war. Both sides turned bloodthirsty, completely losing all reason. The powerful Liang ancestral witch's eyes turned blood red, unable to defeat the monster clans, Shi Huang shouting, "Even if I die, you won't live either." The powerful Liang poured all his strength into embracing Fushi, and his ancestral witch body began to swell as well. Boom. The powerful Liang ancestral witch self-destructed, the terrifying force engulfing Fushi. The monster clans Shi Huang and the powerful Liang perished together. In the Nuwa Palace. Nuwa saw this, her heart aching immensely. Elder brother. Nuwa immediately acted to collect Fux's remaining soul. Bang. Donghuang Tai outperformed the Chaos Bell, slammed into the body of Tian Wu ancestral, which severely injuring him. Dijun immediately summoned the witch slaughtering sword, easily breaking through the Tian Wu ancestral witch's body, severing his head. Tian Wu fell. The Chaos Bell repelled Zhu Meng. The witch slaughtering sword containing the resentment of countless humans broke through the fierce aura protecting the ancestral witch. Dijun used the witch slaughtering sword to slay Zhu Meng. In the blink of an eye, the Sha Bai Shi ancestral witch also died under the witch slaughtering sword. The scales of battle had tilted towards the monster clan. Seeing this, Di Jiang was consumed with rage, utilizing his innate spatial divine abilities. Tai, you deserve to die. Dijun, you deserve to die. Di Jiang used spatial powers to launch a surprise attack on Donghuang Tai. Three-legged birdman. Die for me. Boom. Clash. Di Jiang ancestral, which detonated himself along with Donghuang Tai. Big brother. Tai. Dijun's eyes were about to burst. Big brother is dead. The witch clan has nothing to fear now. Monster clan. Blood debts must be paid in blood. The Zhu Rong ancestral, which suddenly charged towards Dijun. Kuan Peng, seeing the battlefield situation was unfavorable, he frowned, no longer fighting fiercely with Xian Ming, and retreated. The Xian Ming ancestral, which could not catch up to Kuan Peng, and also rushed towards Dijun. The remaining ancestral witches all charged towards Dijun. They all must die. They all must die. It's futile to think of living. Boom. Boom. Zhu Rong ancestral, which Xian Ming ancestral witch, and others perished alongside Dijun. Seeing this, Kuan Peng was shocked and frightened, fearing that an ancestral which would drag him down with them. I'm out. Kuan Peng took the opportunity to grab the river map and Luo book as he fled. The aftermath of the explosion had yet to settle, but the calamity energy in the heavens and earth receded like a tide. It was nothing. The monster clans Dijun, Tai and Shi Huang all perished. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan were all slain. All the experts from both clans were dead. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals could no longer stir up any waves in the primordial world. With the Chaos Bell, without a master, all the saints focused their attention on the Chaos Bell. On the shore of the East Sea, in the ancestral land of the human clan, Liu, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, looked serious. We must pursue the remnants of our strength and not give the monster clan the slightest chance to breathe. Gather the warriors above the fire and wood realm. The blood feud of the human clan runs deep. It must be repaid with the blood of the monster clan. Those who offend my human clan, even if far away, they must be punished. In the primordial wilderness on Shouyang Mountain at the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi of Taiqing witnessed the mutual destruction of the witch and demon clans, his expression returning to calmness. With the ancestors of the witch clan completely fallen, it would be impossible to arrange the great array of divine slaughter in the future, nor summon the phantom of Pangu. The Tao rhythm of Taiqing flowed, breaking through the void, heading towards the battlefield. With the fall of Donghuang Tai, the chaos clock has become a masterless object. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat high above the clouds, sneering. The witch and demon races are ignorant of the heavenly laws, their fortunes are shallow, their fall is a great trend of heaven and earth. In the next moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun summoned the Panga banner, shattering the void, rushing to the battlefield to seize the chaos clock. Tongtian Jiao Zhu, donned in a Taoist robe, sat quietly on a cushion, witnessing the mutual destruction of the witch and demon clans, countless lives lost, shaking his head helplessly. Divine powers cannot rival the heavenly laws. Immediately after, Tongtian Jiao Zhu gasped, "Wait a minute. I heard from my disciple Wu Dang. The witch and demon are fighting to the death." Hiss. How does my son-in-law know the witch and demon are fighting to the death? This is strange. There must be something very wrong. Tongtian Jiao Zhu couldn't figure it out. I'll have to ask my son-in-law later. Buzz. The sword energy of Qing Ping stirred, slicing through the void. Tongtian Jiao Zhu also headed to the witch and demon battlefield, for his elder brother and second brother had gone to seize the chaos clock. The three Qing Tongtian must also be present. The combined might of the three Qing. What business do outsiders have with the chaos clock? In the west, beneath the Bodhi tree, Jane looked worried and pained, gazing at a swirling fireball before him. The fireball was the little golden crow Luya that his junior brother had planned to transform. Zhuan smiled brightly. Senior brother looked, Di Jun Tai, Fu Shi, and all the demon saints have fallen in battle. This is truly marvelous. Senior brother, we can think about it. With Di Jun Tai and the 9 golden crows perishing, the demon race is left without a leader, and suddenly the little golden crow appears. The only legitimate heir, inheriting the supreme demon court of Di Jun and Tai. And the little golden crow is from our west. All demon races will submit to our west. They will heed the decrees of the west. Jane laughed. Senior brother, we in the west are about to prosper. Thanks to the hard work of my junior brother, we are in this position. Zhuan enviously drooled. The chaos clock. It must be fated to be ours in the west. Senior brother, charge. The 7 treasures wonderful tree shattered the void. Jane and Zhuan rushed towards the witch and demon battlefield. On the battlefield of the witch and demon, Di Jun Tai, Fu Shi, and all the ancestors and great witches fell in battle. The land was filled with suffering, blood flowed like rivers. Countless demon soldiers and kings turned to dust. Countless true spirits of the witch clan returned to heaven and earth. The witch and demon suffered mutual destruction. Baize, drenched in blood with an empty sea of consciousness, turned pale. Your Majesty, Dong Huang, Shi Huang have all perished. It's over, completely over. The demon race is finished. The Donghuang clock floated masterless, suspended in the cloud sea. Baize was about to retrieve the legacy of Donghuang. The Yuan Shi Tianzun walked out from the void. How dare the ones clad in fur and armor lay claim to the chaos clock? Baize transformed into a blood column, flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, suffering multiplied injuries, daring to be angry, yet not speaking. The Donghuang clock was originally ours in the demon race. Yuan Shi Tianzun's words were not yet finished. A ray of Brahma light appeared in the west, seizing the chaos clock. Dao brother Yuqing, your words are mistaken. With Tai fallen, the chaos clock has become a masterless object. Naturally, someone virtuous should possess it. Zhuan summoned the 7 treasures wonderful tree, striking the chaos clock countless times. Buzz. The energies of Yin and Yang manifested, firmly restraining the chaos clock. Jane frowned slightly. Dao brother Yuqing. Taiqing Laozi emerged from the void, the innate treasure Taiji diagram, hovering, surrounded by the energies of Yin and Yang. Tongtian Jiao Zhu, shouldering Qing Ping, stepped out. Elder brother, second brother, third brother. At this moment, the friction between the 3 Qing had not yet escalated, and they were naturally united against outsiders. Jiayan's face was worried and pained. The 3 Qing have come. It's bad, we can't seize it. Zhuan cried directly. I've met the 3 Qing Dao brothers. Our west is suffering. It is truly suffering. Please, 3 Dao brothers, have pity on the west. This chaos clock is mine. Zhuan cried while scheming. Suddenly sprang up, lunging at the chaos clock. Buzz. A red light fell from the 9 heavens. The red embroidered ball directly smashed into Zhuan face. Nuwa, clad in splendid clothes, emerged from the void. The chaos clock is the legacy of the demon court. It rightly belongs to the demon court. The demon race has committed atrocities, their fortune lost. How dare they lay claim to the chaos clock? The three Qing Jian and Zhuan Ti spoke in unison. Let's work together to eliminate Nu while one less person to compete. Nu's expression was calm. Then let it be according to fate. The 6 saints each summoned their respective treasures to seize the chaos clock. Duong. The chaos clock hung in the air inscribed with the myriad races of the primordial wilderness emanating a 5-colored light emitting a sound of ringing, shaking the universe, stirring the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the chaos clock shattered the void, fleeing into the chaotic flow of the void. The saints watched as the chaos clock fled into the void. Taiqing Laozi shook his head. No one has obtained it, that is good. Taiqing Laozi possessed the Taiji diagram, already an innate treasure. If he could not obtain the chaos clock, the other saints also did not get it. Taiqing Laozi's status would remain unshaken. Yuanshi Tianzun's expression was displeased. This treasure actually fled into the chaotic flow of the void by itself. Tongtian Jiao Zhu was more open-minded. Well, it's over, no one can get it. Jiayan's expression was worried and pained. Bitter tears flowed down Zhuan Ti's eyes. It's all because of the 3 Qing Dao brothers. If it weren't for the 3 Qing Dao brothers' obstruction, I would have already obtained the chaos clock. How could it have escaped into the chaotic flow of the void? So, 3 Qing Dao brothers, you must compensate. You must compensate me with 3 pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures for the West. Taiqing Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzun, and Tongtian Jiao Zhu looked at Zhuan Ti with the expression of fools, each of their treasures suspended above Zhuan Ti's head. Oh. Whoa. No compensation, no compensation. Meanwhile, Liu led Lu Air Xiao Hu Yusheng and 100,000 human fire prohibition troops already arriving at the witch and demon battlefield. Ding, today's system mall has refreshed limited time discount chaos clock, 100 million Xiankuan Ding 1 billion, an innate treasure with the ability to reverse the innate 5-5 great array, 10 billion note, no one can defeat it. 12C stabilizing pearls, 100 million, a total of 36 pieces, 12 pieces as a whole belong to the innate spiritual treasure. 99 dispersing soul gourd, 500 million note, the gourd belongs to the top grade innate treasure. Buy 1, get 1 free, has surprises. The system refreshes daily, and it has been a while since good items have refreshed. After reading the system information, Liu wondered, spiritual treasure event. The chaos clock, which all the saints failed to seize, has been brought here by the system. Even Pangus essence blood is available. Is it not reasonable to bring the chaos clock? Hengili, check the heart unity value. Current heart unity value 500 million. Exchange for the chaos clock and 12C stabilizing pearls. Issued. Please check master. With the saints in front, Liu naturally would not take them out directly, placing them into the system space. Liu, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe and draped in a cloak, led the human race into the battlefield. Annihilate the demon race. Avenge the millions of deceased humans. Kill. To avenge the hundreds of millions of fallen human kin. Enli Yu roared, and Xiao Hu and Yu Sheng, eyes burning with fury, charged forth, delivering the final blow to the dying Yao Clan warriors. The cry of human vengeance echoed across the primordial heavens, reverberating through the 9 celestial realms. Taiqing Laozi furrowed his brow slightly, his sage gaze fixed upon Li Yu and his people. Taiqing Laozi cared not for their vengeance, but rather that the cultivation arts practiced by humanity were not the golden core Dao path. And he had imparted to humanity a fragmented celestial art, euphemistically named the golden core Dao path. His purpose had been to control human cultivators, yet now they cultivated no such path. In drawing upon his sage power, Taiqing Laozi scrutinized them closely and found their arts astonishingly rudimentary. Even their strongest practitioners barely rivaled the Xianxian realm of the primordial world, and they posed no threat to the golden core Dao path. Yet this youth Liu wielded an extraordinary artifact capable of commanding humanity's sovereign fate. I must find an opportunity to chastise him. This artifact must belong to the human teaching sect. And Shi Tianzun stood atop the cloud sea of the 9 heavens, glancing briefly at humanity's vengeance. Beings born of egg or womb. Ignorant, undeveloped insects, nothing more. Taiqing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun shattered the void and departed. Enjin and Zhuanti hastened to convert destined cultivators. Having journeyed all the way to the east, they would certainly not return to the west empty-handed. Tongtian Jiaozhu watched his son-in-law with cheerful amusement. Truly, this son-in-law of mine knows how to exact vengeance, striking precisely when the Yao clan lies broken and bleeding. Not quite immoral, just a shade dark. And Tongtian remained behind, personally guarding his son-in-law. Several Yaosage still lived, though gravely wounded they had not yet perished. Only in the 9th heaven's cloud sea did Nua's expression shift subtly. Nance, the divine empress of the Yao court, and sister to Fuxi, the celestial emperor of the Yao court. She bore deep karmic ties to the Yao clan. Now the Yao clan lay grievously weakened. Nuwa spoke gravely. Liu. And Liu bowed deeply. I pay homage to the Holy Mother. And after a moment's hesitation, Nuwa asked softly, must vengeance be absolute? Might mercy find its place? Below, Liu let out a bitter, incredulous laugh, then retorted directly, Holy Mother, do you recall humanity's solemn vow? And Nuwa nodded, humans and Yao shall never coexist. Liu's face darkened, crimson light flared in his eyes as he thundered, indeed, humans and Yao shall never coexist. And how many hundreds of millions of humans have the Yao slaughtered? Shall this blood-deep grudge go unavenged? Shall we spare them? And, Holy Mother, you are humanity's Holy Mother, and how could such words ever pass your lips? Humanity's hatred cannot be set aside, must not be set aside, and if this blood-deep grudge remains unavenged, what shall we tell our fallen kin? Has it truly passed? Must we forget? Liu turned to his people behind him. Shall we abandon this blood-deep grudge? Knees, people, eyes bloodshot, and jaws clenched roared in unison, vengeance. Vengeance. Humans and Yao shall never coexist, and this blood-deep grudge will be avenged. Yaokind will be purged, and humanity roared, a raw, hysterical, earth-shaking bellow. Some among them, bold beyond measure, wept aloud. Where were you, Holy Mother, when the Yao slaughtered our kind? Why did you not open your eyes to behold our suffering? Liu feigned sternness, his voice cold. Dare you speak so irreverently before the Holy Mother? And clearly, he had voiced the anguish of hundreds of millions. Nuwa gazed upon them, her expression heavy with helplessness. How could she explain that she had been blocked by Taiqing and Yunxiao? Not least, not yet, not now. To ignite humanity's boundless hatred toward Taiqing and Yunxiao would only ensure their annihilation. In helpless, Nuwa withdrew, refusing henceforth to intervene in human Yao affairs. Karma and vengeance, let them settle themselves. After Nuwa's departure, countless humans continued finishing off the Yao. Yunxiao flesh, a fine treasure. Take it back to refine the body. Yunxiao core, even more precious. Na, 10th of sandy-year-old centipede, perfect for medicinal wine. Nan, that 10th of sandy-year-old rooster. Bring it home for a drink. Humanity's flame of vengeance burned fiercely. By Zai Ji Meng and Yunxiao, gravely wounded, emerged voices, icy, feeble humans. Dare you defile the Ye clan's dignity today? You truly seek death. Liu raised his hand, summoning the violet lightning hammer. Oh, is that so? And at the sight of Liu stepping forward, by Zai Ji Meng and Yunxiao felt an unprecedented dread rise within their hearts. Before, empowered by his extraordinary artifact, he had fought the Eastern sovereign to a standstill. And now, with Emperor Jun and Tai fallen, and by Zai himself grievously wounded, how could he possibly contend with Liu? Flee and escape. By Zai silently transmitted orders, leading Ji Meng and Yunxiao away from the Wuyao battlefield. Liu made no pursuit. Earlier, he had merely bluffed, relying on the Honghuang Golden Immortal Experience card to project peak Golden Immortal Strength. Facing Bai Zai then would have been certain death. Though Bai Zai was wounded, he remained a true Yao sage, an authentic quasi-sage. And at that moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu descended from the cloud sea, son-in-law. Liu's grim fury melted into cheerful ease, father-in-law. What a coincidence you're here too. Tongtian nodded. With Tai fallen and the chaos bell masterless, I naturally came to claim it. Tongtian shook his head in disappointment. Alas, it has vanished into the chaotic void currents. Liu mirrored his sorrow, truly unfortunate. Then, glancing inward at his system space, he saw the chaos bell suspended, its surface inscribed with the myriad races of the primordial world, radiating five-colored auspicious light, unmistakably a primordial supreme treasure. 12 Dinghai divine pearls huddled in one corner, trembling, and he dared not retrieve them. The three pure ones stood as one family. His father-in-law still trusted Taiqing and Yunxiao unconditionally. To produce them now would invite irremediable suspicion. Is Yunxiao well? And rest assured, father-in-law, she is. Her fingers can now move faintly, and truly, and absolutely. Ha ha ha, excellent. I shall visit her at once. Tongtian Jiaozhu, unable to contain his eagerness, shattered the void and sped toward humanity's ancestral land to see Yunxiao. Liu sighed wryly. Indeed, it said a son-in-law is half a son, yet clearly a daughter holds far deeper affection than any son-in-law. In resuming his campaign against the Yao, he suddenly stiffened. Wastrel. Why leave behind that 10th of sandy-year-old ginseng spirit? Without hesitation, Liu claimed the ginseng spirit's remains, and also retrieved the corpse of a 10th of sandy-year-old tiger, its bones perfect for medicinal wine. And the bodies of 10th of sandy-year-old Sistanch and Epimedium, gathered without exception. No ulterior motive, merely an unwavering principle. Waste nothing. And to the supreme beings of the primordial world, these were mere refuse. Yet to humanity, they were rare, life-enhancing treasures beyond price. 10th of sandy-year spiced rabbit heads, delicious, and the Wuyao battlefield stretched 3 million li wide. overflowing with treasures. None 100,000 humans plunged in, like single droplets in a boundless ocean. Each returned laden beyond capacity. And for 2.5 months those 100,000 shuttled back and forth. Hundreds of trips, perhaps more. Enli Yu issued his command without delay: withdraw from the Wu Yao battlefield. Xiao Hu and Yu Sheng chewed tint the sandier deer meat grease dripping from their chins. Sovereign, this is but the beginning, and there's still much more inside. Sovereign, shall we make another 1,000 trips? Enli Yu shook his head. Immediate withdrawal. At his decree, every human warrior bowed respectfully and obeyed without question. Suddenly, Li Yu sensed a subtle shift in the world's murderous qi. Ni's expression changed instantly. Abandon everything. Drop what you hold now. Evacuate immediately. In what? After all that effort, yes, by Sovereign's command, Enli Yu led his people swiftly away. The Wu Yao battlefield still held countless treasures. Not that Li Yu refused them, but because Gongong, the ancestral Wu god of water, was about to awaken. Soon Gongong would rage and shatter Mount Buzhou, and when the mountain fell, heaven would tilt and earth collapse. And would they linger waiting to be pulverized by the raging fires, winds, waters, and earth? Enli Yu had barely withdrawn with his people when Gongong stirred, surveying the ruins. His Wu kin utterly annihilated, leaving only himself the last ancestral Wu god. Gongong raged, utterly irrevocably enraged. The Tao is heartless. The Tao treats all living beings as insignificant insects. In what use is this heaven? What use? Die. All shall die. Mount Buzhou trembled. Ah, don't come near me. Stay back. Gongong awakened. His brothers and sisters and sons had all perished. The way of heaven is unkind, treating all spirits as mere grass and weeds. What use is there for this sky? Then let us destroy this sky and recreate the earth, fire, wind, and water. Gongong dragged his ancestral shaman body and crashed into Mount Buzhou. The ancestral shaman self-destructed. Boom. The originally towering and magnificent Mount Buzhou collapsed in response. The heavens tilted and the earth overturned. The primal world trembled. The saints and myriad powerful beings witnessed a great hole appearing in the sky. Countless chaotic earth, fire, wind, and water surged into the primal world, ravaging the heavens and the earth. Countless beings perished. The saints and myriad powerful beings were astonished. How could this be possible? That is Mount Buzhou. The Mount Buzhou transformed from the spine of the great Pangu. It was actually broken by an ancestral shaman. Mount Buzhou, the first immortal mountain of the primal world, stood tall and majestic, far surpassing Kunlun Mountain. Yet now it has suddenly collapsed. The Taiqing Laozi fixed his gaze on Mount Buzhou. Despite being the leader of the three pure ones, he was momentarily taken aback. The sky has collapsed. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly. Breaking Mount Buzhou, causing the heavens to tilt and the earth to overturn. The Wu clan deserves to die. They will never rise again in this lifetime. Jane and Junti laughed. Mount Buzhou is in the east. What does it have to do with us in the west? Then let us guide the beings back to the west. Deep within the underworld, Ho Tu sighed deeply. Mount Buzhou was transformed from the spine of the father god. How could Gongong, merely an ancestral shaman, possess the strength to break it? The earth tunnel had already appeared, and as the supreme being of the earth tunnel, Ho Tu instantly sensed that it was the way of heaven stirring the waters. Gongong did not break Mount Buzhou, but the spine of Father Pangu, and more so the backbone of all cultivators in the primal world. With the backbone broken, the myriad cultivators of the primal world would have to kneel before the way of heaven. No one would be able to stand up again. Gongong became the biggest scapegoat, attracting boundless karma for the Wu clan. Without immeasurable calamities, Ho Tu could not step out of the underworld. Ho Tu also had no choice but to continue to shelter the Wu clan sons into the underworld, hastily establishing the underworld system. In a small grass hut, Tongtian Jiaozhu was chatting casually with his disciple Yunxiao. Boom. Crack. A thunderous sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. Tongtian Jiaozhu immediately looked towards Mount Buzhou, astonished. Mount Buzhou has broken. How could this be possible? Hearing her master's words about Mount Buzhou breaking, Yunxiao's face turned anxious. Master, my husband hasn't returned, yet he is on the battlefield of the Wu and Yao. With Mount Buzhou collapsing, the earth, fire, and water rampaged. Yunxiao was worried for her husband's safety. Tongtian Jiaozhu replied softly, Don't worry, Li Yu withdrew from the battlefield of the Wu and Yao early and has returned. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed at the collapsing Mount Buzhou, perplexed. Yunxiao seemed to recall the story her husband told about patching the sky, deeply shocked. The sky has really collapsed. My husband said that when the heavens tilt and the earth overturn, patching the sky brings great merit. Master, the earth, fire, and water are rampaging in the primal world. Please use your power to save all beings in the primal world. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded. As a teacher, I am a saint. It is my duty to protect all beings in the primal world. Yunxiao, you should first rest. Tongtian casually arranged a great Qing formation to protect Yunxiao. Only Li Yu could enter the formation. Without waiting for Li Yu to return, Tongtian Jeju hurried to the Heaven's Cave while issuing a decree. Disciples of the Jie sect, heed my command. Leave the island. Follow me to save all beings in the primal world. Yes. As soon as the decree of the Great Qing was issued, countless immortals of the Jie sect gathered. Countless rays of law flowed towards the Heaven's Cave. The myriad beings of the primal world bowed and worshipped. Thank you, Great Qing Saint. Long live the Great Qing Saint. At this moment, the Way of Heaven delivered a message. Stabilize the earth, fire, and water. Prevent the Heaven's Cave from expanding. Save the beings. At that time, rewards will be given based on merit. The saints sensed the message from the Way of Heaven. There is merit. Thus, Jane and Zhuandi no longer complained about the long journey to the west and rushed to the Heaven's Cave at the first opportunity. They summoned the Brahma light, the great power of the saints, to stabilize the earth, fire, and water. Taiqing, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and Nuwa all hurried to the area of Mount Buzhou. The six saints worked together to stabilize the chaotic earth, fire, and water surging into the primal world. Tongtian Jiaozhu said solemnly, as long as the Heaven's Cave exists, the chaotic earth, fire, and water will continue to pour into the primal world. We need to think of a way to block the Heaven's Cave. Pangu opened the heavens, and the earth. The pure is the sky, the turbid is the earth. The heavens and the earth took countless forms. How to block the Heaven's Cave? Just as the six saints pondered, above the 9 heavens, suddenly purple qi emerged. Then the supreme Tao sound echoed. Lying high in the 9 clouds, the lotus seat has truth. Outside the mysterious yellow of heaven and earth, I shall be the respected teacher. The leader of the Xuanmen, one qi, transforms into Hongjun. The 6 saints all respectfully bowed. We greet the Tao ancestor. Hongjun, dressed in a simple Taoist robe, emerged from chaos, his expression bland, mechanical, devoid of any emotion. Mount Buzhou has collapsed, the heavens have tilted, and the earth has overturned. The 6 saints must work together to patch the Heaven's Cave. Yes, we will strictly obey the Tao ancestor's orders. Tao ancestor, how do we patch the sky? Hongjun's indifferent gaze swept over the 6 saints, stopping at Nuwa. Nuwa, you are skilled in the laws of creation. This treasure is for you to patch the sky. Hongjun casually waved his hand, and a mysterious azure small cauldron flew out, landing in Nuwa's hand. The azure small cauldron radiated treasure light, extraordinarily mysterious, exuding the aura of creation. Jane and Zundi's eyes turned red. Creation cauldron. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure. It must be fated with my West. Tao ancestor. My West can also patch the sky. We want trouble, Sister Nuwa. Yes. We beg you, Tao ancestor. Give my West a chance. My West excels in patching the sky. Hongjun looked expressionlessly at Jane and Zhuandi. Jane and Zhuandi drooled with envy. Tao ancestor. What you say goes. Hongjun then said, heaven and earth have a miraculous stone called the 5-colored stone. It has the ability to patch the sky. Nuwa received the creation cauldron, also knowing that patching the sky required the 5-colored stone. She bowed deeply. Disciple, thanks the Tao ancestor. Patching the sky. This is a great merit. Nuwa obtained the creation cauldron, and refining the 5-colored stone would definitely yield a vast majority of merits. How could Nuwa not be delighted? Hongjun nodded. The 6 saints will work together to patch the sky. There must be no mistakes. Yes, we will respectfully send off the Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor. Hongjun turned and left. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained calm. Xuandu quickly collect the 5-colored stones. Yuan Shi Tianzun also hurriedly spoke. Guang Qingzi can lead the disciples of the Chan teaching to collect the 5-colored stones. Collecting the 5-colored stones to assist Sister Nuwa in patching the sky. The purpose is naturally to share the merits. Jane and Zhuandi also promptly ordered Yaoshi Methriya and others to mobilize their disciples to collect the 5-colored stones. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu looked stunned. Collecting 5-colored stones to patch the sky. Why does this sound familiar? Tongtian Jiaozhu pondered the image of his son-in-law appearing in his sea of consciousness, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. My goodness. If I remember correctly, my son-in-law had previously collected colorful stones, which are the 5-colored stones. At that time, Tongtian Jiaozhu shook his head, saying that these worthless stones were useless. Tongtian Jiaozhu was shocked at that time. The battle between the Wu and Yao hadn't even started yet, and my son-in-law began collecting the 5-colored stones. Why, could it be that my son-in-law knew back then that the heavens would have a hole? Tongtian Jiaozhu frowned. Something's not right. Very wrong. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming approached. Master, should we also go collect the 5-colored stones? Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded. It seems we won't be able to collect much. Before the battle between the Wu and Yao began, my son-in-law had already asked the human race to collect a large amount of 5-colored stones. How many 5-colored stones are left in the primal world now? After a long time, the disciples of the 4 teachings of the human and Chan returned after collecting the 5-colored stones, cursing, "The quantity is too small, really too small. I remember there were many before. Where did the 5-colored stones go?" The 5 saints saw that the 4 teachings disciples had only collected this little 5-colored stone, which was far from enough to patch the sky. All raised their brows. Where did the 5-colored stones go? In the small grass hut, Li Yu had already led back the satisfied clan members. Li Yu held the lady Yunxiao, glancing at the countless 5-colored stones within the system space, calmly sipping a cup of cold tea. Not too salty, the taste is excellent. The battle against the Lich has passed, and the chaotic energy of heaven and earth has dissipated. The heavenly principles have resumed. The 5 saints, Taiqing, Laozi, Yuan, Shitian, Zun, Jiayin, Juan Ti, and Nu Hua, have simply deduced that the human race has collected the 5-colored stones. No wonder the number of 5-colored stones in the chaotic wilderness has decreased. They have all gone to the human race. Hurry to the human race and retrieve the 5-colored stones. The saints spoke in solemn tones. Thus Xian, Du Guang, Chengzi, Yao Shimi Lu, and Jin Feng descended upon the ancestral land of the human race. Guang Chengzi entered the small courtyard of a grass hut. His expression darkened as he coldly said, "Human race, ants, quickly hand over the 5-colored stones. Delaying the repair of the heavens, your 100 deaths cannot atone for it." Li Yu calmly sipped his tea. Guang Chengzi. What a worthless character. A thing that bullies the weak and fears the strong. During the future battle for the gods, even a single disciple of the Jiejiao could easily capture and humiliate him. Li Ye's indifference greatly undermined the dignity of the Kunlun golden immortal Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi, enraged, struck out. "How dare the human race, ants born of eggs, ignore me? Impudent." Li Yu raised his hand and summoned the purple lightning hammer, his expression calm. As everyone knows, the beings of the Chanjiao are the most reasonable and understand etiquette the best. What are you? I suspect you are an impostor claiming to be Guang Chengzi. Xiandu, what are you still dawdling for? Quickly subdue this impostor and send him to Kunlun Mountain to be dealt with by Master Guang Chengzi. Li Ye's subtle mockery was a sign of Guang Chengzi's rudeness. Guang Chengzi was furiously enraged. Xiandu had followed Taiqing Laozi for some time and had learned a bit of composure, saying, "Junior brother, he is indeed Guang Chengzi." This was because Xiandu was the only direct disciple of Taiqing Laozi, the leader of the 3 pure ones. Therefore, all the immortals of the Chanjiao, including those of the Jiejiao, referred to Xiandu as senior brother. Xiandu then said, "Junior brother, what Guang Chengzi said is not wrong. With heaven collapsing and the chaos of earth, fire, wind, and water pouring into the wilderness, repairing the heavens is the most urgent matter. Junior brother should indeed produce all the 5-colored stones." Meanwhile, the medicine master and Mi Lu from the Western sect also looked pained and said yes. "Repairing the heavens is paramount. O junior brother, can you bear to watch as the earth, fire, and water wreak havoc across the world, poisoning living beings?" Clearly, the Western sect was more skilled and did not act as harshly as Guang Chengzi, adept at moral coercion. Standing on the moral high ground, they coerced Li Yu. To them, the possessions of the human race were naturally theirs as representatives of the human and Chan sects. Why such urgency? It was nothing more than to share in the merit and fortune of repairing the heavens. Li Yu slowly rose, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. "Lu Er Xiao Hu, you have victory." "Teacher, Master." Lu Er Xiao Hu and Yu Sheng respectfully stepped out. Li Yu instructed, "Send the order to let 100,000 clansmen each carry 1,000 5-colored stones to the battlefield of the Lich, to present the 5-colored stones to the saints. If any immortals dare to ambush or block along the way, immediately destroy the 5-colored stones. 100,000 human beings, each with 1,000 stones, amounts to a full 100 million stones." Xiandu and Guang Chengzi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. What was all this running for? Wasn't it just to share in the merit and fortune of repairing the heavens? He was sending the human race to deliver it. What business did the disciples of the saints have? The medicine master and Mi Lu, seeing they would not gain any merit, became anxious. Guang Chengzi coldly said, "The human race ants are weak. 100 million 5-colored stones is a drop in the bucket. What good is that? The heavens have a gaping hole. Wanting to repair it with 100 million stones is like a drop of cow hair in the sea." Li Yu smiled again. "What if I let my clansmen run 10 billion times?" Xiandu's heart sank, gritting his teeth. "Junior brother, you are being obstinate, insisting on delaying the repair of the heavens." The medicine master and Mi Lu shed tears like big beads. "Junior brother, you are just farting under the covers, wanting to monopolize it." In the region of Honghuang Mountain, Taiqing Laozi remained calm as a deep well. Yuan Shi Tianzun displayed displeasure. This child truly does not recognize the heavenly order. Going against the heavens. Delaying the repair of the heavens. Yuan Shi Tianzun decisively transmitted a message to Guang Chengzi. Rather than waste breath, it is better to directly kill him. Just how can a mere ant of the human race hide the 5 colored stones? Guang Chengzi received the message from his master, and a deeper intent to kill flashed in his eyes. Xian Du sensed the killing intent but pretended not to know. Liu truly does not recognize the heavenly order, insisting on delaying the repair of the heavens. The medicine master and Mi Lu remained silent. At present, Liu is at the peak of the golden immortal stage. How could he not sense the killing intent? He is even more aware that Guang Chengzi is fulfilling the edict of the Yuqing saint. Liu smiled indifferently, raising his hand to summon the Kong Tong seal. In an instant, boundless human fortune gathered and flowed onto Li Ye's body. I am the Comaster of the human race. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? In the Shouyang Mountain region, the master of Tongtian's expression changed slightly. Second brother Guang Chengzi's actions are somewhat aggressive. We are all family. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression turned cold. Third brother, does Liu consider Guang Chengzi family? If we are family, why not produce the 5 colored stones? The master of Tongtian also felt some anger. Second brother, who told Guang Chengzi to curse the human race ants as soon as he entered the door. The master of Tongtian and Yuan Shi Tianzun began to bicker. Jie and Zhuan watched and found it amusing. Wonderful. The 3 pure ones and the Western sect are finding ways to insert themselves. It would be best if they fought. Let them fight. At this moment, Nu Hua spoke. The luck of the human race is all added to Li Ye's body. If Guang Chengzi strikes at Liu, ruining the luck of the human race, karmic retribution will surely backfire. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained calm as a deep well. Second brother and third brother, do not quarrel. Oh, let's discuss this at home. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly and ceased to speak. Just then, Duo Bao Zhao Gongming and the Wudong Saintess and other Jiejiao immortals arrived at the small courtyard of the grass hut. Zhao Gongming's muscles bulged as he said, Guang Chengzi, try touching my brother-in-law. Duo Bao pressed his hand down. Gongming, do not be rude to your senior brother, Guang Chengzi. Duo Bao smiled and said, Liu, he is not only the Comaster of the human race, but also Yunxiao's husband, my sister's husband, and the direct descendant of my teacher. Junior brother Guang Chengzi, do you wish to duel with junior brother Liu or with your senior brother? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Dong Huang Tai, you wielded the chaos bell and still could not gain an upper hand against my brother-in-law. Guang Chengzi's face darkened. To duel with Duo Bao? He would certainly take a beating. Guang Chengzi suddenly recalled that the human race, Aunt Liu, relying on rare treasures, gathered the fortune of the human race and had fought evenly with Dong Huang Tai. To duel with the human race, Aunt. He should not rely on fortune, using crooked methods. Guang Chengzi coldly snorted, not daring to speak further. In the Shouyang Mountain region, Nu Hua was the first to speak. The 6 saints must work together to repair the heavens without error. This is the command of the Tao ancestor. Do not delay and quickly have the human race send the 5 colored stones. Rather than let the disciples of the 4 sects share the merit of repairing the heavens, it is better for the human race to share in the merit of repairing the heavens. In the end, the flesh is still in the same pot. The master of Tongtian nodded, sure, no problem. As the leader of the human teaching, as the fortune of the human race rises, the fortune enjoyed by the human teaching will also be high, merely changing from direct benefits to indirect benefits. If it drags on, it will delay the repair of the heavens, and the Tao ancestor may impose punishment. Taiqing Laozi also nodded, then it shall be so. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, not responding. Jie and Zhuan looked worried and transmitted to the medicine master, and Milu, think of a way to obtain some 5 colored stones. The 6 saints agreed that the human race would escort the 5 colored stones. In the ancestral land of the human race, in a hidden location, a member of the human race assembled 5 colored stones and set off from the ancestral land towards the battlefield of the Lich. Before each clansman set off, Liu reminded once more, whoever dares to rob, directly destroy the 5 colored stones. Yes, the human race set off in batches 100,000 strong, each carrying 1,000 5-colored stones, heading for the Shouyang Mountain region. The Fireban army, although skilled, was still too slow. The 6 saints actively summoned the power of the saints, bestowing it upon the 100,000 human race, allowing them to take a step forward, shrinking the distance, and swiftly delivering the 5-colored stones. In the first trip, the second trip, they quickly delivered tens of thousands of trips. Xian Du and Guang Chengzi left in anger. Liu smiled, senior brother Duo Bao, senior brother Gongming, and senior sister Wudong, would you please also deliver a few trips? Duo Bao Zhao Gongming and the other immortals of the Jiejiao laughed. Junior brother, this is to share the merit of repairing the heavens with us. Haha, thank you, junior brother. Duo Bao Zhao Gongming Wudong Saintus and others each carried hundreds of millions of five-colored stones to Buzhou Mountain. To Chang'er, Dingguang Xian, senior brother Liu, I have great strength reputed as the weightlifting champion of Jiejiao. Let me carry 100 billion stones. Liu shook his head. There are none left. Chang'er Dingguang Xian's eyes turned red. How come there are none left when it comes to me? The medicine master and Mi Lu cried, clinging tightly to Li Yes' thigh. Dao brother, please give me some. Just a bit. I beg you, just give me some in the West. Really none left. Father, biological father, I beg you. The medicine master and Mi Lu received true teachings from Zhuan and did not know what face was. No other reason. The West is poor, so impoverished. In short, everything is for the West. Calling him Dao brother will surely yield nothing. Calling him father, just give a few hundred or 1,000 as a token gesture. Chang'er Dingguang Xian became furious again. Didn't you say there were none left? Liu nodded. Yes, this time there really are none left. The colorful stones were continuously transported to the region of Buzhou Mountain. Nuwa, seeing that the quantity of colorful stones was nearly sufficient, raised her hand, and the power of creation enveloped her. With the power of creation, she activated the creation cauldron and placed the colorful stones inside. In an instant, the stones were refined into a five-colored liquid shimmering with ethereal light, profoundly mysterious. Nuwa pointed towards the heavenly cave, and the five-colored liquid immediately transformed into colorful rays of light surging into the cave. The heavenly cave began to heal slowly. This is the legendary act of Nuwa mending the sky. The three pure ones, Jane and Zhuan, restrained the earth, fire, and wind water, while the five saints combined their efforts to assist Nuwa in this endeavor. In the ancestral land of the human race, in a small thatched courtyard, Liu slightly curved the corners of his mouth, saying, Lu Er. Disciple is here. Lu Er responded respectfully. In his heart, he increasingly felt that his teacher was truly extraordinary, able to force the saints to compromise. Previously, Lu Er did not understand the purpose of collecting the broken stones, but now they proved to be of great significance. With 100,000 humans transporting colorful stones, it is inevitable they will share in the merit of mending the sky. Lu Er had made several trips, so naturally he would also benefit from this merit. Liu quietly took out a silk purse and handed it to Lu Er, transmitting, disciple, you need to make a trip to the Northern Sea. Lu Er replied respectfully, yes. Disciple will obey the teacher's orders. Lu Er then asked with confusion, teacher, to whom should I deliver this silk purse? Liu smiled mysteriously, no need to ask too much, you will understand in due time. Liu was scheming for the human race, creating such a great commotion that the saints must be gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet they were wary of Liu as the leader of the human race, gathering a wealth of human fortune, and dared not act against him. Collecting colorful stones to mend the sky. This is only the first step for Liu. Just having colorful stones to mend the sky will not hold it up. He still needs the heavenly pillar to support the heavens and earth. Sending Lu Er to the Northern Sea is to seek the Northern Sea Black Turtle. The Northern Sea Black Turtle has existed since the initial separation of heaven and earth, practicing for millions of years, but unable to take form, its flesh and blood extremely powerful. Li's purpose is simple: to seize the opportunity before the saints and convert the Northern Sea Black Turtle. The Northern Sea Black Turtle is truly destined to be allied with the human race. Lu Er did not ask further, his expression serious. Disciple will go now. Where the Nike shoes my master gave you. On the wind-chasing shoes and be swift. The wind-chasing shoes are a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure bestowed by the father-in-law Tongtian. Wearing this treasure allows one to shorten distances, and with a single step one can travel vast expanses. The attention of the five saints was entirely focused on mending the sky, completely unaware that Lu Er had quietly left the ancestral land of the human race and was flying towards the Northern Sea. Only Tongtian occasionally stole glances at his son-in-law. Strange, why is my son-in-law sending Lu Er out at this time? Is the target the Northern Sea? Why was he stealing glances at his son-in-law? His son-in-law had predicted that the Wu and Yao would disregard the Dao ancestors' decree and would surely erupt into a decisive battle. Had he also gathered colorful stones in advance? The former could be a guess, but what about the latter? Was his insight unique? Something is off, very off. Observing further, Lu Er transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the Northern Sea, flying close to the surface. He did not dare to stir, even the slightest wave, moving quietly. Lu Er held the silk purse, spinning around like a headless fly, unsure of whom to deliver it to. As he was flying, Lu Er suddenly stopped, his hair standing on end. He saw a pair of luminous eyes appearing from the seabed, shining as brightly as the moon, radiating a fearsome aura. Then the bright eyes emerged from the surface. Lu Er was incredibly shocked, so it was the head of the giant turtle. The Northern Sea Black Turtle, unable to take form, had a massive body swimming in the Northern Sea. Monkey friend, please move aside, you are stepping on my head. Lu'er hurriedly stood up. Apologies, my friend. The Northern Sea Black Turtle spoke in a gentle tone. No problem. What brings you to the Northern Sea, friend? I have lived in the Northern Sea for millions of years and might be able to assist you. Before Lu'er could speak, he saw the silk purse in his hand rise into the air, transforming into a stream of light that flew towards the Northern Sea Black Turtle, transforming into Tao patterns. The Northern Sea Black Turtle glanced at its massive body, suddenly trembling, its eyes widening in disbelief. Confusion, shock, and unprecedented joy, excitement. Lu'er was startled by the giant turtle's reaction. The Northern Sea Black Turtle was crying, truly crying, for no other reason. The silk purse transformed into Tao patterns containing only a few words, yet they described the way for the giant turtle to escape. When heaven tilts and earth collapses, the black turtle supports the heavens' merits. Boundless reincarnation awaits. The Tao is promising. The black turtle was extremely excited. Monkey friend, who wrote this silk purse? Lu'er couldn't help but sigh. My teacher truly possesses the demeanor of a saint. A few casual words moved the giant turtle to tears. Lu'er stood tall to not hide from you. This was written by my esteemed teacher specifically for me to deliver. Please introduce me to the monkey friend. The black turtle is extremely grateful. Just as the black turtle finished speaking, the Tao patterns were formed, turning into another sentence. If the black turtle friend trusts me, after reincarnation, you may join my human race. I will surely seek out your reincarnated form and lead you onto the Tao path. The Northern Sea Black Turtle saw the Tao patterns. Its mood excited, a look of ecstasy on its face. Huh. The vast heavens do not treat me poorly. Having existed for millions of years and practiced for millions of years, its body had grown increasingly massive, yet it could never take form, wasting its life. But now, the way to escape was right before its eyes. With the earth transforming through reincarnation, all things and beings have the opportunity for rebirth. No matter what, the black turtle must seize this chance. Monkey friend, please thank your esteemed teacher for me. Thank you for the guidance. I am willing. The black turtle's voice faded, and the silk purse transformed into a stream of light, flying into the black turtle's sea of consciousness, transforming into a mark. Li's exclusive mark. The silk purse is a product of the Tongtian Mall, named the Heavenly Mechanism Silk Purse. It has no rank or level, no defensive or offensive capability, but serves but one purpose: to shield the heavenly mechanisms. Moreover, it is a one-time exotic treasure. Liu spent countless heart values to exchange for it, valuing its ability to shield heavenly mechanisms, making it impossible for even the saints to discern. Liu also left a trace of his primordial spirit mark within the silk purse, intending to easily find back the true form of the black turtle after its reincarnation. Though Lu'er did not know what had transpired, he understood he had completed his teacher's task. Friend, I will return to report now. Lu'er showed respect. Monkey friend, what is your name? I am Lu'er. Thank you. Lu'er departed. The Northern Sea Black Turtle gazed at Lu'er's departing figure, smiling from deep within. Brother Lu'er, we shall meet again. Since it was to be reincarnated, the Northern Sea Black Turtle needed to make some preparations. It swam deeper into the Northern Sea, beginning to infuse the essence of its flesh and blood cultivated over millions of years into its shell. Except for its limbs. The shell is the Northern Sea Black Turtle's life treasure. After reincarnation, it must find back its life treasure. The Northern Sea Black Turtle was preparing for its reincarnation. Meanwhile, in the Shouyang Mountain area, the 6 saints combined their efforts and finally repaired the heavenly cave. The raging earth, fire, and wind water disappeared without a trace. Zhundi was already drooling. Merit is coming. Quickly bring the merit. However, the world was silent. Wasn't it said that there would be merit? Where is the merit for mending the sky? Just then the heavenly Tao delivered a message. Though the sky has been mended, Shouyang Mountain has collapsed, and a heavenly pillar must be sought to support heaven and earth. The 6 saints sensed the message from the heavenly Tao and frowned slightly. A heavenly pillar to support the heavens. Finding a heavenly pillar is not easy. Can refining spiritual treasures really support heaven and earth? As the 6 saints pondered, the heavenly Tao delivered another message. There is a black turtle in the Northern Sea. Slay it, and take its limbs to transform into a heavenly pillar. The 6 saints sensed the message from the heavenly Tao, shattering the void in succession, heading towards the Northern Sea. They all wanted to be the first to slay the black turtle and seize a portion of the heavenly pillar's merit. Tongtian, however, was not in a hurry at all, as his son-in-law had sent his disciple to the Northern Sea. In the depths of the Northern Sea, the black turtle sensed the killing intent looming over it, an overwhelming killing intent, the power of the saints. No living being could withstand it. The black turtle chuckled coldly. If it weren't for the guidance of the master whom I have yet to meet, I would have been slain today, suffering a fate of soul scattering. Now you wish to kill me, the black turtle. Too late. The northern sea black turtle emerged from the water's surface, proclaiming loudly, "I am the northern sea black turtle." Having practiced for millions of years, today as heaven tilts and earth collapses with chaotic earth fire and wind water raging, I cannot bear to see living beings suffer. Today, I am willing to transform into a heavenly pillar to support the heavens. May the Tao witness it. Beihai Xiangui supports the heavens. Let the Tao bear witness. The Beihai Xiangui was an ancient turtle whose life spanned countless eons, a witness to the wars of Tao and demons, the Longhan Tribulation and the Wuyao Tribulation. It witnessed the endless rise and fall of races. At first the world teemed with vigor, and all things blossomed. In time, each chapter ended in bleak decline. Even a seemingly dim creature could vaguely perceive the Taoist lack of benevolence. Thus it deliberately bypassed the celestial way and appealed to the great Tao to be the witness. Voluntarily abandoning eons of arduous cultivation, it chose to shoulder the heavens for the sake of all living beings. What boundless courage is this? As Beihai Zhuanggui's voice fell, winds and clouds swelled across the 9 heavens and coalesced into a gigantic eye. The eye of the Tao manifested. The Tao is supremely impartial. The Taoists will approved. With a thunderous roar, the eye of the Tao dispersed, and boundless Tao fortune and merit poured down from above the 9 heavens. The Taoist fortune and merit surged into the Zhuanggui's body. Its form underwent Bingjie, yet its limbs, blessed by the Tao, gleamed with radiant brilliance wondrous beyond measure. The Zhuanggui's 4 limbs rose and planted themselves at the 4 extremes of the primordial world, propping heaven and earth. Its Yuan Shun, bearing an immensely dense golden wheel of merit and fortune, was escorted by the Tao and silently descended into the nether realms. Huta, sovereign of the earth Tao, also perceived the Taoist will and personally came forth to meet the Xiangui. Huta bowed. Xiangui supports the heavens and benefits heaven and earth. Pingxin offers sincere admiration. The Zhuanggui's Yuan Shun respectfully returned the bow. Greetings, Lady Pingxin. I humbly request, Lady, that you send this little turtle into the human path. Huta's expression froze. The human path. With a pouch of secret fate masking all celestial calculations, Huta could not trace into Liu, yet she vaguely suspected, perhaps this is the doing of the ruler of the human race. Hutu personally escorted the Xiangui into the human path among the 6 paths of reincarnation. Above Beihai's 9th firmament, the 6 sages paused upon the sea of clouds, their faces mixed with unease. The Xiangui volunteered to prop the heavens. How could that be? Jian's face was troubled and in pain. Zhuanti wept, suffering, truly unbearable. The heavenly pillar merit we nearly had is gone. Our western faction suffers a great loss. The stoic calm of Taiqing Laozu stirred. The sage's power began to calculate whether any cultivator had interfered with the Beihai Xiangui. Yuan Shi Tianzuan also commenced divination of the celestial secrets. Tongtian Jiaozhu tested the calculations. The pattern was clear, no anomaly. Taiqing Laozu and Yuan Shi Tianzuan opened their eyes slowly. Enough. Xiangui voluntarily sustains the heavens. That in itself is a meritorious deed. Taiqing and Yuqing found nothing amiss. The Beihai Xiangui acted selflessly and of its own accord. Nuan nodded as well. Its disposition is most noble. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu felt baffled. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Does my son-in-law possess the means to disturb celestial fate? His son-in-law's disciple pays a visit to Beihai, and the Xiangui suddenly volunteers to hold up the heavens. Is there no trick at play? Tongtian Jiaozhu would sooner die than believe it was so simple. Regardless, the outcome was the same. The Xiangui held the heavens. The matter of mending the sky was settled. In the ancestral land of the human race, before a thatched cottage courtyard, the 6 ears had already reported to his teacher. Liu stood in a dark azure Taoist robe, motionless, a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. You handled this well. The Beihai Xiangui volunteered to prop the heavens, its body becoming a heavenly pillar. Its Yuan Shun bore a tidal sea of merit and fortune into human rebirth. It only awaited incarnation. When it is born, when the Beihai Xiangui returns, the human race will gain a guardian of explosive, unrivaled talent, akin to Liangshan or Quanguoshan. How vast the Taoist merit for voluntarily sustaining the heavens. Moreover, as the pillar holds the sky, Tao fortune and merit are produced every passing moment. So long as the pillar stands, the Beihai Xiangui will receive an unending stream of fortune and merit. Beihai would prosper beyond measure. Naturally, Liu, as the ruler of the human race and future mentor of the Xuangui, profited greatly as well. By guiding the Xiangui to volunteer, averting bloodshed, Liu also received a strand of Tao fortune and merit. He profited once more. A win-win, no, a triple win. Who lost out? Unknown. Here it comes. The merit from mending the sky arrives. With the Beihai Zhuanggui's deed complete, the settlement of merit for mending the heavens began. Above the 9 heavens, several stout streams of heavenly Tao fortune and merit took shape. 40% of the stout merit flew to Nuwa. Nuwa stabilized earth, fire, wind, and water, then used the creation cauldron to refine the 5-colored stones to repair the sky, thereby claiming great merit and fortune. 20% of the fortune and merit flowed into the Taoist bodies of Sanqing Jian and Zhuani. The 5 sages stabilized the elements to prevent the heavenly rift from widening, sharing that 2 tenths among them. Of the remaining 40%, 30% streamed toward the 10,000 human folk, Duobao, Zhao Gongming Wudong Xingmu, and other Jijiao immortals' Tao bodies. They escorted the 5-colored stones to mend the sky and reaped great merit and fortune. Even the medicine master and Methria each received 2 faint strands of fortune. Liu had no wish for the Western faction to escort the 5-colored stones, yet he could not bear their repeated cries of father. So in the end he handed them several hundred, even 1,000 or so 5-colored stones. Sob sob. Even faint fortune is still fortune. It was worth them calling him father 100 times. Sob. The Western sect's discipline was austere. When disciples went out, returning empty-handed was a shame. No matter what, if a disciple could bring anything back to the West, he was praised. Only the changer Dingguang immortals' eyes reddened with envy. Damn Liu. So the 5-colored immortal stones slipped past me. They were meant to be my fortune and merit. Mine. I will avenge this theft of fortune. The remaining 10% flew into Li Yes' Taoist body. Merit entered the body, leaving a refreshing clarity, deliciously invigorating. Such refreshment made cultivators linger, unable to break away. Yet to Liu this was the Taoist poisoning. Once a cultivator is stained by its shackles bind them, escaping is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, throughout his travels in the primordial wilds, Liu had amassed much merit by design, but he had never used merit to cultivate. He only used merit to heal Madame Yunxiao's wounds. Yunxiao shackled by the Tao. Liu said, then it's simple: pick an auspicious day and eliminate the Tao itself. After the Jijiao immortals received Tao merit, they did not depart. Instead, they strolled into the courtyard grinning. Brother-in-law here. Accept this merit and fortune. Duobao, Zhao Gongming, and Wudong Xingmu waved their hands and pushed the merit toward Liu. Liu pushed it back with a laugh. Brothers, sisters, what is this for? Duobao and Zhao Gongming chuckled. This is for junior sister Yunxiao, a brother accepted. Liu resolutely refused. You have labored so long, the merit and fortune should be yours. In time I will seek merit for Yunxiao myself. Li's words fell softly. Yunxiao blinked from her rocking chair and said, my husband is right. This is senior brother's merit and fortune. I am grateful for your concern, but Yunxiao cannot accept it. Duobao and Zhao Gongming grew anxious. Please accept it. Nothing is more important than Yunxiao's recovery. It matters not. I will make plans later. Before long, Tongtian Jiaozhu stepped from the void and descended upon the courtyard. Greetings, teacher. Hail, father-in-law. Tongtian smiled. Duobao Gongming Wudong. Take back the merit. Tongtian knew Yunxiao, while strong-willed despite her gentle manner, she would not wish to burden Jijiao. Insisting she accept would only deepen her disciple's guilt and shame. Tongtian's gaze furtively glanced at his son-in-law. Indeed, he carries the bearing of a human. His aptitude may be a hair above ordinary, but he is still human. Then why does this feel so wrong, so very wrong? Tongtian could not fully read this son-in-law, yet he found himself ever more pleased. Truly it was my eye is keen. I chose a worthy son-in-law at a glance. The son-in-law was admirable. When merit appeared, he promptly shared it with his senior brothers and sisters. Tongtian beamed. Your master and senior brothers will return to Yunxiao Island. When my son-in-law has time, bring Yunxiao back, and I will teach you the Tao. Thank you, father-in-law. We bid you farewell, father-in-law. Farewell, eldest brother-in-law and sister. Tongtian led the Jijiao immortals away, returning to Yunxiao Island richly rewarded. So poor. Still far too poor. Still far too poor. Madam, come closer. Exchange. Quite impressive. The system voice fell. A mysterious and profound power was bestowed upon Li Yes' Tao body. Liu sensed that he had gained a new passive talent which allowed him to strike twice. As the name suggests, he could hit anyone, including saints. But he could only hit twice. Liu smiled faintly, another trump card added. In a battle of immortals, a single breath could determine life or death. Having 2 strikes could reverse a desperate situation. The 3 billion heart value he had accumulated was spent, but it was worth it. Liu embraced Yunxiao, his face radiating a gentler smile. I wonder if my lady would like to share a bed with her husband tonight. Yunxiao blinked her eyes. Husband, you must be exhausted. Let's lie down together and rest for a while. After the war with the witch demon, her husband had been busy leading the clan to the battlefield, collecting multicolored stones, which was quite taxing. Liu laid his lady on the bed beside him. He felt the exquisite warmth in the palm of his hand. The accumulated fatigue vanished completely. Critical hit, triggered master gains heart value 5200. Liu held Yunxiao's hands tightly, listening to her breathing. Both their Dao hearts were enveloped in unprecedented tranquility and peace. My lady, are you ready? Husband has accumulated quite a lot over the months, so I'll give it all to you. Liu collected multicolored stones to assist Nuwa in mending the heavens, accumulating a wave of luck and virtue, and also guided the reincarnation of the mysterious turtle, gaining some Dao merit. He now possessed a substantial amount of merit and fortune. Husband, really, you should keep it for your cultivation. Yunxiao's words were not yet finished. Liu seized the opportunity to seal Yunxiao's lips with a gentle kiss. My lady, it shouldn't just be mine, but should be ours. Liu gave all the accumulated virtue and fortune to Yunxiao. The immense merit nourished Yunxiao's injuries. After 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths, Yunxiao's fingers moved slightly. What was once only her pinky finger could now move her entire hand. After a long while, they parted lips. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with star-like brilliance, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Thank you, husband. My lady, how do you intend to thank me, eh? Yunxiao smiled tenderly, and then slowly closed her eyes. When a woman closes her eyes, it is a request for a kiss. Liu smiled softly and pecked again. My lady, let's rest for a while. The gentle breeze blew through the small courtyard, cool and pleasant. The battle with the witch demon was over, the calamity dissipated, and the world was clear. It was the perfect time for cultivation. With 100,000 torchbearers transporting multicolored stones, all the accumulated merit and fortune flowed into them. Liu himself could not use the merit for cultivation, but did not stop his clansmen from using it. No other way. One must grasp the primary contradictions. Liu was intent on revitalizing humanity, but the main contradiction was not the heavenly principles, but the various saints and the myriad tribes of the wilderness. The urgent task was to enhance the overall strength of the human race. Quickly ascend to the principal position of the heavenly land, so that Liu could plan further. 100,000 torchbearers, blessed with fortune, cultivated smoothly. They all crossed the realm of blood and qi like dragons, reaching the realm of 9 apertures enlightenment. Xiaohu and Yusheng had already reached the peak of 9 apertures enlightenment, matching the pinnacle of immortal Dao. However, the common master did not specify how to cultivate further. Once Xiaohu and Yusheng reached the peak, they could only burn the torches in their sea of consciousness, burning impurities and purifying their Dao bodies. Xiaohu and Yusheng were the first-tier combat strength of the human race. 100,000 torchbearers constituted the second-tier strength, while millions of torch seedlings were the foundation. With the witch demon no longer hindering them, humanity welcomed an opportunity for rapid development. The overall atmosphere presented a vigorous vitality, a realm where all things competed. Looking at the 6 ears, he had obtained the method for cultivating the 5th transformation of the 9 turns mysterious origin art. He successfully broke the shackles of the mysterious immortal and sought the realm of golden immortality, beginning to harmonize the 5 energies within him. Time seemed to flow like water. Half a year passed. Liu and his lady Yunxiao wandered through mountains and waters, spending each day together. The shop refresh was quite random. Liu did not encounter anything worth buying and accumulated 500 million heart value. After a moment of thought, Liu's mind stirred. Exchanged the last trace of innate wood qi. Heart value 100 million item has been issued. Liu was at the peak of golden immortality, having nurtured the innate gold, earth, water, and fire energies within him. He only lacked this trace of wood qi to achieve the perfection of the 5 energies. Today, the system finally refreshed the innate wood qi. Buzz. As the innate wood spiritual energy entered his body, Liu's 5 energies were now complete. The multicolored aura was ethereal and mysterious. Yunxiao sensed the multicolored aura radiating from her husband and couldn't help but be astonished. The 5 energies in his chest are complete, and they are all top-tier innate energies. Even innate beings cannot possess top-tier innate 5 energies. For example, Donghuang Taiqing, who is the innate divine spirit of the sun star, was born as a Taiqing golden immortal, and while his 5 energies are complete, their ranks vary. The Jin Wu, being the lord of fire, naturally possesses the true fire of the sun as his fire energy, which is the top-tier fire energy of the wilderness. However, the remaining gold, wood, water, and earth are all innate energies, but only of mid-tier or upper tier. Similarly, Zhen Yuan de Xian, who has the fortune of earth and wood, was born with complete 5 energies, and while the earth and wood energies are top tier, the remaining 3 energies may be of lower tier innate quality. For instance, Kuan Peng possesses top tier water energy, while the remaining 4 energies are mid-tier. Now observing her husband, his 5 energies are complete, consisting of innate gung metal, innate thick earth, innate rin water, innate wood spirit, and innate true fire, all belonging to the top tier. How could Yunxiao not be amazed? Her husband's 5 energies rank far exceeded that of the thick-backed great powers of the wilderness. Li Yu was unaware of what his lady was thinking, otherwise he would surely explain everything. Mainly because her husband, having been weak, feared being called a mere ant by humanity. Now that he had established a foundation, he naturally desired the very best. The 5 energies in his chest surged towards the origin. Li Yu vaguely heard a crisp sound breaking within his Tao body. The shackles of golden immortality were shattered. With the 5 energies surging towards the origin, they rose to the top of his head. He saw 3 flower buds faintly emerging above his Tao body. These were the Tao flowers. The top-tier 5 energies slowly surged to the top, nourishing and nurturing the buds above. The innate 5 energies completely merged with Li Yu's Tao body from then on, no longer severed, but continuously self-generating. They continuously nourished the buds atop his head, just waiting for the buds to bloom. Then he could reach the realm of cultivation, where the 5 energies in his chest surged towards the origin and the 3 flowers bloomed atop. This was also the mark of achieving perfection in Taiqing golden immortality. It can be anticipated that the 3 flowers blooming from the nurturing of the top-tier innate 5 energies would surely be of the highest grade. Ascending to the realm of Taiqing golden immortality, comprehending the mysteries of Taiqing, Li Yu felt the qualitative change in the power within him at least 100 times that of a golden immortal. Li Yu slowly opened his eyes, the brilliance in his gaze flickering, and clenched his fists. I want to fight 10. Although Li Yu had just entered the Taiqing realm, he cultivated the Shangqing immortal scripture and the 9 turns mysterious origin art. The quality of his entire power was beyond imagination enough to battle 10 mid-phase Taiqing golden immortals and easily triumph. Li Yu awakened from his cultivation. Congratulations, husband, on achieving the Taiqing golden immortal path. The joys and sorrows of cultivators do not resonate with one another unless they are one body. When her husband was delighted, Yunxiao was also delighted, or one could say the heart of the Lord is my cave heaven. Time flows like fine sand. It has been 2.5 months since Li Yu attained the Tao of the Taiqing golden immortal. During this period, Li Yu stabilized his realm and truly felt the profound mysteries of Taiqing. Taking another look at the heart value. Originally spending 100 million with 400 million left after 2 months of cultivation, he opened his eyes again to find it had turned into 600 million. Li Yu smiled, who understands? With a beautiful wife in his arms to open his eyes and find endless wealth. That feeling is simply marvelous. Today's system store has refreshed. Discounted heart pendants 100 million note, a pair of heart pendants worn by partners connected in thought, bestowing unparalleled blessings. Penga package 1 billion note, a set of essence, blood essence, marrow, and primordial spirit, helping the master become a minor Pengu. 3 light divine water 1000 drops, 29.99 million note. 1 drop costs 1 million, but 1000 drops do not cost 10 billion, nor 99.98, just this amount. Supreme Enlightenment T1 tail 100 million note. Drinking a cup increases cultivation comprehension, speed 100-fold, lasting for 1 day. The Endless Fire Tao Collection 10,000 Laws returning to flow chapter 2 billion, a follow-up technique of the Endless Fire, cultivating to the peak comparable to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Li Yu looked at today's system store refresh and was taken aback. 1 discount still requires 100 million. Isn't the original price 100 billion? According to the system's nature, could a product worth 100 billion be of low grade? Exchange for the heart pendant. Buzz. The system's voice fell. A pair of jade pendants appeared in Li Yu's sea of consciousness, entirely in a green jade color emanating a hazy glow. The grade was indiscernible. Li Yu's divine sense surged into the heart pendant hiss. Li Yu could not help but gasp. Entering within, he finally realized the grade of the heart pendant. It is actually an innate supreme treasure, and moreover a pair of innate supreme treasures. When paired, do their powers remain the same as ordinary? Heart pendant effect, shared life and fate, never apart, indestructible, through countless calamities, eternal existence. One is the Yang pendant, the other is the Yin pendant. Once recognized by the owner, it cannot be removed. If the owner perishes, the heart pendant shatters and disappears from the world. Moreover, the heart pendant is also a defensive supreme treasure. A defensive supreme treasure of innate level, impervious to all methods. Li Yu smiled calmly. This heart pendant is truly a pair crafted just for me and my lady. Dear wife, may I present you with a gift? Yunxiao blinked her sparkling beautiful eyes. Husband, you have already given Yunxiao countless gifts. It is now Yunxiao's turn to give you a gift. Then I will wait until you are well before I gift it. For now, let me present this first. Li Yu raised his hand and took out a pair of heart pendants. Green jade color, radiant light, crystal clear. It was evident that they were extraordinary treasures. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes were fixed on the heart pendants, not looking away. It was not the treasure's mystery that amazed her, but rather that it was a pair. It felt more like a token of love between partners. Husband, Yunxiao wants it. Yunxiao did not decline or refuse, but actively requested it. Wife, this is a heart pendant. Once worn, it cannot be taken off, not even by your father. Yunxiao blinked twice. Husband, please put it on for Yunxiao. Li Yu smiled gently and bent down to tie the heart pendant around Yunxiao's slender waist. Wife, could you help me wear this one? The heart pendant one Yin and one Yang. Li Yu was putting on the female pendant for his wife, which was shaped a bit more delicately. Husband leaned down a bit. Yunxiao could only move her fingers and her movements were not very skillful, appearing somewhat stiff. Li Yu gently leaned down and then felt a jade-like hand slowly moving. The gentle and warm touch was. Yunxiao exerted a great deal of effort, fine beads of sweat appearing on her handsome forehead and her long swan neck also glistening with a slight sheen of sweat. Li Yu wiped the beads of sweat from his wife. Wife, take it slow, no need to rush. After a while, Yunxiao struggled to tie the jade pendant on her husband. Buzz. The heart pendant immediately recognized its master. The spirit of the supreme treasure bound itself to the primordial spirit Tao body and consciousness. Often worn at the waist and revealed externally, it is completely bound to the cultivator. No one can remove it. If the owner perishes, the jade pendant shatters and disappears. At the moment the jade pendant was worn, sharing life and fate, never apart, indestructible, through countless calamities, eternal existence. The heart value still remained 500 million. Li Yu decisively exchanged for the Endless Fire Tao Collection 10,000 laws returning to flow chapter. The strength of the human race should continue to rise. The Endless Fire Tao Collection 10,000 laws returning to flow chapter has been issued. The mechanical voice of the system fell and countless mysterious Tao patterns floated in Li's sea of consciousness. Endless Fire's 3 realms generating fire blood like a dragon with 9 orifices clear. Subsequently, there is the Tao pattern inscription realm, which establishes roots, confirms each core, and forges the Tao foundation corresponding to the golden immortal realm. The 10,000 laws realm, which is broad and inclusive, accumulates foundation by cultivating divine abilities and techniques corresponding to the Taiqing golden immortal realm. The returning flow realm, which eliminates the dross and retains the essence, integrates and comprehends, embodies the ultimate advantage of humanity's spiritual wisdom, not in innate possession, but in infinite potential for creation and integration, developed later corresponding to the great Luo golden immortal. The 10,000 laws returning to flow chapter is not the entirety of the Endless Fire Tao Collection. Further content has yet to be unlocked. The Endless Fire Tao Collection. It is a complete path. The Tao path can lead directly to the primordial great Luo golden immortal. Li Yu, in the small courtyard of a thatched cottage, issued the 5th edict of the human race's overlord: gather the heirs of the Endless Fire. Thus, Little Tiger and Yu Sheng led 100,000 heirs of the Endless Fire to the courtyard. Greetings, overlord. Today I will teach the Tao 10,000 laws returning to flow. Little Tiger and Yu Sheng were stunned. The two of them had been stuck at the 9 orifices clear realm for a long time. Overlord is mighty. The Overlord is the sky of the human race. The Overlord is the earth of the human race. In the wilderness there is the sun. The human race has its own sun. That is the Overlord. Li Yu imparted the 10,000 laws returning to flow chapter to the heirs of the Endless Fire. All right, everyone, return to your cultivation. Please remember, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Humans can conquer the heavens. The human race must strive for self-improvement. We will remember the Overlord's teachings. The calamity of the witch and monster has passed. With various races in decline, the prosperity of the human race's calamity, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, is about to arrive. After the clan members left, Yunxiao blinked her eyes. Husband, the master sent a message to speak at Yunxiao Island. Shall we return to Yunxiao Island? Yes, father-in-law is giving a lecture. Being able to listen to the saint's voice is a wonderful thing. However, it feels a bit inappropriate to go empty-handed to father-in-law's place. Li Yu thought for a moment. Exchange for the Supreme Enlightenment Team. Let's start with 2 tails. Heart value 200 million, current heart value 100 million. The heart value is almost gone, but it is worth it. If it weren't for father-in-law's favor, perhaps Li Yu would still be in a mountain nook urinating and playing in the mud. Not that urinating and playing in the mud is bad, but being the son-in-law of the clear sage and marrying the fair and beautiful Yunxiao fairy brings Li Yu even greater horizons. I truly desire to make progress. With 2 tails of enlightenment tea in hand, Li Yu embraced Yunxiao and kissed her cheek. Just as he was about to head to Yunxiao Island, he suddenly froze. Enlightenment tea. How did I forget about the Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain? Yunxiao questioned. Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain. Li Yu smiled mysteriously. Tea trees sent to father-in-law. As for the falling treasure money, it should be destined to be with this poor Taoist. In the beginning, Pangu cleaved the heavens, his fall shaping the Honghuang great wilds. The boundless heaven and earth unfolded into 4 polarities. Huaishan lies in the southeast of this primeval expanse, its ranges folding endlessly peaks upon peaks verdant and ancient. The soil beneath their feet bore the hue of red earth. Liu cradled Yunxiao as they drifted over the sea of clouds, his gaze sweeping over the entire vista of Huaishan. Suddenly, Lu'er shifted form into the guise of a Western Taoist striding along a mountain path of Huaishan. From time to time, he lifted his head to the sky and shook it, as if saying, "Master, there is nothing here at all. Do not be impatient, let us search a little further." Liu held Yunxiao and led Lu'er through Huaishan. They had been there for more than a month. On the original course of the Honghuang timeline, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were cultivators of Huaishan fortunate enough to obtain the superb Xiantian Lingbao Luobao Jinxian treasure-dropping coins. Summon the Luobao Jinxian, and one could force another cultivator's Lingbao to fall, though weapons are exempt. In the Fengshan timeline, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao emerged from the mountain and joined Changjiao under Ran Deng. By using Luobao Jinxian, they felled the 24 Dinghai Shinu sea-stabilizing divine beads of Gongming, their kinsman. Gongming's loss of his spiritual treasures shattered his combat strength. He was later betrayed by the murderous scheme of the Dingtu 7 arrows, his 7 orifices bleeding, dying a gruesome death on the spot. And Ran Deng. He slew Xiao Bao, and Xiao Sheng seized the Dinghai Shinju and Luobao Jinxian, and with the Dinghai Shinju, he transformed the 24 heavens ascending along the Tao. Therefore, whether for the sake of Luobao Jinxian or to avenge Gongming, Liu must visit Huaishan. As Changjiao would say, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng provoked fate. With shallow blessings, they defied heaven and aided the tyrant deserving of destruction. Killing for treasure, and worse, killing before one's wife. Such murderous intent was too heavy, too violent. So the eldest disciple Lu'er was sent to act. Yunxiao brimmed with questions, but did not voice them, thinking, "Only my husband seems to be searching for something." 2 days later, Lu'er slipped up to the Sea of Clouds and asked, "Master, there are scarcely any sentient beings here. If we cannot find it, what shall we do?" Huaishan is but a small mountain in the vast Honghuang, yet its domain is wide and not easy to scour. Liu smiled calmly. "You are cautious, which is good." From this, he concluded Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao must already possess Luobao Jinxian and have retreated to hide and study their wondrous treasure. Liu lifted his hand and manifested a Dinghai Shinju, then scattered 12 Dinghai Shinju, exchanged through his system, across the mountains, and arrayed a great formation. He fashioned the illusion that a Lingbao was about to be born. Seeing his master's craftsmanship, Lu'er chuckled, "Master is using an innate Lingbao to fish for prey. The disciple knows what to do." Liu extended a finger, and a stream of dusky golden light entered Lu'er's spiritual sea. Lu'er saw in his mind's sea a small bell of dark gold, its surface engraved with the myriad tribes of Honghuang. Hiss! Lu'er inhaled sharply. The monkey of 6 ears could listen to sounds, perceive the pulse of heaven and earth, and knew many hidden truths. He had discernment. What Master produced was plainly the Hundunzhong Chaos Bell, the bell once contended for by the 6 sages. The 6 sages themselves had been unable to obtain it, yet it was now in his master's hands. Hiss! Lu'er fell silent, his reverence deepening. "Go." "Yes." Liu used the 12 Dinghai Shinju as bait. Naturally, he would leave nothing to chance. Lu'er descended to the Sea of Clouds and took station beside the formation. 1 day passed, then 2, then 3. The formation waned, and the spiritual radiance of the Dinghai Shinju surged into the heavens. Its light bathed Huaishan. Hidden in the mountain caves, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng abruptly awakened and turned to the pillar of light. Is this an innate Lingbao being born? How could this be? Huaishan has a Lingbao. Having used the Luobao Jinxian and studied it, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng discovered it was a supreme Xiantian Lingbao and were utterly stunned. Immediately, they relied on the miracle of the Luobao Jinxian to conceal their auras and hid away to refine the treasure, emerging not even for centuries. Today, they were roused by the skyward vault of light. At least one Xiantian Lingbao. Senior brother, this treasure was born in Huaishan. Oh, surely it is destined to be ours. Xiao Sheng's eyes gleamed with avarice. Xiao Bao nodded gravely. Indeed. Fortune seeks risk. Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng left their cave and stealthily flew toward the valley. The valley already held dozens of Huaishan cultivators. Amid the drifting clouds, Liu stared unblinking at the valley and saw 2 figures approach, each concealing a Lingbao on their person. "Huh. Xiao Bao, Xiao Sheng, who murdered my Chujiao kinsman. Today you shall fall." Liu transmitted to Lu'er, "Open the net." Lu'er sat cross-legged, a smile lifting his lips. "The Lingbao has been born. Let fate decide its owner. Charge. The treasure is mine." "Nonsense. Mine. All mine." Scores of cultivators swarmed toward the radiance. Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, more cautious, watched in silence. The clamoring fish and clam would yield to the fishermen. Whoever obtained the Lingbao, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, could use the Luobao Jinxian to strip it away and as a courtesy erase the corpse without a trace. Lu Er grinned. Why do you two not seize the treasure? Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng eyed Lu Er warily. Why do you not go? No sooner had they spoken than their expressions shifted. Beasts. Beasts. He who had arrived first had not rushed to snatch the treasure. Why? Because it was a trap. Certainly a trap. Beasts. Using an innate Lingbao as bait. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng promptly concealed themselves and withdrew. Lu Er grinned wider. We invite the master's precious treasure. Duong. The Hundun Zhong gave out a faint toll. It sealed the entire valley, where the bells chimed past heaven and earth trembled, and space itself warped. Half a moment later, Lu Er merrily returned to the sea of clouds. Seeing his gray Taoist robes stained with blood, he quickly changed before paying respects to his master and mistress. Master. Lu Er spread his hands in a deep bow, and a spiritual treasure hovered in his palms, round with a square hole and sprouting wings. An exquisite Xiantian Lingbao, the Luobao Jinqian. Lu Er's reverence for his master was like an unbroken river. By a casual scheme, they had obtained another supreme Xiantian, truly a supreme innate treasure. Liu received the Luobao Jinqian and rubbed it in his palm. Lu Er chuckled and whispered all were smashed to pieces, ground to dust, form and spirit utterly annihilated. To kill for treasure and leave traces, would that not invite unresolvable trouble? The maxim Liu most often repeated was, do not create problems you cannot solve. Thus before departing, Lu Er had swept the place clean, turning over worms and burning ant nests, to ensure gods and ghosts alike would be unaware. Liu nodded in approval. Well done. Yunxiao watched the two in silence and knew her husband's stratagem had succeeded. Though Lu Er bore no bloodstains, his aura was thick with killing intent. He had struck decisively. In Yunxiao's heart, she did not resent her husband's ruthlessness, she only felt more moved. He cares for me at every turn, sparing Yunxiao from any stain of blood and karmic consequence. Liu briefly attuned the Luobao Jinqian and told Lu Er, using this treasure consumes a cultivator's own fortune. One day, I shall seek a treasure especially for you. The disciple thanks the master. The Luobao Jinqian could dislodge a cultivator's Lingbao, but not without buying it with one's own fortune. It was no casual tool. No wonder Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, after stripping Gongming of his Dinghai Shinju, soon met a tragic end. On the one hand, their fortunes were exhausted. On the other, Ran Deng struck with merciless ferocity. Liu casually waved and gathered up a prized Hong Pao tea tree he had set his sights on. If its root was a later-born spirit root, so be it. Innate spirit roots were not for him to seize. Return to Yunxiao Island to pay respects to my father-in-law. Liu held Yunxiao. Lu Er trailed merrily behind, and the three flew toward Yunxiao Island. After Liu departed at Kunlun Mountain and Yushu Palace, Ran Deng shot awake, his face drawn with vexation and grief. Why this sense of loss? Why? Ran Deng's Dao path, already clouded, grew ever murkier and harder to comprehend. At the same time, on Yunxiao Island in Bio Palace, Zhao Gongming suddenly opened his eyes. Why do I feel so clear and refreshed? Why? Why does my body feel so light? Zhao Gongming suddenly stood up, laughing heartily. I wondered why I felt so refreshed. It turns out my brother-in-law has arrived. Liu, holding Yunxiao, stepped once again onto Golden Ao Island. The innate spiritual energy rushed toward him, rich to the extreme. Immortal cranes and spiritual birds danced in the air with ancient immortal herbs and Dao fruits visible everywhere. It was truly a sanctified place for sages, a blessed land of the Upper Clear. Disciples moved about, a scene of thousands of immortals coming to pay their respects, shaking the primordial wilderness. Liu, holding Yunxiao, strode boldly across Golden Ao Island, becoming the most striking figure. Lu Er followed closely behind, his master, head lowered, and walking carefully, overwhelmed with happiness and disbelief. Lu Er, once just a wild monkey in the mountains, yet now I have become the direct disciple of a sage. It felt like a dream, hard to believe. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Brother-in-law, Sister Yunxiao, Uncle Gongming. Finally, my brother-in-law has arrived. The teacher has been waiting for you. Implicitly, it meant that the Upper Clear sage had not begun his teachings because Liu and Yunxiao had not yet arrived. Disciple feels ashamed for making my esteemed father-in-law wait so long. Uncle Gongming, I shall first pay my respects to the teacher. That would be appropriate. Liu, holding Yunxiao, proceeded to the main hall of Bio Palace. Disciple Liu pays respects to my esteemed father-in-law, the Upper Clear sage. Lu Er, seeing the sage in person, was ecstatic, stammering. Disciple Lu Er pays respects to the master sage. The Tongtian patriarch wore a blue Taoist robe. Though he appeared youthful, his aura of Upper Clear Dao was incredibly profound, embodying the demeanor of a sage. He smiled faintly. My son-in-law has arrived. There is no need for excessive formalities. Yunxiao, my disciple, has your injuries improved? Not bad, not bad. It seemed that the son-in-law had taken good care of Yunxiao. Taiqing Xian. The 5 energies within you are all of innate perfection. The Tongtian patriarch had been puzzled. Although his disciple had joined the GS sect, he was fundamentally still of human form. Where to gather the innate 5 energies? Liu knew he had to explain, smiling. Esteemed father-in-law, I do not know, ever since marrying my wife, everything has gone smoothly. Perhaps it is because my wife is of the supreme prosperous fate. The Tongtian patriarch listened to this explanation. You young man, always saying sweet things. The Tongtian patriarch did not delve further. Regardless, the son-in-law was living well with Yunxiao, and that was enough. Then the Tongtian patriarch glanced at Luer again, one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. Your talent is indeed extraordinary, not bad. Luer was thrilled. Me. I've been praised by a sage. Thank you, master, for the praise. Disciple. Liu gently placed Yunxiao on the cushion and took out a Dahong Pao tea tree. The Tongtian patriarch looked at it and showed no surprise. My son-in-law is indeed thoughtful. The postnatal spiritual root tea tree is common on Golden Ao Island, and there is even an innate tea tree spiritual root, nothing remarkable. The postnatal Dahong Pao tea tree was casually collected by Liu. What he truly wanted to present was the 2 tails of enlightenment tea leaves, which cost 200 million shared heart values. Liu cheerfully took out the enlightenment tea leaves. Esteemed father-in-law, this is something I obtained by chance. Please have a taste. As the enlightenment tea was unveiled, a refreshing fragrance of tea instantly wafted, filling the main hall of Bio Palace. My. The Tongtian patriarch's eyes widened slightly. Innate top-grade tea leaves. Innate top-grade tea tree. Is there such a thing in the primordial wilderness? When the 3 clear had not yet divided, the Tongtian patriarch had tasted his elder brother's tea on Shouyang Mountain, which was of high-grade innate. The Tongtian patriarch looked at his son-in-law with a hint of meaning. What a good fortune. Moments later, Daobao, the Wudong Holy Mother, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the Cloudy Immortal entered Bio Palace. Everyone have a taste of the top-grade tea leaves brought by my son-in-law. Shortly after, each person held a cup of tea, savoring it carefully. Daobao took a sip and immediately felt a clarity in his consciousness, his mind becoming lucid. Hiss. This tea. Zhao Gongming took a sip, his expression changing drastically. Hiss. Hiss. The immortals in the hall gasped in astonishment. The Tongtian patriarch smiled lightly, not overly surprised. You still haven't tasted good things, though top-grade innate tea leaves are rare. Hiss. The Tongtian patriarch took a sip of the tea and also gasped. The sage's consciousness became clear, and the upper clear Tao resonance grew even more profound and lucid. The Tongtian patriarch was astonished. This tea is not top-grade innate. It exceeds that level. Could it be of the innate supreme treasure quality? Liu did not understand tea, but having spent 200 million for 2 tails, it must be a quality product. The Tongtian patriarch was no longer calm. Virtuous son-in-law, where did you obtain this tea leaves? Liu shook his head. I truly forgot, it was an accidental find. What happened? The Tongtian patriarch felt regret and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Yunxiao truly possesses the supreme prosperous fate? Otherwise, how could my son-in-law acquire such tea leaves? A full 2 tails. Drink slowly, it is enough for me to last 1,000 years. The Tongtian patriarch shook his head. Where it came from was no longer important. The Tongtian patriarch watched the cloudy immortal gulp down the tea, shaking his head, chewing peony. What a waste. This tea, its quality is extraordinary. It is of great use for cultivation and enlightenment. It could at least save you all 10,000 years of hard cultivation. Daobao, Zhao Gongming, and the Wudong Holy Mother widened their eyes. Save 10,000 years of hard cultivation. No wonder. After drinking a sip of tea, they felt the previously obscure shackles beginning to loosen. Thus, Daobao, Zhao Gongming, Wudong Holy Mother, and other GS sect immortals carefully savored it, taking a small sip. Ah, so refreshing. The cloudy immortal panicked, finishing his cup in one go. He felt his consciousness clear, but had yet to savor the taste, swallowing hard. Master brother, what flavor is this tea? Is it sour or sweet? Does it have seeds? Is there a pit? Go, if you finish 1 cup there won't. The effects were undoubtedly there, but he drank too quickly. The cloudy immortal was already quite satisfied, shaking his head. What a pity Long-Ear Junior brother is out traveling in the primordial wilderness and has no chance to taste this top-grade tea. Li's expression changed slightly, smiling. Oh, the teacher's teachings are imminent and Long-Ear is out traveling the primordial wilderness. The cloudy immortal suddenly realized. Traveling the primordial wilderness is fine, but one must choose the timing. The teacher's teachings are imminent. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment Long-Ear Dingguang Immortal was in a hidden place in the primordial wilderness, secretly meeting with the Zhuanti sage. Zhuanti concealed himself with the 7 treasures mysterious tree. If you enter the west, I will grant you the position of deputy master. Really, truly, your task is to deeply infiltrate the GS sect, accumulate power, and await the opportunity to awaken the west. Codename Pangolin. Golden Ao Island Bio Palace Main Hall. The cloudy immortal did not delve further, thinking that long-eared junior brother was merely traveling outside and had been delayed by something. Daobao Zhao Gongming and the Wudong Holy Mother grew increasingly fond of Li Yu. This brother-in-law was good, very good. If it weren't for this brother-in-law, how could they taste such enlightenment tea? Having such a brother-in-law is indeed a wonderful thing. The Tongtian patriarch silently accepted the remaining half-tail of enlightenment tea. Today we shall begin the teachings. Li Yu smiled and asked, "Esteemed father-in-law, where shall I sit?" Before the Tongtian patriarch could respond, Daobao and Zhao Gongming spoke in unison. "Naturally, you shall sit in the front row. Where else could you sit?" During the sage's teachings, the position on the cushion is fixed. The direct disciples sit in the chief positions, following in order behind. To listen to the sage's Tao sounds, even if it is in the back row by the window, is a tremendous fortune. Come, brother-in-law, sit here." Daobao and Zhao Gongming pulled Li Yu to sit beside the teacher, slightly off to the side. The water and fire children gathered their strength and struck the golden bell. Duong. The golden bell of Bo Palace rang. The sage was about to teach. Thousands of immortals came to pay their respects with booming voices. "We pay our respects to the teacher." Yunxiao Island, Bo Palace. Lord Tongtian expounded the Tao before 10,000 immortals. The character Jia, to intercept, signifies seizing a thread of vitality for all sentient beings of the primordial chaos. Any who possess karmic affinity may come to Bo Palace to hear the teachings. Li Yu sat in the foremost seat, faintly sensing that the assembled immortals appeared somewhat purer in aura than before. On his previous visit to Yunxiao Island, many among the GSX ranks had borne heavy karmic sins and thick blood aura, those unrestrained and unrepentant. This time, however, such figures were markedly fewer, as if a layer of rust had been scraped away. Were they purged? Truly magnificent. Lord Tongtian founded the GS sect with the 4 swords of Zhu Xian to suppress and stabilize its celestial fortune. Yet this artifact possesses no such power of suppression. Moreover, disciples of debased conduct within the sect acted recklessly, accelerating the dissipation of its celestial fortune. Now the rate at which the GS sect's celestial fortune wanes has noticeably slowed. Though improvement remains partial, for the fortune still ebbs, however gradually. Li Yu murmured inwardly, "I must find an opportunity to remind father-in-law that the 4 swords of Zhu Xian cannot suppress celestial fortune." Yet truth be told, father-in-law possesses no other spiritual treasure capable of stabilizing. Li Yu owns the Chaos Bell, a treasure that can suppress celestial fortune, but he cannot reveal it. Though the 3 pure ones have parted ways, their rift is not yet absolute. Unveiling such a treasure would invite calamity, not for crime, but for possession alone. Li Yu shook his head in quiet resignation and turned his full attention to his father-in-law's discourse. As a sage expounded the Tao, violet chi streamed from the east, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth, and auspicious omens filled the heavens. Within Bo Palace, 10,000 immortal disciples listened, entranced, utterly immersed. Li Yu too sank deep into rapture. His comprehension of the Tao grew ever more profound, and the 5 qi in his chest nourished his 3 flowers above the crown at an accelerated pace. Each word fell like a pearl, echoing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. This discourse on Yunxiao Island spanned 14 years, the Taoist apex of the 7-7 cycle. Yet barely 2 years had passed when the sage's voice ceased abruptly. The sage's lingering resonance hung in the air undiminished. Within the hall, disciples of the GS sect awoke from their epiphanies, faces flushed, hearts still soaring in rapture, only to find it ended. Their bliss was severed mid-flow. Lord Tongtian's expression turned grave, a decree from the Primordial Patriarch, assembly at Yunxiao Palace. This discourse concludes, all disciples shall diligently contemplate and internalize its essence. This disciple departs now for the chaotic Yunxiao Palace. Yes, we respectfully bid farewell to our master. 10,000 voices echoed as one. Li Yu remained seated in silent contemplation, absorbing the Tao. That the Primordial Patriarch summoned the 6 sages came as no surprise. Emperor Jun and Taiqing had returned to the 5 elements. The celestial court had fallen. With heaven's throne vacant, the Primordial Patriarch convened the 6 sages, undoubtedly to deliberate upon the next celestial sovereign. The 6 sages clashed fiercely, yet none foresaw that Hao Tian, the gatekeeper boy, would ascend as the great celestial sovereign of the primordial chaos. A subtle curve lifted Li Yu's lips. Hao Tian as celestial sovereign. Perhaps humanity's moment has arrived. Chaos, Yunxiao Palace. Hao Tian, clad in resplendent Taoist robes, stood sentinel at the palace gates. As the Primordial Patriarch's personal acolyte, his cultivation was no trifling matter. He had already reached the mid-level of quasi-sagehood. Yet what did it avail him? Once a gatekeeper, always a gatekeeper. The primordial chaos teemed with spectacle, each era yielding new stars. Its boundless blessings beckoned. Hao Tian longed to roam freely across heaven and earth. At this thought, Hao Tian sighed deeply. Beside the palace gate, Yaoqi frowned. Look, you're restless again. The master entrusted you with guarding the gate, yet your mind wanders. First wind, then rain. Yaoqi too was an acolyte of Hongjun. Junior sister Yaoqi, you misunderstand elder brother. A low hum resonated. Violet chi shimmered forth and the Tao essence of the three pure ones coalesced around them. Hao Tian hastened forward, prostrating deeply. I greet the three pure ones, elder brothers. Taiqing Laozi's countenance remained placid as still water. Tongtian Jiao Zhu offered a serene smile. Yusher Tianzun's expression darkened. He emitted a cold snort. As if saying, before the three pure ones attained sagehood, you addressed me as elder brother. I overlooked it. Now what title is fitting? Hao Tian hastily corrected himself. I pay homage to the three sage lords. Without sagehood one remains, but an ant beneath heaven's gaze. Taiqing Laozi and Yusher Tianzun ignored Hao Tian entirely, proceeding into Yunxiao Palace. Soon after, the six sages gathered in Yunxiao Palace. Hongjun Dao Zhu sat serenely upon the Dea platform, clad in simple Taoist robes. The six sages bowed. We greet our master. Hongjun Dao Zhu's expression was impassive, devoid of sentiment. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have returned to the five elements. The celestial court stands vacant. Deliberate. Whom shall we appoint celestial sovereign to govern the myriad realms of the primordial chaos? As Hongjun Dao Zhu fell silent, Zhuan Ti's breath quickened. My Western disciples are fit to assume the celestial throne. I speak without reservation, master. Each Western disciple is exceptional, eloquent, blessed with immense fortune, unwavering resolve, and profound enlightenment. Yusher Tianzun furrowed his brow. This is an Eastern affair. What concern is it of yours, Westerner? Jiayin wore an expression of sorrowful anguish. The great celestial sovereign governs the entire primordial chaos. No distinction between East and West. What foul dregs from your Western wastelands dare covet the celestial throne? Yusher Tianzun shifted his stance. Rather, my Yuanshi sects, Nanjixian Wang and Guangchengzi, possess deep roots and abundant fortune. They are worthy of the celestial throne. Nuwa stepped forth to contend. My disciple Jin Feng may rule the celestial court. Taiqing Laozi slowly opened his eyes. Junior sister Nuwa, you have not established a grand sect. Jin Feng lacks sufficient fortune to govern the primordial chaos. My disciple Xian Du may serve as sovereign of the celestial court. Tongtian Jiao Zhu joined the contest. Duo Bao is equally suited to rule the celestial court. Yusher Tianzun shook his head. Brother, your disciples are beasts clad in fur, or scales born from eggs or wombs. Their fortune is shallow. How could they rule the celestial court? Especially Duo Bao, a verminous rat. How could he possibly ascend the celestial throne? Tongtian Jiao Zhu bristled with fury. The Jie sect teems with talent. Every disciple is extraordinary. Yusher Tianzun shook his head again. No, they are all beasts clad in fur, or scales born from eggs or dampness. Thus Tongtian Jiao Zhu and Yusher Tianzun erupted into heated dispute. Jieyin and Zhuan Ti wept bitter, unbearably bitter. Our western lands lie barren and death. Had the primordial patriarch's battle with the demon patriarch not shattered the western spirit veins, our lands would never have fallen to such poverty. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained calm. Oh, so the West blames the primordial patriarch. A weighty accusation was cast. Jieyin and Zhuan Ti wept even more bitterly. The West harbors no such intent. Only a plea for the primordial patriarch's compassion, his mercy upon the West. Wail, wail. Hongjun sat unmoved, indifferent to the six sages' quarrel. It was as though he deliberately provoked their discord, especially among the three pure ones. After an indeterminate span, Hongjun Dao Zhu opened his eyes. Icy clarity gleamed within their depths, and his voice rang cold. Hao Tian shall be celestial sovereign, Yaoqi celestial empress. How do the sages regard this? The six sages froze in astonishment. The primordial patriarch had chosen long ago. Having declared Hao Tian and Yaoqi, no sage dared object further. They could only acquiesce. Yes, we solemnly obey the primordial patriarch's decree. Hongjun Daozu nodded. Then let Hao Tian rebuild the celestial court. Dismissed. We respectfully bid farewell to the primordial patriarch. The primordial patriarch vanished. Hao Tian, the gatekeeper, stood stunned, pointing incredulously at himself. Me. I am to become celestial sovereign, the great celestial sovereign of the primordial chaos. The six sages brawled until blood flowed, discarding sagely dignity, shouting themselves hoarse. And in the end, it falls to me. Hao Tian, what virtue or merit have I earned? Then with a sharp stomp, Hao Tian straightened his posture and prostrated deeply towards Yunxiao Palace. Loyalty. Master. Smiling broadly, Hao Tian approached the six sages. By the master's divine appointment, this junior brother has been named sovereign of the celestial court. Pray, esteemed elder brothers, aid Hao Tian in its restoration. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained imperturbable as he turned and descended from Yunxiao Palace. Yusher Tianzun's face darkened. A mere gatekeeper boy. Dare he claim the title of celestial sovereign of the primordial chaos? Yusher Tianzun departed. Hao Tian glanced toward Sage Nuwa. She shook her head. My elder sister has not founded a grand sect. I am powerless to assist. Nuwa departed. Hao Tian turned his gaze to Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti. They replied matter-of-factly, this is an Eastern matter. What concern is it of ours Westerners? Hao Tian, speak no more. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti fled. Hao Tian's final glance fell upon Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu shook his head. I'm off. Why? Disciples of a sage hold exalted status. How could they serve Hao Tian as ministers? Such submission would grievously wound a sage's dignity. Tongtian Jiaozhu would never permit his disciples to bow as subjects to Hao Tian. Impossible. Utterly impossible. The Master of Heaven turned around and returned to Gold Tortoise Island. Upon arriving at Gold Tortoise Island, he saw Duo Bao beating his son-in-law. It turned out they were discussing and sparring, so it was nothing serious. On Gold Tortoise Island, amidst the nine heavens cloud sea, Duo Bao was seen suppressing his quasi-saint powers in the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal as he battled Liu for 300 rounds. No winner or loser. Liu was secretly astonished as expected of senior brother Duo Bao. He is known as the #1 disciple of the Western teachings. Duo Bao was also shocked deep down. Why is my brother-in-law's power so immense? Even though I have suppressed my powers to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, my understanding of the Tao is far ahead of my brother-in-law. How could I not win? No. As the senior brother, it's too embarrassing. Duo Bao let out a hearty laugh. Brother-in-law, watch the river of 10,000 treasures from your senior brother. Buzz. Suddenly thousands of spirit treasures flew out, hovering in midair, forming a river of spirit treasures. Most of the spirit treasures were of post-heaven grade, but their sheer number was terrifying. Liu also laughed. This is the value of Duo Bao. The river of 10,000 treasures surged like a torrent rushing toward Liu. Liu simply withdrew the purple lightning hammer, opened his arms, and braced himself against it with his physical body. Duo Bao cautioned brother-in-law, you'll get hurt like this. Haha, Uncle Duo Bao, come at me. Alright, today let's see how strong my brother-in-law's body is. The river swept toward him. Before the palace of green immortals, Yunxiao's heart raced to her throat. That was the river of 10,000 treasures from senior brother Duo Bao, an immense power. Her husband was being reckless and would get hurt. The Master of Heaven stepped out with a calm expression. Yunxiao, there's no need to worry. That kid definitely has his trump card. In other words, Li Yes' willingness to withstand it with his body indicated he was certainly not a reckless person. Master, when did you return? A little while ago. In the nine heavens cloud, see the river of 10,000 treasures surged toward Li Yes' physical body. At that moment, he passively exerted force. He had some skills. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he could land 2 hits, just 2 hits. Boom. Buzz. The overwhelming storm of Tao rhythm swept away. Duo Bao's eyes widened. It was because Liu was unscathed, blocking the river of 10,000 treasures solely with his physical body. Duo Bao was dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My river of 10,000 treasures, though most are post-heaven spirit treasures, still contains 5 innate spirit treasures. Overall power exceeds that of the finest innate treasures. The Master of Heaven exclaimed in surprise, yet it was within his expectations, laughing. My son-in-law truly has some skills. Duo Bao, still in disbelief, did not withdraw force this time, and unleashed the river of 10,000 treasures to its fullest extent with the power of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Liu continued to rely on his physical body to withstand it, exerting force for the second time. Boom. The storm of Tao rhythm dissipated. Duo Bao retracted the river of 10,000 treasures, pondering for a long time. Senior brother has lost. My brother-in-law is invincible in the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Liu saluted. Thank you for the guidance, uncle. Actually, I only know these 2 moves. The watching disciples of the Zhejiao were left bewildered. Only these 2 moves. Who believes that? Even senior brother Duo Bao said it. The Tai Golden Immortal Realm is invincible. As expected of my Zhejiao son-in-law. As expected of the son-in-law valued by the master. Truly invincible. Duo Bao and Liu descended from the clouds, arriving at the palace of green immortals. I pay my respects to the master. Duo Bao asked curiously, I wonder what the call to see the master is regarding. Nothing serious. Di Jun and Tai Yi have fallen, and the heavenly court is without a ruler, discussing the position of the grand heavenly lord. Duo Bao, eager to try, asked, Master, what do you think of your disciple? The Master of Heaven shook his head. Don't think about it. The Tao ancestor has appointed Hao Tian as the heavenly emperor and Yao Qi as the heavenly empress. What do you mean, Master? Hao Tian has become the heavenly emperor. But he's just a mere gatekeeper. What virtue does he have to be the heavenly emperor? The Master of Heaven feigned seriousness. Well said. However, do not speak words detrimental to unity. This is the heavenly emperor personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. If the disciples below are not convinced, it's fine to think so in their hearts, but it must not be brought to light. After all, that is the face of the Tao ancestor. Upon hearing this, Li Yu found it all to be as he expected. He then tried to inquire, has Hao Tian asked for assistance from my father-in-law to rebuild the heavenly court? Yes, the master of heaven nodded. He did, but I outright refused him. What nonsense! I am the mighty Shangqing saint, the master of Jiejiao. Am I to have my disciple serve as a subject to Hao Tian? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yu pondered for a moment before bowing. Father-in-law, it is not entirely without that possibility. Li Yu took a step forward. Not to hide from my father-in-law, I have a plan that can make our Jiejiao's fortune vast as the sea. To consume the heavenly court's resources, to drink from the heavenly court, and to take from the heavenly court when leaving. In simple terms, the heavenly court, as the highest Tao court ruling over the chaos of heaven and earth, its grand heavenly lord's Tao fruit, is comparable to that of a saint. The heavenly court governs the chaotic heaven and earth and possesses immense fortune and great merit to be gained. The master of heaven also understood his son-in-law's intention to assist the heavenly court and share in the merit and fortune from governing the chaos of heaven and earth. The master of heaven hesitated. Both the elder brother and the second brother looked down upon the heavenly court. How could Jiejiao be subservient to the heavenly court? Jiejiao's immortals must have integrity. Li Yu noticed that his father-in-law was silent and guessed what he was thinking. Father-in-law, this plan is not about being subordinate to the heavenly court, but rather a collaboration. The heavenly court holds 5 imperial positions, with Hao Tian as the central heavenly emperor, alongside the northern polar Zhuwei, the southern polar Chongqing, the eastern emperor, and the emperor of Guochun. Setting aside practicalities, theoretically the 5 emperors are equally esteemed. Li Yu added, father-in-law, I am willing to be the vanguard and go meet Hao Tian to discuss cooperation. The chaos of the wilderness is filled with strife, fighting against heaven and earth, ultimately a battle for fortune. To earn merit and fortune is no trivial matter. Even standing still can allow for the consumption of merit and fortune. The master of heaven nodded. It can be tried. Yes, father-in-law. Li Yu then walked to Yunxiao and said, my lady, I will be back shortly. Husband, take it slow, be cautious in your actions, and pay attention to your safety. After saying this, Li Yu performed the Zhongdi golden light from the Shangqing immortal technique and flew toward the ruins of the heavenly court. Before the palace of green immortals, Duo Bao gazed at the departing figure of his brother-in-law and suddenly said, Master, I understand now. Brother-in-law, this plan to seek fortune and merit is for Sister Yunxiao. The master of heaven nodded, I know. Looking at Yunxiao, her lively eyes were already filled with tears. Li Yu, as the mainstay of humanity and being a direct disciple of Jiejiao, held a tremendously noble status. Now he was rushing to meet Hao Tian. Why? To seek fortune and merit in order to heal Yunxiao's injuries. He was even willing to endure the humiliation of being subordinate to the heavenly court. Duo Bao felt guilty. I am not as good as my brother-in-law. Master, I should also go to the heavenly court. Being subordinate to Hao Tian is nothing. I can get some fortune and merit to treat Sister Yunxiao's injuries. The master of heaven was immensely gratified. My son-in-law is a loyal and honest person, doing everything for Yunxiao. Let's wait for my son-in-law to return and see Hao Tian's attitude. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes were often filled with tears. Her husband, for her sake, willingly accepted humiliation. In the ruins of the heavenly court, Li Yu stated, enduring humiliation. Serving Hao Tian as a dog? Absolutely not. Upon seeing Hao Tian, the first thing Li Yu said was, I pay my respects to Tao friend Hao Tian. I wish to become the northern polar Zhuwei emperor. Hao Tian looked at the newcomer, a mere ant of the Taiqing golden immortal realm, daring to speak to him like this, demanding the position of the Zhuwei emperor right off the bat. Hao Tian scratched his ear. Who the hell are you? I am Li Yu. Hao Tian was taken aback. This name sounded somewhat familiar. The next moment, Hao Tian realized, the husband of the fairy Yunxiao. Yes. The current leader of the human race. Yes. The direct disciple of the sage of Shangqing. Yes. The strongest son-in-law of the Jie sect. Li Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Yes. Hao Tian's attitude immediately reversed, and he smiled as he greeted. So it is you, Tao friend Li Yu, I have heard of you. Li Yu also gave Hao Tian some face. I have met the great heavenly venerable. How pleasant. Upon hearing the title of great heavenly venerable, Hao Tian couldn't help but pout, feeling utterly refreshed. What brings you here, Tao friend? The position of the Emperor of the North Pole ZY should be destined for me. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian did not refuse, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. The position of the Emperor of the North Pole ZY is one of the 5 emperors of heaven, holding great power and even standing equal to the central emperor. What benefits could it bring him? Li Yu noticed that Hao Tian was contemplating and smiled calmly. As the Emperor ZY, the human race and the heavenly court should be in a cooperative relationship. Hao Tian frowned. Although the human race was weak, their numbers were vast. If they could submit to the heavenly court, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? Dao friend, shouldn't the human race pay homage to heaven as children? Hao Tian desired not cooperation, but the submission of the human race. Li Yu smiled calmly. Do you think the human race would submit to heaven as children? What a joke. Li Yu's goal is to revitalize humanity. Humans can conquer heaven. In the primordial world, there are 3 paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. Logically, the 3 paths are equal, but humanity is weak under the oppression of the heavenly path. To submit to heaven as children. To have humanity bow to the heavenly path. Dream on. Hao Tian shook his head. You think you can claim the position of the Emperor Zy with just a cooperative relationship? Li Yu was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked around at the once glorious demon clan heavenly court, now in ruins and desolation. Dao friend, why not open your eyes and look at this heavenly court? With such a state, you wouldn't think the position of Emperor Zy is a golden nugget, would you? As the Emperor Zy, the human race and the heavenly court cooperate. Following my commands can save you much trouble, Dao friend. Hao Tian fell silent. Li Yu had precisely hit Hao Tian's sore spot. Hao Tian was tasked by the Dao ancestor to rebuild the heavenly court, and his pain point was that he had no capable subordinates. The 6 saints were completely unresponsive. The various forces in the primordial world were also complex. As the master of the heavenly court, how could he command any territory? Mount Wanshou Wuzhuang Temple Jinyuanzi, the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Underworld River, or the North Sea Kunping. Even the dragon clan, which had retreated from the 4 seas, paid no heed to the heavenly court. If he could establish a cooperative relationship with the human race, even if the human race only followed the Emperor Ziwei's commands and ignored other summons, the heavenly court would still have millions of humans, which would look good on the surface. Hao Tian hesitated. Allow me to discuss this with my junior sister. Please wait a moment, Dao friend. Li Yu smiled calmly. Please. Yao Qi whispered, Senior brother, why not agree with him? The heavenly court is newly established with nothing in place. Collaborating with the human race can quickly build the framework of the heavenly court. We are currently barefoot. What is there to fear? Let's get the heavenly court operational first, and we'll figure things out later. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian nodded yes. Hao Tian never thought I would have the chance to sit as the master of the heavenly court. Let's quickly establish the framework of the heavenly court. Moments later, Hao Tian walked out with a smile. Dao friend, you may become the Emperor Zy of the heavenly court. Li Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, a mutual benefit. Next, I have another cooperation to discuss. I wonder if the great heavenly venerable would be interested. What? Our GS sect is filled with talent. If we cooperate with the heavenly court, can we obtain an imperial position? Upon hearing this, Hao Tian's breathing became rapid. If he could cooperate with the GS sect, wouldn't that mean gaining the support of the sage's Dao lineage? The legitimacy of the heavenly court would greatly increase. Dao friend, Li Yu represents humanity, not the GS sect. Hao Tian was excited inside, but did not show it on the outside. Only listened to commands, not summons. Li Yu replied, Is the imperial position not equal? If Li Yu were the Emperor Zy, commanding the human race would also be done in the name of the co-leader. This kid Hao Tian dares to say he can command the GS sect's immortals. Hao Tian hesitated. Clearly, cooperating with the GS sect had both advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: the acknowledgement of the sage's Dao lineage would greatly bolster the legitimacy of the heavenly court. Disadvantages: if GS sect disciples obtain the position of Emperor of the heavenly court, would it still be the heavenly court? Would it not become a branch of the GS sect? Hao Tian was indecisive and found it hard to choose. At that moment, in the northern part of the primordial world, surrounded by mountains and filled with poisonous insects and miasma, a voice suddenly rang out. I am Jinwu Luya. My father, the Emperor Jun, and my uncle Tai have fallen. The demon clan cannot be without a leader for a day. Today I, Luya, inherit the will of my father and uncle. I inherit the demon emperor's throne to become the great emperor of the demon clan. All demons in the world may come to the 10,000 mountains. One day we will rebuild the heavenly court and restore the supreme glory of the demon clan. By the decree of the demon emperor, I appoint Bai Zhe as the demon emperor, Ji Meng as the demon emperor, and Ning Zhao as the demon emperor. We pay our respects to your majesty. The demons shouted, Rebuild the heavenly court. Rebuild the heavenly court. Restore the supreme glory of the demon clan. At the ruins of the heavenly court, Li Yu's expression was calm. I didn't expect the West to be so eager, already supporting a false demon court. It doesn't matter. If I don't come, Luya would have schemed against Zhao Gongming with the 7-arrow book. If I came, could Gongming still be schemed against? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? The little Jinwu Luya ascending to the throne was indeed an opportunity. Li Yu smiled faintly, just remnants of the demon race. Looking at Hao Tian, who was already sweating profusely. 1 primordial world, 2 heavenly courts. What is this nonsense? Hao Tian's heavenly court versus The Demon Clan's Heavenly Court. Although the Demon Clan has perished, the lean camel is bigger than a horse. They still have powerful figures like Bai Zhe Ji Ming and Gui Che under their command. Who does Hao Tian have? The implication was that the Demon Clan's Heavenly Court had greatly threatened the legitimacy of Hao Tian's Heavenly Court. Hao Tian urgently needed assistance, he needed support. Hao Tian said urgently, if the GS sect immortals are willing to cooperate with the Heavenly Court, they can enjoy the positions of the Great Emperor Donghua and the Great Emperor of Nandu. At the same time, the departments of Fighting, Finance, Fire, and Thunder can be placed under the North Pole Zy Donghua Emperor and the Great Emperor of Nandu. Good heavens, Hao Tian directly offered half the positions. He almost said, I, Hao Tian, am willing to share the Heavenly Court with the GS sect and dominate the primordial world. Li Yu smiled calmly. Good. Hao Tian asked eagerly, when will you take office, Dao friend? I will go back to invite my fellow disciples right away. Please, Dao friend. After Li Yu said this, he transformed into a ray of light and returned to the Golden Ao Islands by Yu Palace. Hao Tian was anxious, fearing that Lu Ya would lead the Demon Clan back to the Heavenly Court. As for the promised positions, it doesn't matter. First, secure the position of Great Heavenly Venerable, and that would be a win. At the East Sea's shore on Golden Ao Island. In the Bayou Palace, Li Yu entered the Great Hall with a smile. Father-in-law. The Tongtian cult master nodded. What is Hao Tian's attitude? Hao Tian is willing to share the Heavenly Court with us. The Tongtian cult master replied. Li Yu recounted the sequence of events. The Tongtian cult master smiled. Since it is a shared Heavenly Court, it is no problem for GS sect disciples to take charge of the Heavenly Court. Without making Hao Tian a subordinate, yet being able to sit in a high position, this is simply a tremendous win. Son-in-law, how do you think the imperial positions should be divided? That would naturally be up to you, father-in-law. The Tongtian cult master pondered for a moment and summoned several disciples. Duo Bao can be the Great Emperor Donghua. Jin Lingxiao can go to the Department of Fighting to become the Lord of Dumo. Wudong can go to the Department of Thunder and become the Thunder God. Gui Lingxiao practices the Tao of Longevity, which fits the position of the Great Emperor of Nandu. Goming, you can go to the Finance Department. And there is one more position in the Fire Department. The Tongtian cult master scanned the disciples. Who should be assigned? The Longyear Jingguang immortal held a significant position in GS sect, being one of the 7 immortals in attendance. In the Primordial World's original trajectory, the Tongtian cult master could entrust the rare treasure, the 6 Souls flag, to Longyear, which showed how much he valued him. Longyear naturally wanted to participate in the beautiful task of sharing merits and was eager to step forward. Li Yu frowned and smiled. For the last fire department position, I think brother Luo Xian would be very suitable. Luo Xian, known as the Immortal of Flames, practiced the 3,000 fire crows. During the battle for the investiture of the gods, he burned the Kunlun Golden Immortals to a state of panic with one hand of 3,000 fire crows, but unfortunately, he was restrained and fell with resentment. However, nowadays Luo Xian's 3,000 fire crows are only mediocre and no longer hold the name of the Immortal of Flames, merely being a recorded disciple of Jie sect. The Tongtian cult master nodded. Luo Xian practices the Tao of Fire, which fits. Luo Xian will go to the fire department. Standing at the end of the disciples, Luo Xian was shocked. Me? Luo Xian cried. The wheels of fate quietly turned. If it weren't for my brother-in-law pointing me out back, then I, Luo Xian, would still be an unnoticed small fry. Being unnoticed in GS sect isn't bad. But entering the fire department and being titled the Immortal of Flames would be a much broader sky for me, Luo Xian. I really want to progress too much. The long-eared man's eyes turned red. Gritting his teeth, he slowed down by half a step. Otherwise, the position in the Heavenly Court's fire department would have been mine. Damn Li Yu. Truly damned. The grudge for the throne. Unforgivable. A few days later, Hao Yin simply cleared the ruins of the Heavenly Court. He couldn't wait to re-establish the Heavenly Court. I am Hao Yin. By the command of the Tao Ancestor. Today I rebuild the Heavenly Court. Using the Yin-Yang Mirror, Hao Yin Mirror, I will suppress the fortunes of the Heavenly Court. I am the great celestial sovereign of the primordial chaos ruling over the myriad heavens. I am from the Yaoqi by the command of the Tao Ancestor, assisting in the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court. Using the Run Water Peaches, I will suppress the fortunes of the Heavenly Court. I am the Empress of the primordial chaos. Heavenly Court. Rise. The Ren Water Peaches, a supreme innate spiritual root of Ren Water, fell into the Heavenly Court, transforming into 9,000 peach trees. Buzz. Underneath the 9 heavens, robust fortunes and merits descended, flowing into Haoshan's Tao body. Hao Yin lightly shouted with the Hao Yin Mirror to entrust my will slash. Hao Yin, relying on the fortunes of the re-established Heavenly Court, successfully severed the third corpse, achieving the completion of the Tao of the Kwasa Saint. Using Yaoqi's golden shake to entrust good intentions slash. Yaoqi questions the Kwasa Saint in the middle stage. Subsequently, Haoyan proclaimed to the primordial chaos the common lord of the human race Liu is the great emperor of the North Pole, taking charge of the heavenly court. Duobao is the emperor of Donghua, taking charge of the heavenly court. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirits is the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, taking charge of the heavenly court. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits is the Dumu Yuanjuan, overseeing the combat department. The Unhindered Holy Mother oversees the thunder department. Zhao Gongming is the true monarch of the Dragon and Tiger Mystical Altar, overseeing the finance department. Luo Xian is the Fire Virtue Immortal, overseeing the fire department. This was not a decree by Haoyan. Rather, it was a distribution, distributing the Dao fruits of the heavenly court. As Haoshan's Dao voice fell, buzz, the Dao fruit of the great emperor of the North Pole enhanced Li Yu's Dao body. Li Yu accepted the Dao fruit of the great emperor of the North Pole, gaining fortune. Those with great fortune cultivate as if aided by divine assistance. Sitting in the position of the great emperor of the North Pole, he continually received fortune and merits. The corner of Li Yu's mouth slightly curved upwards, proclaiming to the primordial chaos, Yunxiao shall be the empress of the great emperor of the North Pole. Subsequently, the great emperor of the North Pole and the empress of the North Pole shared the Dao fruit fortune and merits. At the same time, within Li Yu's sea of consciousness, the mechanical voice of the system echoed. The status of the Dao partner has changed. Name Yunxiao, background innate cloud spirit, identity direct disciple of the Intercept School Empress of the North Pole. Affinity value 2025. At the time when Yunxiao was merely a direct disciple of the Intercept School, her status was noble with a base affinity value of 20. Now, with the added identity of the Empress of the North Pole, her status became even more noble, and the base affinity value changed from 20 to 25. Previously, Li Yu spent all day close to Yunxiao, and with critical hits, he could gain 2 million affinity values in a single day. Now, with the base affinity value becoming 25, just by being close for a day along with critical hits, he could earn nearly 3 million affinity values. Li Yu smiled. From the very beginning, Li Yu's aim in seeking the position of the great emperor of the North Pole was precisely this. Becoming the great emperor of the North Pole with fortunes and merits added could only be described as icing on the cake. The only goal was to elevate hanging. At the moment when the immortals of the Intercept School entered the heavenly court, in the primordial chaos, the myriad beings displayed expressions of confusion. No way. Duobao Wudong Jinling, these are all direct disciples among direct disciples. How could they lower their status and go to Haoshan's heavenly court? Too shallow. Fellow Taoist, you are definitely seeing it too shallowly. I admit, fellow Taoist, is impressive care to explain. The immortals of the Intercept School did not lower their status. Haoshan's actions are not a decree, but rather a distribution of the Dao fruits of the heavenly court. What does that mean? It is not a relationship of subjects, but a collaboration. Haoyan and the immortals of the Intercept School jointly governed the heavenly court. Haoyan is surprisingly generous. You see, you are both anxious and shallow in understanding. It is not that Haoyan is generous, but he must do this. What status does Haoyan have? A mere doorkeeper, a status of a stinky fish and rotten shrimp. If he reestablishes the heavenly court, who would submit to him? Moreover, the demon race still has a small Jinwu claiming to be the orthodox of the demon court. Who knows when they will attack Haoshan's heavenly court? Haoyan urgently needs an orthodox identity. Therefore, he did not hesitate to distribute the Dao fruits, seeking recognition from the sage of the upper clear. Fellow Taoist, how do you see this so clearly? I don't know how to address you. Just a little wind and frost. I am the Yangju Taoist. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to Haoshan's heavenly court, be a celestial being, and earn some fortunes. My son Zhu Ling has the bearing of a great emperor. He can serve in the heavenly court. The Intercept School entering the heavenly court truly stirred up a tremendous wave in the primordial chaos. The Intercept School, like a stabilizing pillar, gave the observing beings of the primordial chaos some trust in the heavenly court. Many cultivators rushed to the heavenly court seeking a position. This is the calling power of the sage's Dao lineage. Shouyang Mountain 8 Scenic Palace. Laozi of Taiji sat quietly on a mat, displaying a perplexed expression. What does my third brother mean by this step? Could it be that my third brother has noticed that the fortunes of the Intercept School are continuously flowing away? The 5 saints all noticed that the fortunes of the Intercept School, suppressed by the 4 swords of Zhejian, were slowly dissipating, yet the Tongtian patriarch could not perceive it. Are those involved confused? Surely not. It is the power of the heavenly Dao. Taiji Laozi shook his head. Even if the Intercept School has gained some fortune in the heavenly court, it is useless. Because the fortunes of the Intercept School are constantly draining, no matter how much they earn, it is futile. Taiji Laozi gently closed his eyes. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was displeased self-degradation. Losing the dignity of a sage. lowering one's status to cooperate with Haoyan. Where is the majesty of the sage? In the west at Shouyang Mountain, Jian and Zhuanxi saw the immortals of the Intercept School entering the heavenly court, drooling with envy. Zhuangqi's eyes turned red. Why didn't I think of distributing the Dao fruits of the heavenly court? Brother Tongtian, this move is excellent, truly marvelous. Senior brother, let's also allow our disciples to enter the heavenly court. There is still a Dao fruit of the great emperor of Gochen left. Jian's expression was worried. Junior brother, aren't we betting on the Luyap demon court? Zhuangqi was indifferent. Why not bet on both sides and earn merits and fortunes? Jane pondered for a moment. It may cause the small Jinwu to turn against the West. He has rebelled. Did you think he was still a prince? Di Jun and Tai are dead. The small Jinwu is merely a puppet. The demon race will eventually become a piece of meat in our mouths. Senior brother, don't forget that the human race has sworn an oath that humans and demons cannot coexist. The common lord of the human race is the son-in-law of the Intercept School. Without our support from the West, the small Jinwu demon race will soon perish. How could they dare to turn against us in the West? Jian's expression was worried. The small Jinwu is a significant piece in the West grand scheme. If utilized correctly, the entire demon race will enter our West. The heavenly court can be entered. Let the medicine master take charge of the heavenly court. And then let Methria go to pacify the small Jinwu. Zhuangqi nodded. What you said makes much sense, senior brother. In the ancestral land of the human race, Liu lay in a rocking chair holding Yunxiao, enjoying a blissful life. The great emperor of the North Pole, just a nominal position. The great emperor of the North Pole commands the four saints of the North Pole, Tianping, Tianyu Yixing, and Jinwu. Liu has already conferred the position of Jinwu marshal to Lu Er, while Xiaohu and Sheng respectively hold the positions of Tianyu and Yixing marshals responsible for operating the system of the great emperor of the North Pole. Working in the heavenly court, this broken court offers nothing. Where is the joy of holding a beautiful wife, sharing kisses, and enjoying bliss? The system shop refreshed today. 9 turn Xian Yuan Gong Honghuang Volume 6th turn. 100 million note, a Taiyi golden immortal realm technique. 99 soul scattering gourd. 300 million note, a supreme innate spirit treasure, Bionegitone surprises. 6 turn golden pill. 60 million note, a single golden pill swallowed into the belly still cannot change fate. Mystery fortune pouch. 100 million note, can divine auspice and calamity seize mysteries without touching karmic consequence. Liu had saved Tongtian points for a long time. Today the system shop finally refreshed with desirable goods. Liu thought, redeem everything. All items have been dispatched. Please check master, intoned the mechanical system voice. Countless mysterious Daoic patterns blossomed within Li's sea of consciousness. The 6th turn of the 9 turn Xian Yuan Gong Honghuang volume. The 6th turn corresponds to the Taiyi golden immortal realm. The first 5 turns had cost 30 million Tongtian points. Only at the 6th turn does a qualitative transformation occur. Easy to begin, arduous to master. The 6th turn requires cultivators to amass enormous spiritual power, refining both their Yuan Shun and body to the utmost. Vast spiritual power nurtures the 9-grade supreme Dao flower. The Yuan Shun becomes flawless, and the flesh ascends from the strength of an acquired supreme spirit treasure to that of a lower-grade innate spirit treasure. Only then can one perfect the 6th turn. Its difficulty is tens of times greater than that of the preceding 5 turns. Liu pondered the profundity of the 6th turn. No wonder this is a technique practiced by the great Pangu. Even if this is only the Honghuang volume, it is so profound. Every realm pursues consummate perfection. Without blessing, if one cultivates step by step, one would likely need to accumulate spiritual power for several Yuan cycles before attaining perfection. Accumulating power is a gradual process. It cannot be rushed. Liu casually swallowed a 6-turn golden pill. In an instant, immense, yet gentle spiritual power rippled and diffused through his body. Like candy beans. A system product is bound to be exquisite. The pill's quality far surpassed that refined by Taiqing Laozi. Liu steadied his spirit and examined the 99 soul-scattering gourd floating in the system space. This thing had appeared many times, always promising Bionegitone. Let me take a look and see what this Bionegitone actually is. The 99 soul-scattering gourd glowed fiery red, crystalline, and translucent, ranked among supreme innate treasures born from the gourd vines of Shouyang Mountain. In the same batch was a purple gold gourd taken by Taiqing Laozi to hold pills. A yellow-skinned gourd was taken by Tai and forged into an immortal slaying flying knife. Speak the words, and the gourd spins, releasing white light to immobilize a cultivator, while the flying knife severs the head. A golden gourd was taken by Nuwa, or rather it ended up with the demon court and was forged into a demon summoning banner. Yuan Shi Tianzuan also obtained a gourd. Liu had once seen a green jade gourd at his father-in-law Liading's place. It too was a supreme innate treasure. The 99 soul-scattering gourd had belonged to Hongyun, the old, kind-hearted man of Honghuang. Hongyun had lived a life of warm-hearted benevolence and helpfulness. When the Yunxiao Palace awarded him the sacred meditation seat, he earned enmity, was beaten to death, and his Yuan Shen self-destructed and perished. As Liu carefully inspected the gourd, a frail Daoic voice suddenly came from within. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. Liu narrowed his eyes and peered through the gourd's mouth to see inside. Inside was a tangle of ominous red veils. In a corner hovered the faint shadow of a remnant soul, exceedingly frail. Hongyun. Who else could be hiding in the soul-scattering gourd but Hongyun? When his Yuan Shen self-destructed, the 99 gourd seized the chaos and fled into the void's turbulent currents. Hongyun's remnant soul had hidden within the gourd, his last thread of survival. What most captured Liu's attention was a strand of purple qi drifting within Hongyun's remnant soul. The purple qi was inscrutable and profound, seeming to contain unsurpassed might. Hongming purple qi, the very foundation of attaining sainthood. Without Hongming purple qi, one can never realize the Tao and become a saint. A telling example is Mingyi. When Nuwa made mankind and became a saint, Mingyi created the Azura clan. When the three purities established their teachings and became saints, Mingyi founded the Azura sect. No matter how they imitated, they always fell short. Always just a hair's breadth short. What they lacked was Hongming purple qi. The reason saints are called saints is that they entrust their Yuan Shen to the heavenly Tao. While the Tao endures, the saint's Yuan Shen does not die. They share longevity with the heavenly Tao, undying and indestructible, unless the vague, immeasurable kulpas arrive. Hongming purple qi is the medium between a cultivator and the Tao. It is like an admission ticket issued by the heavenly Tao. Possessing it grants the chance to entrust one's Yuan Shen to the Tao and thus attain sainthood. Liu smiled. So that's the bionegatone. To the myriad great powers of Honghuang, Hongming purple qi is a deadly poison and an irresistible lure. To Liu, it was merely ordinary. Using Hongming purple qi to become a saint binds the Yuan Shen to the heavenly Tao, making one subject to the Tao. Ultimately, not true freedom. Even with Hongming purple qi before him, Liu would not use it. At most, he would use it as bait. Inside the gourd, Hongyun's remnant soul was weak. He spoke in a low voice. Fellow Taoist, I am poor Taoist Hongyun, and I wish to offer my Hongming purple qi. Having spoken, Hongyun voluntarily separated the Hongming purple qi. It flew from the gourd and hovered within the system space. Hongyun added weakly, I also gift the soul-scattering gourd to you, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, do you wish to grow stronger? To receive my lifetime of cultivation insights and Daoic fruits? Liu's lips curved slightly. And the price? You may lose your memories. Liu. I am joking. Hongyun managed to weep. Even trapped at death's doorstep, you remain a humorous man. Your mindset is admirable. I have long been as good as dead. I should have fallen long ago, yet I cling to a single breath until now. Heaven has not been unkind to me. Before I die, I would ask you to go to Wuzhuang Temple on my behalf. Hongyun's remnant soul was about to dissipate. He did not fear death. His only concern was his elder brother Zenyuanzi. Please tell elder brother that Hongyun thanks him for his care these many years. Brother, cultivate well. The great Tao is paramount. Liu nodded. Very well. Hongyun smiled with relief. His lamp had truly burned out. The weak remnant soul began to dissolve, turning into motes of light that drifted out of the gourd's mouth. Liu watched the remnant soul dissolve, lost in thought. When the demon clans slaughtered humanity, Zenyuanzi had once intervened to protect them. He owed a debt to the human race. In the future function catastrophe, the four sages would gang up on the Tongtian leader. The Jie sect would be isolated and helpless. If Hongyun's remnant soul could be saved, it would surely win Zenyuanzi's favor. Surviving in Honghuang requires more than mere slaughter. One must know who is friend and who is foe. Make many friends and few enemies. Liu raised his hand as spiritual power surged and gathered Hongyun's remnant soul. He produced a drop of Songguang divine water and infused it into the remnant. Songguang divine water is renowned as Honghuang's foremost healing elixir. It has miraculous effect even on remnant souls. The Songguang water continued its nurturing. Hongyun's dissolving remnant slowly reconsolidated, becoming several times stronger than before. If nothing untoward occurred, it could last another 10,000 years. Hongyun, puzzled and dazed, said, I was meant to fall. Why do you waste spirit items on me? Liu answered plainly, Zenyuanzi once befriended you. I'll consider this repaying that karmic debt. Hongyun's eyes filled with tears. I owe Elder Jinyuan far too much. Rest safely within the gourd and recuperate, fellow Taoist. The system space was absolutely secure. Thank you for saving me. Liu regained his spirit and produced the last mystery fortune pouch. What wonders did the 100 million worth mystery fortune pouch hold? Liu channeled spiritual power into the pouch, and it became a veil of mystical light. Great fortune return Hongyun's remnant soul to Wuzhuang Temple. Xinyuanzi will immediately swear brotherhood with you, and you will enjoy an endless supply of ginseng fruits. Moderate fortune the Western faction is plotting to steal the Heavenly Court's fortune. If you intercept Yang Tianyo, you may win a bowtie's hand, and later gain a son of destiny. Beware, the West will be furious, act with caution for even the West will be at its wit's end. Slight misfortune among the innate five-direction sacred beasts, the Jingmetal White Tiger is about to fall. You may seize the Jingmetal root source, but you risk being looted by the Western faction and losing everything. Liu finished reading the mystery fortune pouch and smiled faintly. Xinyuanzi's fondness for sworn brotherhood is widely known. Intercept Yang Tianyu. Win a bowtie's hand. That must be Yaoji Heoshin's sister. Liu was not interested. The fair and lovely Yunxiao was enough for him. The innate Jingmetal White Tiger is about to fall. Slight misfortune. How is that different from courting death? Better to lie low for now. 500 years the sands of time have shifted. It has been 500 years since Hao Ian re-established the Heavenly Court. 500 years is a long time enough for stubborn stones to be covered in moss. But for cultivators, it is merely a fleeting moment. In the ancestral land of humanity, a thatched cottage lies in a small courtyard. A cool breeze gently sweeps through. Li Yes Dao heart was tense to the throat as he opened his arms to protect his wife, yet he did not dare to touch her. Yunxiao struggled to stand, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her elegant neck. Her body trembled as she stood up unaided. Boom. Just as Yunxiao stood up, her posture faltered, and she began to fall backward. Liu hurriedly caught Yunxiao from behind. Husband, Yunxiao spoke, her voice gentle, soft, and elastic, tinged with laziness. This was not just a blink of an eye expression. She had truly spoken. Liu had ascended to the Heavenly Court as the Emperor of the Purple Violet. After 500 years of ruling the wilderness, the fortune he gained was naturally considerable. Liu transferred all his fortune to Yunxiao. After 500 years of nurturing, Yunxiao's injuries improved day by day. She could finally speak. Liu still remembered the first words his wife uttered. Husband, that feeling of sweetness filled him, melting him like spring rain with utmost tenderness. His wife's voice was truly melodious. After being able to speak, her body slowly began to recover, gradually able to move. Today she attempted to stand on her own. Liu held Yunxiao close, gently wiping the fragrant sweat from her fair neck. My lady, you've tried several times today. Too much is as bad as not enough. Let's take a break. Yunxiao gazed quietly at her husband's handsome and extraordinary face, smiling gently. I will listen to you, husband. Liu was attentive, wiping her long white neck, her forehead, and her body. He then carried Yunxiao to the rocking chair. This life is becoming increasingly hopeful. Yunxiao thought more than once, meeting my husband truly is my greatest fortune. Just as he said, after the darkest times, every day is an ascent brighter than before. Looking at Liu, after 500 years of love and affection, he had gained countless values of unity. He exchanged many precious items from the ruler, including, but not limited to, Panga's essence blood, the ancestral dragon's essence blood, the Qilin's essence blood, golden core's spirit essence, and more. A vast amount of resources nurtured him. Li's cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. The 9 turns mystic art had reached the 6th turn's perfection. His primordial spirit was at its peak, and his physical body was comparable to a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. 5 energies surged in his chest, and 3 flowers bloomed atop his head. Moreover, the 3 Dao flowers were all of the highest rank, the most exquisite. Liu had begun to comprehend the laws, and was just half a step away from entering the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yunxiao spoke softly. Husband, can you take me back to Golden Turtle Island? You should go explore the wilderness. Exploring the wilderness increases one's insights, which is greatly beneficial for enhancing one's Dao. Cultivation requires discussing the Dao, one cannot just rely on closed-door training. Liu smiled calmly. Other cultivators need to explore the wilderness, but I do not. No other reason. Just a connection. As long as my husband holds his wife tenderly, his Dao will continuously progress. Husband is teasing me again. Am not the Dao, how could I let him continuously progress? Do you see? Am I slow in my cultivation? Not slow. In just 500 years her husband had reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. You must know that an ordinary cultivator takes at least tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years to ascend from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to its pinnacle. Yunxiao added, if my husband explored the wilderness, perhaps he would have already become a great Luo Golden Immortal. Liu pinched Yunxiao's cheek. My lady is joking again. Does my husband look like Pangu reincarnated? Holding Yunxiao every day is the greatest progress. There is no need to explore the wilderness at all. But on the other hand, taking my lady to enjoy the mountains and waters to relieve boredom is quite nice. Let's do it. Liu summoned a dark blue small cauldron which shimmered with precious light, exceptionally mysterious. The cauldron is named Qiankuan. The Qiankuan cauldron, classified as an innate supreme treasure, has the effect of reversing innate attributes. Liu spent a considerable amount of unity value to exchange it from the ruler. 500 years of deep affection and love were not in vain. Yunxiao could not discern the grade of the small cauldron, but felt its extraordinary quality. Liu raised his hand to summon innate golden crystals, which are excellent materials for refining tools, precious and extraordinary. Liu directly exchanged several hundred pieces from the system shop. He threw the innate golden crystals into the Qiankuan cauldron and used pure thunder fire to activate it. In a moment, the innate golden crystals were refined into golden liquid. As Liu's thoughts stirred, the golden liquid flowed and transformed into a cloud palanquin. Liu stared at the cloud palanquin, looking it over. It's a bit extravagant. Let's refine it again. It reveals luxury while being low-key, but it lacks a certain class. It's classy enough, but something is still missing. It's not extravagant enough to match my lattice grace. Liu refined it several more times. The cloud palanquin finally took shape, understated, luxurious, and classy. My lady, shall we take a look? Yunxiao looked at the cloud palanquin, shaking her head repeatedly. Husband, this cloud palanquin looks too much like the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin of Second Master. It's not good. When the primordial heavenly sovereign travels, he rides in the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, which is quite prestigious. Yunxiao was worried about Second Master punishing her husband. Liu remained calm. It's just an ordinary cloud palanquin. Does it look too much like Second Master's? That can only be a coincidence. Liu absolutely did not refine it based on the 9 Agarwood palanquin. Liu picked up Yunxiao and sat in the cloud palanquin together, which was quite soft. The cloud palanquin was engraved with formations. Activating the formations would create a barrier isolating sight and sound, providing great privacy. It resembled an open-top sports car. In Liu's heart, a bold and unprecedented thought emerged. Riding the cloud palanquin to Golden Turtle Island to listen to the Tao, stopping outside the Bayou Palace, meeting the father-in-law. Father-in-law, my ghost fire stops outside the palace. Is it safe? Just a joke. Yunxiao sat in the cloud palanquin. The space was quite spacious and soft. It was clear that this was specially refined by her husband with great care. Thank you, husband. Liu turned his face away proudly. How should my lady thank me? Yunxiao's expression was gentle as her crystalline lips slowly approached, kissing her husband on the cheek. Moi. Liu felt utterly satisfied. With the cloud palanquin ready, it needed a team to pull it. Liu raised his hand and pointed towards the void. The spiritual light fell upon a herd of wild horses, and 9 wild horses gained enlightenment, developing intelligence, sprouting wings from their backs, soaring through the air, heading towards the ancestral land. The 9 flying horses arrived at the small courtyard, even bowing and saluting like humans. Thank you, immortal lord, for the enlightenment. We are exceedingly grateful. Are you willing to pull the cart for this poor Taoist? Thank you, immortal lord, for giving us this opportunity. Liu smiled faintly. Good. Pull the cart for this poor Taoist for 1,000 years, and you may enter the immortal Tao. The 9 flying horses were overwhelmed with emotion, tears filling their eyes. Having lived in ignorance for decades, today receiving the Lord's enlightenment, they finally realized who they are. Thus, the 9 flying horses hurriedly harnessed themselves to the golden chains. In the next moment, the flying horses flapped their wings and soared through the air. The cloud palanquin streaked through the vast sky. Husband, this is not the direction to Golden Turtle Island. Where are we going? Liu smiled mysteriously. Yunxiao Mountain 5 Zhuang Temple. No other intention. I just want to taste what the ginseng fruit is like, whether it's sour or sweet with pits or seeds. After traveling through time, how could I not eat the ginseng fruit? Mount Yunxiao, shrouded in immortal mist, brimmed with dense spiritual energy. Here stood the Taoist abode of immortal Jinyuan, the supreme blessed land of the primordial chaos. Wuzhuang Temple. Qingfeng and Mingyue were cultivating and deepening their Tao comprehension when suddenly a streak of light blazed across the heavens. Qingfeng cried out in astonishment. The 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin. A sage's sacred presence descends. Hurry, inform master. Mingyue hastened toward the rear courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple. Jinyuan stood beneath the ginseng fruit tree, clad in apricot yellow Taoist robes, his eyes glistening with crimson sorrow. These days my longing for my virtuous brother Hongyun grows ever more unbearable. Alas, his elder brother, proved powerless to protect him. Master, master, Mingyue called urgently. What has roused such haste? The sandalwood palanquin, the 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin, has arrived at Wuzhuang Temple. A subtle shift crossed Jinyuan's countenance. Why would the Jade Pure Sage visit Wuzhuang Temple? Jinyuan's gaze swept the horizon. Yet where were the 9 dragons? Before him hovered only a 9-cloud palanquin. Veiled by arcane formation barriers, its true form remained obscured. Mingyue, go welcome our guests. Yes, master. The nine-cloud palanquin descended outside Honghuang Temple. Li Yu gently assisted Yunxiao as they stepped down from the cloud carriage. Carved along both sides of the temple gate flowed Taoist inscriptions, a mansion of immortality and eternal youth, a home of Taoists who share life with heaven itself. Above the gate, the horizontal inscription read, longevity equal to heaven and earth. Li Yu smiled faintly. Zhen Yuanzi's modesty in choosing such an inscription was profound indeed. Truly it ought to read, peerless in elegance and might. Li Yu of humanity bows before immortal Zhen Yuan. Yunxiao bows before immortal Zhen Yuan. Qingfeng and Mingyue emerged from within the temple, and only then realized the carriage was a nine-cloud palanquin, not the nine-dragon sandalwood palanquin. Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances. This mortal, what extraordinary audacity! His cloud carriage mirrors that of a sage himself. Advancing forward, they offered respectful salutations. Qingfeng and Mingyue greet you, honored Taoist friend. Master invites the two honored friends inside. Many thanks. Li Yu escorted Yunxiao into Honghuang Temple. A resonant hum filled the air. Thick primordial with qi surged forth fresh and vibrant, evoking the flourishing vitality of all creation. No wonder. The ginseng fruit tree was Zhen Yuanzi's primal spirituate, ranked among the highest tier primordial treasures. Qingfeng and Mingyue led Li Yu and Yunxiao into the main hall. Li Yu bowed deeply and reverently. Li Yu of humanity pays homage to Zhen Yuanzi, venerable ancestor of earth immortals. Having long sheltered countless humans, Zhen Yuanzi was revered by humanity as the primordial patriarch of earth immortals. Zhen Yuanzi appraised Li Yu carefully. So the sovereign of humanity graces us. I know you well. Your legendary duel with Dongwang Tai ended in stalemate, a true prodigy of this new age of the primordial chaos. Such was the measure of Dongwang Tai's renown. After Li Yu's clash with him, he ascended instantly to fame across the entire primordial chaos, riding upon Tai's own towering reputation. Even Zhen Yuanzi, who had long withdrawn from worldly affairs, had heard of it. Li Yu smiled modestly. This junior is unworthy of such praise, let alone the title of prodigy. We remain eternally grateful for your protection of our human kin in days past. A trifling matter. No need for thanks, Zhen Yuanzi replied calmly. Yunxiao pays homage to immortal Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned to her. Your injuries have healed. Somewhat improved. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in quiet understanding. Good. Long ago, Supreme Clarity Taoist brother brought you here to Honghuang Temple. But even the ginseng fruit proved ineffective. He traversed the entire primordial chaos in search of a cure, yet found none. Yunxiao smiled gently and inclined her head. I am deeply indebted to immortal Zhen Yuan for the gift of the ginseng fruit. Perhaps destiny weaves unseen threads. Within all things lies a sliver of hope. It was meeting my husband that finally restored my health. The title son-in-law of Jie's sect had spread far and wide across the primordial chaos, and Zhen Yuanzi had indeed heard whispers of it. Yet upon hearing the phrase a sliver of hope, his expression darkened with sudden gravity. Indeed, a sliver of hope. All things possess but one slender thread of survival. But where then lay the sliver of hope for my virtuous brother Hongyun? My Hongyun is gone, fallen beyond return, lost forever. His voice softened with sorrow. Qingfeng Mingyue, go gather 5 ginseng fruits. Yes, master. Shortly thereafter, they presented 5 flawless ginseng fruits. The fruits shimmered with crystalline clarity, radiating potent with qi. Also known as grass rejuvenation pills, merely inhaling their fragrance could extend life by millennia. Consuming one would instantly elevate one to celestial transcendence. Moreover, this ginseng fruit tree remained unharmed in its primordial essence 30,000 years to bloom, another 30,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 30,000 to mature, requiring a full 1,000,000 years before harvest. Clearly the ginseng fruit was incomparably rare. You have journeyed far, young friend. I fear my hospitality falls short. Please partake of these fruits to quench your thirst. Li Yu thought inwardly, truly immortal Zhen Yuan is no miser. This is a cultivator worthy of deep trust. Many thanks for your generous hospitality, immortal Zhen Yuan. Li Yu lifted a ginseng fruit. It dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. In an instant it transformed into a torrent of spiritual power surging through his limbs and meridians, continuously refining and fortifying his Tao body. Laden with immense magical potency, it possessed miraculous efficacy in healing wounds and replenishing the very source of life. No wonder it was hailed as legend. Once the ginseng fruits were consumed, Zhen Yuanzi added, I observe your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. You shall soon ascend to the great Luo realm. Shall we discourse on the Tao? Clearly Zhen Yuanzi once again extended his guidance to a younger generation. Li Yu bowed respectfully. Please, master, lead the way. Their discourse, in truth, was Li Yu attentively absorbing Zhen Yuanzi's profound insights into the Tao path. As one of the 3,000 guests of Yunxiao Palace, and among the most exalted masters of the primordial chaos, Zhen Yuanzi's Tao comprehension was nothing short of extraordinary. Li Yu gained immeasurably. Sunset bled crimson across the sky. Their simple discourse concluded, but Li Yu did not depart. Instead, he and his wife took residence within Honghuang Temple. The next day, they resumed their Tao discourse with Zhen Yuanzi. On the third day, Qingfeng and Mingwei brought 2 more ginseng fruits. On the fourth, discourse continued. Time slipped like fine sand. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Within a side hall of Honghuang Temple, Li Yu sat serenely upon a meditation cushion, his aura thick with Tao resonance. He let out a soft belch. To speak plainly, I've grown rather weary of ginseng fruits. Immortal Zhen Yuan hosted tea every few days, excessively warm-hearted, and each time a ginseng fruit accompanied the offering. Li Yu had long lost count. 10 at the very least he had consumed. Yunxiao grew increasingly embarrassed. Husband, perhaps it is time we take our leave. Her modesty ran deep. Even one ginseng fruit felt like an honor beyond measure, yet Zhen Yuanzi kept offering them freely. Yunxiao truly felt ashamed. Li Yu smiled calmly. Fear not, my lady. Rest assured, the karmic debt incurred herein shall be repaid by me in full to immortal Zhen Yuan. Within Li Yu's system space, Hongyun's residual soul also consumed a ginseng fruit, its form growing steadily more refined and substantial. Hongyun's residual soul chuckled softly. My elder brother remains as warm-hearted as ever, giving me all the fruits he gathered in ages past. In my wildest dreams, I never imagined tasting a ginseng fruit again before my final dissolution. Night deepened. Li Yu cradled Yunxiao as she slept, then wove several protective formations around her. Only then did he step quietly from the side hall. Moonlight cold and silver as frost bathed Honghuang Temple evenly. Li Yu walked toward the rear courtyard, to the base of the ginseng fruit tree. Qingfeng and Mingwei felt their hearts bleed. 1, 2, 3. After a million years, only 30 fruits ripened, and now just 3 remain. Wah! This is excessive. The sovereign of humanity, how utterly shameless. Lingering to feast and drink without restraint. Wah! Yet Qingfeng and Mingwei dared not voice their outrage. Their master had invited the guests, disciples dared not protest. They counted the remaining fruits twice more before returning to their cultivation. Soon after, Zhen Yuanzi approached the ginseng fruit tree. Just a few fruits. Tears streamed down his face. With my virtuous brother Hongyun gone, what use are these wretched fruits to me? What purpose do they serve? None at all. At that very moment, a crimson light emerged from the mouth of a gourd, clad in red Taoist robes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Elder brother, Hongyun has returned. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes reddened as he beheld the remnant soul of Hongyun. Seeing things reminds him of people. This was not the first time Zhen Yuanzi had encountered the illusion of his virtuous younger brother Hongyun. However, this time the illusion felt incredibly real. Younger brother, I am powerless. I could not protect you. It is all my fault. The remnant soul of Hongyun was filled with tears. Elder brother, do not blame yourself. It is all my fault. If I had listened to you back then and stayed away from Honghuang, I would not have brought this calamity upon myself. Zhen Yuanzi held the earth maternal membrane, a treasure that lacked offensive power but had unparalleled defenses. The earth maternal membrane could connect with the primitive mountains and rivers, and once the earth book formation was activated, it would become a binding formation of moral coercion. If the earth maternal membrane were damaged and the primitive mountains and rivers shattered, boundless karma would descend. Even saints would not dare to forcibly break the earth book formation. Zhen Yuanzi was stunned and lost in thought. In the past, he had only seen the illusion of his virtuous younger brother Hongyun. But at this moment, Zhen Yuanzi truly sensed the fluctuation of Hongyun's primordial spirit. Zhen Yuanzi's Tao heart surged with tumultuous waves shattering the heavens. As he probed with his divine sense, he felt deeply. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened, his body trembled, and the tremors grew stronger. He extended his hand, his fingers trembling, producing a quivering sound, his face filled with disbelief. Younger brother, you. The remnant soul of Hongyun grasped Zhen Yuanzi's hand. Elder brother, Hongyun has truly returned. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi realize that everything was real. His younger brother Hongyun had really come back. Thus the two embraced and wept bitterly. They did not know how long it had been. After the joy of reunion and surviving calamities, Hongyun explained, back then I self-destructed, and a wisp of my primordial spirit hid within the scattered soul gourd, drifting in a daze for an unknown time. My remnant soul was about to dissipate when I was fortunate enough to be saved by the human race's sovereign Li Yu. The human race's sovereign. At the moment, Zhen Yuanzi was shocked. Li Yu smiled as he stepped out of the spiritual mist, holding the 99 scattered soul gourd. Congratulations to the two seniors on your reunion. I am relieved that Senior Hong Yun was able to safely reach Wu Zhuangguan. Zhen Yuanzi grasped Li Yu's hand. Where did you obtain the scattered soul gourd? Li Yu smiled indifferently. Everything has a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it is fate. It was merely a stroke of luck for me. Does the process matter? Not at all. The greatest joy was that his long-awaited junior brother Hong Yun was alive again. Hong Yun also felt deeply. If it were not for my friend Li Yu, I would have already perished. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly bowed deeply to Li Yu. Thank you. Zhen Yuan Daxian, there is no need for that. You have already done so much for the human race. How can I allow you to bow to me? Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. No, I am not Zhen Yuan Daxian. Call me elder brother. Zhen Yuanzi was filled with joy and pulled Li Yu. Today I will share a bed with you, my younger brother Li Yu. We will discuss the Tao throughout the night. There is so much to say. 10 days and nights would not be enough. After talking too much, one inevitably becomes dry mouth. Qingfeng, Mingyue, bring 3 fruits. Qingfeng and Mingyue woke up from their cultivation looking bewildered. Master, there are only 3 left. Master, are we not leaving even one? Leave? Leave what? Bring them all here. Today I am in a good mood. Qingfeng and Mingyue cried again. The human race's sovereign really is a little glutton. The next day, Li Yu, unable to withstand Zhen Yuanzi's enthusiasm, said, Elder brother, my wife has awakened. I want to take her to see the sunrise. Elder brother, can you chat with Hong Yun for a while? All right. I forgot that Yunxiao's injuries have not fully recovered, and I have kept you chatting for so long. Li Yu returned to the side hall. Yunxiao had just awakened, her eyes still hazy. Husband. Her voice was lazy and soft. I am going to discuss the Tao with elder brother now. Yunxiao showed a puzzled expression. Elder brother. That would be Zhen Yuan Daxian. There was no choice. Zhen Yuanzi would not allow Li Yu to call him senior or Daxian anymore. He could only be called elder brother or brother. Yunxiao was very confused. Who was Zhen Yuanzi? The 3,000 guests of Zhixiao Palace refer to each other as Tao friends holding a very high seniority. How could it be that in just one night, he became her husband's elder brother? What on earth happened? Li Yu only explained that Zhen Yuanzi was hospitable and enthusiastic without mentioning the matter of the scattered soul gourd. Half a month later, Zhen Yuanzi prepared an altar and insisted on making Li Yu his sworn brother on the spot. On the altar were 5 fresh ginseng fruits. Li Yu was shocked. Elder brother, didn't we already eat the last 3 ginseng fruits? Zhen Yuanzi remained calm. The source of the fruit tree hastens ripening. It is of no consequence, just a bit of the source. Li Yu, sworn brothers are not bound by the 3 pure ones, but respect heaven and earth. With heaven and earth as witnesses after the swearing-in, they would be brothers of different parents. Yunxiao increasingly could not understand, but her husband swore brotherhood with Zhen Yuan Daxian. It seemed to have only benefits, not drawbacks. After the swearing-in, Wu Zhuangguan truly became Li Yu's new home. Zhen Yuanzi specifically built a Taoist temple for Li Yu right next to the ginseng fruit tree, so that his younger brother could absorb the spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit tree day and night during cultivation. Half a month later, Li Yu bid farewell to Zhen Yuanzi. Elder brother, I shall return now. Zhen Yuanzi understood that his younger brother was the human race's sovereign with billions of compatriots to care for and rationally said, You must come back home often. How should Hong Yun recover? Zhen Yuanzi replied, First nurture him with the source of the ginseng fruit tree, as his roots have been harmed. This matter cannot be rushed. Li Yu, does that not mean the ginseng fruit tree will be harmed as well? Its grade will decrease. Zhen Yuanzi casually replied, It does not matter. Just a bit of the source. If it can heal my younger brother, then the fruit tree will have its value of existence. Li Yu smiled lightly. I have underestimated the bond between brother Zhen Yuan and brother Hong Yun. 9 flying horses spread their wings, the cloud chariot slicing through the sky. Yunxiao watched the 20 ripening ginseng fruits on the cloud chariot, lost in thought. Husband, is it really okay for us to take so much? Li Yu helplessly spread his hands. My lady, you have seen it too. If we do not take these fruits, elder brother will not let us leave at all. There is no choice. It is just right to bring them back for father-in-law and our fellow disciples to taste. While Li Yu stayed at Wu Zhuangguan in the west beneath Mount Shumi, Zhuan suddenly opened his eyes. Bitter. It is truly too bitter. Our west has not received any merit and fortune in a long time. What a loss. Jiayin looked troubled and pained, already accustomed to his junior brother's various schemes. Junior brother, what do you plan to do? Zhuan chuckled. You understand me well, senior brother. To not hide it from you, I have my eyes set on the luck of the heavenly court. Hao Tian is a chaotic, stubborn stone incarnate, and he has a younger sister named Yao Ji, who is the eldest princess of the heavenly court. If I can obtain Yao Ji for our west, wouldn't that allow us to control Hao Tian? Even, we could turn the heavenly court into the west's. Jiayin immediately understood his junior brother's thoughts. I will disrupt the heavenly destiny. Zhuan summoned the Taoist Tian Yu, whose golden immortal cultivation was a direct lineage of the west. I have a heavy responsibility to entrust to you. After a while, Taoist Tianyu transformed into a wisp of golden light and left the West, borrowing the power of the saints, transforming into a graceful young noble hiding among the human race. Zhuan Ti then stealthily infiltrated the heavenly court, inciting the three-headed divine flood dragon to escape. Thus, Yao Ji pursued the three-headed divine flood dragon through the primitive wilderness, but was ambushed and shattered her Tao heart. Meanwhile, the cloud chariot flowed with light, crossing the sky, fortuitously passing through this place. The cloud carriage glided across the sky. The gentle breeze was warm, the sunlight soft, and the fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. Liu led Yunxiao out of Wuzhuang Temple, not in a hurry to return. They admired the mountains, rivers, and seas along the way. The Huai River, bamboo pavilion, high mountains, and flowing water created an elegant environment. The three-headed Zhao was severely injured by Yao Ji taking the opportunity to sneak attack and shatter Yao Ji's Tao heart. The three-headed Zhao licked its lips in greed, a flicker of desire igniting in its eyes. "Ah, princess, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands. Once little dragon enjoys your body, I don't believe Hao Yin wouldn't acknowledge it. Maybe Hao Yin will recruit me as a son-in-law, becoming a prince in the heavenly court. Princess, your Tao heart has shattered, your magical power is almost non-existent, resistance is futile, just submit to me." Yao Ji, dressed in a white celestial dress, was stained with celestial blood, her face pale, already prepared to self-destruct and enter reincarnation. The nine heavens cloud carriage fortuitously passed by. Liu squinted his eyes, seeing Yao Ji and the three-headed Zhao below. He couldn't help but shake his head. Yao Ji's magical power far surpasses that of the three-headed Zhao. Capturing him is as easy as flipping a hand, yet she ultimately lacks combat experience and was careless, shattering her Tao heart. Yunxiao, seated in the cloud carriage, also saw Yao Ji below. "Sister of Hao Yin, dear husband, please save her." Liu shook his head and smiled. "That's not possible. If I save Yao Ji, what if she falls for my husband?" Yunxiao's expression was gentle and radiant. "Then it would be my husband's fault for being too handsome. After all, Yao Ji is Haoshan's sister, and you are the great emperor of the heavenly court. If you can save her, Hao Yin will definitely owe you a karmic debt." In Yunxiao's view, being owed a karmic debt by Hao Yin is a significant advantage. However, she was unaware of how this situation had come to be. If Liu guessed correctly, it must be the work of the West. Gaining Haoshan's karmic debt would inevitably be known and resented by the West. What? The Xuanji brocade bag divined 2 good omens and 1 bad omen without touching any karmic debt. Then there's no problem. Liu was not in a hurry to act, narrowing his eyes as he looked toward the Huai River. "My lady, look." Yunxiao followed her husband's gaze. A small boat drifted down the long Huai River. On the vast sea, a handsome young man stood on the boat, dressed in white, holding a jade flute, the melody lingering long after. The flute's sound was elegant and mysterious, seeming ordinary, yet containing a fierce killing intent. This killing intent was directed solely at the three-headed Zhao, while the others merely heard the melody. The three-headed Zhao sensed the fierce killing intent. Its expression changed. "Is there another expert? Is it aimed at me, eh?" Already severely injured, the Zhao rolled its eyes, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and fleeing. The small boat slowly approached the shore. The young man in white stepped off the boat, heading straight for Yao Ji. In the nine heavens cloud, Yunxiao frowned slightly. "Husband, that person seems to be of the human race, dressed in white, graceful as jade. Seemingly ordinary, yet his flute can scare away the three-headed Zhao." Yunxiao vaguely sensed that Yao Ji's injury here might not be a coincidence. That young man in white might have been waiting here all along. After hearing his wife's analysis, Liu rewarded her with a kiss. "What you said makes sense. There must be cultivators scheming against Yao Ji. Yao Ji is Haoshan's sister, and after Hao Yin re-established the heavenly court, he severed his 3 corpses, already a perfected quasi-saint expert." Yunxiao glanced at the west, then back to her husband, as if seeking confirmation. Liu nodded gently. "Indeed, this is the reputation. Jane and Zhuani have already become saints. One must not mention the names of saints." Yunxiao understood and nodded. Then their target must be Hao Yin. To seize the heavenly court's fortune. Exactly. Yunxiao was not only gentle and virtuous, but also observant and sharp. Today, does the West dare to covet the heavenly court's fortune? Will they dare to snatch the fortune of the Jie school tomorrow? Regardless, they must not let the West have their way. Liu shook himself. "I, the humble Taoist, am a good Taoist. What does it have to do with the handsome human lord? When going out, one must wear a few more layers of masks, understand the West, learn from the West, and surpass the West. My lady, let's go." Liu cast a spell concealing Yunxiao's true appearance. Through the mountains and flowing water, the Tianyu Taoist walked through the bamboo forest, heading straight for Yao Ji. A wave of heat surged in his heart. "Thanks to the master's selection, I was chosen as a disciple. This gives me the chance to violate the fairy Yao Ji. The West is poor. Although the Tianyu Daoist is also a direct disciple, he lacks cultivation resources. If he can cultivate with Yao Ji, seize her Yuan, then ascend to the heavenly court, he would be prosperous for life. Fortune cannot be exhausted. The Tianyu Daoist thought of this feeling increasingly agitated. I must do it 100 times. Tianyu had already seen Yao Ji feigning concern. Miss, what happened to you? How could you be so severely injured? Yao Ji struggled to lift her head and saw a handsome face the young cultivator. Yao Ji was about to speak. 2 streams of light fell from the sky. Yao Ji was momentarily stunned seeing Li Yu, an even more handsome face. The young man in white stood before her. Like a firefly. The Tianyu Daoist's expression changed slightly. Friend, where do you come from? Li Yu smiled indifferently. I am the humble Daoist coming from nowhere. The Tianyu Daoist's expression remained calm. Friends must value the order of arrival. Li Yu countered him. Saving people still needs to follow the order of arrival. Or do you mean? You had plans in advance, waiting here on purpose. The Tianyus expression changed drastically. Do not speak nonsense. I merely passed by here, definitely not waiting on purpose. At this moment, Yao Ji suddenly snapped back from the flute's sound, horrified in her heart. The young man in white is also a cultivator. Why did I think he was an ordinary person without power? Yao Ji even conceived the idea of exchanging hearts with him. With her Dao heart shattered, exchanging half a heart with an ordinary person could restore most of her magical power. Yao Ji was still thinking about restoring most of her magical power, returning to the heavenly court after healing her injuries, and then asking her brother Haoyan for a celestial heart. But all of this is premised on the white-clad young man being an ordinary person without power, unable to use Dao techniques. If the other party is a cultivator, if Yao Ji exchanges half a heart with him, he would definitely be able to manipulate her thoughts through Dao techniques. If he is a cultivator, after exchanging hearts, my inner thoughts will be influenced by him. I will surely become his plaything. A toy. Upon thinking of this, Yao Ji couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Li Yu narrowed his eyes. I am too lazy to argue with you. You are not worthy to listen. Li Yu raised his hand and unleashed a killing blow. The killing intent surged straight towards the Tianyu Daoist's face. The Tianyu Daoist gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, if I don't block this, I will surely perish. At the critical moment of life and death, the Tianyu Daoist could no longer care about disguising himself. A radiant light enveloped his body. Golden light flickered. Yao Ji's eyes widened. It turns out the bald monk from the west is trying to ambush me. Yao Ji's heart went cold. If she really exchanged half a heart with the western cultivator afterwards, she would become his plaything. The west employs many methods to corrupt one's Dao heart, and when Haoyan intervenes, he would likely be powerless. The Tianyu Daoist had been exposed, his expression cold. Kid, you have ruined this Daoist's good deed. You seek death. Li Yu smiled playfully. With your mere golden immortal cultivation, what confidence do you have? The Tianyu Daoist's brows furrowed slightly. Not good. He's a tough opponent. Run first. Li Yu was currently at the peak of Tai golden immortal cultivation, practicing the 9 turns mystical origin technique with vast accumulation. In a battle against an ordinary great Luo golden immortal, he would have the upper hand, let alone a mere golden immortal. Confinement, ears, nose, tongue, heart, thoughts. Li Yu struck first, cutting off any chance of the Tianyu Daoist calling for help. Under the Xuanji brocade bag, the saints could not predict the causality of this place. Li Yu's palm swirled with magical power. The power of metal transformed into 3,000 sharp blades, piercing through the Tianyu Daoist's body, penetrating his people bone. A single move to capture. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes were already sparkling with admiration. My husband is unparalleled. Li Yu raised his hand again, releasing the captured 3-headed Jiao. The Jiao bowed and pleaded, my lord, please do not kill me. I can transform into a weapon, and I will tell you the incantation to control me. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction. The future 3-pointed double-edged divine blade was indeed impressive. You truly know your place. Li Yu pointed to the severely injured Tianyu Daoist, who had his magical power sealed. I will reward. The 3-headed Jiao's eyes turned drooling. What a handsome body. Thank you, master. Afterwards, Li Yu waved his hand and took Yao Ji away. Yao Ji will be the mother of the future Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. But now that the calamity has passed, how will these 3 destined children come into the world? Li Yu could not know for now. He resolutely refused to engage in losing deals. Since the Xuanji brocade bag does not touch karma, then he must ensure a bountiful return. The cloud carriage departed across the sky. The 3-headed Jiao's desire was hard to suppress, chuckling, dragging the severely injured and magic-sealed Tianyu Daoist into a small bamboo forest. 100 times. Fellow Daoist, have you thought about your position yet? In the depths of the Huai River bamboo pavilion, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. The 3-headed flood dragon drooled. Fellow Daoist, let me take a look. With 2 punches it exclaimed, damn it. The Taoist Tianyu had lost all spirit in his eyes, as if he had endured 500 years of torment, his heart utterly extinguished amidst the wildfires. In the ancestral land of the human race, in a small thatched courtyard, Yao Ji looked around in confusion as Li Yu and Yunxiao revealed their true forms. Seeing Li Yu and Yunxiao's true forms, Yao Ji, with her panicking Dao heart, finally sighed in relief. So it was the Emperor Ziwei and the Empress Ziwei who came to assist. Thank you, Emperor Ziwei, for your assistance. Li Yu nodded. There's no room inside, so you can rest here and heal. After saying this, Li Yu painfully took out a drop of the Three Lights divine water, a sacred medicine for healing. Yao Ji expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, Emperor Ziwei. Li Yu then helped his wife back into the house. Yunxiao sat quietly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled gently. Husband, do you wish to marry her? Li Yu shook his head. Wife, what are you thinking? Yunxiao teased. Then why don't you send her back to the heavenly? Li Yu smiled and speculated. Wife, why do you think the West is secretly engaging in such despicable acts? Is it merely to seize the heavenly court's fortune? I don't think so. There must be some plot behind the West. Li Yu was already aware of the plot behind it, which involved the destined children Yang, Jiao Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. The three were indeed born under the calamity, truly the destined children blessed with extraordinary talents. Yang Jiao died early, considered to have perished prematurely. Yang Jian would become the protector of the Chan sect in the future, showcasing his talents during the War of Gods, achieving divinity and being enshrined as the true Lord Erlang. Yang Chan, the future Holy Mother, was destined to be associated with the Lotus Lantern. With Yao Ji's calamity dissipated, the three Yangs could no longer be her children. How would they come into the world? It took so much effort to save Yao Ji, even giving her a drop of the Three Lights divine water to heal her wounds. What a loss. A business that incurs a loss cannot be done. Li's goal was the three Yangs. Taking a disciple would mean 3 more outstanding figures for the human race and 3 more protectors for the Chan sect. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, Yunxiao finally understood her husband's intentions. Oh. Li Yu looked at Yunxiao again. Wife, are you feeling jealous? What do you mean by jealous? Yunxiao shook her head. No, not at all. Really not. No. Your mouth is really stubborn. No way. Let me have a taste. Yunxiao's injuries had not healed, and her internal yin-yang energies must not be disturbed. However, Li Yu would surely collect all the interest due. Outside the house, Yao Ji sat quietly, using the Three Lights divine water to nurture her injuries, vaguely hearing the laughter from inside the house. It is said outside that Emperor Ziwei deeply cherishes the Empress, the couple inseparable, treating each other with equal respect. Seeing it today, indeed it is not false. Such love. Despite her damaged Dao heart, Yao Ji felt a pang of envy. Hurry and heal. Yao Ji focused her mind and nurtured her wounds. In the Huai River bamboo forest, after an unknown amount of time, the three-headed flood dragon emerged from the forest, satisfied, saying, delicate and tender meat, so comfortable. Then the three-headed flood dragon, guided by the death curse, went to seek its master. Meanwhile, Taoist Tianyu was already foaming at the mouth, his spirit and body extinguished. Meanwhile, in the west at Mount Shumi, the light representing Taoist Tianyu suddenly extinguished. Jiayan's face was filled with worry and pain. Failed. Zhuan Ti cried, so painful. It is truly too painful. This trip should have been foolproof, right? How could Tianyu fail? Did he fall? Jane and Zhuan Ti immediately used great magical power to deduce, but all they found was thick fog. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The calamity of the witch and the demon has passed. The world has regained clarity. The heavenly Tao reveals itself. How can the heavenly secrets be so murky? There must be a saint interfering with the heavenly secrets. Who? Who could be the one ruining my West's good fortune? Why it hurts so painfully. As time flowed like water, it had been years since Li Yu saved Yao Ji. With the Three Lights divine water for healing, Yao Ji's injuries had mostly recovered. Yet she increasingly did not wish to return to the cold heavenly court. Every day spent in the thatched courtyard watching Emperor Ziwei and Empress Ziwei's affectionate interactions, she found it somewhat addictive. Emperor Ziwei would take Sister Yunxiao to see the sunrise every day. He would groom Sister Yunxiao daily, prepare beautiful and exquisite meals that were never the same, and tell stories. It was truly too addictive. If Yao Ji went a day without seeing them, she felt an itch all over. Yao Ji perhaps was the second person in the primal chaos to ship a CP. The first was the Uncle Daobao, who sat at the main table during the feast. Li Yu was also waiting. Now that Yao Ji's calamity has dissipated, could it be that the three Yangs truly won't come into the world? Li Yu shook his head and smiled. Forget it, my Erlang Shun has no fate with me. At that moment, Little Tiger excitedly ran over. Dominion Lord, auspicious signs have appeared. Li Yu was leisurely sipping tea, taking another sip. Look, you're so anxious. What happened? Little Tiger suppressed his excitement. and reported, "Dominion Lord, by the War River, there's a tribe called Daong. A woman has given birth, and that child has a purple aura, rising divine light shimmering, and she gave birth to triplets at once." What? With a clap. That was quick. Liu could no longer sit still. The Daong tribe, a woman gave birth to triplets. Let's go. The human race had migrated to the shores of the East Sea, recuperating for a long time as their vitality slowly recovered. Most human tribes resided along the river. At this time, the human race had only names, no surnames. The Daong tribe residing by the War River had countless willows growing along the riverbank, and most names in the tribe were related to willows, such as Yang Mu, Yang Lin, and Yang Wei. This was also the early form of surnames for the human race. In a thatched house of the Daong tribe, a woman had just given birth to triplets, 2 boys and 1 girl, and was currently nursing the children. The leader of the Daong tribe was overjoyed to hear that the Dominion Lord was coming. The Dominion Lord is the son of the human race, the great leader. The human compatriots of the Daong tribe had long been waiting with flowers to welcome the Dominion Lord. Dominion Lord. Greetings, Dominion Lord. Great Dominion Lord. Liu raised his hand. No need for so much courtesy. Where is Yangmu? Before long, a woman dressed in animal skins appeared, holding a child, her eyes brimming with tears. Dominion Lord. After giving birth, the woman's body was somewhat weak, but at that moment the humans were strong, and she had no trouble on the day of childbirth. Li's gaze fell on the children, 2 boys and 1 girl, their small bodies shrouded in the aura of destiny. Children of destiny. Aha! The poor Taoist Yang Jian. The true Lord has returned. Liu raised his hand, and dozens of drops of the 3 lights divine water surged into the woman's body, nurturing the children of destiny, a challenging endeavor with great merit. Dozens of drops of the 3 lights divine water could make Yang Mu's body flawless, free from illness, and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Have the children been named? Not yet, Dominion Lord. Since you're here, please name them. Liu chuckled. Good. Your tribe is named after willows, so the eldest son shall be called Yunxiao. The second son shall be named Yang Jian. The daughter shall be named Yang Chan. Thank you, Dominion Lord. Thank you for naming them. Our Yang family has truly achieved greatness, being able to have the Dominion Lord personally name them. You should go back and rest well, nurture the children. These 3 will surely become great talents in the future. Yes, Dominion Lord. Liu, in a good mood, returned to the ancestral land, already guessing the hidden truths. It must be that Yao Ji's calamity has dissipated and the birth of the 3 Yangs was destined. And since Yao Ji is among the humans, thus, the fate of the 3 children of destiny being born has shifted to the human race. How delightful. Yang Jian. Liu decided to cultivate himself. As for Yang Jiao and Yang Chan, Liu pondered for a moment and performed a secret technique, sending a message to Dao Bao and Gongming. Hey, is it uncle? Brother-in-law, there's a celestial seedling here with extraordinary talent. Dao Bao replied. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Uncle is trapped in a great array. While seeking treasures, I'll break the array soon. Brother Dao Bao, don't rush. Take your time to break the array. Junior brother has already reached brother-in-law's side. Zhao Gongming received a secret transmission from his brother-in-law and rushed to the ancestral land of the human race at the first moment. He met Yang Jiao. Zhao Gongming was quite astonished, just born and already endowed with such fortune. Liu smiled and explained, Brother Gongming, these 3 children are born of fate, carrying great fortune. If nurtured well, our GS sect will surely gain a new protector. Truly remarkable seedlings of immortality. Thus Zhao Gongming stayed in the ancestral land of the human race and officially took Yang Jiao under his wing. When Yang Jiao could speak and walk, Zhao Gongming imparted the Taiqing immortal method to him. With careful guidance, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan were born of fate. Although of human lineage, they were blessed with fortune, their comprehension and abilities rivaling those of innate beings. Yang Jiao progressed rapidly in his cultivation, and with his innate divine strength, after 2.5 years of practicing the Taiqing immortal method, he reached the celestial immortal realm. Now let's observe Yang Jian. Liu personally took Yang Jian as his direct disciple, teaching him the Taiqing immortal method, while secretly imparting the 9 transformations mystic art. He refined both mind and body without neglect. At the same time, Liu taught Yang Jian the method of honing the heavenly eye. Everyone possesses a heavenly eye, it just requires time and effort to cultivate successfully. Yang Jian's speed in cultivating the heavenly eye was astonishing. In just 2 years, a faint silver pattern appeared on his forehead. With daily practice, the silver pattern became increasingly solid. Within 1,000 years, he could manifest a true heavenly eye, and in 10,000 years, he might achieve great success. On the shores of the East Sea, 5-year-old Yang Jian donned a small Taoist robe, holding a 3-pronged, double-edged divine blade surrounded by the aura of the Taiqing Dao, skillfully performing magical techniques. The 3-headed Jiao. It long lost its chance at being human and now serves as second master's weapon. This is destiny. Yunxiao also wore a Taoist robe wielding a hammer in each hand. Each strike was immensely powerful, yet his movements appeared light and agile. Yang Jian and Yang Jiao fought for 300 rounds, neither side gaining the upper hand. Young Yang Chan, dressed in an immortal skirt and looking delicate and adorable, stood on the beach cheering, "Elder brother is mighty. Second brother is mighty." On the shores of the East Sea, the sea breeze was refreshing. Li Yu strolled along the beach holding Yunxiao's hand, occasionally glancing at Yang Jian and Yang Jiao. As expected of the fated children born of destiny, their speed of cultivation and understanding is not at all inferior to that of innate beings. "Husband, you have taken Yang Jian, brother Gongming has taken Yang Jiao, but what about Young Yang Chan?" Young Yang Chan still lacks a teacher. Li Yu initially wanted his sister Wudong to take Yang Chan as her disciple, but upon thinking of the Balian Lantern, he abandoned that plan. The Balian Lantern is in the hands of the Saint Nuwa. Yang Chan is destined to have a connection with the Saint Nuwa. Allowing Yang Chan to worship Nuwa as her master would not only grant her a supreme innate spirit treasure, the Balian Lantern, but also a saintly background. It is a win-win situation. Li Yu smiled indifferently. Let's wait a bit longer until young Yang Chan grows a couple more years. The three children are different from ordinary humans. They have already awakened their wisdom and remember things much earlier. In another 2 years, after becoming more familiar with their two elder brothers and kin, even if Yang Chan enters the palace of Nuwa, her heart will remain with the human race, and she won't forget where she comes from. Of course, excluding the Xindu. The postnatal environment has a significant impact on human cultivators. When Yang Chan turns 7, Li Yu smiled lightly. It's time to pay a visit to the Holy Mother. The 9 steeds of sandalwood traversed the sky. Li Yu took Yunxiao and young Yang Chan to the palace of Nuwa. The heavenly realm of Nuwa is a small world created after Nuwa became a saint. The golden phoenix immediately spotted the cloud carriage Yuqing saint. No, that's not right. When the golden phoenix recognized the visitor, she snorted, "Human race's sovereign, you have the audacity to keep the saint waiting for thousands of years." The golden phoenix was once commanded by the saint to summon Li Yu, yet Li Yu claimed he would come to see the saint on his own later. Hasn't he made her wait for thousands of years? Li Yu descended the cloud carriage while holding Yunxiao's hand, laughing, "The human race is in dire need of revival, and I am busy with state affairs. As the sovereign of the human race, I rise earlier than a rooster and sleep later than a dog. I am truly too busy. I am sure the saint would not blame me." The golden phoenix scoffed, "Trusting you is suspicious. Li Yu must be comfortably embracing his beautiful wife every day." The golden phoenix then said, "Let's enter the palace." As soon as the golden phoenix's words fell, the cloud sea of the 9 heavens flickered with rainbow light. 2 streaks of flowing light descended before the palace of Nuwa. The golden crow transformation technique. Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Little golden crow Luya, the demon saint base. The visitors were indeed the only little golden crow Luya and the demon saint base. Luya wore a black and gold Taoist robe, while Base donned white clothes, his expression grave and vigilant. "What bad luck. How could we run into the human race's sovereign? Humans and demons cannot coexist. Moreover, this human race sovereign possesses a unique treasure. He once fought evenly with His Majesty Tai. If he were to make a move, Base truly cannot protect the Golden Crow Prince." Li Yu raised his hand. Base shivered and hurriedly shielded the prince behind him. "Li Yu, what do you want? This is the Saint's dojo. Do you dare to act recklessly in the Saint's dojo?" Li Yu shrugged and smiled. What a huge accusation. Base quickly spoke. "We seek an audience with the Saint. The Golden Phoenix received a transmission from the Holy Mother. The Saint has summoned you all to enter the palace together." Li Yu once leveraged the Honghuang Golden Immortal Experience card to battle Tai and remained undefeated. Base, a bona fide old-school demon saint, was a quasi-saint powerhouse. At this moment, Li Yu was not his opponent. Revealing the Chaos Clock could potentially suppress him. However, it wouldn't be worth exposing a treasured artifact. It's merely a demon race on the verge of collapse. They can't stir up much trouble and will be severely punished in the future. In the main hall of the Nuwa Palace, Li Yu accompanied Yunxiao. "We pay our respects to the Holy Mother." Meanwhile, Little Golden Crow and Base respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to the saint." The beautiful eyes of Nuwa glanced over Li Yu and Yunxiao, seeing that Yunxiao's injuries had healed. "It is not in vain that I have certified your human marriage." Li Yu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Mother, for certifying our marriage. Now that we know to thank you, why did you not come when I summoned you back then? Can the human race protect that unique treasure?" Li Yu countered, "If the human race cannot protect it, can the Holy Mother protect it? If it could be protected, the human race would not have suffered such calamity." The Golden Phoenix frowned. "You dare to blame the Holy Mother?" The Holy Mother was restrained by the saints back then. Li Yu already knew that Nuwa likely wanted to intervene to protect the human race, but was obstructed by the 2 saints Taiqing and Yuqing. But what of it? The process is not important. The result of the human race suffering slaughter is right before our eyes. Hearing Li Yes counter, Nuwa sighed, softly, forget it, let that unique treasure remain with the human race. Li Yu did not come today to discuss the ownership of the Kongtong seal with the saint. The Kongtong seal belongs to the human race, and only the human race. Holy Mother, this girl is named Yang Chan. Her talents and potential are exceptional. We have come to ask the Holy Mother to take her as a disciple. Nuwa's gaze fell on Yang Chan, and she immediately sensed that Yang Chan indeed had a connection with the palace of Nuwa. Very well. Yang Chan can become my direct disciple. Young Yang Chan respectfully stepped forward. I pay my respects to the Holy Mother, and I pay my respects to my master. Golden Phoenix, take Yang Chan to play with Ling Zhuzi. Ling Zhuzi, who has practiced for tens of thousands of years, still has an immature mind, like a child clamoring to play in the primordial wilderness. Yang Chan is of a similar age to Ling Zhuzi, making them perfect companions for play. After completing his business, Li Yu did not leave, but smiled as he observed the intentions of Baize and Luya. If Li Yes' predictions were correct, Baize and Luya's purpose for coming was to request the slaying immortal flying knife and the summoning demon banner. Seeing Li Yu linger, Baize helplessly signaled the prince. Luya cried, Father, Uncle, our demon race's situation is increasingly difficult. We beg the Holy Mother to grant us the slaying immortal flying knife and the summoning demon banner, so we may have a precious artifact to secure our existence. Li Yu laughed from the side, thinking they still wanted the slaying immortal flying knife. The summoning demon banner. That was purely wishful thinking. If Li Yu didn't come, you managed to obtain the slaying immortal flying knife, and now that I'm here, you still expect to get it. Wouldn't that mean I came for nothing? Li Yu immediately spoke, Holy Mother. I have a plan that can bring Fushi back. Surely the Holy Mother does not wish to see Fux's remnant soul dissipate into nothingness. The calamity of the Lich and the demons has passed, and the two clans have withdrawn from the primordial world. The human race has replaced them, becoming the main character of this realm, destined to be tempered by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Only then can the human race achieve great prosperity. And the Kongtong seal is the key to opening the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. With the Kongtong seal in his hand, Li Yu holds the power to appoint the human emperor. Fushi could become the celestial emperor of the human race, or he might not. It all depends on Li Yes' thoughts. Why does Li Yu seek to ally with Nuwa? It is truly for the benefit of the human race. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerge, the saints will never allow the human race to grow powerful and will imprison them in the fire cloud cave, restricting the strength of the human race. Allowing Fushi to become the celestial emperor could draw Nuwa's support against Taiqing and Yuqing. Moreover, Li Yu is the son-in-law of the Master of Heaven, who will definitely stand by his side. Thus, the human race will have the support of both Qing and Nuwa. It will not be easy for Taiqing and Yuqing to imprison the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Therefore, Li Yes' current granting of the celestial emperor's path is a well-thought-out scheme. Indeed, as soon as Li Yes' words fell, Nuwa widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Nuwa was utterly shocked. How could Li Yu know that I quietly took away Fux's remnant soul all those years ago? Beside her, Luya and Baize were equally astonished. The emperor, she is not dead, still alive. If he can return to the demon clan. Li Yu maintained a calm expression and glanced at Luya and Baize. Nuwa immediately understood, waving her hand to send Luya and Baize out of the Nuwa palace. Luya and Baize were anxious. Saint Mother. Our demon clans, slaying immortal flying knife, the summoning demon banner. What did you just say? Nuwa's gaze was fixed on Li Yu. What did you say? Yunxiao was also somewhat astonished. Fushi hasn't fallen. Does my husband mean he can save Fushi? But what my husband said. Why does it feel strange? It gives one an odd feeling of being unable to refuse. Li Yu smiled and repeated, I suppose the Saint Mother also does not wish to see Fushi fall. Do you have a way to revive Fushi? Now Fushi only has a wisp of remnant soul left. With her saint power, Nuwa can only maintain the remnant soul and cannot restore her elder brother Fushi at all. As time passes, Fux's remnant soul becomes increasingly weak, and it is already in an unhealable state. Perhaps in a few thousand years it will dissipate. Li Yes' lips curled into a slight smile. There is indeed a way. But it all depends on how the Saint Mother chooses. The fate of the demon clan has run its course while the human race is growing prosperous. What do you think, Saint Mother? Nuwa understood Li Yes' implication. He wanted her to sever ties with the demon clan. Taking a deep breath, Nuwa said, if what you say is true, I can give you the slaying immortal flying knife. The summoning demon banner I can also give to you. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction and raised his hand to summon the phantom of the Kongtong seal. The true Kongtong seal is hidden in the system space. Li Yu pointed to the phantom of the Kongtong seal in his hand. The path to redemption lies within. An extraordinary treasure. Is this the extraordinary treasure? Nuwa's beautiful eyes fixed on the extraordinary treasure which can gather the fortune of the human race. It was thanks to this that Li Yu saved the human race back then. Is Fux's chance of survival also in this extraordinary treasure? Niuhua immediately used her saint power to deduce the extraordinary treasure, but what she got was a heavy mist of haze. Saints do not need to waste effort deducing. This treasure has not yet officially emerged. The time has not come. You only need to know. Fuxi can be saved, and he can restore his quasi-saint cultivation. Enjoy a Dao fruit comparable to a saint. Eternal and indestructible. What? Niuhua was increasingly shocked. She originally thought that saving her elder brother Fuxi would only restore his primordial spirit. How could he restore his quasi-saint cultivation? Obtain a Dao fruit comparable to a saint. Eternal and indestructible. Second only to a saint. Even at his peak, Fuxi could not reach such a level. Let alone Fuxi. Even Ming He, Zhen Yuanzi, and the fallen Emperor Jun and Taiyi could not reach this realm. Niuhua found it hard to believe, but her saint intuition told her that he was not lying and would not dare to lie. That treasure in his hand was undoubtedly related to her elder brother's chance of survival. A glimmer of hope. This may be her elder brother Fux's only chance. Niuhua raised her hand and summoned a yellow gourd which flew towards Liu. This is the Slaying Immortal Gourd, a top-grade innate item, which contains a flying knife called Slaying. By reciting the incantation, the gourd releases a white light that can immobilize a cultivator, and in an instant the Slaying Immortal Flying Knife flies out, capable of severing the cultivator's physical body and primordial spirit. Once Fuxi is revived, I will give you the Summoning Demon banner as well. Clearly Niuhua chose to trust Liu. Liu received the Slaying Immortal Gourd. Thank you, Saint Mother. Please wait patiently, Saint Mother. I shall take my leave. Liu took Yunxiao and walked out of the Niuhua Palace. In the depths of the Niuhua Palace, Fux's remnant soul floated in the air, sighing softly. Fuxi should have fallen long ago. I truly couldn't bear to see my sister being coerced. Then Fuxi shook his head, but it's fine. The demon clan's fate has run its course. Withdrawing from the world, severing ties with the demon clan is indeed beneficial. The human race is growing prosperous, and my sister's path should be with the human race. Niuhua sighed softly. Now I can only hope for that extraordinary treasure, that it can help my elder brother revive. Fuxi smiled faintly. If I gain it, I am fortunate. If I lose it, it is my fate. Everything is left to chance. My sister need not worry so much. Fuxi has already let go of life and death, but that human race's leader Liu, I can't see through him. Truly can't see through him. Outside the Niuhua Palace, Liu and Baizhe have not yet left, pleading to see the saint. Liu walked out with Yunxiao, chuckling. You haven't left yet. Don't you want to leave? Fine, let me see you off. Liu raised his hand, summoning the yellow gourd, infusing it with power, and recited the incantation. Treasure, please turn around. Liu and Baize's eyes widened in shock. Slaying Immortal Flying Knife. Why is the Slaying Immortal Flying Knife in your hands? Our demon clan's treasure, why is it in your hands? Good question, don't ask in your next life. The gourd sprayed out white light, immobilizing Liu. Buzz. Immediately after, the knife shadow flew out of the gourd, slashing towards Liu's neck. Baize was extremely frightened and hurriedly summoned the Sun Essence, while simultaneously blocking his body in front of Liu. Bang! The Sun Essence, will a treasure of the solar star primarily for defense belonging to the top-grade innate items, dissipated 50% of the killing force of the Slaying Immortal Flying Knife. The remaining 50% of the killing force struck Baize's body. Boom! Demon blood sprayed across the sky. Flesh split open and demon blood splattered. Baize was extremely alarmed. If it weren't for the Sun Essence while dissipating the killing force, I would have fallen on the spot. Your Highness, we cannot stay here for long. We must leave quickly. The Saint Niuhua has already bestowed the demon clan's treasure to the human race, indicating her stance. Liu briefly regained his senses and used the Golden Crow transformation technique, escaping into the distance. Baize closely followed behind Liu. Liu narrowed his eyes. Golden Crow transformation. The ultimate speed of the heavens and the earth. You cannot escape. Madam, please stay on the cloud chariot for now. The cloud chariot, inscribed with countless formations. Liu had even specially invited his father-in-law to strengthen the great formation. Unless a saint descends, it is impossible to break the formation. Liu leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, pursuing after them. Golden Crow transformation. Liu was shocked. What the? How can he also use Golden Crow transformation? Baize. Golden Crow transformation is not something that only the Golden Crow royal family can master. Could it be? Liu had caught up and summoned the Purple Lightning Hammer. You got it right. I am actually your father. Purple Lightning refinement. Purple lightning shone across the world. Treasure, please turn around. Liu chased Liu and Baize for trillions of miles before leisurely departing. From then on, Liu would dream of the human race's leader Liu at night, his calves going weak, trembling on the ancestral land of the human race. A small courtyard with a thatched hut. Liu cradled Yunxiao in his arms, reclining in a rocking chair and bathing in gentle sunlight. Yunxiao asked with curious eyes, Husband, how do you know Fuxi still has a sliver of life? Even Saint Nuwa could not deduce any hope for Fushi, yet my husband speaks with certainty. Yunxiao worried that he had deceived Saint Nuwa, which would surely set him at odds with Nuwa and incur the saint's wrath. Liu held his wife's slender silken hand and smiled calmly. Come to think of it, it was that strange relic. It granted your husband the power to glimpse the Yetope. Yunxiao smiled tenderly. No relic, however formidable, could surpass a saint's power. You are teasing me again. I did not deceive you, my lady. I truly possess a measure of foresight. Then, husband, tell me, what of our future? Liu laughed. There is no need to calculate, we shall grow old together. While cultivators do not age in the usual way, but we will live in ease and loving harmony for as long as our days endure. Yunxiao's eyes shone like stars, her gentle gaze melting his heart. Then, husband, tell me about our senior brothers. Simple. Liu feigned solemn calculation. Senior brother Duobao will become Honghuang's foremost treasure-seeking Taoist, possessing countless spirit treasures and a Tao path without bounds. Senior brother Gongming will have fortunes flowing like a river, truly like the god of wealth. Senior sister Wudang's Tao is promising. The futures of the Zhejiao immortals all shone with boundless light. Yunxiao listened quietly, then saw her husband's expression suddenly change. Husband, what is it? But some senior brothers and sisters in the future. Liu nodded heavily and sighed. There may be Zhejiao immortals who betray. Yunxiao's face froze in disbelief. How could that be? Born a Zhejiao immortal, die a Zhejiao hero. Life and death should not betray Zhejiao. Better to die than betray the sect, not betray the teacher. How could it be? Changer Dingguang Xian. He will betray Zhejiao. Liu, after a moment's thought, revealed the crucial truth to his wife. Yunxiao fell silent, brooding over the revelation. Do you think my husband did it on purpose? That changer repeatedly provoked you. Did you harm him on purpose? Yunxiao shook her head. Husband is not petty, he acts openly and uprightly, and would not hold grudges over small matters. Yunxiao only wonders why Changer would betray. Would he betray his teacher? Everything has a cause, there must be a reason. Husband, can you divine more? Yunxiao trusted him without hesitation and wished to tell their teacher, but without proof. She feared sowing discord within Zhejiao and damaging the bonds between senior brothers and sisters. Liu guessed his wife's thoughts and gently shook his head. Not yet, there is no need to worry. Since it has been divined, I will keep watch over him. Liu only knew that Changer would betray and turn to the west, yet he had no evidence. Without proof, such matters become chasing shadows and may even backfire, breeding suspicion and tearing at unity. Yunxiao nodded softly. She folded her arms around her husband, resting her cheek against his chest, eyes half closed as she savored the peaceful quiet. Fingers intertwined the beauty in his embrace. Life was sweet and not worth trading for anything. Liu closed his eyes slightly and murmured, Tongzi. The system shop refreshed today. Jiuzhuan Xianyuan Gong, 9 turn Xianyuan art, 800 million U Panga package 1 billion, contains Pango essence, blood marrow, and primordial spirit, a Shirpin Jingshir Balian, 1 tooth grade, purifying white lotus, 500 million, a supreme, innate spirit treasure capable of purifying all things, Wuukai great array, 10 billion, an unbeatable array. Liu glanced at the shop and said, exchange. Exchange everything except the Wuukai great array. Liu felt the 5 qi in his chest flow to his core. The 3 flowers on his crown blossomed. He had reached the apex of the Taiqing golden immortal, and his Xian art's 6th turn was complete. The later stages of Jiuzhuan Xianyuan Gong arrived at a fortunate moment. In the Honghuang arc, the 7th turn corresponds to the Daluo golden immortal, the 8th to the Hunyuan golden immortal, and the 9th to the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal. The Panga package. I have tolerated you long enough. Before I was poor and lacked the required affinity, it kept rejecting me. Now I snap it up instantly. And the supreme innate treasure, the Jingshir Balian 2. The items were delivered, the system announced their arrival. Li Yes spirit sea filled once more with inscrutable Tao patterns. The Shirpin Jingshir Balian hovered within the system space. A drop of Pangus, sacred blood, a drop of marrow, a strand of primordial spirit. Let me see what it is to be a little Pangu. Boom. The blood and marrow transmuted into pure magics, and Tao resonance spreading through Li Yes Tao body. They infused his limbs and marrow. The strand of primordial spirit became a pure nourishment that steadily nurtured and strengthened Li Yes Yuan Shun. Crack. The sound of restraints shattering. Liu broke through the peak of the Tai golden immortal. The 3 flowers atop his crown bloomed ninefold, and at last transformed into a Tao fruit. A Daluo Tao fruit. As a Daluo golden immortal, he began to comprehend the laws, the pinnacle of immortal cultivation. What Liu perceived most clearly was the law of force along with the tincture of the law of space. Jiuzhuan Xianyuan Gong teaches that to reach the Hunyuan golden immortal, one must cultivate a single law to the deepest consummation. To go further and become a Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal requires mastery and command of a single law. Thus a cultivator who studies many laws risks being broad, but shallow, making Honghuang ascent difficult. You need not fear being unfocused. The system shop supplied all necessary resources. The Penga package contained a tidal abundance of power and Tao resonance. Liu had driven the Jiuzhuan Xianyuan Gong to its extremes, hammering his body and Yuan Shin again and again, yet some portion remained hard to assimilate. He whispered into Yunxiao's ear, "My lady, would you like some?" What is it? Hush. In the next instant, a sweeping surge of power and Tao resonance poured into Yunxiao's Dea body, continuously nourishing her flesh and Yuan Shin. Time slipped by like fine sand unnoticed. 3,000 years passed. In Honghuang, fields turned to sea, and seas to fields, the heavens and stars shifted. The Wu and Yao races were left grievously wounded and withdrew from the Honghuang world. The heavens were clear, the myriad races of Honghuang burst into vigorous life, nature awakening in full. The leading role of heaven and earth hung vacant. Every race in Honghuang sought to replace the fallen Wu and Yao and claim the primacy. Turn then to the human race. They dwelled along the shores of the East Sea on vast plains with temperate climate and abundant produce, an ideal place to live. The fertile soil was suited to tilling, yet every time Liu sought out the 5 grains, they were blocked by a void-like force. Productive capacity determines social relations. In an age of hunting and gathering, the human race's means of obtaining food were simple and limited, a crucial constraint on their development. The discovery of the 5 grains would permit people to till the land and gain stable, abundant food supplies, precipitating a qualitative leap in human productive power. Clearly, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not yet dawned. The 5 grains remained hidden. Even saints could not divine their nature. Resigned, Liu led his people in hunting and gathering, fostering steady growth. He woke with a start from his midday nap. What about my merits? Didn't I invent the fishing net? What are my merits? Yunxiao looked perplexed. Husband, what is it? Previously, the human race could only hunt and gather wild fruits to fill their bellies. After migrating to the East Sea, Liu invented the fishing net to catch fish. Yunxiao sure discovered caves for the people and gave them a home, so heaven bestowed merit upon him, hence the name Yunxiao sure. The merits of Liu building thatched huts need not be spoken of. But what of the damn merits for the fishing net? Where went the credit for increasing the people's productivity? Could it truly have been pocketed by the heavenly way? Thus Liu calmed his spirit and proclaimed, "The fishing net blesses the human race and saves countless lives. Let the great Tao witness this. Heaven's way may have its partialities, but the great Tao is supremely just." No cultivator noticed as the eye of the Tao rose above the 9 heavens. At the same time in Handan, at Xixiao Palace, Hongjun sat in a simple Taoist robe upon his cushion. He suddenly opened his eyes, cold and devoid of feeling, a trace of anger on his face. An anomaly. A cursed anomaly. After some time, Hongjun's icy gaze softened to a sliver of light, and he suddenly laughed. The great Tao demands accountability. The heavenly way has been wounded. A splendid anomaly. It gives this old Taoist an opportunity. With a hum, a thick current of heavenly Tao fortune and merit shot into the thatched courtyard and bestowed itself upon Li's Tao body. Yunxiao, husband, what is happening? Why has so much fortune and merit suddenly descended? Liu smiled faintly. What was taken from me must be returned. My lady, be at ease, I will give it all to you. In the chaos at the Xixiao Palace, Hongjun sat quietly on a mat wearing a simple Taoist robe, his complexion regaining a human-like luster. The heavenly Tao has been wounded, which has given the old Taoist a brief opportunity to break free from the shackles. A rare anomaly. What a remarkable anomaly. The great Tao has 50 paths, while the heavenly transformation has 14. One must be evaded. An anomaly. This is the old Taoist's glimmer of hope for liberation. The great tide has arrived. The Xixiao Palace convenes. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun issued a decree. The purple lights surged into the holy realm of the saints. Upon receiving the decree from the Xixiao Palace, the saints did not dare to delay and hurried to the palace. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. No need for excessive formalities, please take your seats. Yes. The Taiqing Laozi Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu all regarded their master with scrutiny, noticing that today he seemed somewhat different. It felt as if they had returned to the time of the 3 lectures at the Xixiao Palace, filled with emotion. May I ask, master, why have you summoned us? The calamity of the Wu and Yao races has passed, and both races have suffered heavy losses and withdrawn from the primordial world. It is time for a new race to assume the role of the heavenly lord. Jane and Junti both appeared troubled, asking, Tao ancestor, which race possesses such great fortune, immense will, and profound understanding to assume the role of the heavenly lord? To be honest, Tao ancestor, our Western race could. Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed. The West is desolate and barren. How can you dare to aspire to be the heavenly lord? Truly a fool's dream. Nonsense. While our West may be poor, we have spirit. How could we not be worthy? Tongtian Jiao Zhu chuckled. Master spoke of races, but how many disciples do you actually have in the West? Nuwa also showed curiosity. Which race could possibly become the Heavenly Lord? Hongjun sat quietly on the mat, exuding profound and mysterious Tao rhythms, and calmly spoke. In the primordial world there exists a race endowed with intelligence and a vast population known as humanity. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, the saints in the Yunxiao palace widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The human race? How could it possibly be the human race? How can it be the human race? The human race is born weak, ignorant, and foolish. How could they be worthy of becoming the Heavenly Lord? Jane and Zhuanti were utterly perplexed. In the primordial world, any race is more powerful than the human race, and any race is more suited to be the Heavenly Lord. Nuwa's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The human race, the race I created, is actually destined to become the Heavenly Lord. Little did Nuwa know that the race she created held such immense potential. She recalled what the human race's leader Li Yu had said earlier about Fux's glimmer of hope. Li Yu, as the leader of the human race, holds that extraordinary treasure. If the human race becomes the Heavenly Lord, could it be truly possible? Nuwa's heart shook with joy and anticipation. Observing Taiqing Laozi, his calm demeanor also revealed a hint of delight. Taiqing Laozi, the creator of the human teaching, and its head, thought, if the human race becomes the central figure of heaven and earth, won't their fortune rise tremendously? And the human teaching will surely benefit from the increased fortune of the human race. Taiqing Laozi concluded the fortune of the human teaching will surely be vast as the ocean. Looking at Tongtian Jiao Zhu, he too was amused. My son-in-law is now the leader of the human race. If the human race becomes the Heavenly Lord and fortune increases, then my son-in-law would undoubtedly become the leader of the central race of the Heavenly Lord. What a surprise. Truly he is my worthy son-in-law. It must be my discerning eye that spotted him among the vast sea of humanity. Looking back, my son-in-law is indeed handsome, only a step away from perfection. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Only Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was displeased. The human race, a race like ants, I truly do not understand. Tongtian Jiao Zhu chuckled. Hey Zhuanti, why does your face? Zhuanti forced a smile. It's nothing. Yet deep down his heart was bleeding. Years ago, when Zhuanti transformed into the bitter tea Taoist and met the human race's leader, he had intended to acquire that extraordinary treasure. When he failed to acquire the treasure, he neglected the human race. He even made a harsh statement: the human race is doomed to be unrelated to the West. It is impossible for them to have any connection. The human race's leader Li Yu angrily stated, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Zhuanti had coldly laughed and scolded, whoever regrets is a grandson. No other reason. At this moment, Zhuanti truly regretted being a grandson. Jane gestured, junior brother, what happened? Zhuanti cried, senior brother. I regret so much. I regret to death. I was truly foolish. Really. If I had known earlier that the human race would become the Heavenly Lord. Zhuanti cried, senior brother. I regret so much. I regret to death. I was truly foolish. Really. If I had known earlier that the senior brother, my heart aches so much. I regret. Whoa. It is killing me. Taiqing Laozi and Nuwa simultaneously inquired, Master, how can the human race become the Heavenly Lord? Hongjun spoke in a deep voice. The human race must endure trials. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must take their positions to achieve great prosperity. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is about to begin. The 6 saints turned their gaze toward Tao ancestor Hongjuan, asking, Master, how do we initiate the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? To open the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a token of faith from the human race is needed. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, the 6 saints simultaneously thought of the extraordinary treasure in the hands of the human race's leader Li Yu, a treasure capable of gathering the fortune of the human race. Taiqing Laozi felt a tinge of regret. I should have had Xuandu retrieve that extraordinary treasure earlier. Saints, after all, care about their image. Since Xuandu could not obtain it, Taiqing Laozi did not directly seize it. Nuwa pondered with a serious expression, it must be Li Yes' extraordinary treasure. No wonder he is so confident that Fux's glimmer of hope lies within the human race. Jiayan's expression was filled with worry. Zhuanti regretted it even more. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was displeased. This treasure, it must belong to the Chan sect entirely. How can a mere ant-like human race wield such a treasure? The token for initiating the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must not be grasped by the human race. Only Tongtian Jiao Zhu was amused. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors requires a token from the human race to be initiated. What? The token of the human race is in my son-in-law's hands. Then it's fine. Hongjuan continued, once the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is initiated, all saints must assist the human race in ascending to the position of the Heavenly Lord. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors need the guidance of an imperial teacher. There will be rewards of merits and fortune afterwards. Whether I can break free from my shackles depends on whether this anomaly can disturb the primordial world again and create an opportunity for me. The meeting has concluded. Return and await the arrival of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yes, we respectfully send off the Dao ancestor. The Dao ancestor departed. The 6 saints simultaneously concealed their forms and left the Yunxiao palace. In the next moment, the 6 saints descended upon the eastern shore, the ancestral land of the human race. Whoever possesses the extraordinary treasure of the human race controls the narrative, initiates the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, arranges the imperial teacher's guidance, and gains immeasurable merits. In the ancestral land of the human race, in a humble thatched courtyard above the sea of clouds, one could see Lu Er clad in a Taoist robe, having cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin to the 6th transformation, reaching the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. He was currently engaged in a debate and contest of skills with Yang Jian. Yang Jian, dressed in black Taoist robes, wielded the 3-pronged 2-blade divine edge, with silver patterns appearing on his brow signifying the completion of his heavenly eye. Having cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin to the 5th transformation, his cultivation had reached the latest stage of the golden immortal realm. Lu Er and Yang Jian were contesting their skills, unleashing various divine abilities, resulting in an exciting back-and-forth exchange. Li Yu sat quietly in the thatched courtyard sipping tea while instructing. Almost there, Erlang moved the 3-pronged 2-blade divine edge 5 feet to the right. Lu Er, just now was a good opportunity. Why did you not attack Erlang's lower position? Do not underestimate your opponent. Treat it as a real battle. Just then, in the 9 heavens sea of clouds, purple aura emerged. The purple aura came from 30,000 miles to the east, the sign of the saint's descent. Li Yu's expression remained calm as he took a sip of tea. Lu Er, Erlang, come back. Yes, master. The 6 saints descended together. It must be that the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is about to begin. Everything was as Li Yu had anticipated. Li Yu stood up leisurely. We humbly welcome the arrival of the saints. Li Yu saluted the void. The 6 sages descending together truly brings glory to our human race. A cold voice retorted, humans are but ants, frail of body and shallow of fate. How dare they claim such an extraordinary treasure? Hand over the strange treasure at once. Yuanshi Tianzin's Dharma body manifested, suspended above the sea of clouds, his gaze icy. The Western faction has its reputation, and Changjiao naturally has its own as well. Li Yu chuckled, greetings Yuqing Saint's second senior uncle. He added with a wry smile, if this poor Taoist refuses to hand over the treasure, is he then ignorant of destiny, disrespectful toward the greater trend? Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. It seems you understand what the greater trend is. Taiqing Laozi's face remained as calm as still water. As leader of Yunxiao, how could he personally seize an object that belongs to the human race? Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, it would be better to take the treasure from his hand and let the 6 sages discuss its ownership later. Tongtian Jiaozhu frowned. Second brother Li Yu is a disciple of my Zhejiao, and in a sense your disciple as well. How can you forcibly take a disciple's possession? Yuanshi Tianzin's voice turned cold. Third brother, does he presume me to be a mere second senior uncle? Besides, humans are weak and frail. By what merit do they occupy such a strange treasure? If it were plotted away by someone with designs upon it, would it not harm the interests of our East? Yuanshi finished, casting a glance at the 2 Western saints. Zhuan Ti, anger flaring, snapped. Yuqing Dao, brother, perhaps you should speak more plainly. Jiayan's expression was laden with sorrow. As is well known, our West prizes face and ancient benevolence, ever eager to help. Since the Dao ancestor decreed that the human race's rise must undergo the trial of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, naturally our West will aid the human ascendancy. To help the human race claim the leading role upon the world stage. Indeed, elder brother, your words are true. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. All that with your West. This is a matter of our East, it is not for your West to meddle. Yuqing Dao, brother, you are mistaken. When Pangu opened the heavens and forged the wilds, there was no division of east, west, south, or north. Tempers flared among the sages. Taiqing Laozi, his face impassive, spoke in a low voice. Arguing is useless. The pressing matter is to produce the human race's token of trust, so we may deliberate how to commence the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' calamity. The implication was clear. If the token is not taken from the humans to initiate that era, what point is there in fighting among yourselves? At Taiqing Laozi's words, all gazes turned once more to Li Yu. Unperturbed, he smiled. I recall the West saying it had no ties with the human race. Whoever regrets it shall be my grandson. So why are you all here among the humans today? Jia Yin's face carried worried sorrow. Zhuan Ti grew anxious, regret gnawing at him. He forced out, "That was the Western Ku Cha Zi Daoist who said it. What has it to do with me, Zhuan Ti?" "Very well, even if the West said it, so what?" After a long-held breath, Zhuan Ti blurted loudly, "Grandfather, your grandson regrets it." As Zhuan Ti's words fell, the cloud sea plunged into an eerie silence. Li Yu muttered to himself, aghast, "Damn. After all, I underestimated how much the West cares for face." Taiqing, Laozi, and the others were momentarily speechless. Tongtian Jiaozhu stared in bewilderment. Yuanshi Tianzhen's countenance blackened to the extreme. "Damn Zhuan Ti, he has utterly squandered the saint's dignity." Jane sighed. "Junior brother, must it come to this?" Zhuan Ti, heart bleeding with shame, secretly transmitted, "When a junior brother errs in his deeds, he must make amends. There is no other way. Our West is poor, desolate, and barren. If we could possess even 1% of the East's graceful bounty, how divine that would be. Do not feel aggrieved, junior brother. What grievance is there for the junior brother? So long as it secures fortune and merit for our West, I, Zhuan Ti, will pay any price. Everything for the West." Below the sea of clouds a hush fell. 6 ears inhaled, sharply, baffled and unbelieving, scratching his head. "What on earth has happened?" "Saint Zhuan Ti. A saint has called his teacher grandfather," came voices of astonishment. "My goodness. The teacher is formidable." The scene was a humble thatched courtyard. Li Yu was equally stunned, inwardly repeating that he had underestimated the West. Zhuan Ti chuckled, "Fellow Taoist, how do you fare?" Li Yu remained silent for a moment, then feigned a long sigh. Actually, it was not that this poor Taoist desired to seize the Kongtong Yin. The 6 sages' hearts jolted. So the strange treasure is called the Kongtong Yin. Li Yu grew sorrowful. "To be frank with the sages, after I used the Kongtong Yin on Shouyang years ago, the artifact slipped into the void on its own and vanished." "What?" "It slipped into the void on its own." Nuwa's form trembled. If the Kongtong Yin had truly fled into the void, there would have been no chance to save senior brother Fushi. "Wait, this brat dares to deceive the sages." Earlier in Nuwa Palace, Li Yu had plainly produced the Kongtong Yin, the sages recalled. Nuwa's beautiful eyes flickered. She fell silent, unwilling to expose Li Yu. "The Kongtong Yin is far better kept among the human race than in the hands of the sages. After all, the human race was created by Nuwa and reveres her as the Holy Mother." Zhuan Ti shook his head repeatedly. No. Did you not say you handed the Kongtong Yin to Shanqing Dao brother?" Taiqing Laozi's eyes narrowed. If it truly fell into the third brother's hands, that could prove troublesome. Yuanshi Tianzhen's gaze also turned toward Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked baffled. "Zhuan Ti, perhaps you should speak more plainly." Li Yu raised his voice. "No, truly the Kongtong Yin slipped into the void of its own accord. As for saying I gave it to my father-in-law, that was merely idle talk." Bold little ant, voices thundered. "At this juncture you still dare to conceal the truth from the sages? Disrespecting the sages shall be punished." Yuanshi Tianzuan lifted his hand and released a thread of killing intent. Tongtian moved to shield his son-in-law, anger rising. "Second brother, what are you doing? Do you intend to slay my son-in-law?" Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. He dared deceive the sages, disregard destiny, and conceal an extraordinary treasure. Such crimes are monstrous. A cold laugh curled in Li Ye's chest. If they were to seize the Kongtong Yin today, he vowed he would eat his name. He bowed with mock humility. How could this lad dare truly hide it from the sages? "If the sages do not believe, search as you please. If you find it, take it away. The Kongtong Yin lay within a system space. Should the sages locate it, Li Yu would admit defeat." A humming swept the heavens. The powers of Taiqing, Yuqing, and the Western Brahma light probed the human ancestral land, as if intent on ransacking it to the very foundations. At that instant, Tongtian acted. The Qingping's sword trembled, and its sword chi cut across the air. Tongtian took a step forward, standing before Li Yu, and cried in fury, "Even if you all find it, what then?" "The Kongtong Yin belongs to my Tongtian son-in-law," he declared. "Do you mean to seize it by force?" Zhuan Ti's eyes rolled. "Shanqing Dao brother, do you seek to monopolize all positions as imperial teacher?" Jia Yin's face showed sorrow. "Shanqing Dao brother, hoarding is unbecoming." Taiqing Laozi, displeased in his heart, but masking it well, said, "Third brother, the Dao ancestor instructed the 6 sages to assist. What is this you are doing?" "Opening the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' calamity is of grave importance and must not be delayed. Elder brother, as leader of Yunxiao, how could you harm the human race? Everything is for the good of the human race." Yuanshi Tianzuan added in a cold voice, "Third brother, do you truly intend to monopolize the role of tutor to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" Before Tongtian could reply, Li Yu stepped forward with courtesy. "Father-in-law, thank you for backing your son-in-law. If they wish to search, let them search. Tongtian watched in dismay as his elder and second brothers sided with the West to press his son-in-law. Rage churned in his chest, but he was powerless to change the matter. Father-in-law, let them search. Please have some tea. With saintly might, Taiqing, Yunxiao, and Zhuan scoured the entire human ancestral land, leaving no place unprobed, even venturing into the former homeland of the humans, Shouyang Mountain. Tongtian accompanied his worthy son-in-law into the small courtyard, sullenly sipping his tea. The fragrance of the brew wafted richly. Zhuan inhaled the aroma and, green with envy, drooled. Why do I not have such a commendable son-in-law? In a small thatched courtyard, the master of the celestial sect was filled with indignation. Yunxiao tenderly brewed a pot of supreme enlightenment tea for his teacher. After taking a sip of the tea poured by his disciple, the master noted that his son-in-law was taking good care of Yunxiao, and her injuries were gradually healing. The agitated Dao heart also calmed down. Indeed, truly worthy of being a son-in-law, he said. Liu stepped forward with a smile. You flatter me, father-in-law. If I do not treat my wife well, who else would I treat well? Father-in-law, is the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors about to begin? The master of the celestial sect nodded. Indeed. The Dao ancestor said that humanity must become the protagonists of the heavenly land and to undergo the great tribulation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Those who assist the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors may attain the Dao fruit of an emperor master and enjoy great merits and fortune. To contend with heaven, to struggle against the earth, to battle against all spirits. The saints even forsake their own skin to seize the Contong seal. Is it not for the sake of fortune? Suddenly a bold and previously unconsidered idea arose in Li Ye's mind, and he whispered, Father-in-law, what if we let Yunxiao be the witness for the Emperor of Heaven? Wouldn't that be splendid? The master of the celestial sect, sipping his tea, was momentarily taken aback. If Yunxiao can assist the Dao fruit of the human emperor, would she not become the teacher of the Emperor of Heaven? With the accompanying merits and fortune, wouldn't her injuries heal even faster? Wait. The master of the celestial sect suddenly realized, transmitting his thoughts. Did not the Contong seal escape into the void? Liu replied matter-of-factly, yes. But it was never said that it cannot reappear in the world again. As the sovereign of humanity, if I could obtain the Contong seal once, why not a second time? Is that not reasonable? The master of the celestial sect looked at his son-in-law with newfound respect, ultimately unable to suppress a smile, as he pointed. You rascal, you're quite clever. What about the other 5 saints? Liu was not foolish. If the Jie sect claimed all the teachers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they would surely become the target of everyone's ire. For the sake of fortune, the bottom line of the saints can be flexible and changeable. Moreover, if the position of the human emperor's teacher is not distributed, how can we trap the Western 3 teachings? The 3 sovereigns refer to the heavenly sovereign, earth sovereign, and human sovereign. Though the names differ, they all embody the Dao fruit of the human sovereign. Among them, the human sovereign must face the deadly calamity and attract boundless karma. Calling them ants. Garbage humans. If we don't exploit the Western 3 teachings, my inner demon will not dissipate. I can't sleep. I truly cannot sleep. I believe we should share the spoils. The master of the celestial sect, somewhat surprised, felt greatly gratified. Well, since my son-in-law has a plan, I shall not ask further. We will discuss this in detail when we meet at Golden Turtle Island another day. Father-in-law, please enjoy the tea. In the vast void of the universe, the powers of Taiji, Laozu, Yuan, Shitian, Zunjie, and Zhuan searched throughout the ancestral land of humanity. Yet they could not find a trace of the Contong seal. Was it hidden away by those ants? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the ants of humanity hide from the saints? But why could they not find it? There are only 2 explanations. 1, the master of the celestial sect helped hide the Contong seal, but it could not be without a trace. Even the combined forces of the 4 saints could not find it. 2, the Contong seal truly escaped into the chaotic void. The 4 saints furrowed their brows. If the Contong seal really entered the chaotic void, it would become troublesome, as even the saints would be powerless to retrieve a treasure from there. No, the Dao ancestor said that the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is opening. The faith objects of humanity must manifest. It cannot possibly be hidden at this time. It was that ant who did this. The power of the 4 saints locked onto the thatched courtyard. Liu smiled and said, that thing truly is not in my hands, really truly. Since humanity must undergo the great tribulation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to flourish, I believe that the Contong seal will definitely appear. Perhaps it will emerge on its own after 1,000 or 800 years. The powers of Taiji, Laozu, Yuan, Shitian, Zunjie, and Zhuan enveloped Li Ye's body. The master of the celestial sect frowned. What is this? Are you truly going to take action against my son-in-law? Elder brother, second brother, what is the meaning of this? A humming sound filled the air as the malevolent energy surged suddenly. The four swords of extermination sang in unison. Jiayin Zhuanti, do you truly believe that my extermination swords are ineffective? Of course, the sword energy of extermination only locked onto Jiayin and Zhuanti. However, Taiji Laozu felt a lump in his throat. Once the extermination swords are unleashed, none of the four saints can contend with them. Why did the teacher give this array to the third brother? Yuan Shirtian Zun's expression darkened. Once this array is unleashed, no saint is a match. Though the extermination sword energy did not lock onto Taiji and Yuqing, it still made them feel the threat. If a conflict arose with Tongtian in the future, how would he resolve it if he brought out the extermination sword array? Jiayin and Zhuanti, locked by the extermination sword energy, changed their expressions and hurriedly smiled. What does Brother Shanqing mean by this? I have absolutely no intention of taking action against your esteemed son-in-law. Jiayin and Zhuanti quickly withdrew their saintly powers. Jiayin and Zhuanti felt a wave of relief. Brother Tongtian is quick to draw the extermination sword array at the slightest disagreement. The threat is not just to us in the West. The three pure ones stood united, strictly prohibiting the West from advancing. What chance did the West have? Only if the three pure brothers quarreled would the West have a chance. At that moment, the three ancestors of humanity arrived with several clansmen, saying, "Three ancestors of humanity, pay respects to the saints. Pay respects to the Holy Mother." The ancestors Sueran Yunxiao and Zi entered the thatched courtyard. Holy Mother, master of the sect, must we undergo the trials of the three sovereigns and 5 emperors to flourish? Niwa descended from the cloud sea and nodded, yes indeed. Taiji Laozu, as the sect leader, also nodded. Humanity must endure hardships to flourish. Upon hearing this, Sueran Yunxiao and Zi looked at Liu, bowing deeply. Since our humanity is destined to have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, we ask the sovereign to first become the human emperor for our people. As soon as the words of the 3 ancestors fell, Liu was taken aback. Niwa pondered thoughtfully. Taiji Laozu's expression changed slightly. Nonsense. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are a great trend, a heavenly decree for the human emperor's Tao fruit. How can humanity preemptively confer the title of human emperor? The ancestors Sueran Yunxiao and Zi, having experienced the calamity of humanity, clearly understood the heavens, recognized the saints, and deeply remembered the sovereign's words. It is better to seek oneself than to seek others. Humanity must strive for strength. Only by striving can we endure. The 3 ancestors spoke again. If it were not for the sovereign during the calamity to prop up the heavens and save countless clansmen, how would humanity have the current situation? If humanity is to have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the sovereign must first be the human emperor. Lu Er shouted loudly, I agree. Yang Jian immediately followed suit, shouting loudly, so do I. The sovereign must first be the human emperor. Before Lu Er and Yang Jian's voices even fell. In the thatched courtyard, countless human compatriots approached. The faces of the human compatriots were no longer pale, their complexions rosy, clearly indicating that under the sovereign's rule, their living conditions far surpassed those at Shouyang Mountain. One human exclaimed from the heart, Sovereign must be the first emperor. Sovereign must first be the human emperor. 10,000 humans shouted, Sovereign must be the first emperor. 100 million humans cried out, Sovereign must be the first emperor. 1 billion humans shouted in unison, Sovereign must ascend to the human emperor. Seeing billions of compatriots expressing their heart's desires, Sueran Yunxiao and Zi were also undaunted, willing to offend the saints, and once again shouted, Sovereign must ascend to the human emperor. This is the common voice of our billions of compatriots. If the sovereign cannot ascend to the human emperor, the 3 ancestors of humanity will never recognize the so-called 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. 1 billion humans shouted in unison. If the sovereign does not ascend to the human emperor, humanity will never recognize the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of the 9 heavens roared. The heavenly Tao seemed enraged, its supreme dignity felt provoked by countless ants. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with humanity becoming the protagonists of the heavenly land. This is the great trend. But how could billions of humans dare to oppose the great trend? To create a human emperor first. Otherwise, humanity would not recognize the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If humanity does not recognize it, then what significance does the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have? The reason the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are called as such is based on the endorsement of billions of humans. Boom. The 9 heavens roared for a long time. Finally, the thick clouds dispersed. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are a great trend, unchangeable. The 6 saints simultaneously sensed the will of the heavenly Tao, the human sovereign of humanity. Liu may ascend to the position of human emperor of humanity. Only a position, no Tao fruit. The ancestral land of the human race. Countless human compatriots shouted from the depths of their hearts, the sovereign is our human race's holy ancestor, saving us from the calamities. Without the sovereign, the human race would have long been annihilated. No matter how many human emperors there may be in the future, the sovereign will always be our human race's first emperor. If the sovereign cannot ascend the throne first, even if our human race perishes, we will never acknowledge the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns. Boom. In the 9 heavens and the sea of clouds, thunder rumbled. All 6 saints sensed the will of the heavenly Tao. Sovereign Li Yu may ascend as the human emperor first. Li Yu was moved in his heart, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Oh, my ancestors, my compatriots, why has it come to this? He almost laughed while saying, you all have caused me great trouble. The human race, especially the early human race, was very simple and grateful, emphasizing that a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. The Taiqing sage sought to plot the fate of the human race and gain the loyalty of the human race. There was no need for much planning. He only needed to help when the human race was in danger, stopping the demon race and the myriad tribes from slaughtering the humans. The human race would surely be grateful to the Taiqing sage, supporting the teachings of humanity. But alas, when have the sages ever looked kindly upon the human race? They all regarded the human race as weak and insignificant, like grass and weeds. The Taiqing sage also used the human race to attain enlightenment and become a sage. Now, as the human race flourished and became sought after, the sages still looked upon them coldly, seeing them as nothing more than ants and weeds, once again treating the human race as a tool for gaining fortune and merit. They would never understand that with just a little genuine effort, they would receive the unwavering loyalty of the human race. The Taiqing sage sensed the will of the heavenly Tao, his expression slightly changing, attempting to communicate with the will of the heavenly Tao. What virtue or capability does Li Yu have to ascend as the human emperor first? The disciple of the Xiandu, also of the human race, may ascend as human emperor first. The Yuan Shirtian Izun's expression turned displeased. How dare the human race be so ignorant of the heavenly principles, resisting the great trend? What nonsense is this about ascending as the human emperor? Jie Yin's face was filled with worry and pain. Zhuan Ti regretted, even more fortunately, I have played the role of a grandson once. If I truly offend this Li Yu, who carries the great trend of the human race, then in the West we might not even get a sip of soup. The Tongtian Zhao master was in a very good mood, smiling lightly. My son-in-law shall ascend as the human emperor. This is indeed the will of the people. Who is in favor, who is against? Nuwa still needed Li Yu to heal her elder brother Fuxi, and with the will of the heavenly Tao being so good, Li Yu shall ascend as the human emperor. This is the will of the people. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti hurriedly followed suit. Indeed. To be honest, sovereign, we in the West sincerely want to help the human race become the main character of the heavenly realm. Upon seeing that the heavenly Tao had not responded to the matter of Xiandu becoming the human emperor, the Taiqing sage could only give up and chose to remain silent. Yuan Shirtian Izun snorted coldly, which also counted as silent acknowledgement. At this moment, the heavenly Tao once again issued its will to ascend the human emperor position. One must go to Mount Tai, worship heaven, and ascend to the throne, with the 6 saints observing, proclaiming to the wilderness. This time it was not only the 6 saints who sensed the will of the heavenly Tao. Li Yu and countless human compatriots also perceived this message. According to the original trajectory of the wilderness, when the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the human race take their positions, they must perform the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, worshipping heaven and earth. The Tongtian Zhao master cheerfully said, good son-in-law, prepare yourself. We shall head to Mount Tai to ascend as the human emperor. Li Yu's expression grew serious as he shook his head. Why must our human race go to Mount Tai to worship heaven? In the wilderness, there were countless immortal mountains, such as Kunlun Mountain, Shouyang Mountain, Mount Tai Wui Mountain, and including the collapsed Buzhou Mountain. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, should the human race truly flourish, does the heavenly Tao truly support the teachings of humanity? No, absolutely not. The 3 teachings of heaven, earth, and humanity are equal. Why should the human emperor of the human race worship heaven? Isn't that to acknowledge that this human emperor is conferred by the heavenly Tao? The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns were all conferred by the heavenly Tao, and then the sages used their hands to imprison the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns in the fire cloud cave. These 2 moves directly suppressed the teachings of humanity. Has the human race prospered? Yes, it has. But has the teachings of humanity prospered? No. The fortune of the human race is like the sea, but without the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns to oversee it, the myriad saints of the wilderness freely siphon the fortune of the human race. This is the heavenly Tao's scheme to devour the teachings of humanity. Upon hearing that they would not go to Mount Tai, the Tongtian Zhao master was momentarily stunned. Li Yu smiled lightly. Since we are to ascend as the human emperor, wouldn't it be better to go to Buzhou Mountain? Li Ye's expression turned serious as he announced in the name of the sovereign the human race shall go to Buzhou Mountain to worship the great god Pangu, to express our gratitude to the great god Pangu for opening up the heavens and the earth. Yes, we will follow the sovereign's command. Of course, not all of the human race went to Buzhou Mountain, but rather the leaders of each faction and the inheritors went together. Nearly 100 million humans marched towards Buzhou Mountain in a grand procession. Please, father-in-law, break the void so that our clansmen may avoid the suffering of the journey. Tongtian nodded In the blink of an eye, Li Yu led the three ancestors and hundreds of millions of clansmen to the ruins of Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain had collapsed, but the ruins still remained. Buzhou Mountain. It was formed from the spine of the great god Pangu. Unfortunately, the spine was broken. The spine of all beings in the wilderness seemed to have also broken along with the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. Li Yu, bathed in incense, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, walking at the forefront, followed by a grand procession of human compatriots. Li Ye's expression was serious as he deeply bowed towards the ruins of Buzhou Mountain, grateful to the great god Pangu for opening the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of millions of humans simultaneously bowed deeply, their voices resonating, grateful to the great god Pangu for opening the heavens and the earth. Today, I, Li Yu, ascend to the human emperor's position. May the human race flourish. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. The human race must strive for self-improvement. Only through self-improvement can we endure. One day humanity shall triumph over heaven. One day the human race shall rebuild Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain will surely stand tall in the wilderness once again. In the 9 heavens and the sea of clouds, thunder rumbled. The human race did not go to Mount Tai to worship heaven, seemingly exceeding the expectations of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the current human emperor's position is not conferred by the heavenly Tao. Li Yu came to Buzhou Mountain to worship Pangu, cleverly binding the legitimacy of the human emperor to Pangu. If the heavenly Tao is displeased, it may as well go to Pangu to discuss it. The great god Pangu has fallen, but do not forget the entire world was formed by Pangu. As for the future, when the teachings of humanity flourish, the legitimacy of the human emperor will no longer need to rely on the great god Pangu to be displayed. There is no other reason. Li Yu stands there, and that is legitimacy. When Li Yu speaks, that is where legitimacy lies. I, Li Yu. Today I ascend to the human emperor's position. Boom. Rumble. In the 9 heavens and the sea of clouds, thunder rumbled, yet did not dare to strike down at the ruins of Buzhou Mountain. Since it did not dare to unleash the lightning tribulation, what fell was only boundless fortune and boundless purple energy. Li Yu, as the human emperor, had only the title, but no Tao fruit. Nonetheless, he possessed fortune and merit. The emperor adorned with purple energy. A rich purple aura enveloped Li Ye's Tao body, turning the dark blue Taoist robe into a noble purple. The 3 ancestors, Sueren, Yunxiao, and Zi, bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the human emperor. Hundreds of millions of humans echoed in a grand voice. We pay our respects to the human emperor. The 3 ancestors proclaimed loudly, Li Yu the sovereign is the first human emperor of the human race. He is the beginning of the human emperor. Li Yu the sovereign shall be our human race's first emperor. We pay our respects to the first emperor. A roaring sound like a tide, the first emperor of the human race. The cohesion of the human race reached an unprecedented height. The fortune of the human race also began to surge. The calamity of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns had clearly not yet begun. How could the human race already show signs of flourishing? Once the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the human race take their positions, to what terrifying extent will the fortune reach? All the sages were astonished. The positions of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns must be obtained to ascend as the human emperor at Buzhou Mountain. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns have not yet appeared, and the human race lacks a calendar. Later on, the calendar of the human race was established, setting this day as the 15th of August. Thus, in the future, whenever a human emperor ascended the throne, it would become a tradition to ascend at Buzhou Mountain starting from this day. Buzhou Mountain had thunderously collapsed, yet at this moment a faint phantom of Buzhou Mountain manifested, towering and majestic. Li Yu seemed to stand upon its summit, the boundless heavens and earth spread out before him, as if contained within his gaze. My sons, no need for ceremony. Honor to the human emperor. Honor to the founding sovereign of the human race. It belongs to all humanity. Li Yu ascended to the founding sovereign's seat and issued his first imperial decree. Lady Yunxiao shall be empress of the human race. Thus, countless people of the human race bowed in unison, chanting, "Founding Empress." At the very instant Li Ye's proclamation fell. System information changed. Name Yunxiao, trait, innate Yunling identity, direct disciple of the sage Ziwei, empress, founding empress of the human race. Concord value 2530. System rule: the higher the status of the bound wife, the greater the concord value reward. The human race will flourish, the throne of the human emperor will be peerless in dignity. The founding empress and the human emperor share joys and sorrows, honor and disgrace. Her status is thereby elevated another degree. Primeval struggles or treacherous storms matter little. Li Yi's greatest reliance is Lady Yunxiao. Amid the sea of clouds over Buzhou, the 6 sages attended the ceremony. The Tongtian lord's first act upon seeing his worthy son-in-law become human emperor was to decree that his disciple Yunxiao be the founding empress. The Tongtian lord brimmed with satisfaction. My worthy son-in-law, excellent. Truly this poor Dao has sharp eyes. Nuwa watched as the purple aura of accruing merit settled upon Li Yu, her expression slightly dazed. When she first met him and witnessed the Dao marriage, he was merely an ordinary human. How little time has passed, and yet he has already become the human emperor. Yunxiao choosing him as a Dao partner, senior Dao brother Shangqing did not choose wrongly. To call him a dragon among men no longer suffices. Jane and Zhuan-Ti watched with envious awe, so envious. What a prodigious tide of fortune and merit. Yuanshi Tianzhen's face soured, ascending to the human emperor. So what? A position without Dao fruit. What is that worth? Even with Dao fruit, what then? An emperor of ants among ants, ignorant of destiny, remains an ant. Taiqing Laozi's expression was as placid as an ancient while his thoughts inscrutable. Years ago when Taiqing Laozi accepted Xuandu, this youth shamelessly sought to apprentice himself. Taiqing flatly refused, calling him sly and unscrupulous, unfit to become a great vessel. Now compare him to Xuandu, which is superior is clear at a glance. Will the sages regret it? No, never. Those who fail to become sages are in the end mere ants. Sages neither die nor perish, they endure through countless culpas. A sage makes his move without regret. Taiqing the sage said sternly, Human Emperor Li Yu, you have ascended the throne. You should produce the Kongtong seal to inaugurate the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The revival of the human race is an irresistible tide, yet one may serve as the teachers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, assisting them, and thereby sharing in vast rivers of merit and fortune. All the sages' attention fixed upon Li Yu. He bowed and smiled faintly. I have already spoken. The time is not yet ripe. When the time comes, the Kongtong seal will naturally manifest. To be the teachers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Li Yu had not yet consulted his father-in-law. How could he possibly present it now? Taiqing Laozi narrowed his eyes and swept Li Yu with an emotionless gaze. Good. Very well. You had better not reveal the Kongtong seal. In other words, to delay the human revival would be an unforgivable crime. Having said this, Taiqing Laozi turned and returned to Shouyang Mountain. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly and also returned to Kunlun Mountain. Jia Yin's face was heavy with troubled sorrow. He glanced at his junior brother about to speak, but fell silent. Zhuan-Ti immediately grasped his senior's meaning and implored Li Yu, Grandfather, do you think the West still has a chance? Please give the West a chance. Our West is poor, desolate, and barren. Grandfather, there are only 0 times and countless times. Face. What is that? How much fortune or spirit treasure can it be worth? Zhuan-Ti declared, We in the West have plenty of such face, thick as the sky. Cast away some at will, and you can exchange it for the West's flourishing fortune. Oh, would that not be splendid? Jane and Zhuan-Ti returned to the West weeping. What a pretense. The Western sects rule since you have come East. If you do not take something back, it is a grievous loss. What a loss. Jane and Zhuan-Ti set off to harvest potential adherents. Above the sea of clouds, Nuwa's beautiful eyes watched Li Yu. I await your news. Li Yu bowed yes. Nuwa returned to the Hua Emperor Palace. The Tongtian Lord descended from the clouds and patted his worthy son-in-law's shoulder. My son-in-law, this time you have offended the sages. The West is shameless, offending them is no matter. But your senior uncle and second senior brother. Li Yu shrugged helplessly. Father-in-law, do you think I offended them by choice? Taiqing Laozi sought the Kongtong seal single-mindedly, intending to borrow the human teaching to enjoy human fortune, heedless of human life. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan regarded the human race as chaff and ants. Truly this son-in-law cannot enter the saintly eyes of senior uncle and second senior uncle. Li Yu feigned a sigh. My origins are indeed too humble. The Tongtian Lord said gravely, What nonsense about origins. Your prowess now far surpasses innate beings. When the human revival comes, creatures like Kuanpeng will pale before you. Do not overthink it. The Tongtian Lord was the least inclined to judge by birth. He despised fixing a cultivator's path and future by their origins. All things hold a thread of life. When heaven and earth are yet undecided, who can speak with certainty? Li Yu listened to his father-in-law's words. When heaven and earth are undecided, there is opportunity. It was precisely this mentality of his father-in-law that when later the Fengshan calamity unfolded and the Zhuxian sword array fell led to the deployment of the Wanxian array. With heaven and earth undecided, his father-in-law hoped to use the Wanxian array to effect a desperate reversal. Little did they know, without the Zhuxian sword array, how much might the Wanxian array truly retain. Within the Jie sect, there were certainly dirty characters, but most were of decent character. It was a pity after the battle of the Wanxian array the Jie sect suffered countless casualties and was verging on annihilation. Yes, father-in-law, your instruction is correct. As long as you know. Return with your master to Yunxiao Island. Liu pondered briefly. Please, father-in-law, return to the island first. As I have only just become human emperor, I must first put affairs in order. Very well. The Tongtian lord shattered the void, and by the power of a sage sent the people of Shouyang Mountain back to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Afterwards the Tongtian lord departed. The ancestral land of the human race. A humble thatched courtyard. Yunxiao's expression was gentle as she murmured, Husband, now that you have ascended the human emperor's throne, how could you at once decree Yunxiao empress? Oh, is there something wrong? Liu held his wife's small hand, playing with it gently. Yunxiao said earnestly, It will make the myriad cultivators of the primeval world think you are infatuated with Yunxiao, ensnared by love, diminishing your majesty. Liu replied with equal earnestness, It is not what others suppose. Your husband truly is enamored of you. I love your beauty. Besides, majesty is not granted by others, it is forged by oneself. Yunxiao, an immortal beauty, pale-skinned and exquisite with long, straight alabaster legs, a graceful figure, and unparalleled looks. Liu, a confessed admirer of beauty, laid his cards on the table and would pretend no more. The couple were chatting when Lu Er and Yang Jian, faces alight with excitement, requested an audience. Master Yunxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Husband, in front of your disciples, give Yunxiao some face. She meant by face the very hand of Liu that was being mischievous. Reluctantly, Liu withdrew his hand. The curve of his palm was beguiling, and his human emperor dignity was restored. Disciple, come in. What is it? Lu Er and Yang Jian entered eagerly. Master, now that you are human emperor, why not make me crown prince? No, that was wrong. Make me the great protector of the human emperor. Lu Er and Yang Jian had already begun to daydream. When the master grew old, the two of them would assist the crown prince. Of course, the crown prince would be the child of the master and Madame Yunxiao. Liu, just over this. Shu, your master has matters to attend. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was about to begin. Though Fuxi clung to a slender thread of life, winning over Nuwa alone would not suffice. Tongtian, the father-in-law, and Nuwa versus Taiqing, Yuqing Jian, and Zhuanti. No matter how one looked at it, they held no advantage. A scheme was needed to make Taiqing, Yuqing Jian, and Zhuanti hesitate, unwilling to act rashly. What could be more intimidating than Brother Xinyuan's Earthbook Grand Array? My lady, accompany your husband back to Honghuang Temple. Mount Wanshou Honghuang Temple. The cloud chariot of flowing light streaked across the sky. The clear wind and bright moon, upon seeing the familiar cloud chariot, trembled in fear. Oh no. The little glutton is back. Mingyue, quickly report to the master. Qingfeng, though unwilling, stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Qingfeng pays respects to Master Uncle. Last time he came as a fellow Taoist, but now he has become Master Uncle. There's nothing to be done, since the master has sworn brotherhood with him. They are now like brothers by different parents, and thus he has become Master Uncle. Qingfeng's nephew. Xinyuanzi, dressed in an apricot yellow Taoist robe, greeted with a smile, My dear brother Liu has arrived. Returning home still so polite. This Honghuang Temple is the home of us brothers. Brother Xinyuan, come, let's talk as we walk. Xinyuanzi approached with warmth. Before long they entered the grand hall of Honghuang Temple. Brother, why do I not see the 2 brothers Hongyun? How is Brother Hongyun's injury recovering? Upon hearing these words, Xinyuan's eyes dimmed, and he sighed deeply. Brother's injury is quite serious. Hongyun had self-destructed his primordial spirit back, then leaving only a wisp of remnant soul, which had long been worn away by time, nearing its end. It was only because Xinyuanzi spared no effort to heal Hongyun that his remnant soul was preserved. Xinyuanzi sighed, I have connected Brother Hongyun's remnant soul with the source of the ginseng fruit tree. Although it can prevent the remnant soul from perishing, it cannot restore it. Xinyuanzi expressed his deep feelings. I never expected to see Brother Hongyun again. A remnant soul is still a remnant soul, but with me protecting it, nothing else will happen. Liu, upon hearing this, lifted the corners of his mouth in a tentative smile. I do have a method that could allow Brother Hongyun to revive, at least restoring him to the level of a quasi saint. What? Are you serious? Xinyuan's face showed excitement as he grasped Liu's hand tightly. If he could recover his peak, who would wish for Brother Hongyun to remain in a state of remnant soul forever? The remnant soul, without a physical body, was like a rootless duckweed. That feeling of emptiness was unbearable. Liu nodded earnestly. It is true. Xinyuanzi eagerly asked, then what is the price? Liu pondered for a moment. The price is, if it allows Brother Hongyun to recover, I will spare no effort. Li Yu smiled lightly. The cost is that Brother Hongyun could attain the unparalleled Tao fruit comparable to a saint, eternal and indestructible. Zenyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the price? How can this be possible? This is clearly an unmatched great fortune. The Tao fruit of being comparable to a saint, eternally indestructible. Who in the primordial times could achieve this? Brother, do not jest with me. This is clearly impossible. Li Yu smiled mysteriously. Have you heard of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? The human race is about to prosper. Zenyuanzi nodded. I have heard a bit. The Tao ancestor of the Yunxiao palace convened a meeting summoning the saints to assist the human race in their rise and later issued a decree to us cultivators not to impede the rise of the human race. I wish to allow Brother Hongyun to attain the Tao fruit of the Earth Sovereign. The Earth Sovereign Tao fruit, is it comparable to a saint? Can it be eternal and indestructible? The Tao fruit of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had already been mentioned by the Tao ancestor. Though not as noble as that of a saint, it was still exceptionally precious. If the human race endures, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will not perish. Zenyuan's heart surged with shock and excitement. How can you allow Brother Hongyun to attain the Earth's sovereign Tao fruit? Will the saints not obstruct this? What difficulty is there? I am the common ruler of the human race, the first emperor of the human race. Li Yu raised his hand, conjuring the phantom of the Kongtong seal. Our human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are not for the saints to meddle. Zenyuan's magic surged, awakening Brother Hongyun from the ginseng fruit tree and bringing him to the Grand Hall. He recounted the matter of the Earth Sovereign to Hongyun. Hongyun's remnant soul trembled, and the intensity grew his Tao heart, feeling unprecedented excitement. For Hongyun to survive with a wisp of remnant soul was already a tremendous fortune. To even dream of attaining such an unparalleled Tao fruit was beyond imagination. A fortuitous event of immense proportions. Hongyun, filled with tears of gratitude, bowed respectfully. Thank you, dear brother, for orchestrating this. If Hongyun can attain the Tao fruit of the Earth Sovereign, he must prioritize the human race, for there is only the human race Hongyun. He must honor the first emperor of humanity. Zenyuanzi nodded appreciatively. Indeed, what you say is true. We must prioritize the human race and make the revival of the human race our foremost duty. Moreover, we must honor the first emperor of humanity. This is beyond question. Li Yu understood and nodded, raising his hand to summon the Kongtong seal. Buzz. A wisp of purple energy shot from the Kongtong seal, leaving a mark within Hongyun's remnant soul. This is called a predetermined fate. Brother Zhenyuan, you can send Brother Hongyun to reincarnation now. With the Kongtong mark, once he reincarnates, he will be in the form of the Earth Sovereign. Good. Li Yu said this, then sighed softly. Zenyuanzi was momentarily stunned. Dear brother, why the sigh? The Earth's sovereign Tao fruit can indeed ensure Brother Hongyun's eternal existence, but I fear that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of our human race will be imprisoned by the saints. Zenyuanzi sat quietly on the mat, lost in thought. The emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would undoubtedly lead to a great rise. Based on the saints' nature, it is not a possibility that they would imprison the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but a certainty. Zenyuanzi laughed heartily. Brother, you worry too much. When the time comes, I will take action. Li Yu pretended to be puzzled. Brother, how can you? That is a saint. How could you, brother? Zenyuanzi pressed his hand down. Do you know I hold the Earth Book, and at that time I can set up the Earth Book Great Formation. The Earth Book Great Formation connects the mountains, rivers, and seas of the primordial world, first connecting the Kunlun mountain vein, then connecting the Shouyang Mountain vein. If the saints dare to break the formation, even if I have to bear karmic retribution, losing my life and Tao, I will drag the saints down. Breaking the Earth Book Great Formation will shatter the primordial mountains, rivers, and seas. At that time, the heavenly Tao will impose boundless karmic retribution. Even a saint would not be able to endure it. The Earth Book Great Formation, also known as the Moral Coercion Great Formation. Hongyun's eyes turned red. How can I drag you into conflict with the saints? Zenyuan's eyes grew red, gritting his teeth. Do not speak anymore. I have already made this decision. This time, no matter who it is, no one shall stop Brother Hongyun from attaining the Tao. I, Zenyuanzi, will spare no effort. Li Yu came to Wuzhuang Temple, sparing no expense, to offer a Tao fruit of the Earth Sovereign, all for Brother Zenyuan's Earth Book Great Formation. At that time, it would be Zenyuanzi, the father-in-law of the heavens, the saint of Nuwa, against Taiqing, Yiqing, Jiedao, and Juni. 3 against 4, and no matter how you look at it, there is no advantage. But having the Earth Book Great Formation is enough. It is sufficient to deter the 4 saints. Li Yu pondered for a moment. Brother, can we send Brother Hongyun to reincarnation now? Zenyuanzi nodded firmly. Good. I will go to the underworld. Brother, farewell. I will return to plan again. Wait a moment, dear brother. Take some ginseng fruits to eat on the way. What? How are there more? The fruit tree source has ripened another batch. It's no problem, just a little frost. Li Yu looked and saw Wow brother Jin Yuan had given him 20 ginseng fruits. Thank you, brother. No, it is the brother who should be thanked. Li Yu left Wuzhuang Temple, the cloud chariot of flowing light, soaring towards the palace of Nuwa. It was time to meet Fuxi. In the Stygian Sea of Blood, Jin Yuanzi escorted the remnant soul of Hong Yun to the threshold of the reincarnation wheel. Younger brother Hong Yun, rest assured and take your new life. In the next world, your elder brother and our comrade Li Yu will guide you along the way. Hong Yun clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother. I shall revere you again in the next life. The remnant soul of Hong Yun prepared to step into the cycle of rebirth. A low hum rolled through the air as a chill of death condensed into mist. From the vapor emerged a striking figure. She wore an embroidered Taoist robe, her form graceful, her features coldly beautiful, exuding an austere and desolate aura. Jin Yuanzi stepped forward in salute. I pay my respects to Madame Pingxin. Hutu had become the embodiment of the six paths. She was Pingxin's sovereign of the earth path, the ruler who held sway over the netherworld. Jin Yuanzi felt a tightening in his Tao heart. Now that Hutu stood as the sovereign of the earth path, her power likely exceeded that of the six sages. Why would she bar younger brother Hong Yun from reincarnation? If Pingxin insisted on preventing Hong Yun from entering the wheel, none in the netherworld could override her will. Jin Yuanzi bowed and apologized. I, a humble Taoist, was sent to the netherworld only to escort Hong Yun into reincarnation. I neglected to pay my respects to Madame Pingxin. This is my failing. He presented 5 ginseng fruits. Accept these, Madame Pingxin. Yet it was clear she cared not for ginseng, nor for stopping Hong Yun from the wheel. What truly fascinated her was a faint seal hidden within the remnant of Hong Yun's soul, a mark she recognized at a glance. Long ago, Li Yu had produced a wondrous relic of humanity, gathered the tide of human fortune, and stood undefeated against Dong Huang Tai, winning renown across the primordial wastes. Before Hutu took her place as the wheel, she had twice visited the human sovereign Li Yu. He was indeed unfathomable. Pingxin fixed her gaze on the mark. Though Li Yu's designs remained unclear, the fact that Jin Yuanzi had personally escorted Hong Yun set her thoughts adrift. Her previously tranquil Tao heart stirred. Hong Yun was but a remnant soul. By earthly power alone, he could not be restored. Could Li Yu's scheme possibly cause Hong Yun to live a second life? Pingxin looked again and then said, no matter. Let him enter the cycle. Thank you. The remnant soul of Hong Yun flowed into the reincarnation wheel to await rebirth. I take my leave. Jin Yuanzi departed. Pingxin stood before the wheel in silence, her eyes dimmed, a ring of ghostly aura swirling about her, cold and mournful. By becoming the living embodiment of the six paths, Hutu secured the last refuge for the Wu clan, and yet she was bound to the netherworld for eternity, not to be freed until countless kalpas had passed. The 11 ancestral Wu, until their dying breath, could not fathom Hutu's benevolent intent, angrily crying, Hutu is no longer of the Wu. Only Li Yu, who had spoken with her in the small courtyard, could comprehend the meaning behind Hutu's sacrifice. As Hutu prepared to withdraw deeper into the netherworld, the force of creation manifested there. Nuwa arrived bearing Fux's remnant soul and entered the shadowed realm. Nuwa paused at the sight of Pingxin, wondering if the sovereign intended to bar Fux's remnant from reincarnation. Nuwa bowed. I pay my respects, Madame Pingxin. Pingxin's eyes fell upon Fux's remnant, and she observed, the mark. It too is Li Yu's handiwork. She returned Nuwa's salute. Sage Nuwa, proceed as you will. Hutu retreated into the netherworld. In her dimmed eyes a thin glimmer lingered. He may have a way to revive Hong Yun and Fuxi. Might he also revive the ancestral Wu? The seal upon Fux's remnant indeed came from Li Yu. After departing Wuzhuang Temple, Li Yu went straight to Nuwa Palace. Within Nuwa Palace, he found Fuxi. Nuwa sustained Fux's remnant with the power of creation, yet Fuxi was far more grievously wounded than Hong Yun. Even with such preservation, it could endure at most 10,000 years. Li Yu spoke plainly. Human and demon cannot coexist. If Fuxi joins the human race, he will no longer be the Yao sovereign, but the human emperor. He will stand for humanity alone. Humanity must come first. When the demon clans massacred humans, Fuxi had regarded mankind as Nuwa's creation and therefore had never slaughtered them. He bore no human blood debt. Otherwise, Li Yu would not have sought Nuwa's favor. He would never have arranged for Fuxi to be reborn as a human emperor. Fux's remnant bowed his head. The old Fuxi has perished. There will be no more Emperor Shi of the demons. Only Fuxi of the human race. Li Yu raised his hand and invoked the Kongtong seal, leaving a trace of his mark within the remnant of Fuxi. With this, sage Nuwa may send Fux's remnant into reincarnation. Nuwa nodded, and before parting she cautioned, the saints covet the teacherly mantle to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Be wary and act with caution. Do not become the target of all. Her implication was plain: never overestimate a saint's restraint. In their scramble for fate, saints have no moral bottom line. They will stoop to anything. Li Yu accepted the admonition with quiet assurance. Thank you for the reminder, lady. Nuwa escorted Fux's remnant into the wheel. The rebirth of the human race drew near. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was on the verge of dawning. As sovereign of the human clans and the first ruler, Li Yu had nearly completed his designs. Next, he would go to Yunxiao Island's Bo Palace to confer with his father-in-law on the finer details. A cloud carriage streaked like a river of light across the sky to the eastern shore, the Isle of Yunxiao. Immortals came and went in throngs, each bearing remarkable artifice. The scene was that of 10,000 immortals paying court. Li Yu supported Madame Yunxiao and stepped onto Yunxiao Island, making for Bo Palace. A host of Jie School immortals bowed with alacrity. Greetings, brother-in-law. Greetings, senior sister Yunxiao. Greetings, senior brother. Brother-in-law. Longier Dingguang immortal's eyes burned red with resentment. He muttered, the tree that stands tallest draws the wind. Those human ants will not remain concealed forever. I, Longier Dingguang, have defected to the west, codename Chuanshanjia. One day, I will pierce rend and annihilate the Jie School. He vowed. Then they will be nothing but playthings beneath my hand. Li Yu cast a contemptuous glance at Longier. Such a creature would not survive until the cataclysm of investiture. Like a rabbit hunted in autumn, it would not hop for many days. At Bo Palace, Li Yu helped Yunxiao settle on a meditation cushion, smiling as he bowed grandly. Son-in-law pays respects to my father-in-law. Tongtian Jiaozhu sat composed upon his cushion. Welcome, esteemed son-in-law. No need for ceremony, sit. Li Yu presented half a gene of enlightenment tea. Please accept this token of filial regard. If it is your heart, I will not refuse. Water and fire prepare the tea. Water and fire were Tongtian's attendants and also his inner disciples. Niuer was Kuei Nyo Tongtian Jiao's mount. After tasting the supreme enlightenment tea, they turned to the matter at hand. Son-in-law, you earlier proposed that Yunxiao become the emperor's tutor. What precisely do you have in mind? Hearing that her husband sought her to be the tutor of the heavenly emperor, Yunxiao hastily protested. Husband, why did you not speak to me of this? I am half disabled. How could I serve as the empire's teacher? Li Yu shook his head. If I say she can, then she can. Tongtian assented as well. Indeed, Yunxiao is my disciple. As her master, I too approve of this. Yunxiao sighed softly. You mean well for me, I understand your loyalty, but I am truly a half-broken body. Li Yu clasped her slender jade-like hand. What is there to fear? With spouses united who would doubt our ability to teach the emperor. Yunxiao knew her husband never regarded her as deficient. She bowed in understanding. Very well, I follow your wish. Li Yu smiled with tenderness. Father-in-law, the position of imperial tutor should be adjusted. Originally, the plan had been for Yunxiao to be the heavenly emperor's tutor, but Li Yu had invented nets and other devices that already usurped many of the emperor's traditional duties. There was little left for the emperor to do. Before Tongtian could ask for details, Li Yu declared gravely, let Yunxiao be the teacher of the 5th emperor instead. That station will bring merit and fate on a par with the 3 sovereigns, perhaps even surpassing them. Upon hearing this, the sovereign Lord Tongtian furrowed his brows in puzzlement. Even employing the supreme clarity cultivation art to divine the matter, he could discern no trace of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors. Li Yu explained, father-in-law, have you forgotten? Your son-in-law holds the Kongtong seal. Its resonance allows me to perceive faint echoes of destiny. The 5th emperor's mandate shall quell the great floods for humanity, cast the 9 tripods to define the 9 provinces, unify all human tribes, and establish the Great Xia. This leap in productive capacity also catalyzed a transformation in human social relations, from loose tribal confederacies to a feudal system of infeft states and established kingdoms. The sovereign Lord Tongtian nodded in understanding. Since my worthy son-in-law has such clarity of vision, so be it. As for the remaining title, teacher to the human sovereign and the 4 emperors, it shall be shared among the 5 sage lords. Though the 3 pure ones stand as one family, Tongtian would never monopolize such blessings, yet seeing his son-in-law wield the Kongtong seal, and desiring that the Jie sect reap greater rewards, he welcomed the arrangement with quiet delight. Tongtian had earlier feared his son-in-law might withhold shares from the other sage lords, thereby drawing universal resentment. Now that concern dissolved entirely. A deeper admiration gleamed in Tongtian's eyes. This son-in-law possesses true magnanimity, considering his teacher at every turn, even relinquishing the mandate of the human sovereign. Tongtian assumed his son-in-law intended to claim the Dao fruits of the 3 sovereigns alone, offering only the 4 emperors' titles to others. He remained unaware that the human sovereign's mandate, a fate entangled with karmic calamity, had been deliberately placed by Li Yu as a snare to ensnare the Rin Chan and Western sects. With the teachers to the celestial sovereign and earthly sovereign already designated, Tongtian summoned his disciples into the grand hall. At their head stood Duobao Wudong Xingmu Jinling, Xingmu Gailing Xingmu, Zhao Gongming Qiongxiao Bixiao, and the 7 immortal attendants. Disciples, pay homage to our master. No need for formalities. At the Xixiao Palace Assembly, the primordial ancestor declared that humanity must pass through the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors before flourishing fully. Thereupon, teachers to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall assist them. Upon their ascension, these teachers shall partake of celestial virtue and karmic fortune. My son-in-law has prepared the roles of teacher to the celestial sovereign and teacher to the earthly sovereign for our Jia sect. Let us deliberate who among you is suited to serve as imperial tutor. As Tongtian's voice resonated through the hall, the assembled immortals of the Jia sect beamed and saluted Li Yu such auspicious fortune. Many thanks, brother-in-law. Or should we say elder brother-in-law? The imperial tutorship bestows immense celestial virtue and karmic fortune, benefits that could profoundly advance one's Dao cultivation. Wudong Jinling Gailing and Zhao Gongming spoke in unison. Senior brother Duobao is most fit to serve as teacher to the celestial sovereign. Duobao chuckled softly. I am deeply honored by your esteem, but truly no. Having already severed 2 of my 3 spiritual corpses, the 3rd remains distant. Such minor virtue and fortune hold little use for me. Please, my junior sisters and brothers, discuss among yourselves. Duobao declined the celestial sovereign's tutorship without hesitation. For what reason? A cultivator must know contentment, and above all cherish harmony among fellow disciples. Duobao, after all, was Tongtian's most beloved disciple, lavishly endowed and peerless in cultivation. To seize this felicitous opportunity for the Jia sect, and then compete with junior sisters and brothers for it, that would be nothing short of greed, utterly unbefitting a disciple of virtue. Duobao's resolve was unshakable. I will not go. Let Sister Wudong take the post. Does she not stand but half a step away from severing her 2nd spiritual corpse? This blessing would suit her perfectly. Soon the Jia sect would gain another nascent soul-level sovereign. How splendid. Indeed, elder sister Wudong is most suitable. Yet Wudong demurred. Better to leave this chance for my younger brothers and sisters. Within Bo Palace, elder brothers deferred to juniors honored elders. Mutual humility reigned. In the end, consensus was reached. Wudong Xingmu would tutor the celestial sovereign, harnessing the virtue and fortune to sever her 2nd spiritual corpse. Zhao Gongming would tutor the earthly sovereign, using that same karmic boon to sever a corpse and ascend to the rank of sovereign-level nascent soul. Zhao Gongming had taken form from primordial zephyrs. His innate aptitude and origins were extraordinary, and he had long attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet he lacked the final auspicious conditions required to sever a spiritual corpse. Even during the Fengshen calamitous cycle, Zhao Gongming remained a great Luo golden immortal. Li Yu smiled mysteriously. In the original timeline of the primordial chaos, elder brother-in-law Zhao Gongming, though still only a great Luo golden immortal, wielded the sea-stilling pearl and struck terror into the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun Mountain. And if elder brother-in-law attains sovereign-level cultivation, a single sweep would fell 20. Upon concluding deliberations, the disciples respectfully withdrew. Tongtian asked with a smile, worthy son-in-law, when shall the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors commence? 5 centuries hence. Would that suit you? Holding the Kongtong seal, Li Yu sensed 500 years marked the outer limit of destiny's tolerance. Naturally, Li Yu wished to delay as long as possible. Humanity still needed time to recover its vitality. The torchbearers of the human lineage multiplied steadily. More time was needed for quiet growth. Tongtian nodded. Very well. 5 centuries it shall be. I shall consult the other sage lords. Informing them they too could share in the imperial tutorship would grant them peace of mind. Li Yu departed with Yunxiao aboard a cloud chariot, returning to the ancestral lands of humanity. Now came the wait for Tongtian's negotiations with the sage lords. Bo Palace shimmered with purple chi, ethereal and profound. Upon receiving Tongtian's summons, the 5 sage lords gathered within its halls. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained as placid as still water. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. If an assembly is to be held, it ought to convene at Baiying Palace on Mount Shouyang, not here at Bo Palace. Does Tongtian place our eldest brother in such low regard? Does he even hold him in esteem? Taiqing was the senior of the 3 pure ones. Even if not convened at Mount Shouyang, protocol dictated it be held at Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. It certainly did not fall to Bo Palace. Taiqing Laozi replied calmly, brother, to say no more. The human sovereign is Tongtian's son-in-law, and thus the Kongtong seal rests in Tongtian's hands. Naturally, the assembly belongs here. Yuanshi Tianzuan retorted coldly, yet the eldest brother remains founder of the human teaching. Meanwhile, Jane and Junti were utterly entranced by the numinous splendor of Jinao Island. So enraptured they drooled openly. So, this is what a supreme celestial paradise truly looks like. Opulent. Unimaginably opulent. Whoa, when shall our western lands ever reach such heights? With utter disregard for decorum, Zhuanti pointed at a million-year-old Huangjing root. Huh? What is this? No matter. I shall taste it and know. Pa, pa, pa. Bitter beyond endurance. So acrid a thing surely serves no purpose for Lord Tongtian. I shall relieve him of the burden. Zhuanti promptly seized the million-year Huangjing immortal ginseng and other spirit herbs. The Jie sect immortals watched here, standing on end hearts, seething the western lands. Truly shameless. At that moment, the Wateran Fire immortal boys stepped forth reverently. The sage lords are invited to the Bio Palace assembly. Zhuanti drew a deep breath of Jinao Island's pure qia. Exquisite. Now, I am ready for the assembly. In Bio Palace, Tongtian rose to greet the arriving sage lords with a warm smile. Greetings, eldest brother, second brother. Sister Nuwa, please be seated. Zhuanti, you scoundrel. Put that down. Zhuanti had begun prying up floor tiles from Bio Palace's main hall, and was even stuffing violet gold jade into his sleeves. Zhuanti offered a sheepish grin. My apologies, Lord Tongtian. I'm afraid it's become habit. Water and fire, prepare tea. Moments later, the supreme enlightenment tea filled the hall with fragrance so potent that even sage lords stilled their minds and settled their spirits. Jane sipped solemnly, his face etched with sorrowful contemplation. Excellent tea. Zhuanti drained his cup in one gulp. I haven't even tasted it. Another, please. Taiqing, Yuqing, and Nuwa likewise marveled. How extraordinary Tongtian's fortune to possess such a transcendent brew. Tongtian laughed heartily. Nothing special. Merely my worthy son-in-law's filial piety. Every century, he sends 10 jin of this tea. Please forgive the humble offering. The 5 sage lords stared speechless. Once the tea was finished, the Master of Heaven spoke candidly. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are about to be initiated. Today's discussion is to deliberate on the masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It is truly too bitter, he lamented after taking a bite of the yellow essence. Brother Shanqing, you know the West is desolate and impoverished, too poor indeed. Therefore I plead with Brother Shanqing to allocate the masters of the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity to the West. In the hall, the saints instinctively filtered out Zhuan, his words responding with refreshing. The Master of Heaven, ignoring the remarks, continued, my sect shall receive the heavenly sovereign's master, the earthly sovereign's master, and the master of the 5th emperor. The old one of Taiqing and the primordial supreme being furrowed their brows with the latter, saying, Third brother, your requests are rather excessive. Jie and Zhuanti nodded in agreement. Too much indeed. Nuwa remained silent, quietly observing. The Master of Heaven felt a surge of irritation. How could his older brothers claim the West had too many requests when they had made their own first? The primordial supreme being's face darkened, stating, Third brother, your disciples are all clad in fur and armor, born in hardship with shallow fortunes. It is truly difficult for them to assist the human emperor. Forcing them to do so would only harm them. Instead, my Changjiao disciples are all robust and deep in fortune, capable of aiding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Master of Heaven, already angered, felt his fury boil as he heard the second brother belittling his sect, exclaiming, Second brother. What? Is second brother mistaken? He retorted. Are not your disciples also clad in fur and armor? Jie and Zhuanti chuckled to themselves, thinking, excellent. Every disciple of my sect possesses great magical power and profound cultivation. How many Quasi-saints have emerged from your Changjiao? Zhejiao's Duobao, Wudong Jinling, and Gui Ling are all Quasi-saints, particularly Duobao, who recently eliminated 2 corpses, making his path promising. In contrast, while the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao are renowned, their cultivation is merely that of great Luo golden immortals, with only Guang Chengzi barely managing to slay a corpse, qualifying as a Quasi-saint. The primordial supreme being seemed to be touched on a sensitive matter, his expression growing increasingly grim. Only cultivating magical power, without virtue, lacking understanding of destiny, and yet you take pride in it. The old one of Taiqing's expression became slightly solemn. Everyone should speak less. He meaningfully added, Third brother holds the Kongtong seal, so let him arrange things as he sees fit. Not speaking was better. Once said it, further enraged the primordial supreme being, who snorted coldly and fell silent. At that moment, the West added fuel to the fire. Brother Shanqing eats meat. We will still depend on Brother Shanqing for a bit of soup next. The old one of Taiqing, unable to acquire the ultimate treasure of humanity, found further discussion pointless. Seeing his goal achieved, he stated directly, I have only one disciple, Xuandu, let him assist the 1st emperor. The primordial supreme being then declared, the master of the human emperor belongs to Changjiao. Nuan nodded, though my junior sister has not established a great teaching, she has a golden phoenix. Let the golden phoenix assist the 2nd emperor. Jie and Zhuanti no longer hesitated. Then we in the West shall require the 3rd and 4th emperor masters. Thus the unpleasant negotiations concluded. The old one of Taiqing departed. The expression of the primordial supreme being was displeased as he returned to Kunlun Mountain. Nuwa said her farewells and returned to the palace of Nuwa. Jieyin wore a worried and pained expression. Zhuan-Ti was drooling, asking, "Brother Shanqing, what exactly is the taste of that tea? I drank too quickly before and couldn't savor it properly. Could Brother Taoist spare me 3 jin for the West? It would be good for me to take back for that group of poor, inexperienced disciples to taste." "Well," the Master of Heaven's face darkened. Get lost, none for you." "What a joke. It took my son-in-law a millennium to be filial enough to receive half a jin. Just now, with the elder brothers present, the West was only fortunate enough to taste a bit of the fine dregs." Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti left reluctantly, filled with regret. In the Bo Palace, only the Master of Heaven remained. He sat quietly on the mat, remaining silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. It was unclear when the 3 pure ones had begun to argue more than they discussed the Tao together, where their meetings had turned into endless quarrels. Initially, they at least avoided outsiders, but now there was no longer any restraint, arguing in front of others without holding back. The second brother's words were too hurtful. The Master of Heaven believed that each disciple of Jiejiao was honest, sensible, and knew their limits. But why did the second brother perceive them only as beings clad in fur and armor, solely focused on magical power, lacking virtue, and shallow in fortune? The Master of Heaven felt distressed, unsure of how to mend the rift among the 3 pure ones. If Liu were here, he would immediately see that the 3 pure ones, once united, had now become estranged. Since the beginning of their separation. No, since the time of their sanctification, the 3 pure ones had gradually drifted further apart. Perhaps it could even be traced back to the time of their emergence, when schemes and rivalries began to surface, though Taiqing had concealed them deep within. In the ancestral land of humanity, in a small courtyard with a thatched cottage, Liu held Yunxiao reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the gentle sunlight. He received a message from his father-in-law stating, "The discussions have been finalized. 500 years from now, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will commence." Liu responded with a secret method, "Yes, the son-in-law is prepared." Time flowed like water, slipping away unnoticed. 300 years later, Liu sat quietly on the mat, the laws and rhythms of the Tao surrounding him as he comprehended the law of force. With 5 energies converging in his chest and 3 flowers blooming atop his head, he grasped the strength of the laws, embodying the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Liu's mind stirred as he sensed the imprint left behind, manifesting. It was located in the north. Without delay, Liu headed to the northern tribe, where he saw a woman giving birth. A cry echoed throughout the universe. Golden light dazzled, illuminating the sky. Upon the child's birth, he was enveloped in a heavy aura of merit, hinting at the formation of a merit golden wheel. With such immense merit, aside from the selflessly supporting North Sea Xiangui, it would be hard to find another in the wilderness. Back then, Liu sent Lu'er with the heavenly machine brocade to the North Sea, guiding Xiangui to willingly support the heavens and reincarnate. To this day, he finally emerges. The Tao is just and fair. The North Sea, Xiangui, willingly supporting the heavens, possesses great merit. Though reincarnated as a human, his roots and comprehension have been blessed by the Tao, not inferior to innate beings. The North Sea Xiangui is indeed my direct disciple. He may also become a great protector for humanity. Liu granted the woman 3 rays of divine water, rewarding her for the birth. "Please, Your Majesty, give my son a name." The North Sea Xiangui, having endured a life of hardship, is now reborn with light. "The name shall be Xiangui." Xian, meaning profound and related to water, signifies his return today. His path is promising. Liu officially accepted Xiangui as his direct 3rd disciple. At the age of 5, Liu began to formally teach his disciple, imparting the 9 transformations of mysterious origin, primordial volume, and the Shangqing celestial method. Xiangui, originally a North Sea Xiangui, was endowed with an incredibly strong and indestructible physical body. This was perfectly suited for the 9 transformations of mysterious origin. With a powerful body, physical training would yield great results. Additionally, with boundless fortune supporting his primordial spirit, it was also highly effective. Embarking on the path of cultivation, Xiangui attained the Earth Immortal Realm in 2.5 hours, breaking through to the Celestial Immortal Realm in a single day. Within a mere 100 years, he reached the Golden Immortal Realm. He could be regarded as a favored child of heaven. Until the 500 years had passed, Liu, seated upon the throne of the human emperor, summoned forth the Kongtong seal and shouted, "3 sovereigns and 5 emperors commence." The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors dawned. A veil of tribulation Qi descended upon heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao withdrew into seclusion, and celestial omens grew inscrutable. Countless cultivators felt as though a 1,000-gene boulder pressed upon their chests. Terror seized them utterly. How can tribulation Qi appear again? Hasn't the great calamity just passed? By the heavens! Could another cataclysm be imminent? Senior Taoist Yangju, what is your insight? Ha. Esteemed cultivators, you perceive too superficially. Though tribulation Qi has surfaced, it surges far less violently than during the ancient demon clan cataclysm. It is certainly not the advent of another great calamity. This tribulation, I hear, is tied to the flourishing of humanity. For humankind to rise, it must pass through the ages of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, decreed by the Tao ancestor with the 6 sages guiding and supporting the human race. SSS. Then according to your words, humanity shall become the paramount protagonist of heaven and earth. Ha. Undoubtedly so. I am doomed. I am utterly finished. In that past life, I plundered human tribes. What vile heretical fiend dares infiltrate this assembly of cultivators? Die. Surrounding cultivators rose as one in furious assault. Truly worthy of admiration, Senior Taoist Yangju sees with such clarity. And thus as tribulation Qi roiled across heaven and earth, the grand saga of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors formally commenced. On Mount Jinao, Lord Tongtian, the master of the Jie sect, wore a solemn expression as he instructed Wudong Shengmu. The age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has begun. My disciple, you may now leave the island to wander among humanity and await the dawn of the celestial sovereign. Your esteemed son-in-law now reigns as the primordial emperor and supreme sovereign of humanity. Should Wudong encounter difficulties on her journey, she must seek his guidance without hesitation. Wudong Shengmu bowed respectfully. Yes, master. This disciple shall surely engage in frequent discourse with my brother-in-law. Having departed Mount Jinao, Wudong Shengmu journeyed eastward to the shores of the Eastern Sea, first to the ancestral lands of humanity to pay homage to her brother-in-law, or more precisely to the primordial emperor of humanity. Out in the world, a brother-in-law remains a brother-in-law, but when matters of state are at hand, titles must be observed. Senior Sister Wudong, you might begin by touring the various human tribes, observing their afflictions. Only through practice grounded in observation, and observation refined by practice, can you discern precisely what must be nurtured when the celestial sovereign arises. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. Wudong Shengmu smiled serenely. Many thanks for the primordial emperor's guidance. Senior sister, you flatter me. Leaving the ancestral lands, Wudong Shengmu entered tribes great and small, conversing with mortals, observing humanity closely, and distilling its gravest affliction. Wudong Shengmu smiled serenely. Many thanks for the primordial emperor's guidance. Senior sister, you flatter me. Leaving the ancestral lands, Wudong Shengmu entered tribes great and small, conversing with mortals, observing humanity closely, and distilling it. Indeed, Taiqing Laozi had already prepared for Xian Du an innate spiritual treasure, a sacred artifact essential for severing the 3 selves. Master Wudong Shengmu has left Mount Jinao and entered the human realm. Shall we take any action? Taiqing Laozi sat motionless upon his meditation cushion, his countenance as still and deep as an ancient well. What then ought we do? This disciple trembles in fear. I know not. Pray, master, enlighten me. Taiqing Laozi gazed upon Xian Du, and deep within his heart he could not help but compare him once more with Li Yu. Both born of humanity, yet Li Yu's radiance already illuminated the entire Honghuang cosmos. Even among the 3,000 guests of the Yunxiao palace, the vast majority fell short of Li Yu's brilliance. Could it be that this Taoist misjudged him long ago? No. A sage's move is irrevocable. Do nothing, simply wait. Taiqing Laozi gently closed his eyes, his mind already resolute. Though humanity shall produce the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, does that mean it may seize mastery over its own destiny? Impossible. For humanity to control its own fate, Taiqing Laozi could not sleep. Truly he could not sleep. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors may indeed ascend, but they shall remain imprisoned for eternity. Even should humanity's fortune swell to unimaginable heights, it belongs without question to the Yunxiao sect. Upon Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, Master Wudong Shengmu has entered the human realm. The Jie sect is truly despicable. It claims 3 imperial tutors while granting our Yuqing sect only the title of tutor to the human emperor, utterly oblivious to celestial mandates. A rabble of fur-clad scale-armored beings, cultivating brute force alone, neglecting virtue. What merit or virtue do they possess? The immortals of Kunlun ground their teeth in fury. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression likewise darkened. How could Li Yu, the primordial emperor of humanity, be Tongtian's son-in-law? A mere ant. This sovereign of humanity sold out his kind to serve as Tongtian's gatekeeper, blind to heavenly law, already treading the path towards self-destruction. Moreover, Tongtian wielded the Zhuxian sword formation, a formation so contrary to heaven's will that its mere invocation threatened both the western lands and pointedly Taiqing and Yuqing alike. Such a heaven-defying formation ought never exist. Further words were futile. Our Yuqing sect shall tutor the human emperor. That decision stands firm. Yuanshi Tianzuan's sacred voice resonated. Below disciples' hearts burned with fervor. Guiding the human emperor to his throne would yield immense merit and cosmic fortune. Should such fortune be attained, the path to Tao would lie wide open. Though the immortals of Kunlun burned with anticipation, none dared speak first. Only Honghuang World stepped forward, seeing his senior brother silent, and declared, "If master deems me unworthy, this disciple volunteers to serve as tutor." Guang Qingzi cast a cold, piercing glance upon Honghuang. Qi Jingzi Tai Zhenren and Daoxing Tianzuan exchanged wry mocking smiles, a fool who knows not death. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not even deign to look at Honghuang Zhenren. Ran Deng stood within the Jade Void Palace, his heart ablaze with ambition. Ran Deng had been one of the 3,000 guests of the Xiao Palace. By seniority, he addressed the three Pure Ones as fellow Taoists. After the three Pure Ones ascended to sagehood, Ran Deng entered the Jade Void Palace as Yuanshi Tianzuan's disciple. His peers from the Xiao Palace had long since severed their three selves, or achieved the late or perfected stages of the quasi-sage realm. Ran Deng alone pursued the path of annihilation. Yet hampered by insufficient blessings, he remained stalled at the peak of the great Luo immortal realm, unable to sever his three selves even after eons. Ran Deng stepped half a pace forward. "Master, this disciple believes." Before he could finish, Ling Bao Tianzuan and Daoxing Tianzuan exchanged startled glances. "Senior Ran Deng, surely you do not intend to compete with junior disciples for such blessings." Though Ran Deng's cultivation was unremarkable, his former status as peer to the three Pure Ones earned him respect. Yuanshi Tianzuan appointed him deputy sect master of the Yuqing sect, and the immortals of Kunlun addressed him as half-master. Ling Bao Tianzuan and Daoxing Tianzuan shook their heads in dismay. "Senior Ran Deng, you should not have spoken. Had you possessed the capacity to sever your three selves, you would have done so long ago. Why linger until now? Even were the post of human emperor's tutor granted to you, you still could not sever your three selves. You would merely squander its auspicious fortune." Guang Qingzi, however, possesses profound roots and unparalleled blessings, truly fit to serve as human emperor's tutor. Guang Qingzi clearly relished the praise. "My thanks to my two junior brothers for your generous esteem." Nanji Xianwang spoke coldly. "Senior Ran Deng, will you not step back?" "Ha. Laughter, sharp with mockery, rippled through the hall. Ran Deng stood pierced by invisible thorns, his heart seething with fury, yet powerless to retaliate. Mocked by disciples who once called him master. How bitterly ironic. Ran Deng hastily replied, "Master, what this disciple meant to say is, only Guang Qingzi is worthy of the post of human emperor's tutor." Nanji Xianwang approached and patted Ran Deng's shoulder. "Senior Ran Deng, you've finally done something right." "Ha ha ha ha." The hall erupted in louder, more derisive laughter. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat aloft, unmoved, regarding Ran Deng with profound disdain. Once a Xiao Palace guest, yet so feeble, so utterly inept. Even now incapable of severing his three selves. What distinguishes him from a mere wastrel? Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice lowered, resonant and grave. "Guang Qingzi shall tutor the human emperor. So be it. Yes, this disciple shall not fail master's profound trust." Within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa sat serene upon her meditation cushion, her exquisite eyes fixed upon humanity's ancestral lands. Filled with deep concern, "Elder brother, can you attain the Tao fruit of the celestial sovereign? This is your sole chance to transcend calamity." Upon the eastern shore of humanity's ancestral lands, in a humble thatched cottage and quiet courtyard, Li Yu held Yunxiao in his arms, watching the winds and clouds churn across heaven and earth. The sensation of holding one's beloved while playing Go, truly exquisite. Alas, I still relied upon my father-in-law's authority. Today's system shop has refreshed. Innate purple bamboo, 100 million aromatic, delightfully. Innate green bamboo, 100 million freshly fragrant, crisp and refreshing. Innate white bamboo, 100 million tender, succulent and juicy. 50-50 formation, 10 billion note ensures absolute equality among all participants. Liu watched as the system shop refreshed, a knowing smile appearing on his face. He planned to ally with Nuwa and Jin Yuanzi. Once the Heavenly Emperor took his rightful place, it would be a showdown between Tongtian Nuwa and Jin Yuanzi versus Taiqing Yuqing Jieyin and Zhuanti. With the Earth Book Great Formation in place, Li Ye's success rate was only 90%. A success rate of 90% still carried a significant risk of failure. Today the system had finally refreshed with the 5-5 opening Great Formation. The Great Formation of equal treatment. Exchange for the 5-5 opening Great Formation. Also exchange for 3 bamboo shoots. The items have been delivered, please check master. As the system's voice fell, a formation plate appeared within the system space, radiating the essence of yin and yang. Countless mysterious Tao patterns were engraved on the formation plate. With the 5-5 opening great formation, one can stand undefeated from the very beginning. Observing the three innate spiritual roots, purple bamboo, green bamboo, and white bamboo. As sleep approaches, a pillow is delivered. Liu summoned Lu Er. Lu Er, dressed in a Taoist robe, asked, Master, you summoned your disciple. Take a trip to Jinao Island and borrow the Kuei-Nyo. Understood. Yunxiao showed a puzzled expression. Husband, why do we need the bull? Liu smiled mysteriously. My dear, keep it a secret for now, and you will know soon. Liu raised his hand to summon the Qian Kuan Ding. The Qian Kuan Ding, an innate supreme treasure, possesses the power to reverse the innate. Liu threw countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the Qian Kuan Ding, and a spiritual treasure's embryo was forged. Yunxiao curiously watched her husband forge the spiritual treasure, which had a peculiar shape, seemingly crafted specifically for the bull. Not long after, Kuei-Nyo appeared with blue flames emanating from its hooves, hovering in the air. Little master, the bull has arrived. Upon hearing your summons, I rushed here immediately. Li's expression changed him. What did you call me? Kuei-Nyo chuckled. It turns out little master enjoys this. Liu and Yunxiao exchanged puzzled glances. Kuei-Nyo earnestly stated, in the primordial chaos, it is said that a son-in-law is considered half a son. Are you not the little master of the bull? Liu had been called father-in-law many times, and the supreme sage had never refused such a title. A son-in-law being half a son, isn't that reason enough to call him little master? Liu could only helplessly acquiesce. Little master it is then. Bull, try this spiritual treasure. All right. Then Kuei-Nyo fell into deep thought. This spiritual treasure feels strange. Just put it on. Kuei-Nyo revealed its true form with a plow strapped to its back. Little master treats me well, presenting me with an innate spiritual treasure upon our first meeting. The Qian Kuan Ding, which reverses the innate, naturally produces innate spiritual treasures. Liu smiled with satisfaction. Once the task is completed, I will personally forge you a true spiritual treasure. Kuei-Nyo asked in confusion, then what is this? Go plow 2 acres of land and give it a try. Kuei-Nyo, immensely strong, could plow 2 acres in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Liu had forged a plow with the purpose of planting innate purple bamboo, innate green bamboo, and innate white bamboo. Moreover, since the grains had yet to be born, the plow had not been introduced to the human race, and thusly, yes, forging of this treasure bore no merit or fortune. Liu inspected the depth of the plowed land. Not bad, let's plow several thousand acres based on this standard. All right. Kuei-Nyo had never done this work before, but found it very interesting and was quite motivated. Once the land was cleared, Liu stealthily took out hundreds of drops of Sangguang divine water and cast a rain spell. The Sangguang divine water mixed with the heavy rain, falling evenly. The already fertile spiritual soil became even more imbued with spiritual energy. Liu raised his hand and tossed the innate purple bamboo. As the purple bamboo touched the ground, it transformed into 90,000 purple bamboo forests. The green bamboo also turned into 90,000 green bamboo forests upon landing. The white bamboo forest under the sunlight appeared as exquisite as fine white jade, translucent and radiant. As far as the eye could see, the bamboo forest stretched for thousands of acres, swaying in the wind, exuding a refined bamboo fragrance. A grass-roofed cottage nestled within the bamboo forest, adding an aura of tranquility and mystery. The bamboo sea resonated with sounds, the ambience reaching its peak. Yunxiao gazed at the vibrant scenery, and her already beautiful mood became even more delightful. Kuei-Nyo had started eating. Wow, this water is truly spiritual. Lu Er, in disbelief, said, is it really that spiritual? Let me try. Yang Jian returned, brother, what are you eating? I want to try too, Xingui said. The roots of the innate 3 bamboos were deeply buried, ensuring the bamboo forest would not cease to grow, continuously sprouting. The 3 dutiful disciples dug up a pile of tender bamboo shoots. Master, mistress, you should try some too. All right, today I will showcase my skills and prepare a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. And let's make bamboo shoot chicken soup as well. Go catch a few spirit birds, but be careful not to get any under 2.5 years old. The 3 disciples had clearly defined roles and didn't even use any divine powers or techniques. They were busy chasing after one another, having a great time. At this moment, a ray of light fell from the 9 heavens. Yao Ji arrived at the ancestral land of the human race. Somewhat confused. Am I in the wrong place? No, not at all. Liu, brother Yunxiao, I came to bring you pan tao. Moments later, Liu stared at the thousands of purple-patterned ren shui pan tao, lost in thought. Yao Ji, did she just raid the entire pan tao garden? Or are these the finest purple-patterned pan tao? Yao Ji was saved by Liu and Yunxiao, and becoming addicted to their affection, voluntarily acknowledged them as her brother and sister. From time to time, she would descend to the heavenly court to visit the ancestral land of the human race. Meanwhile, at the heavenly court, the heavenly servant dressed in white trembled as he faced Hao Yin. Your Majesty, the princess has gone to the pan tao garden and picked the purple-patterned pan tao. Hao Yin sat in the position of the great heavenly sovereign enjoying a moment of glory. It's just a few peaches. If the princess likes them, let her have a few. The heavenly servant was fearful, your majesty. You should really take a look. Hao Yin went to the Pantao garden and was taken aback. The Ren Shui Pantao rooted in the heavenly court had transformed into 9,000 trees, among which the last 3,000 were the purple patterned Pan Tao, the most precious. But now, the Pan Tao tree was completely bare. What the heck? Has a thief come? No, it's not. It's the princess. Hao Yin frowned. What does Yao Ji need so many Pan Tao for? Going to the primordial chaos. The ancestral land of the human race, it seems like. To meet. Hao Yin was in a daze for a long time. Boo hao. Not good, my sister. The evening breeze was cool and pleasant. The sounds from the bamboo forest were not noisy. Instead, they created a warm and serene feeling. Yunxiao said, husband, there are so many purple patterned Pan Tao. Li Yu decisively shook his head. My dear, there's no need to say more. I understand. My heart belongs solely to you. Yao Ji's infatuation with me is of no use. Yunxiao asked, husband, what I mean is, will Hao Yin punish Yao Ji? Li Yu replied, my dear, you worry too much. After all, they share a bloodline connection. At most he will just say a few words. What else can he do to punish her? After tasting the bamboo shoots and the Ren Shui, purple patterned Pan Tao, Li Yu said, Lu Ergo set up several Dao placards in the bamboo forest inscribing the Dao patterns. Thieves shall have their legs broken. All right. For now. No one could comprehend Li Yu's actions. Only tens of thousands of miles southeast of the ancestral land of the human race, surrounded by mountains, there lived a ferocious race known as the iron-eating beasts, immensely strong. Today, thousands of iron-eating beasts were distracted from their meals. This was because their naturally keen noses caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting from afar. Thus, hundreds of advanced iron-eating beasts packed their bags and, under the cover of night, traversed mountains and hills following the scent. Through mountains and valleys buffeted by wind and rain, hundreds of iron-eating beasts finally arrived at the eastern shore of the sea. Wow, what is this? Purple blue, white, it smells so fragrant. Take a bite. The iron-eating beast tasted the innate bamboo. Its body trembled with excitement as it cried out, such delicious food exists in the world. After living for hundreds of years, this is so fragrant, truly delightful. A group of iron-eating beasts began to feast, heartily reveling in their meal. Meanwhile, in a thatched cottage yard, Lu'er had long heard the sounds of beings stealing the master's bamboo, cursing, what audacity, stealing from the master. They'll go deal with them. Elder brother, let's go together. Yang Jian and Xian Gui echoed. Let's go. Li Yu chuckled, come back. Master, if they dare to steal today, they will dare to rob tomorrow. I know my disciple. Since they have come from afar, let them eat their fill first. Eating too little, how can Li Yu control the iron-eating beast clan? Or rather, Li Yu planted the innate spiritual bamboo with the intention of capturing the entire iron-eating beast clan in one fell swoop. In the bamboo forest, hundreds of iron-eating beasts were gorging themselves, both eating and taking. Let's bring some of this fresh delicacy back for our brothers at home. Just then, Lu Er's teasing voice rang out. Is the bamboo sweet? Is it fragrant? Sweet. It's incredibly fragrant and sweet. The iron-eating beasts instinctively nodded. Bold little thieves. How dare you steal? The Dao patterns clearly state thieves shall have their legs broken. Do you still dare to steal, eh? The hundreds of iron-eating beasts froze in shock. Oh no. We've been discovered, run. They saw hundreds of black and white giant bears curled up into a round ball scurrying away from the bamboo forest. Lu'er, Yang Jian, and Xian Gui took action. The iron-eating beasts looked simple-minded and cute while eating bamboo, but switched to combat mode. Their aura became powerful and ferocious. The leading iron-eating beast hurriedly said, I have eaten your bamboo. I do not wish to be your enemy, nor do I wish to harm you. Do not force me. What a little thief, eating bamboo, and still so unrepentant. Do you not realize your mistake? I can't be bothered to explain to you. You're not worthy to listen. The iron-eating beast clan is born with divine power, fierce and unmatched, yet they still lack a complete cultivation method. With brute strength, encountering a true cultivator is of little use. Lu'er, Yang Jian, and Xian Gui quickly captured all the iron-eating beasts. A total of 425 iron-eating beasts were all taken to the outside of the thatched cottage. The iron-eating beasts wore worried and distressed expressions, knowing they were doomed, and hurriedly stole and packed bamboo to eat, thinking if they must die, they might as well die full. Yunxiao linked arms with Li Yu standing outside the small courtyard. Yunxiao observed the group of iron-eating beasts, black and white in color, cute, yet fierce, finding them quite amusing. Yunxiao winked at her husband, signaling that they could begin. Li Yu's expression darkened as he sternly said, Thieves shall have their legs broken. Do you still dare to steal? A group of iron-eating beasts stammered, We can't read. Less nonsense. Where are my disciples? Here, break all their legs. The group of iron-eating beasts cried out, "Can we keep one?" "No. Break the ones in the middle first." Lu Air grabbed the leader of the iron-eating beast. "In the primordial chaos, if you get hit, stand straight. If you do something wrong, you must admit it." The leader of the iron-eating beast trembled. "I truly did not intend to steal. Intentionally careless." "No more nonsense." Just as Lu Air was about to make a move, the iron-eating beast felt hopeless. Yunxiao spoke gently. "Wait a moment." Yunxiao said softly, "I see that this group of iron-eating beasts is not truly vicious." The group of iron-eating beasts nodded vigorously. "Not at all. Are you their leader? I want to ask you, what is your name? Where do you live? Where do you come from? Why did you steal?" The group of iron-eating beasts seemed to see a savior. "My name is Taidan. I live in White Bear Mountain. I came from the west. I did not come to steal. I was drawn by the fragrant smell." Taking without permission is stealing. I really do not recognize the Tao patterns. I thought it was wild bamboo. Liu glowered. "On the brink of death, you still dare to quibble." Yunxiao smiled gently. "Husband, I think they did not do it on purpose." The group of iron-eating beasts nodded vigorously. "Not on purpose." Liu sneered. "Then it was intentionally careless. No more words. Break their legs." Yunxiao shook her head softly, saying, "The fact of theft is evident. I cannot speak on your behalf." Liu added, "I can spare you this once, but only if you pledge allegiance to the human race." Below, the group of iron-eating beasts boldly declared, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We, the iron-eating beast clan born between heaven and earth, cannot become slaves to humans. The iron-eating beast clan will never be slaves." Liu added, "Innate purple bamboo, blue bamboo, and white bamboo are more than enough." The expressions of the iron-eating beasts suddenly changed the conversation, shifting. "It's not without this possibility. Really enough. My White Bear Mountain has over 100,000 brothers. We could eat 100,000 bamboo in one meal." Liu stated plainly, "Is 200,000 enough? The innate purple bamboo, blue bamboo, and white bamboo's source is deeply buried in the soil. What grows now is merely bamboo infused with some spiritual energy. As long as the source is not damaged, it can continuously grow. Moreover, bamboo grows extremely fast, often likened to the saying like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, even faster than chives." Liu periodically nourished the spiritual bamboo's source with the three light divine water. The source not only remains undamaged, but flourishes even more. 200,000 bamboo in one meal. Gulp. A group of iron-eating beasts could not help but swallow hard, their recently filled stomachs feeling a bit hungry again. The fragrant bamboo scent made them salivate uncontrollably. A black and white iron-eating beast with a scar on its face whispered, "Taidan, let's surrender. If we surrender, there will be endless bamboo to eat." "Yes, Brother Taidan, bring some back for the brothers in the clan to taste. They will definitely agree." "Brother Taidan, I have never eaten such good food in my life. Oh, I want to eat this every day." The iron-eating beast clan was internally crumbling. At this moment, Taidan was also drooling, feeling some concern. Becoming a slave is ultimately not a good thing. The iron-eating beast clan has to save face. 21,000 bamboo. I agree. 25,000. Liu spoke again. The group of iron-eating beasts became excited as expected of Brother Taidan. He opened his mouth, and it became 25,000. Thus, Taidan was also thrilled, directly bowing, "Father. No adoptive father. I greet my master." The group of iron-eating beasts all shouted, calling him master. The iron-eating beast clan will never be slaves. But there was no choice. The master offered too much. So much that they could not refuse. Liu played the tough role, while Yunxiao played the soft role, finally achieving their goal. Liu smiled. Lu Air prepared 20,000 bamboo for Taidan, so he can take some back for his brothers. "All right, master." Taidan exclaimed, "Master is benevolent." Liu left behind 400 iron-consuming beasts as hostages. Lu Air carried 200,000 bamboo stalks back to Shouyang Mountain with Taidan. Shouyang Mountain. It was not snowed in as if buried beneath a blizzard. Rather, some 100,000 iron-consuming beasts dwelled here, black and white creatures wandering the forests, foraging ceaselessly. The mountains and woods were lush and verdant, yet edible fare was exceedingly scarce. Taidan has returned. A throng of iron-consuming beasts gathered to greet their chieftain alongside Taidan. The chieftain of the iron-consuming beasts had grown old. His fur had lost its former luster, though his belly remained round and plump. "Taidan, did you discover the source of that fragrance?" "Chieftain, we did. I led my brothers across towering peaks and endless ravines, traveled farther than memory can hold, until at last we reached the boundless sea and there found the origin of the scent. And was it delicious? Delicious beyond words. Nothing in all my life has tasted so fragrant." Gulp. Surrounding iron-consuming beasts instinctively swallowed hard. After speaking, Taidan suddenly flushed with shame. "Chieftain, that delicacy is called bamboo. Delicious, yes, but it belongs to others. We were captured and had no choice but to surrender. I've returned, to ask our chieftain to pledge allegiance to the human sovereign. My master declared, should your clan swear fealty, immense rewards await. An unfamiliar cultivator stepped forward. The surrounding iron-consuming beasts instantly tensed, their senses sharpened with wariness. The chieftain's face paled. Taidan, was it you who brought these cultivators here? You dare betray us and lead enemies straight to our ancestral home. Taidan panicked. No, chieftain, please hear me out. Lu Er chuckled nearby. What explanation is needed? Your chieftain is ancient. Taidan recoiled in alarm. You mustn't kill him and install me as chief. Very well, so this is your scheme. The iron-consuming beasts shall never be slaves. It is etched into our very bones. Lu Er's speech was abruptly cut short. Surely your chieftain so aged has never tasted such exquisite bamboo. With a flick of his hand, Lu Er summoned a mountainous pile, 200,000 stalks of purple azure and white bamboo, preserved with supreme artifice, radiating a pristine primordial aroma. The assembled iron-consuming beasts gazed upon the violet azure and ivory stalks. The ancestral imperative encoded in their marrow surged uncontrollably. What is this? It looks delicious. Ignoring warnings of poison, they seized the stalks and devoured them without hesitation. What the? Those still waiting asked, what's happening? Is it poisoned? Quick, eat. They abandoned all restraint, feasting with unrestrained fervor. Only the chieftain stood rigid, throat convulsing as he swallowed hard, then roared. Where is your pride? Where is your dignity? Chieftain, try it yourself. It's sublime. Wah. I've never tasted anything so extraordinary in my entire life. Nonsense. Can mere bamboo be that delectable? I, chieftain of the iron-consuming beasts, would sooner starve to death or leap from Shouyang Mountain than ever taste a single stalk. To be an iron-consuming beast is to possess unyielding spirit. Taidan retorted, Chieftain, what gibberish are you muttering? And shoved the most succulent azure bamboo straight into the chieftain's mouth. The chieftain bit reflexively, and his heart trembled. Strange, why so crisp? This substance tastes astonishingly refreshing. Something is deeply amiss. Profoundly amiss. I must taste again. Heavens, not only crisp and refreshing, it is sweet, tender, and brimming with dewy juice. One bite, and I crave another. Truly, exquisitely fragrant. The chieftain snorted. One stalk barely reveals its flavor. I shall sample another. He muttered under his breath, devouring 3 stalks in succession, then reached eagerly for a fourth. Taidan spoke up, Chieftain, how was it? The chieftain lowered the stalk, only then a trace of bamboo nectar glistening at the corner of his mouth. How was what? Acceptable, passable. Spirit. A bear must have spirit, and we are iron-consuming beasts. Can a few bamboo stalks truly buy your loyalty? Would you so readily submit to humanity? How shall I face our ancestors in the afterlife? Taidan scratched his head. Chieftain, a few. The great human sovereign decreed, upon swearing fealty, bamboo shall flow without end. 25,000 stalks per meal. HSSSS. The chieftain drew a sharp, astonished breath. The crowd exhaled in unison. 25,000 stalks per meal. That's infinite. What is this true? The chieftain's voice turned grave, solemn, reverent. Did the great human sovereign truly speak thus? Taidan nodded firmly. The sovereign promised 100 exclusive stalks per meal reserved solely for the... Indeed, Lu Er affirmed. My master is the human sovereign, the first emperor of humanity, and also the son-in-law and biological son of the supreme sage of the Jijiao sect. His word weighs heavier than Mount Buzhou. How could it ever be false? A thrill surged through the chieftain's heart. Brilliant. If I perish, I shall simply offer this bamboo to our ancestors. They surely will say nothing amiss. Ah, esteemed Taoist friend, this old iron has grievously neglected you. Please enter with honor. The chieftain's name was Lao Tai. Oh dear young master Lu Er. If you are indeed the disciple of the great sovereign, then you are naturally the young master of our iron-consuming beasts. Taidan, fetch our treasured honey at once, and honor the young master properly. Yes, chieftain. Lu Er fell silent, musing. Truly gluttonous little creatures. He could not fathom his master's intent in subduing the iron-consuming beasts. Surely the sovereign harbored some earth-shattering, heaven-rending purpose. Chieftain, I preferred your defiant, untamable spirit. Restore it if you please. Days later, the chieftain convened all 10,800 members of his clan. Standing tall, the chieftain proclaimed, I intend to pledge fealty to the human sovereign, the first emperor. Who consents? Who opposes? Consent. Consent. With both hands and feet. Chieftain, let us submit without delay. The sooner we yield, the sooner we feast. Indeed, the great sovereign treats us with extraordinary generosity. Then so be it. We surrender. The chieftain gazed upon his kin and sighed softly. Bamboo is undeniably exquisite, but the tranquil seclusion of the iron-consuming beasts has been shattered. Amidst this chaotic, treacherous age, without a patron our clan may well vanish forever. Once humanity lagged far behind us. Yet under the sovereign's guidance they now flourish with vibrant vitality. He possesses true mastery and profound capability. The iron-consuming beasts themselves had once known peerless glory, a secret known only to them. In bygone eons the Chelan clan ruled the primordial wilderness and all beastly races. The iron-consuming beasts served as their foremost generals, winning countless victories across the southern and northern realms. Yet during the cataclysmic three-tribe war of Longhin, every elite warrior of the iron-consuming beasts perished on the battlefield, and their final decree echoed through generations: our clan shall withdraw from the world unseen and unheard. But now, the time has come for the iron-consuming beasts to re-emerge. Thus the entire clan pledged allegiance to the human sovereign. The elder chieftain personally selected promising youths from among his people and journeyed to the shores of the Eastern Sea to pay homage to the great sovereign. It was above all a path secured for the next generation. On the shores of the Eastern Sea the climate is warm and the soil fertile. Hundreds of thousands of acres of bamboo groves sway in the wind, exuding a refreshing bamboo fragrance. The chaotic flowers gradually entice the eye. The leader of the iron-eating beast tribe couldn't help but drool. So many tender bamboos, the freshly sprouted flavor must be delightful. 6-year young lord, let's hurry to pay our respects to the great sovereign. In the small courtyard of a thatched cottage, Liu met with the leader of the iron-eating beast tribe. With a smile, Liu stated directly, since the leader of the iron-eating beast tribe has traveled so far, I won't beat around the bush. Your iron-eating tribe has a population of 100,000. If you all migrate here, it will surely be burdensome. I will provide you with 300,000 bamboos for your first meal. Since you've just arrived at the Eastern Sea, you must not adapt well, so I will give you 400,000 bamboos. Moreover, with the longing for home and the attachment to the land, let's do this a flat rate: 50,000 bamboos for one meal. Leader of the iron-eating beast tribe, it wouldn't be too difficult for you to join the human race, would it? The leader of the iron-eating beast tribe was utterly dumbfounded by the sovereign's words. 50,000. Wasn't it agreed to be 25,000 bamboos? How did it suddenly turn into 50,000? Hiss. All the iron-eating beasts gasped, their hearts burning with excitement. We can't eat that much, we can't eat that much. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to consume it all. The leader of the iron-eating beast tribe was already blissfully. Liu continued, as the sovereign of humanity, and also the direct disciple of the celestial master, if your iron-eating tribe has suitable candidates, you can send them to me for guidance. Clang. The leader of the iron-eating beast tribe knelt down. The iron-eating tribe wandering for a lifetime without encountering a wise lord. Today the sovereign does not abandon us, accepting our iron-eating tribe under your banner. It is truly my adopted father. The young iron-eating beast was quite flexible and didn't care about much. The great sovereign truly had the utmost sincerity towards the iron-eating tribe. Liu smiled in satisfaction. Get up, you can bring your tribe over now. Yes. Taidan, go back and relocate the tribesmen. Thus a scene unfolded on White Bear Mountain. Thousands of iron-eating beasts marched out of their old home, bringing their pots and pans as their belongings. Taidan had great merit and was now the deputy leader, shouting, throw away everything useless. Brother Taidan, what will we eat if we throw everything away? When we reach the new homeland, we won't run out of food, not at all. Travel light, when the time comes we can eat to our heart's content. The black and white iron-eating beasts lined up like a long dragon resembling a torrent of steel, migrating to the land of humanity, settling in the bamboo groves. The leader of the iron-eating beast tribe presented Liu with a jade slip containing information on 100,000 and 8,000 iron-eating beasts, including names, lifespans, and cultivation levels. After the decline of the iron-eating tribe, they secluded themselves, and their cultivation methods gradually ceased, resulting in a lack of experts among the leaders. However, their innate talent was not bad, and they possessed incredible strength, making their bodies exceptionally tough. Liu carefully examined the information on the jade slip. Let Taidan follow me to cultivate. The leader of the iron-eating beast tribe felt a surge of joy in his heart. The great sovereign is not only the emperor of humanity, but also the son-in-law of the celestial master. If Taidan can cultivate under the great sovereign, then the iron-eating tribe has truly climbed to the heights of a great saint. With the immortality of the saint, the iron-eating tribe would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Taidan quickly bowed down. Oh, all right. Pay respects to the great sovereign emperor. Taidan was also excited in the future following the sovereign teacher to cultivate. Doesn't that make me a disciple? Then bamboo will never run out. Eat one and throw one. Liu smiled indifferently. You are still called Taidan among the iron-eating tribe, but when you venture into the wilderness, you should have a title. Let's call you a Bao. Thank you, teacher. Thus the iron-eating tribe entered the lineage of humanity, dwelling within the ever-expanding bamboo groves. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. A Bao practiced the upper clear immortal method with Li Yu converting his chaotic magical energy into pure upper clear magical energy. His fur was black and white, round and plump, and his eyes shone brightly. After several years of tempering his temperament, he would soon be able to teach the 9 transformations mystic technique. What? The 9 transformations mystic technique is commonplace now. Li Yu laughed. What I bought was the right to use, and the copyright. Pangu is dead, and the copyright belongs to me. One day, a Bao returned to the bamboo grove and gathered his brothers. Brother Taidan, how did you eat? How did you grow so much taller? Yeah, you're almost as tall as us. I just eat normally 1,000 bamboos in one meal. Wow, 1,000 bamboos in one meal. I can only eat 3 in one meal. I came back to recruit soldiers for the sovereign teacher to form the human emperor's guard, needing 1,000 brothers, and most importantly, an extra 300 bamboos for each meal. Hiss, I'll sign up. Please, Brother Taidan, take me to great heights. 1,000 iron-eating beasts were quickly recruited. 5,000 strong young men from the human race were already in position. Li Yu stood on a high platform and said solemnly, from now on you will be brothers, sharing life and death. We will eat, drink, and live together, nurturing our tacit understanding. Yes, sovereign. Months later, the 5,000 young men from the human race had become close brothers with the 1,000 iron-eating beasts, developing a strong camaraderie. Li Yu was very satisfied. Good. Training starts today. The first subject, bear coordination, bear collaboration. 1,000 iron-eating beasts instantly switched forms, from cute and fierce to ferocious. More than 1,000 iron-eating beasts charged forward like a torrent, enough to tear apart any defense. Then the elite soldiers of the human race charged in to weave and surround. Li Yu's training in bear coordination was not meant to deal with the celestial beings in the sky. With Li Yu present and the sacred fire-forbidden army, there was no need to worry. The iron-eating beast army was a heavy force for regular warfare against celestial beings who do not engage. Example: Caius Eastern E Alliance. Meanwhile, the Holy Mother of No Constraints traveled through several human tribes, personally understanding the current problems of humanity and contemplating solutions. Wow! A loud wail echoed throughout the human universe. To the southeast of humanity, there was a large tribe called Honghuang. The Honghuang tribe lived by the river, leading a peaceful life. In the tribe, there was a girl named Hua Su who went to play in the Thunder Marsh. After returning from the Thunder Marsh, she became pregnant. After 9 months of pregnancy, she finally gave birth. A child was born, crying loudly, and auspicious purple energy descended upon the world. This cry also shook the primordial world. The saints turned their attention to the Honghuang tribe. Laozi of Taiqing frowned slightly. This aura. Is it Fushi? When did Nuwa reach an agreement with the human race's sovereign? Fushi, who once was the Shi Huang of the monster court. Humans and monsters cannot coexist. How could the human sovereign allow Fushi to reincarnate as the sovereign? The most critical question was, why did he not inform the leader of the human teachings? Did he decide to make Fushi the emperor of humanity? What would this mean for Laozi of Taiqing's reputation? In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa saw her brother Fushi successfully born, and with the purple energy of humanity, she greatly sighed in relief. Fushi brother's heavenly emperor fate has appeared. He will surely return to his rightful place. The Holy Mother of No Constraints rushed to the Honghuang tribe at the first moment to accept him as her disciple. The infant was extraordinary, able to walk in 3 days and speak in 5 days. But he had yet to be named. The Holy Mother of No Constraints, knowing his true identity, was troubled. What should I name him? Should I still call him Fushi? Humans and monsters cannot coexist. Not calling him Fushi, but he is the brother of the Holy Nuwa. Thus, the Holy Mother of No Constraints went again to the ancestral land of humanity to discuss with her brother-in-law. The ancestral land of the human race. A small courtyard with a thatched cottage. Junior brother Fushi has reincarnated as the emperor of the human race. Sister Wudong, this matter has been arranged by junior brother, so there is no need for you to worry. Just instruct normally. His name will still be Fushi. Whom with that sister can rest assured. After expressing her gratitude, Wudong, Saint Mother, returned to the Hongyan tribe. Yunxiao showed a worried expression. Husband, if our fellow human beings learn of Fux's true identity, they might not be pleased. Implying that a sage might stir up trouble from within. Li Yu gently embraced Yunxiao. Still, my wife thinks of everything. It's fine. I have already devised a countermeasure. Is it possible that the sage will meddle? Not possibly. It's inevitable. Stirring up discord among humans. Li Yu was worried that the sage wouldn't intervene. Hongyan tribe. Wudong's Saint Mother named her disciple Fushi and began formally teaching him the upper clear immortal method. By the time Fushi reached 18, he had already displayed extraordinary wisdom. Teacher, I have noticed that our people seem to have many flaws, but I can't quite pinpoint where they lie. May I ask, teacher? Wudong's Saint Mother shook her head. Do you remember what I taught you? No investigation, no right to speak. Fushi suddenly realized. I understand now. I will visit the various tribes of our people. Fushi left the Fengyan tribe and spent hundreds of years traveling among various small and large tribes. The emperor has invented fishing nets, not only for catching fish, but also for hunting, providing enough food for the tribe temporarily. While hunting can yield food, it relies too much on luck. Sometimes one returns with a full load, and other times empty-handed. How can we secure a stable source of food? Fushi returned to the Fengyan tribe and entered seclusion for several days to begin his experiments. He gathered the tribesmen to hunt mountain chickens in the forest, but instead of killing them for meat, he raised them. The initial wild mountain chickens were very fierce and hard to tame. But the chicks they produced were carefully nurtured by the tribesmen, and after birth they were exposed to humans, losing much of their wildness. Thus, after several dozen generations of wild chickens, the chicks became much less wild. Even if released, they wouldn't run away, and at night, they would know to return to the coop. As the chicks grew, they laid eggs. The eggs were delicious, and the meat was rich, making chicken soup a delightful dish. Thus, the Fengyan tribe had an endless supply of eggs, and their meat storage increased significantly. Relying on successful experiences, Fushi captured water buffalo from the wild and began to cultivate them. He tamed wild horses. Wild boars were fierce and hard to tame, but there was a type of black pig that was easy to domesticate. Fushi also tamed wolves. After living among the human tribes for several generations, their eyes gradually became clear and somewhat foolish. Unlike wild wolves, they would wag their tails affectionately upon seeing humans. To distinguish them from wild wolves, Fushi named them dogs. Dogs do not mind being from a poor family. They are loyal, and people allowed dogs to guard their homes. Cattle, horses, and pigs provided a large and stable source of meat for the human race. The food of the human race became rich and varied. In the millennium of Fux's governance, human productivity saw unprecedented improvement. With ample granaries, one knows honor and disgrace. Fushi invented the qin and se, and after the tribesmen were wealthy, they could also enjoy some music. Fushi also discovered that most children born from marriages within the tribe had defects, so he tried to promote intermarriage with other tribes. Fushi led and reformed the customs of marriage and funerals among humans. By this time, Fux's reputation among the human race soared second only to the emperor. Liu realized the time had come. In the ancestral land of the human race, he issued an edict of the emperor summoning Fushi to the ancestral land. Upon learning of the emperor's summons, Fushi rushed to the ancestral land at the first opportunity. Fushi, I pay my respects to the emperor. No need for excessive courtesy. In recent years you have done very well. The living standards of the tribesmen have improved greatly. The three ancestors are very satisfied, and I am also very pleased. I am prepared to pass the position of the emperor to you. Fushi was startled to hear this. I have only done what I could. How can I become the emperor? I truly do not deserve the heavy responsibilities of the human race. The heavy responsibilities of the human race are not merely words, they must be acted upon. You should know your own mission. Only by becoming the emperor can you lead the human race to glory. I have discussed this with your teacher. In 2 months the abdication will occur. The power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looms vast and mighty. If the human race wishes to flourish, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must return to their positions. The position of the emperor. It is of little consequence to Liu. The key is the Kongtong seal. Without the Kongtong seal, what does it matter if one is the emperor? It would only be a puppet. With the Kongtong seal in hand, who can say they are not the emperor? Fushi could not refuse. I will never let down the emperor's expectations. The edict of the human race's emperor was issued from the ancestral land. It spread throughout the major tribes. Leaders of the major tribes, in accordance with the emperor's decree, hurried to Mount Buzhou. On the 15th day of the 8th month, Mount Buzhou hosted the Fengshan ceremony. The human race bathed and burned incense, paying respect not to heaven and earth, but to Pangu. The great deity Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, providing for countless races to thrive and prosper, blessed beyond measure. Fushi has contributed to the human race, and the living standards of the tribesmen have significantly improved. Today, in the name of the emperor, I pass the position to Fushi. Fushi bathed and burned incense at that moment, walking forward with pride and confidence. As the emperor, how could one be timid? One must not be servile or arrogant, but display grandeur in order to continue leading the tribe to survive and develop. Fushi will take the position of emperor today and will not disappoint the expectations of the tribesmen. I will lead the tribesmen to stand tall at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. At Mount Buzhou, the observing tribal leaders all bowed deeply. We pay our respects to Emperor Fushi. Fushi had not yet achieved completeness, thus he served only as the emperor. He had not yet attained the Tao fruit of the heavenly emperor. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa, seeing her elder brother become the emperor, felt quite pleased, believing he would soon return to his position and attain the Tao fruit of the heavenly emperor. Mount Shouyang 8 Scenery Palace. The Grand Master Taiqing maintained a calm demeanor. The demon emperor has become the emperor of the human race. He Xuandu already understood the master's intent and quietly left Mount Shouyang. After Fuxi ascended to the position of emperor, he returned to the Fengyan tribe and immediately began sweeping reforms. Fuxi implemented regional governance based on the administrative divisions of large and small tribes established by the emperor, appointing officials to govern. Of course, those appointed were all successors of the legacy. Just as Fuxi was about to push reforms, further voices of disunity arose among the human race. Fuxi, what is he? Why should he alter the emperor's decree just because he has just become the emperor? Fuxi simply does not regard the emperor. Shill, I heard. Fuxi is the former demon emperor. What? Is that true? Humans and demons cannot coexist. How many of our brothers and sisters have died at the hands of the demon race? How can we allow the demon Fuxi to become our emperor? No, we must go see the emperor. Fuxi, get out of the human race. Xuandu hid among the human race, spreading rumors everywhere. At this moment, there was a strong push to expel Fuxi from the human race and further to topple Li Yu from the position of emperor. If Fuxi could not return to his position, Yuhua would surely be angry with Li Yu. At that time, the human cult would be able to seize control of the human race. In the Fengyan tribe, Fuxi sat in a daze, lost in thought within the house. Trust had been lost, and the edict could not be pushed through at all. The most crucial point was that Fuxi had already become the target of public criticism. Teacher, do you mean? In my past life, was I truly the heinous demon emperor Fuxi? Wudong Saint Mother replied gently, yes. The Fuxi of that time opposed the crafting of the slaughtering witch blade and never harmed the human race. Humans and demons cannot coexist. This was a blood oath made by Junior Brother and the emperor, targeting the demon race and the demon court. But now the focus is not on the demon court, but rather venting their anger on you. It seems that some cultivators are secretly instigating this. Wudong Saint Mother added, disciple, let us return to the ancestral land together. At the same time, Nuwa could no longer sit still and descended to the ancestral land of the human race. Nuwa descended upon the ancestral land of humanity, her face filled with urgency. With rumors spreading everywhere, it will surely affect Fux's return to his rightful place. If billions of humans do not acknowledge Fuxi, he absolutely cannot attain the heavenly emperor's Tao fruit, nor can he return. Li Yu smiled indifferently. Mother Saint, please take a seat and have a cup of tea first. The tea was ordinary postnatal leaves. Nuwa had no mind to drink tea. Li Yu took a sip of tea and asked, Your Highness, who do you think is spreading these rumors? As the human emperor, Li Yu personally abdicated at Mount Buzhou, passing on the legitimate position without blemish. Li Yu's authority among humans was unmatched, and no one dared to question the legitimacy of the emperor's succession. Implicitly, Fux's position as the rightful heir should be solid and unshakable. Yet now rumors were rampant, specifically targeting Fuxi with the calamity of the shaman and the demon. Nuwa pondered for a long time and speculated the West. The reputation of the West was well known to all. Li Yu shook his head. Your Highness, you have guessed wrong this time. The West has no benefit to humanity. This time, they need to rely on humanity to share the fortune and merit. At this moment, thinking only of making money, they would never do something so detestable. Nuwa's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her brow furrowed. Then, it must be. Nuwa glanced towards Shouyang Mountain. If it were indeed Taiqing Laozu stirring trouble, that would be troublesome. Taiqing Laozu was the foremost of the three pure ones, and also the leader of the human teachings. Now, if he were to challenge Fuxi, the next step would surely be to challenge Li Yu. However, due to the authority of the emperor, all hostility was currently directed toward Fuxi. What do you think, Your Highness? Fighting against heaven, against earth, against all spirits, what is sought is merely fortune. Should humanity cut off some fortune from the human teachings in exchange for support? Li Yu probed. Nuwa shook her head. To give up some fortune would be unfeasible. The human teachings demand control over the fortune of humanity. If you do not hand over the Kongtong seal, they will never relent. In the wild and primal world, there has never been a saying of half surrendering. Nuwa also recognized Li Yu's probing intent and said gravely, Though I created humanity, the future of humanity belongs to humanity. The Wa Emperor Palace and humanity should be in the same boat through wind and rain. Li Yu nodded solemnly, feeling grateful to the one from Shouyang Mountain. If he had not taken action to pressure, how could Nuwa have expressed her stance so quickly? Now pressuring Nuwa would ensure that when Fuxi returned to his position, he would be even more steadfastly aligned with humanity. Junior brother, senior sister has come to disturb again. At this time, the Mother of No Boundaries also arrived at the small courtyard. Senior sister, please come in. The Mother of No Boundaries entered the courtyard, first bowing deeply to Nuwa. I have met the saint. No need for excessive courtesy. Fuxi was Nuwa's elder brother, and in the absence of outsiders, the Mother of No Boundaries simply got to the point. Junior brother, now, there are cultivators stirring up trouble among humanity. How should we handle it? It seems only Junior brother can step in to quell it. Li Yu shook his head. No, I cannot step in. If I step in, humanity will trust me, not Fushi. Fushi will definitely be unable to return to his position. What do you think should be done? Liu, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, stood up with a smile, extending his hand, and then retracting it, suddenly striking out. Nuwa and the Mother of No Boundaries looked thoughtful. Liu chuckled. This tactic is called receiving, transforming, and expanding. It is normal for humanity to have doubts, especially at this moment. They cannot avoid it. To receive the many doubts and prove through action that Fushi is the Fushi of humanity. Immediately following this, he would counter in kind, using their own methods to retaliate. Liu explained receiving, transforming, and expanding to Nuwa and the Mother of No Boundaries. Pay attention. Receiving, transforming, and expanding. It is not a severance but a smooth and flowing counterattack. The Mother of No Boundaries also deeply felt that her brother-in-law truly possessed a saintly demeanor. Not only could he resolve the situation, but he could also retaliate with thunder. The Mother of No Boundaries also deeply felt that her brother-in-law truly possessed a saintly demeanor. Not only could he resolve the situation, but he could also retaliate with thunderous force. This truly made the Mother of No Boundaries admire him. The Mother of No Boundaries immediately hurried back to the tribe. Fushi sat quietly, sleepless night and day, looking haggard. Upon seeing his teacher return, he suddenly stood up. Teacher, I have figured it out, though I cannot evade. I must prove myself. Thus Fushi bore the immense pressure and summoned the leaders of various tribes in the name of the Emperor. Get out of the Emperor's position. Humans and demons cannot coexist. We shall go to welcome the first Emperor out of the mountain. Fushi knew that arguing was useless and directly swore to the Tao. In the wild and primal world, Fushi is dead. There is only the Fushi of humanity. The Shi Emperor of the Demon Court has never harmed humanity. This point has become history and cannot be proven. The Fushi of humanity must prioritize the interests of humanity. Humanity is paramount. If there is any wrongdoing towards humanity, may the Tao descend divine thunder to obliterate it. Facing immense pressure, he swore to the Tao and took on heavy doubts. A small number of tribesmen chose to believe. Although the situation could not yet be reversed, there was a trend developing in a positive direction. Boom. A sudden loud sound echoed from the northwest of humanity. The Earth Dragon turned over. Earthquake! Countless bloodied tribesmen cried as they ran. The Earth Dragon has turned over. Hundreds of tribes have been buried. Fux's expression grew serious. It doesn't matter if you do not acknowledge me as emperor. The urgent matter is to rescue humanity. Leaders of all tribes, listen up. Exert all your efforts to rescue those buried. After saying this, Fushi rushed to rescue, leading the tribesmen, tirelessly rescuing those buried. Wherever there was danger, Fushi charged there, using genuine actions to dispel doubts. After several days and nights, many tribesmen were rescued, but many others remained buried and might have already died. Fushi immediately ordered, continue digging, continue rescuing. Humanity will never abandon any comrade. We must see the living, and the dead must be seen. Countless humans watched quietly, their emotions complex. Is he really the Fushi of the demon race? He looks nothing like it. He is our Fushi of humanity. At this time, the three ancestors of humanity personally stood up. In the past, the demon race's Fushi indeed did not act against humanity. Fux's hands bore no blood feud against humanity. In an instant, countless humans were confused. Just then, rumors began to spread. Even if Fushi holds no blood feud against humanity, he is still an accomplice of the demon court. The demon court dares to act so recklessly because Fushi is in charge. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke. Wait a minute. When our humanity suffered slaughter, we were in dire straits without assistance. But Xuandu clearly joined the ranks of the saints. Oh, why does he not come to save our fellow tribesmen? Yes. It is said that the three ancestors pleaded with Xuandu to take action, bowing until their heads bled, only to receive a light response of stay in seclusion. Xuandu, saving people is a matter of kindness. Not saving is a matter of duty. Can you morally bind us? Nonsense. Pure nonsense. Xuandu grew up eating the food of humanity. Surely he cannot drop his meal and forget his fellow tribesmen. Exactly. Where did the human teachings go? Taiqing Saint taught us the golden core, Tao, claiming to educate and protect humanity. Why is there none? The human teachings have divided our human fortune. To take our human fortune, but not protect humanity, how can that be? Actually, I want to say Xuandu has long been drifting further away from humanity. Xuandu, get out of humanity. Fushi swore to the Tao that from now on he would only be the Fushi of humanity, prioritizing humanity. What about Xuandu? Let Xuandu swear. Otherwise, get out of humanity. This is receiving, transforming, and expanding, striking back in kind, using their own methods to retaliate against them. Fushi had borne the accusations and set about dispelling them with deeds. In truth, the discord was already half dissolved. The surest way to resolve a conflict is to divert its center. If Xuandu will not be Xuandu of the human people, then out of the human race with him. The clamor swelled and grew ever fiercer. Xuandu, hiding among the humans, wore an iron-dark face and thought a swarm of ants. How dare they rise against me? It must be that damned Liu plotting mischief. They are courting death. Xuandu was the sole legitimate heir of Yunxiao. At this moment, the human race dared not abolish Yunxiao itself, but to remove Xuandu would pose no problem. Xuandu returned to Shouyang Mountain, his face filled with dread. Teacher, your disciple failed to depose Fuxi. Taiqing elder sat on the meditation cushion with an inscrutable expression. Then what was your intention? Xuandu, fearful and respectful, replied, as the sole direct heir of Yunxiao, Xuandu is of course your disciple. No longer of the human race, merely a disciple of Yunxiao. Taiqing elder slowly closed his eyes. Withdraw into quiet cultivation. You need not leave Shouyang Mountain again. Yes, master. Taiqing, sage head of Yunxiao, commanded 30% of the human race's destiny. To depose Xuandu. Impossible. At the Fengyan tribe Fu, she had resolved most of the disputes and returned to ponder earth dragons turning. Tsunamis and raging winds threatened the human race. I must find a way to help our people foresee and avoid these disasters. Fuxi handled state affairs while thinking of methods to shield the human race from harm. The ancestral land of the human race. A thatched courtyard. Nuwa, seeing that Fuxi's crisis had been averted, finally breathed easier and serenely sipped her tea. Why does the tea I drink taste different from yours? Liu asked. Different? Where exactly? Perhaps tea tastes different depending on one's state of mind. Nuwa shook her head and smiled, no longer fussing over the tea. Fuxi has ascended to the seat of co-ruler, yet he is not complete. How may he attain true completion? Liu smiled calmly. That will require Nuwa herself to journey to Baiming. You mean the Hichu Luoshu? In the cataclysm between sorcerers and demons, Dijuan and Tai fell. Sensing danger, Kunpeng fled at once, taking the Hichu Luoshu with him. The Hichu Luoshu was the final link in Fuxi's path to enlightenment. From it, the Bagua would be formed and passed to the human race. Nuwa nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall make the journey to Baiming. Baiming. Glaciers lay across an endless ice field. At its center sat a heavenly pool whose waters remained warm and never froze. The Baiming Yaoshi Palace stood above that pool. Kunpeng, wrapped in Dao robes, sat at the palace gate, drinking immortal wine, watching the swirling snow and smiling with contentment. It still has to be old me, he muttered. If things look wrong, flee quickly. Not flee. Die with Dijuan and Tai in the calamity as cannon fodder. He cackled. The old ancestor will not be foolish. The courts of demons may fight heaven and earth, and the Yaoshi station is peerless, but one has only one life. Kunpeng sipped the warm wine and admired the snowstorm. So pleasant. I would not trade this simple life. A hum filled the air as the Daos pattern turned and space warped. Nuwa descended upon the Baiming Yaoshi Palace. Kunpeng froze, then hurried to his feet and bowed. Greetings, Nuwa sage. This is bad. Why has Nuwa come? Nuwa's eyes swept the palace. You seem comfortable, Yaoshi. No, old ancestor was simply lonely. Dijuan, Tai, and the Shi Emperor fell in battle. Kunpeng mourns his old comrades. Thinking of the Shi Emperor brings tears, and so he drinks immortal wine to console himself. Oh, I did not realize you were so close to Fuxi. To be frank, yes, very close. Fuxi truly is like a brother to Kunpeng. Nuwa nodded. Then it would be fitting for the Yaoshi to do something for Fuxi, his brother. Indeed, absolutely. Very well, hand over the Hichu Luoshu. What? Kunpeng was stunned. The Hichu Luoshu was a supreme, innate spirit treasure containing the laws of the Zodiac star's movements. It was a genuine treasure for attaining Tao. Kunpeng had not been born with great fortune like Mingyi, who had 4 supreme, innate spirit treasures at birth. This single supreme innate treasure was Kunpeng's only prized possession, seized back in the chaos when he abandoned the Yaoshi's prestige and fled. And now Nuwa demanded that he produce the Hichu Luoshu. It was tantamount to asking for Kunpeng's very lifeblood. Worst of all, he dared not utter a single refusal. If Nuwa traced Fuxi's death to Kunpeng's flight, what would become of him? Spirit treasures can always be taken again later. One's life is one's own. With trembling reluctance, Kunpeng produced the Hichu Luoshu. Nuwa accepted it and said, at least you have some sense. Nuwa departed with the Hichu Luoshu. Kunpeng sighed deeply. If one fails to attain sagehood, one is but an ant. He had no heart left to drink and watch the snow. How bitter. It was unbearably bitter. Nuwa returned the Hichu Luoshu to the ancestral land of the human race and entrusted it to Liu. Liu staged an omen of a dragon turtle bearing the book. The Hichu Luoshu fell into Fuxi's hands. Clutching it, he pondered the Zodiac star's patterns and meditated on them for 1,000 years. At last he comprehended the Bagua. My name is Fuxi. Today I fashioned divinatory Bagua for the human race to discern the laws of the Zodian's development. Henceforth the human race may better follow auspicious paths and evade calamity. From then on, Fuxi's renown was fully restored, greater than before. In his reign, his merits were complete. The celestial sovereign's Tao fruit seemed to hover at the threshold of manifestation. Fu Shi knew he must begin to seek a successor for the human race. Just as the first sovereign had done, he must abdicate the seat of co-ruler to the next great sage among humans to achieve true completion. Finding the next co-ruler was a grave responsibility. If the successor's ability and virtue were mediocre, Fu Shi would not attain completion. Instead, he might be backlashed and fail to realize the celestial sovereign's Tao fruit. Fu Shi continued his visits across the human tribes. Meanwhile, on Yunxiao Island at Bo Palace, the Tongtian leader sat on a meditation cushion and received a transmitted voice from his esteemed son-in-law. The celestial sovereign is complete. The Earth's sovereign will emerge. The Tongtian leader smiled knowingly. Wu Dang's disciple is nearly complete. It should be Gongming's turn to take the baton. He summoned Zhao Gongming. Teacher, Gongming, the human race's Earth's sovereign, is about to be born. You may leave the island. Remember, beware haste. Assisting the Earth's sovereign is a weighty matter. Do not be reckless. If one assists well, one will gain fortune and merit. If assistance fails, karmic retribution follows. If you encounter difficult problems, consult the esteemed son-in-law. Yes, I will remember your instructions, teacher. Zhao Gongming rode a black tiger golden whip in hand and cheerfully departed Yunxiao Island for the ancestral land of the human race. Brother-in-law drank for 3 days and nights first, then well-discuss business. 3 days later, Zhao Gongming took his leave to visit the human lands and observe its faults. Yunxiao accompanied him out. Brother Gongming, drinking will ruin things. While guiding the Earth's sovereign, you do not worry, sister. Brother-in-law has set up the stage, and teacher has given me a chance. I will not and cannot let down your expectations. Guiding the Earth's sovereign was a weighty charge. Though Zhao Gongming appeared fearless, he felt uncertain within. Fortunately, 3 days and nights of earnest talk with his brother-in-law gave him direction. Zhao Gongming resolved to give his all to mentoring the Earth's sovereign. He journeyed across the human lands. A century later, in the Lizhan tribe, a woman carried a child for 9 years. She bore a son. Lizhan was born. Lizhan was born amid portentous omens as violet chi billowed across the heavens. Zhao Gongming, clad in a crimson Taoist robe, rode a black tiger and carried an immortal wine gourd, wandering among the human clans for a century. This poor Taoist disciple has been born. Zhao Gongming hurried to Lizhan's tribe at once and took Lizhan as his apprentice. When Lizhan was 3, Zhao Gongming taught him the Shangqing immortal techniques, pouring 12 parts of his spirit into instructing the child with utmost seriousness. From childhood, Lizhan displayed intelligence beyond his years. He joined the elders of his tribe on hunts and observed that some days returned laden with game, while other days came back empty-handed. Although the tribe kept livestock and their larders grew fuller, grain was still scarce. Standing in the fertile fields, Lizhan pondered for a long while. If only something edible could grow right from the earth. Foolish child, how could food grow from the ground? By the age of 18, Lizhan had become the leader of his tribe. One day, Lizhan sought out his teacher. Master, your disciple wishes to travel beyond our borders. The tribe was still too small. The master had once said the world was boundless. So Lizhan set out to seek some crop that could be sown in the earth. Zhao Gongming nodded with satisfaction. Good disciple, go forth on your travels. Ride my black tiger. My thanks, master. Lizhan mounted the black tiger. The beast rode the clouds, traveling 10,000 li a day, bearing Lizhan across mountains and plains through the primordial wilds. Along the way, Lizhan carefully observed spirit creatures and plants. Whether they were edible, how abundant they were, how much harvest they might yield. Zhao Gongming hid within the sea of clouds, secretly trailing behind his pupil. The world assumed Zhao Gongming was all bluster about driving away 10 foes, but the master's mind was as fine as a thread. In affairs of consequence, he never once let carelessness take root. Lizhan traveled for 5 years. One day, he walked through a mountain valley. Above the 9 heavens, winds and clouds surged. The grand Tao's fortune swirled and condensed into a 5-colored divine bird. The divine bird carried in its beak a 5-hued spirit object. The object fell to the earth, took root, and sprouted, transforming into rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans, the wugu, the 5 grains. Zhao Gongming fixed his gaze upon the multicolored valley and thought, the grand Tao's fortune manifests. This must be the wugu my brother-in-law spoke of. Zhao Gongming transmitted the secret message to Li Yu, brother-in-law, the Tao's fortune is stirring, the wugu have appeared. In a humble thatch courtyard, Li Yu received Zhao Gongming's whisper and replied, indeed. If the timing were not right, the 5 grains would not appear. It is the Tao's unfolding that brings them forth. The emergence of the wugu marked mankind's passage from hunting and gathering into agriculture, a revolutionary leap in productivity for the human race. The 5 grains were the necessary foundation for human advancement. In an unnamed valley, Lizhan dismounted the black tiger and hurried toward the spot where the multicolored spirit had fallen. He watched as 5 seeds sank into the soil, quickly sending down roots and sprouting. In a brief span, they ripened. The harvest hung heavy on the stalks. Lizhan crushed a seed and tasted it. At first it was astringent, but as he chewed, a ribbon of sweetness rose in his mouth. Most important of all, it filled the belly. Lizhan laughed with joy. This is what I sought. This is it. Carefully he gathered the spirit seeds. He rode the black tiger back to the tribe at once and found the most fertile plot to sow the seeds. Months later, the stalks turned golden, the ears full and fragrant with ripeness. Lizhan harvested with care and counted the yield, astonished. A single small plot yields enough grain to feed a man for 6 months. Our people will never starve again, he cried. Lizhan named each crop according to its nature: Dao, Shu, Ji, Mai, Do, rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, beans. Then Lizhan began another cycle of planting. After several rounds, most of the lands surrounding the tribe were sown with the wugu. While other tribes still struggled to preserve their hunts and stores, Lieshan's larder overflowed. People could eat the wugu, even their livestock could be fed. A robust man who worked diligently could plant enough grain to sustain an entire household. The soil of the primordial wilds was fertile and the seeds prodigious. If whole families turned out to work, the field's harvest would far exceed consumption. Surplus grain could feed livestock and multiply meat and egg production. Seeing how the wugu blessed his people, Lizhan did not hoard them. He first reported the discovery to Shouyang, the co-sovereign of the human ancestral lands, and then to Fushi. Upon hearing the news, Fushi hastened to Lieshan's tribe and beheld granaries brimming with grain and meat. The tribe's people far outshone their contemporaries in vigor and spirit. Fushi rejoiced and entrusted Lizhan with spreading the 5 grains. Centered on Lieshan's tribe, the wugu were rapidly disseminated to neighboring clans. Swiftly, like a sweeping tide, the knowledge spread through all humankind. In mere decades, humanity advanced from the age of foraging to the age of cultivation. The problem of food no longer shackled human development. Fushi continued to observe Lizhan. The young leader's devotion to his people, his competence and ability were plain to see. He was more than fit to be the next co-sovereign. During Fushi's tenure, the territories were divided for regional governance, and the old Fengyan tribe had grown into the human capital. Fushi summoned Lizhan to the capital to familiarize him with the affairs of state, handing over the original administration to Lizhan in full. Transitions of power are the most prone to turmoil. Fushi did not take the matter lightly and proceeded with cautious, steady hand. Years passed. By then, Lizhan had thoroughly mastered the governance of the human race. Fushi felt his merit complete and smiled. Lieshan, accompany me to pay respects to Shouyang. Next month, I shall abdicate the co-sovereign seat to you. Lizhan demurred, but Fushi explained, this is the tide of our people. Shouyang abdicated the co-sovereign to me. I now pass it to you. Only so can our people flourish. Lizhan could not refuse. Together with Fushi, he journeyed to the human ancestral land to meet Shouyang and make known the abdication. Liu met Fushi and Lizhan and nodded. Very well. Prepare for the abdication. With Shouyang's assent, Fushi issued the decree summoning the chieftains of the great human clans to announce the transfer of authority. The leaders, great and small, accompanied Shouyang to the Shouyang Mountain. They bathed and burned incense to worship Pangu and the Primordia. A low hum passed through heaven and earth. The tribulation aura of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors trembled. The 6 saints of the wild age felt the will of heaven. Fux's merit is complete. His return is at hand. The 6 saints were to attend the ceremony at the ruins of Shouyang Mountain. The void above the mountain sea swelled with eastern purple chi for 10,000 li. Omens innumerable. Taiqing Laozi arrived riding a green ox. Yuanshi Tianzuan came upon a 9-dragon censer carriage. Tongtian Jiaozhu rode the Kuei ox. Nuwa descended upon a golden phoenix. Her fair eyes swept over Liu and Fushi. At last his merit is complete. Our elder brother will soon resume his post. Jane and Zhuanti, in tattered robes, clambered up the clouds. Fushi ascended the ruins and declared, I am Fushi of the human race. Today, I abdicate the seat to Lizhan. Lieshan's face was solemn. Lieshan will inherit the will of Shouyang and Fushi and bring about the great flourishing of our people. And at that moment, Liu, dressed in dark azure robes and with a grave expression, ascended the high platform. In secret, he unleashed the Wuwukai Dajin and then raised the Kongtongyin. A low resonance thrummed through the air. Taiqing, Yuqing, Jian, and Zhuanti instantly turned their gaze to the Kongtongyin. This is the human race's supreme treasure, the instrument that bestows the mandate of the Renhuang, they thought. Jane and Zhuanti burned with desire. If we could seize it, would we not then command the West? Taiqing's eyes also fixed on the Kongtongyin. This treasure must belong to the human teaching. Ahum. 4 Zhuxian swords cleaved the void and hung at the 4 corners of Shouyang Mountain. The Zhuxian sword array had formed. Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed. You would seize the Kongtongyin. Try my Zhuxian sword array. Eldest second brother. My third brother only set this against the West, Tongtian whispered, explaining his intentions under his breath. Clearly, once the Zhuxian sword array appeared, explanation mattered little. The two Western saints dared not move. Taiqing and Yunxiao likewise felt greatly threatened. Nuwa raised the red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers and cried, "Whoever dares seize the human race's treasure and block Fushi's return shall contend with me to the death." With the protection of his father-in-law and Nuwa, the four saints were deterred. The secretly activated Wuwukai Dajin was a further layer of safeguard, no conflict between them. Li Yu in his dark azure robe and clutching the Tongtian proclaimed across the wilds, "Fushi has borne the mantle and blessed the human race. Today his merit is complete. By decree, Fushi is invested as the Tianhuang of the human race." The Tianhuang returns. Thunder rolled as 30 million strands of Daoic fortune and merit descended from the 9 heavens. At the moment the Tianhuang resumed his seat, humanity's path began to awaken anew. Yet compared with the twin ways of heaven and earth, it was still but a fragile bud, faint and nascent. Li Yu, holding the Kongtong seal, shouted loudly, proclaiming to the wilderness, "The Emperor of Humanity returns to his position." Boom. Above the 9 heavens, 30 million strands of the great Tao's fortune and merit descended. With the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity being equal, when the Emperor returns to his position, naturally, there is no need for the Tao's fortune and merit to reward him. It was seen that half of the great Tao's fortune flew into Fux's body. 20% of the fortune and merit flew into the Kongtong seal belonging to all the human race. 10% of the fortune and merit evenly scattered into the bodies of each human. The last 20% of the fortune and merit flew into the body of the Wudong Holy Mother. The Wudong Holy Mother guided Emperor Fushi, who is the master of the Emperor. Virum. With the great fortune and merit entering his body, Fux's aura surged. Golden Immortal Realm. Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal. He shattered the boundary, reaching the Primordial Golden Immortal Realm. Late Primordial Golden Immortal Realm. Li Yu during his rise had already created fishing nets and other items in advance, seizing some of Fux's opportunities. The Great Tao is inherently fair. In any case, the fortune belongs to the human race. Otherwise, relying on the Emperor's fortune, Fushi could directly reach the pinnacle of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Fushi not only obtained great fortune and merit, but also the Tao fruit of the Emperor. With the Tao fruit of the Emperor manifesting, humanity revived and new beginnings emerged. With the Tao fruit of the Emperor upon him, the human race is indestructible. Fushi is immortal and thus strengthens humanity, which will in turn nurture the human race. Endless life. Virum. Suddenly the sound of zither and lute echoed through the 9 heavens. It was seen that Fux's zither flew from the void, landing in Fux's hands. Fushi slowly opened his eyes, all memories restored. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, I once thought my remnant soul would scatter, my form and spirit would perish. Today I unexpectedly attained the Tao fruit of the Emperor. Immortal through countless tribulations. Fushi respectfully bowed to Li Yu, saying, "The human race's Fushi pays respects to the sovereign of the beginning." Fushi had already sworn an oath. The past Fushi was dead. Now there is only the Fushi of the human race. Everything prioritizes the human race. Li Yu saw Fushi return to his position and smiled knowingly. No need for excessive courtesy, royal brother. Li Yu is the sovereign and Fushi is the emperor. Are they not royal brothers? Fushi once again greeted the saints. Greetings, Tao friends. The Tao fruit of the emperor is on par with the saints. Fushi, representing humanity, would not lower himself to the saints, addressing them as Tao friends as a gesture of equality. Fux's gaze finally rested on Nuwa. Thank you, Nuwa Holy Mother, for your hard work and concern for Fushi. I am deeply grateful. Fushi is now of the human race, and Nuwa is the Holy Mother of humanity. This address as sister can no longer be uttered. Nuwa's beautiful eyes glistened, her Tao heart stirred. She did not care how Fushi addressed her. Their brother-sister bond was deeply ingrained in their bones. As long as brother Fushi could return safely, that was all that mattered. Moreover, Fushi, having attained the Tao fruit of the Emperor, is equally as noble as a saint. Fushi the Emperor, no need for excessive courtesy. Hearing Fushi address himself as a Tao friend, Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun's face showed displeasure. How dare a mere human ant call a saint a Tao friend? Saints. Exalted beyond compare. Majestic beyond measure. Supreme and unparalleled. The human ant's Emperor actually stands shoulder to shoulder with the saints. Jane and Zhuanti drooled with envy. Damn. The human race is about to give birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Wouldn't that mean there are 8 beings on par with the saints? Had I known the human race was the wealthiest, I should have plotted against them long ago. Alas, regret. Calling someone grandfather would only net me a position as an imperial teacher. If I could secure any position among the three sovereigns, I'd be willing to shout grandfather 1,000 times. Taiqing Laozi's expression was as calm as an ancient well, but his heart was already tumultuous. If the human race gives birth to 8 beings on par with the saints once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors all return to their positions, can the teaching of humanity still control the fortune of the human race? Only when the human race is weak can the teaching of humanity share in their fortune. Controlling the human race. A powerful human race has far too many restless elements. Taiqing Laozi slowly opened his eyes emotionlessly, stating the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is an inevitable trend. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must enter the fire cloud cave to suppress the fortune of the human race. Unless a cataclysmic tribulation approaches, they must not step out of the fire cloud cave. Taiqing Laozi's holy voice fell. All 6 saints, since the will of heaven, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must enter the fire cloud cave to suppress the fortune of the human race. Unless a cataclysmic tribulation approaches, they must not step out of the fire cloud cave. Jane and Juanti immediately echoed, "Ah, yes, yes. What Dao Brother Taiqing said is indeed correct. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should enter the fire cloud cave to suppress the fortune of the human race." Tongtian frowned. Nuwa's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and countless feelings of unwillingness surged within her. Unless it's a cataclysmic tribulation, they must not leave the fire cloud cave. Is this not imprisonment? As a heavenly saint with the will of heaven manifesting, Nuwa was momentarily stunned, unsure of what. Liu, dressed in dark azure robes, narrowed his eyes. Are they trying to imprison the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Humanity revives, and new beginnings emerge. The heavenly Tao will naturally not sit idly by and watch humanity rise. The will of heaven compels the 6 saints to jointly suppress humanity. What is the purpose? Naturally, it is to devour humanity. Once humanity is consumed and devoured completely, the next target will be the earthly path, the original trajectory of the wilderness. The human race's sovereign is not Tongtian's son-in-law. Having received the will of heaven, Tongtian naturally chose to affirm it. Although Nuwa wanted to argue facing the 5 saints, she felt powerless. She could only watch as Fuxi was imprisoned in the fire cloud cave. At this moment, Fuxi also felt an overwhelming unwillingness, but what could he do? Although Fuxi attained the Tao fruit of the emperor, standing shoulder to shoulder with the saints, humanity had only just revived and was still in its infancy. Oh, how could it possibly be a match for the will of heaven? Moreover, beneath the heavenly Tao, there are 6 saints. Fuxi clenched his fists, yet felt helpless, as if he saw the future of the human race being consumed entirely by heaven and earth. The flourishing of the human race. In the end, it was all in vain. Liu coldly laughed in his heart. Want to suppress humanity? This sovereign does not allow it. Absolutely not. It is impossible. Liu calmly spoke. The ancestral land of the human race has been established. Please, royal brother Fuxi, step into the bamboo forest of the ancestral land. In our leisure time, enjoy the bamboo, drink tea, comprehend the Tao, and pet the big cat. Pandas are also cats. Liu's words fell. The world fell into an eerie silence. The 6 saints stared unblinkingly at Liu. Fuxi also stared at Liu in shock. The sovereign of the beginning is actually so bold. In the wilderness, countless powerful beings watching the ceremony gasped in awe. What did Liu just say? Inviting Fuxi to the ancestral land of humanity. Hiss. What the hell? Did he defy the saints' decree? The 4 saints spoke, telling Fuxi to go to the fire cloud cave, but he asked Fuxi to go to the ancestral land. Is this not slapping the 4 saints in the face? Such disrespect towards the saints. How dare he? One must understand that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have only appointed 1 emperor. Even if they are all appointed, they cannot compare to the saints. He must truly have eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. I really can't understand it. Is Dao friend Yangju here? What do you think? Lying down to watch, sitting to watch. Dao friend Yangju pondered for a long time, suddenly realizing you all are too shallow. What is too shallow? Then please, Dao friend, tell us how to gain a deeper understanding. I dare not say. Li's remarks seemed to defy the saints. Disrespecting the saints. This is merely a surface phenomenon. The deeper essence is the battle between the heavenly Tao and humanity. Of course, this is just Dao friend Yangju's speculation. Dao friend Yangju still wanted to gallop freely and play for a few years. At this moment, he dared not mention the battle between the heavenly Tao and humanity. Taiqing Laozi's expression remained calm. The goal already achieved, very good. Liu, this child actually dares to disrespect the saints and defy the heavenly Tao. He is already a dead man. After his death, Xuandu can take his place. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was displeased. Disrespecting the saints must be punished. The 3 treasures of the jade Rui shattered the void. It smashed towards Liu. The Kongtong seal hovered above his head. The 5-5 opening great formation activated, and Liu stood firm. standing tall and unyielding. Bang! The Qingping sword blocked the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. Yuan Shitian Zun frowned. Third brother. What do you mean? His implication was a questioning. Tongtian, you also received the will of heaven. Do you dare to ignore the heavenly fate and defy the great trend of heaven? The youthful Tongtian, spirited and free, was the most emotional, and without care for the Tao, stated, what of it? He is my son-in-law of the highest clarity, Tongtian. That's enough. No one can touch my son-in-law, Tongtian. The master of the heavenly revelation summoned the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, suspending them at the 4 corners of Shouyang Mountain, their sword aura stretching across the sky, unmatched in slaughter. Liu is my son-in-law. No one can touch my son-in-law. The primordial heavenly venerable's expression darkened. The situation is as such. Third brother, do you not recognize the heavenly mandate and dare to defy it? The Grand Supreme Elder frowned slightly. Third brother, retreat. The heavenly mandate cannot be violated. The master of the heavenly revelation remained unafraid, not retreating a single step. At this moment, the power of creation surged around Nuwa as she summoned the red embroidered ball and the map of the mountains and rivers guarding in front of Liu. Nuwa alone could not possibly match the saints, but with the master of the heavenly revelation, they might still have a chance. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the human race must be decided by the human race itself. Jane and Junti sought to profit from the humans, naturally not allowing the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns to belong to them. What the Saint Nuwa said is incorrect. The heavenly mandate is thus: the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns must go to the fire cloud cave to suppress the fate of the human race. The Grand Supreme Elder and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable saw Jane and Junti following the trend of 4 saints against the 2 saints, and the advantage was on their side. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable immediately summoned the 3 treasures Jade Rui, lead my junior sister's power of creation, and discuss Tao in the chaos. The 3 treasures Jade Rui flew towards Nuwa. Boom. Subsequently, the Panga banner tore through space. Nuwa was forced to engage with the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The Grand Supreme Elder's expression remained calm. Third brother, are you going to strike against your elder brother? The master of the heavenly revelation valued the brotherly bond of the 3 pure ones. Elder brother, can we not let the human affairs be decided by the humans themselves, eh? The Grand Supreme Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Third brother, the heavenly mandate is thus: even elder brother cannot defy it. The Grand Supreme Elder sought to suppress the human race and control their fate. The heavenly mandate provided him with the perfect excuse. Jane and Junti chimed in. Indeed, Brother Shanqing, the heavenly mandate cannot be violated. Brother Shanqing, could it be that the mere human race must fight against their own brothers? Could it be that the bond of the human race is stronger than that of the 3 pure ones? Jane and Junti stood on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at the master of the heavenly revelation, accusing him of being the root cause of the disruption of the bond among the 3 pure ones. If the master of the heavenly revelation insisted on intervening, it would mean disregarding the bond of the 3 pure ones, suggesting that the human race valued their bond even more. This was a fatal blow for the master of the heavenly revelation, who was not adept at schemes and despised cunning tricks. The master of the heavenly revelation wished to protect his son-in-law and the human race, but did not want to disrupt the brotherly bond of the 3 pure ones. These 2 desires were in direct conflict. Liu stood quietly at the ruins of Shouyang Mountain, shaking his head helplessly. Father-in-law, in front of the Grand Supreme Elder, you are as pure as a blank sheet of paper. With Jane and Junti adding fuel to the fire, the master of the heavenly revelation was even less of a match. Liu had long anticipated the situation would develop to this point. He then bowed towards Wuzhuang Temple. Please, elder brother, take action. Mount Wanshou Wuzhuang Temple. Zenyuanzi, dressed in a light yellow Taoist robe, could no longer hold himself back. There was no other reason. The Lushan clan was the reincarnation of Hongyun. It aimed to certify the Tao fruit of the Earth Emperor. Zenyuanzi had been observing the situation at Shouyang Mountain. Once the former Fushi, only a remnant soul, remained certifying the Tao fruit of the Heavenly Emperor, he gained countless threads of great merit and fortune. His cultivation instantly reached the late stage of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. Moreover, with the Heavenly Emperor's Tao fruit, the human race would not perish and the Heavenly Emperor would not die. If the human race were to perish, the Heavenly Emperor would die first. Comparable to the Tao fruit of the saints. Zenyuanzi's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Once Brother Hongyun returns, not only can his cultivation be completely restored, but he can also certify the Tao fruit of the Earth Emperor. From then on, he would be comparable to the saints emerging from the tribulation. How could Zenyuanzi not be eager? However, the saints descended and even proclaimed their intent to imprison the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns in the Fire Cloud Cave. They spoke sweetly of suppressing the fate of the human race, but in essence, it was eternal imprisonment in the fire cloud cave. How could Xunyuanzi endure the saints wanting to imprison the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns and Hongyuan? He had long wanted to rush to Buzhou Mountain to protect Li Yu and brother Hongyuan. Xunyuanzi had been waiting for news from brother Shouyang. Li Yu had long instructed to endure, to accumulate strength and await the opportune moment. When Xunyuanzi saw Li Yu speak, he shattered the void at the first opportunity. Descending upon Buzhou Mountain, Xunyuanzi's presence caused the saints to show confusion. How could Xunyuanzi come to Buzhou Mountain? Seeing brother Xunyuan arrive, Li Yu smiled and approached to salute elder brother. The saints were puzzled. Elder brother. Xunyuanzi was a powerful figure among the 3,000 of the Yunxiao palace on equal footing with the saints. How could Li Yu address Xunyuanzi in such a manner? Elder brother. A bad premonition suddenly arose in the Grand Supreme Elder's heart. Xunyuanzi nodded. Junior brother, I have come. Li Yu's gaze indicated, do not reveal the identity of the Earth Emperor now. The remnant soul of Hongyuan entering Wuzhuang Temple was a secret from the system, which the saints could not deduce. During the era of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, the calamity was also stirred, the heavenly Tao concealed, and the heavenly secrets did not reveal. Even if the saints were present, they could not deduce the identity of Lushan. Xunyuanzi understood and nodded. He then stood before Li Yu. The Grand Supreme Elder frowned slightly. Friend Xunyuanzi, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why interfere and defy the heavenly mandate? Xunyuanzi's expression remained calm. If my junior brother is in trouble, then I, Xunyuanzi, am in trouble as well. Xunyuanzi turned his gaze towards Jin and Juni. May I ask, the 2 saints of the West, when Hongyuan was besieged and killed, why did you not lend a hand? Hongjun Daozu preached in the Zhixiao Palace. Jin and Junti arrived late because brother Hongyuan had given the position of the Western saint to them. This was a cause of saint-level significance. Jin and Junti turned a deaf ear. When Hongyuan was besieged, not only did the 2 saints have no intention of intervening, but they also applauded. If Hongyuan were still alive, how could the West repay the cause of the saint's position? A cause at the saint level, how could they afford it? The West was impoverished. Jin and Junti fell silent. Xunyuanzi snorted coldly. Buzz. The void revealed the Tai Chi diagram with yin and yang energies intertwining. Xunyuanzi, leave quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you. The Grand Supreme Elder warned. Xunyuanzi showed no fear. Boom. The Tai Chi diagram accompanied by supreme slaughter came forth. The master of the heavenly revelations, 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, floated wanting to block the Tai Chi diagram. Xunyuanzi's lips curled into a slight smile. Earth scripture, great formation arise. Buzz. The Earth's membrane hung in midair, exuding a heavy aura. Xunyuanzi stated plainly, this Earth scripture of mine is already connected with the western Mount Meru's Earth vein, as well as Kunlun Mountain and Shouyang Mountain. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zunti's faces revealed great panic. What? Xunyuanzi, are you out of your mind? How dare you connect with our Western Earth vein? Damn, Xunyuanzi, you truly should die. Cursing was of no use anymore. Another explosion from the Western Earth vein. The 2 saints of the West would cry for 100,000 years. Junti even abandoned all pretense and immediately flashed to the front of the Earth's scripture great formation, using his face to block the yin and yang energies of the Tai Chi diagram. Bang! A bruised face. This is truly bitter. Oh heavens! Why must you make it so difficult for our West? Xunyuanzi, you dog. A truly dog-like behavior. Truly unworthy of being a human child. The Grand Supreme Elder's expression darkened as he withdrew the Tai Chi diagram. Breaking the Earth's scripture, great formation. That was equivalent to breaking the Shouyang Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and Mount Meru. To break the mountains, rivers, and seas of the primordial chaos would surely provoke boundless karma. Boundless karma even the saints could not bear. The West's foundation to become saints was already unstable. If Jane and Juni broke it, they would be immediately pulled down from their saint positions. The Grand Supreme Elder sensed the difficulty. Since Hongyuan's death, Xunyuanzi's temperament had greatly changed, his heart like dead ash. Now that brother Hongyuan had finally come back to life. Yet he was to be eternally imprisoned. Then do not blame me, Xunyuanzi, for fighting to the death with you. Xunyuanzi was fearless, his cold voice resonating throughout the universe. Who dares to fight to the death with me, Xunyuanzi? Come on, come on. At worst we will break the primordial chaos and replay the earth, fire, wind, and water. Li Yu, since you said that, what would my father-in-law say during the sealing of the gods? No, my father-in-law won't have the chance to say that anymore. The master of the heavenly revelations' eyes revealed appreciation. Xunyuanzi is quite a remarkable person. Why do you hesitate to fight or retreat? The heart of Taiqing Laozu surged with an unnamed fury. Taiqing Laozu had schemed for so long. With the will of heaven descending, Taiqing Laozu now had the reason to suppress the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of humanity, seizing this rare opportunity that had come once in millennia. How could it be thwarted by Zenyuanzi? If this battle missed the chance to suppress the fortune of humanity, and the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns returned to their positions, becoming a formidable force, it would be nearly impossible for the teachings of humanity to reclaim their fortune in the future. However, the Earth Book formation had no solution. Even if Taiqing Laozu disregarded the karma upon him and insisted on breaking the formation, the 2 saints of the West would not allow it. The 2 saints of the West would likely immediately turn their weapons against Taiqing Laozu. The 2 saints are known for taking advantage and would never suffer losses. Moreover, this involves the earth vein of the western Shouyang Mountain. Taiqing Laozu was in a dilemma. Li Ye's lips curled into a slight arc. The Heavenly Emperor returns. Enter the ancestral land of humanity. The leaders of humanity erupted in a thundering cheer. We welcome the Heavenly Emperor back. Fushi laughed, thinking it was the end for humanity. He never expected it to be resolved so easily. Is this the true manifestation of the primordial sovereign's transformation? So terrifying. The saints began to take action, addressing the challenges posed by the saints. Fushi shook his head no. The primordial sovereign has not yet taken action. He then saw Liu raise his hand to summon the Kongtong seal. Xuandu, a traitor to humanity, has millions of our kin slaughtered, yet Xuandu has not stepped forward to aid our people. Having grown up eating the food of humanity, have they forgotten the roots of humanity once they put down their bowls? In the name of the primordial sovereign, I declare the expulsion of Xuandu from humanity. If Xuandu dares to step into humanity again, they will be our mortal enemy. Li Ye's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Fushi laughed again. To strike first is indeed effective. The essence of the primordial sovereign's transformation lies in the act itself. Fushi immediately stated, in the name of the Heavenly Emperor, I support the decree of the primordial sovereign. Expel Xuandu. The Lushan clan, the current leader of humanity, also quickly expressed support. Expel Xuandu. Xuandu is a traitor to humanity. The Swearing clan, the Yunxiao clan, and the Zi clan nodded in agreement. The 3 ancestors support the decree of the primordial sovereign, the Heavenly Emperor, and the leader. Expel Xuandu. Xuandu is a traitor to humanity. Back in the day, humanity was slaughtered, and the 3 ancestors went to Shouyang Mountain's 8 scenic palace to beseech Xuandu for aid, even risking injury for it. Yet Xuandu did not respond. Is Xuandu even considered part of humanity? Countless leaders echoed in unison. Expel Xuandu. The 9 heavens and the cloud sea. Taiqing Laozu immediately sensed the change in Xuandu's status. They were expelled from humanity. Xuandu was a disciple of the teachings of humanity, sharing in the fortunes of humanity. Now the fortunes of humanity were no longer associated with Xuandu. Moreover, this act from humanity severely embarrassed Taiqing Laozu. The fury in Taiqing Laozu's heart reached unprecedented heights. Why not take advantage of the situation and directly abolish the teachings of humanity? Liu had considered this but immediately dismissed it. Abolishing Xuandu was merely a slap on Taiqing's face. But abolishing the teachings of humanity would mean dismantling the foundation of Taiqing's sanctification. With the foundation of sanctification destroyed, wouldn't Taiqing go all out against humanity? He might stop at nothing to break the Earth Book formation. Furthermore, only 1 Heavenly Emperor has been restored among the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns. Humanity is far from reaching its peak. It is not yet time to abolish the teachings of humanity. Everything has its limits. Liu grasped this while abolishing Xuandu, striking Taiqing's pride, yet not causing him real pain. While infuriating Taiqing, he was also at a loss. Surely they would not allow a mere Xuandu to drive Taiqing into a frenzy to break the Earth Book formation, inviting boundless karma upon themselves. Taiqing Laozu would undoubtedly weigh the gains and losses. Indeed, Taiqing the Saint made no further moves apart from his fury. Xuandu had been abolished and could not step into humanity. Wasn't the position of the first imperial teacher now vacant? Jane and Zhuanti saw the opportunity and quickly transmitted, Grandfather, the West knows it was wrong. Please give the West another chance. The position of the first imperial teacher should also be given to the West. As long as Grandfather speaks, the 2 saints of the West will immediately stand with humanity. Liu naturally could not grant this. The Earth Book formation had already emerged, and the advantage was in my hands. I need not fear the saints, nor do I need to court the West. If the Earth Book formation had not yet appeared, and the 2 saints of the West had shown such recognition, Liu might have considered it. But now, the West was purely dreaming. Taiqing Laozu certainly noticed the West's flirtation with humanity. Taiqing Laozu glanced at Liu. Very good. The Taiji diagram pierced the void, and Taiqing Laozu departed. He dared not break the Earth Book formation, as remaining would be useless. Liu smiled. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your praise. I will strive to continue my efforts. Yuan Shi Tianzun sensed his elder brother's departure and knew that the Earth Book formation had emerged. With a cold snort he left. The Chan Taiqing still had an imperial teacher in hand, first seizing the fortune and merit of the imperial teacher and later joining forces with the elder brother to settle accounts with humanity. Jane and Zhuanti, realizing they could not gain any benefits, also left, returning to the west. Tongtian with a sigh said, "Oh, you have truly offended Taiqing Laozu this time." Li Yu helplessly shrugged. "Father-in-law, I didn't want it to be like this. I had no choice. From the beginning, wasn't it the pressure from Taiqing Laozu that forced humanity to retaliate?" Tongtian also felt that the actions of the elder brother and second brother were somewhat excessive. He chased after them to the 8 Scenic Palace, trying to ease the situation. Li Yu shook his head. "My father-in-law is still too naive, lacking in guile. It seems I must quickly establish my path. Zhen Yuan, stay with humanity and secretly protect the Lushan clan." Zhen Yuanzi nodded. "I intend to do just that." The conflict on Buzhou Mountain came to an end. Fuxi, the heavenly emperor, returned with Li Yu to the ancestral land of humanity. In the boundless green bamboo sea, a bamboo house was constructed. Every day they drank tea, played the zither, discussed the Tao, and raised iron-eating beasts. The fierce yet cute iron-eating beasts in Fux's hands were now merely adorable. The Saint Nuwa would come to the ancestral land of humanity every few days to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Neither side mentioned their sibling bond. Everything remained as it was, just like before. Observing the Lushan clan, he returned to the capital and officially took over the position of leader of humanity. As humanity entered the agricultural era, productivity surged and a vibrant scene emerged. 1,000 years later, Lushan noticed that the efficiency of his kin's farming was somewhat slow, so he invented the plow. The introduction of this tool allowed humanity to farm more efficiently, multiplying their output several times. The food production became even more abundant. At the same time, he established a calendar, set the stars, divided day and night, defined the sun and moon, and delineated the 24 solar terms. With ample granaries, knowledge of honor and disgrace followed. Lushan also gathered hemp to make hemp clothing, giving humanity proper garments. Humanity exhibited unprecedented prosperity. After taking office, Lushan spent most of his time visiting various tribes. He witnessed the flourishing, yet sensed that his kin were lacking something. Although prosperous, there was an overall lack of vibrancy. Lushan pondered deeply, yet could not arrive at an answer, so he sought out his teacher Gongming. Zhao Gongming had discussed with his brother-in-law for 3 days and nights, and naturally understood the reason for his disciple's visit. Zhao Gongming took out some burlap and food. If a family has an abundance of food and cannot finish it yet lacks burlap, what should they do? Lushan suddenly understood. The disciple has comprehended. So that's it. The kin lack mobility. Humanity transitioned from a hunting and gathering era into an agricultural era with countless small households, each with different situations. Some have more, some have less. Lacking mobility, Lushan returned and summoned officials of all ranks, issuing a decree open a specific area in the capital for the kin to exchange. The emergence of markets allowed the flow of resources for the human race. It was as if prosperity had been injected with a catalyst. Under the rule of the Lian Mountain for thousands of years, the productivity of the human race reached unprecedented heights, leading to unparalleled prosperity. Countless humans revered the Lord of Lian Mountain as the divine farmer. At the same time, in the Yangwu tribe, a boy named Songjie was born. Songjia's arrival was unremarkable. Like any ordinary child, he could walk at 1 year old and speak at 3. By the age of 6, Songjie worked the fields with his parents, rising with the sun and resting at sunset. In his leisure time, he would run to the fields to observe the footprints of birds and beasts, using a branch to squat on the ground and mimic drawing. When Songjie turned 18, he climbed the Yunxiao Mountain alone, following the Luo River downstream, observing the trends of mountains, rivers, and seas, feeling something in his heart. The clan's practice of tying knots for record-keeping is rather cumbersome. Oral tradition inevitably leads to confusion and errors. If only it could be written down, there would be no fear of forgetting. Songjie observed the heavens and the earth, memorizing the forms of all things, and drew a character that corresponded to the myriad forms. Songjie still had many confusions in his heart, so he bid farewell to the tribe leader, packed his bag, and set off for the ancestral land to visit the lord of the first emperor. Songjie wished to create characters for the human race and needed the assistance of the first emperor. In the ancestral land of the humans, in a thatched cottage courtyard, Yunxiao lay in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, occasionally glancing at her husband's handsome face. Li Yu sat quietly on a cushion, the essence of the Tao swirling around him, blessed by the fortune of humanity, cultivating and understanding the Tao at an astonishing rate. The 5 energies in his chest converged, and 3 flowers bloomed atop his head, the power of the laws manifesting. Li Yu had already reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Just then Yang Jian led Songjie to the outside of the thatched cottage. Teacher Songjie from the Yangwu tribe seeks an audience with you. Li Yu awoke from his meditative state, Songjie, the cultural progenitor of the human race. Songjie's achievement in creating characters ensures the eternal inheritance of the human race, a contribution that rivals that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Come in. Songjie entered the thatched cottage courtyard with the direct disciple of the first emperor bowing respectfully. Songjie greets the lord of the first emperor. No need for excessive courtesy. I already know your intention. Stay here in the ancestral land to cultivate. The creation of characters will benefit the human race for countless generations. Do not be hasty, it requires gradual accumulation of understanding. Songjie's endeavor to create characters was a venture into the mysteries of heaven and earth, which would inevitably attract the disdain of the Tao. The human race had only just regained a heavenly ruler, and its power was still slightly weak in resisting the heavenly principles. It would be best to wait until the strength of the human race had greatly increased before the characters could emerge. Songjie nodded earnestly yes. Thank you, Lord of the First Emperor. Songjie then remained in the ancestral land, studying daily, practicing immortal techniques, drinking tea, enjoying bamboo, and contemplating the Tao. Fushi, having heard of Songjie's intention to create characters, personally invited him to the Taoist temple to discuss and share tea while contemplating the Tao. The governance of Shouyang Mountain by the divine farmer for thousands of years had accumulated immeasurable merits nearing perfection. Yet it always felt like something was missing. One day, suddenly a clansman sent word. A member of a tribe consumed some red mushrooms and fell down foaming at the mouth. Lian was greatly alarmed. Poisoned. Lian rushed to the tribe at the first moment, but it was too late. The tribesmen were pale and purple, devoid of life. Lian sighed deeply. Why do they dare to eat anything? Buzz. Lian's expression shifted. There are countless plants in heaven and earth which are poisonous, which can be beneficial. If only I could record them all and pass them on to the clansmen, there would be no more worries about poisoning. Lian immediately went to see Master Gongming. The next day, Lian rode a black tiger out of the tribe, once again traversing the wild and untamed lands. The divine farmer tasted 100 herbs, personally experiencing their effects and collecting specimens of the ones he had tried. Zhao Gongming secretly followed behind his disciple, shaking his head helplessly. This is the 10th time he has been poisoned. This won't do. I must find a way to test poison for my disciple. Zhao Gongming thought of his junior brother Lu Yue, who often studied poisons and would likely have a solution. Zhao Gongming borrowed a whip from his junior brother Lu Yu. After a simple refinement, the whip could be used to strike plants, allowing him to gain equivalent sensations and understand their effects. With the whip, the efficiency of the divine farmer increased significantly as he continued to taste hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of herbs, recording them all in his heart. At the Beijing Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Xuandu sat on a cushion, his expression extremely agitated. Having been expelled from the human race, he could no longer enjoy the fortune of humanity, and his cultivation speed had slowed considerably. While the fortune of the human race was at its peak, Xuandu could not enjoy a single bit. His inner fury grew stronger. Xuandu gritted his teeth. Why can Li Yu sit as the emperor of humanity? When Xuandu was a disciple of the saint, he was still an ignorant and uncivilized ant. What kind of luck did he stumble upon to become the son-in-law of Zhejiao and step onto the path of cultivation? What right does he have to compare with me, Xuandu? Damn Li Yu. How dare he expel me, Xuandu? This grudge will not end until one of us is dead. The Taoist of Taiqing sat quietly on a cushion, his face as calm as a still pond, yet he was desperately suppressing the nameless anger brewing within him. The expulsion of the human race from Xuandu ultimately made the Taoist of Taiqing feel a sense of crisis. If they dared to expel Xuandu today, they would dare to expel the teachings of humanity tomorrow. Not only would it shame the face of the Taiqing saint, but once the human race possessed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Taoist of Taiqing would find it increasingly difficult to control them. The fortune of humanity might be at its peak, but the human race must never truly become strong. The Taoist of Taiqing sat quietly on the cushion, his saintly gaze piercing through the layers of void, looking towards the human tribes. A girl of about 5 or 6 years old played in the tribe. Her name was Nuwa, the only daughter of the divine farmer of Shouyang Mountain. At this moment, Xuandu approached, bowing respectfully. Teacher, the disciple cannot swallow this anger. I am willing to go to the human race. The Taoist of Taiqing glanced at Xuandu, disappointment flashing in his eyes. He could not help but think that if he had taken Li Yu as his disciple back, then today's situation would not exist. The fortune of the human race had all fallen into the hands of the teachings of humanity. With the pearls and jade before him, it was hard not to make comparisons. As the old saying goes, anyone can be Xuandu. It all depends on whom the Taiqing saint chooses as his disciple. Withdraw. Do not step out of Shouyang Mountain. The Taoist of Taiqing spoke calmly. Xuandu's face showed fear, hesitating to speak. Disciple will obey the teacher's command. Xuandu reluctantly retreated. A wisp of Taiji Dao essence quietly flew out of Shouyang Mountain heading towards the human tribe. Buzz. The essence of Taiji suddenly transformed into Western Brahmin light, revealing an incarnation half clad in Taoist robes and half in monk's robes. I am the Taoist of Zunti. The Taoist of Zunti approached Nuwa. Child, what are you playing with? Who are you? Nuwa's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. The voice of the Taoist of Zunti seemed to carry a seductive power. I am acquainted with the Lord of Lian Mountain. Shall I take you to find him? Nuwa hadn't seen her father in a long time and missed him dearly, instinctively replying, all right. No. Father is the Lord, he is busy with affairs of state. I cannot disturb him. Do not be afraid, the Lord of Lian Mountain misses you very much and will only be happy to see you. The seductive tone grew stronger. Nuwa's eyes gradually became vacant and devoid of spirit, nodding repeatedly. All right, uncle, then take me to find father. The Taoist of Zunti took Nuwa's hand and walked out of the human tribe. Under the guise of Brahmin light, the essence of Taiji stepped forward, covering vast distances in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the East Sea. The purpose of Taiji was simple. He could not allow the human race to develop so peacefully. If Nuwa, the only daughter of the Lord of Lian Mountain, were to die in the East Sea, what would prevent the human race from provoking the Dragon Clan of the East Sea? After the Dragon Clan's demise, they retreated to the Four Seas, but a dying camel is larger than a horse. Provoking a great war between the humans and the dragon race would give the teachings of humanity a chance to enhance their influence and regain control over the human race. The essence of Taiji pointed towards the Great Sea. The Lord of Lian Mountain is right there. Go find your father. In Nuwa's eyes, it was not the surging East Sea, but the great city gate where her father stood waving. Nuwa skipped joyfully towards her father, running towards the sea. Boom. A great wave crashed in, seeking to engulf her. At Buzhou Mountain, after Lai Shan ascended to his position, Jin Yuanzi had been secretly protecting him. Originally, Jin Yuanzi had intended to accompany Lai Shan on his journey across the land to taste 100 herbs. Li Yu, upon seeing Jin Yuanzi, said, "Brother-in-law Gongming, your protection of Lai Shan is sufficient. My elder brother may instead guard Nuwa in secret." Jin Yuanzi's expression stiffened. "Younger brother, do you mean someone intends harm against Nuwa? Nuwa is Lai Shan's only daughter, and Lai Shan is none other than Hongyuan, though he has not yet assumed his rightful position. Thus Nuwa is effectively Hongyuan's daughter, and Jin Yuanzi's own niece." Li Yu nodded understanding. Nuwa drowned in the East Sea, her soul transformed into a great bird named Jingwei. Consumed by unrelenting resentment, Jingwei daily carried pebbles from distant mountains and cast them into the East Sea, determined to fill it entirely. This is the legend of Jingwei filling the sea. Though humanity dwells along the shores of the East Sea, the tribe to which Nuwa belonged lay over 1 million li inland. How could a young girl traverse such a vast distance, over 1 million li, to play by the East Sea only to drown there? This reeks of deliberate sabotage. Jin Yuanzi, seeing his younger brother nod, erupted in fury. A beast, a vile beast, to strike so insidiously against an innocent, guileless, beloved child. How utterly corrupt the heart must be. And thus Jin Yuanzi began guarding Nuwa in secret. He activated the Earth Scripture formation. Employing the art of cosmic space within the sleeve, Jin Yuanzi rescued Nuwa. At the seashore, the Tao resonance incarnation of Taiqing stood calmly, his countenance serene. "Jin Yuanzi, you have thwarted my plans repeatedly." The celestial mechanism remained obscured. Even Taiqing Laozi could not divine its workings. Why then had Jin Yuanzi intervened on behalf of humanity? Merely out of sworn brotherhood. Would he truly risk offending a sage? Unlikely. It mattered little. Jin Yuanzi had saved Nuwa. The Tao resonance of Taiqing dissolved into sacred light and departed. Jin Yuanzi roared in rage again. The West. Damned Westerners. Damn the West. If framing the dragon sovereigns of the East Sea failed, then frame the West instead. Should humanity turn its wrath upon the West, Jieyin and Zhuan would surely erupt in furious humiliation, stopping at nothing. Enraged, Jin Yuanzi returned to the ancestral land's younger brother. "I am utterly incensed. You were right, younger brother. Someone has indeed moved against Nuwa in secret. It is the West. Accursed. Utterly accursed." Nuwa slept peacefully in Jin Yuanzi's arms. His face was etched with profound tenderness. Li Yu paused thoughtfully. "Oh, is it truly the West? Did elder brother see clearly?" Jin Yuanzi nodded firmly. "No doubt, it was the West." Yet Li Yu shook his head, unconvinced. "Then consider this." Li Yu shimmered, transforming instantly into the appearance of a Western disciple, and gently took Nuwa from Jin Yuanzi's arms. "HSS." Jin Yuanzi drew a sharp breath. "Does younger brother mean it was not the West?" Li Yu shook his head again. "Seeing is not always believing. More crucially, what is the adversary's true intent? Let us posit a bold hypothesis. If Nuwa had drowned in the East Sea, how would humanity react? They would naturally blame the dragon sovereigns of the East Sea and demand retribution. Liu nodded. A war between humanity and the Four Seas dragon sovereigns would inevitably disrupt Lai Shan's ascension. Such a conflict could last millennia and claim countless lives. Humanity does not fear the Four Seas, but someone stands to profit from this strife. Who holds vested interests among humanity? Jin Yuanzi fell into deep contemplation. Thankfully, elder brother rescued Nuwa in time. Yet you also identified the perpetrator. Let us posit another bold hypothesis. If humanity turns upon the West and strips them of their imperial preceptorship, what will the Western sages do? They will harbor bitter resentment and erupt in furious humiliation. With whom then will the Western sages ally themselves to confront humanity? Jin Yuanzi's expression shifted subtly. His gaze drifted toward Shouyang Mountain. Jin Yuanzi could scarcely fathom it. Could this truly be the doing of Taiqing? Taiqing, as chief among the three pure ones, embodied wu-wei and non-contention in the collective consciousness of the primordial chaos. Liu offered no explicit accusation since elder brother witnessed the act. Why not use this moment to admonish the West? Please invite the two Western sages to our ancestral lands. Agreed. Those sages cannot be traced directly. Jin Yuanzi personally journeyed to the western Shouyang Mountain, entrusting Yao Shi to deliver the message to his masters. At that very moment, Jie and Zhuan Ti, disguised as Huang Lian Daoran and Ku Chazi Daoran, were covertly converting enlightened cultivators from the east. They received Yao Shi's transmission. Strange. Why does Liu wish to meet us? Could he be seeking to draw the West closer and grant us an additional imperial preceptorship? Let us go and see. Jie and Zhuan Ti instantly shattered the void and arrived at humanity's ancestral lands. The Bajing Palace. Taiqing Laozi observed the descent of Western sacred light upon humanity's ancestral lands, his expression placid. Once humanity turns upon the West, Jie and Zhuan Ti will surely erupt in humiliation, and then perhaps we may unite once more. In the ancestral lands, a humble thatched cottage nestled within a small courtyard. Jie wore an expression of profound sorrow and hardship. Zhuan Ti appeared in tattered robes. Sovereign Huang, what urgent matter calls us here? The West is impoverished. I have traveled such a great distance. Surely the finest tea may be refilled without limit. Greetings, honorable sages, Liu replied with a warm smile. We shall discuss tea shortly. First, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. What matter is this? Why did you move against the daughter of sovereign Lai Shan, seeking to drown Nuwa? As Liu spoke, Zhuan Ti did not immediately deny it. Instead, he glanced at his senior brother, silently asking, elder brother, was it you? Jie. No, I did not. Was it you, junior brother? No. Why would I harm Lai Shan's daughter? To provoke humanity and jeopardize our disciples' positions as imperial preceptors. After exchanging glances, the two confirmed neither had acted. Zhuan Ti seized the opportunity to feign outrage. Sovereign Huang, food may be eaten recklessly, but words must never be spoken carelessly. Do not indiscriminately heap slander upon the West. I am now so enraged my head aches unbearably. At minimum, I require half a gene of premium tea and an imperial preceptorship to soothe my spirit. Otherwise, this defamation of the great Western teaching shall not end. Once my headache begins, it shall take millennia, perhaps tens of thousands of years, to heal. I shall reside here, eat your food, drink your tea, and depart only after receiving generous provisions. Liu, witnessing Zhuan Ti's utter lack of restraint, felt no surprise. After all, he had even addressed his elders as grandfather. What dignity remained to lose? With quiet composure, Liu said, elder brother Jin Yuanzi. Jie Yin's face remained sorrowful and strained. Surely you do not intend to collude with Jin Yuanzi to jointly slander the West. Our Western teaching embodies supreme perseverance, boundless fortune, and profound enlightenment. We walk upright, unafraid of slander, yet neither are we to be slandered lightly. What say you, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi? Jin Yuanzi nodded. I would never speak rashly or without cause. Jin Yuanzi then spoke solemnly. Jin Yuanzi witnessed upon the shores of the East Sea a cultivator radiating sacred light, intent upon drowning Nuwa. Should this statement prove false, may the heavenly Tao's thunder of annihilation strike me down, obliterating my very being. Jin Yuanzi swore an oath crafted with precision. He recounted only what he had witnessed, the presence of sacred light. Was the cultivator clad in sacred light? Indeed, he did not assert the cultivator belonged to the Western teaching, only that the light was real and his observation truthful. As Jin Yuanzi's Tao voice settled, silence followed. Having sworn such an oath, the existence of the sacred light cultivator attempting to drown Nuwa could not be false. Yet the West had committed no such act. Jie and Zhuan Ti paled. What? A beast, a vile beast, who dares frame and slander us, the West, so brazenly? Jiayan's face was filled with sorrow and distress. Zhuan was suddenly anxious. Damn it. Who has thrown this trouble onto my western region? Beast. The first emperor. This matter definitely was not done by the West. It's no wonder Zhuan was anxious. The West had just acquired the positions of the 3rd and 4th Imperial Masters, and the merits had not yet been secured. They absolutely could not offend the human race at this moment. At the very least, the West needed to secure the merits of the Imperial Masters before anything else. Liu chuckled. Really, it wasn't the West. Truly not the West. Let's not speak too definitively. The two saints might as well return to Shouyang Mountain and ask if it was done by their disciple. Jane and Zhuan were worried that it was one of their disciples who had caused trouble for the human race. Senior brother, will you go back and ask? Jane nodded knowingly. Jane shattered the void and returned to Shouyang Mountain. He gathered all the disciples from the West. Yaoshi and Mile were Jane and Zhuan's core disciples, while the 18 others like Jianglong and Fuhu were also direct disciples of the West. Jiayan's face was filled with sorrow. Have you all gone to the human race and harmed the daughter of the Lord of Lushan? All the disciples from the West shook their heads repeatedly. Jane frowned slightly. How strange. Who exactly did this? Who placed such a great burden on our West? Jane descended once more to the ancestral land of the human race and secretly transmitted his voice. Junior brother, it has been confirmed, it was not done by the West. Upon hearing this, Zhuan finally felt relieved. Oh dear, my head is aching. The first emperor has slandered the West. At the very least, he should compensate us with 3 pounds of tea leaves. Liu retorted. Then what about my brother Jin Yuan who witnessed it? Could that be false? Zhuan shook his head. I don't know. It has nothing to do with my West. Liu regretfully shook his head. Then we can only wait for the Lord of Lushan to return and initiate an investigation. Until the investigation is complete, to avoid suspicion, it would be best for the West not to come to the human race. Zhuan widened his eyes in surprise. What? An investigation? Rest assured, the investigation will be fair and just, and it will not tarnish the West's innocence. Zhuan was not worried about the investigation itself, but rather about how to manage the 3rd and 4th emperor's teachings without letting the disciples from the West come to the human race beforehand. When will the investigation be concluded? As soon as the results are out, the investigation will naturally end. What if there are no results? Then we will keep investigating until it is resolved. What about my disciples from the West? Before the investigation yields results, to avoid suspicion, they should temporarily refrain from coming to the human race. Jane grew increasingly sorrowful. Bitter tears streamed down Zhuan's eyes. It's painful. Truly too painful. Jane and Zhuan finally understood that wretched Liu was using this opportunity to pressure the West. After the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors passed, would there even be use for an investigation? The West wanted the positions of the 3rd and 4th Imperial Masters. First Emperor, just say it. How can we prove the innocence of my West? Liu shook his head. The innocent will remain clear while the guilty will reveal themselves. Zhuan cried. I'm begging you, at worst I won't ask for your tea leaves anymore. Ew, I won't drink tea either. Is that all right? You've gained. Liu responded. Jane sighed softly. My West has a supreme innate spiritual root known as the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree can produce Bodhi seeds after 1,000,000 years. Would a single Bodhi seed given to the first emperor prove our innocence? Upon hearing his brother speak, Zhuan's heart bled. The West had always taken from others and had never given anything in return. Liu nodded. At least 3 of them heard that the innate white tiger's sacred beast fell in the West. Then I also want a source of innate gung metal. You are robbing me. You are extorting. Then you go investigate. You want 3 Bodhi seeds and a source of innate gung metal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuan, furious, pulled his brother away. After Jane and Zhuan left, Zhen Yuan appeared worried. If the 2 saints from the West align with Shouyang Mountain, that would be very troublesome. Liu smiled calmly. Not possible. The West will not act without seeing the results. They are keeping an eye on the positions of the 3rd and 4th Imperial Masters of the human race, and while the future is uncertain, they absolutely will not genuinely align with Shouyang Mountain at this moment. I am just using this opportunity to test the limits of the West. If I can extract some benefits, that would be great. If not, it's no big deal. The position of the human emperor was intentionally released by Liu to set a trap for the Chan teaching. If the 3rd and 4th Imperial Masters' positions were truly that desirable, would Liu let them go to the West? The 3rd and 4th Imperial Masters were traps as well. Jane and Zhuan angrily returned to Shouyang Mountain. This Liu truly is not worthy of being a son of man. Is he not afraid that my West will unite with brother Taiqing? Jane shook his head. He really isn't afraid. Junior brother, now is not the time to turn against the human race. At least wait until we secure the merits and fortunes of the 3rd and 4th Imperial Masters. However, since he dares to pressure my West, we can exert some pressure on him too. Let's go to Shouyang Mountain to have tea with Brother Taiqing. We should do it openly, and it would be best if the human race noticed. Remember, just drink tea. Do not discuss anything else with Brother Taiqing. Senior brother has great insight. Jane and Zhuan Ti swaggered toward Shouyang Mountain's 8 scenic palaces. Liu paid no mind. Lying on a rocking chair holding his beautiful wife, he galloped freely and carefully. The Lord of Lushan rode a black tiger roaming the vast wilderness and documenting the appearances and effects of tens of thousands of common herbs. After returning to the capital, he organized and recorded them. The Lord of Lushan was invigorated and laughed heartily. Let's call it the Divine Farmer's Classic of herbal medicine. From now on, when my people are poisoned or sick, they will have a method to cope. Then the Lord of Lushan gathered several hundred clever and wise tribesmen. The human race had no written language and only knew how to remember by tying knots. The Lord of Lushan recounted what he had in mind, and the tribesmen diligently took notes. Roaming among the various tribes, treating and healing the people, this was also the earliest barefoot doctor in the human race. The appearance of doctors caused the mortality rate in the human race to plummet, and the infant mortality rate also significantly decreased. The Divine Farmer's Classic of herbal medicine filled a large gap for the human race. Thus, the Lord of Lushan felt that his merits had been fulfilled and began to emulate the Lord of Fuxi, traveling among the human race looking for successors. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain Yunxiao Palace, the primordial heavenly master summoned Guangchengzi. The Lord of Lushan has achieved complete merit. Guangchengzi, you shall descend the mountain today. Once the human emperor returns to his position, you will surely be able to utilize the great fortune and merit to slay the second corpse. Guangchengzi's face was filled with excitement. Thank you, master, for giving me this opportunity. I will never let you down. The human race is but ants. Ignorant and uncivilized. With the disciples' intervention, it will definitely be easy to handle. Guangchengzi left Kunlun Mountain and entered the human race. Of course, Guangchengzi had always looked down on the human race and would never personally investigate their ailments. He was merely waiting to see which tribe had a newborn child endowed with purple qi. 100 years later, in the Weishui River Basin, there was a tribe named Yunxiao. A child was born enveloped in purple qi, a myriad of auspicious signs, able to walk within 3 days and speak within 5 days, named Xinyuan. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi immediately rushed to Yunxiao tribe to take in Xinyuan. While traveling among the great tribes, Lisan heard that a son had been born to the Yunxiao tribe. At his birth, auspicious omens filled the heavens, and violet qi enshrouded his body, clear proof that Xinyuan was likely the next sovereign of humanity. Yet Liashan's face bore no joy, only deep concern. Though Guangchengzi had taken Xinyuan as his disciple, he neglected to instruct him properly, especially the immortals of the Chan sect who had long held humanity in contempt. Liashan's anxiety intensified, prompting him to journey to the ancestral land to pay homage to the primordial sovereign. A humble thatched cottage nestled within a quiet courtyard. Today, Fuxi also visited the courtyard as a guest. Liu and Fuxi engaged in profound discourse on the Tao while Yunxiao, gentle, graceful, and serene, poured tea. Fuxi smiled respectfully. Many thanks, Your Majesty, Empress of the First Emperor. Lisan requests an audience with the primordial sovereign. Enter. Lisan stepped into the courtyard and bowed deeply. I pay my respects to the primordial sovereign. I greet you, Sovereign Fuxi. Liu smiled. Brother, you've arrived. Please be seated. Lisan sat quietly, sipped a cup of tea, then voiced grave concern. Your Majesty, the next sovereign may already have been born and is being tutored by Guangchengzi. Lisan fears greatly. Fuxi offered a tranquil smile. What do you fear? I fear Guangchengzi will fail to properly cultivate the human sovereign, and thus imperil the very foundation of our race. It is not mere fear, it is certainty. Liu chuckled softly. Guangchengzi will absolutely fail to cultivate the human sovereign well. He has never held humanity in esteem, he has always looked down upon us. Such a master could never rightly shape the sovereign. Then what shall we do? Liashan's worry deepened. Fuxi laughed heartily. Brother, set your mind at ease. The primordial sovereign has long prepared for this hour. The human sovereign will ascend his throne. But before his ascension, those Chan sect immortals, who scorn humanity and disdain our kind, must suffer a harsh and humbling reckoning. Upon hearing these words, Liashan's frantic heart finally stilled. The primordial sovereign, the unshakable pillar holding up the sky of humanity, so long as he stands the heavens over our race, shall never collapse. After finishing his tea, Lisan rose. Your Majesty's sovereigns of the primordial and of Fuxi, I now take my leave. Returning home, Lisan immediately resumed governance of humanity. So long as the mantle of sovereignty remained untransferred, he would not permit himself rest. Watching Lisan depart, Liu and Fuxi exchanged knowing smiles. Lisan is a worthy sovereign. Let us drink tea, more tea. Brother Fuxi, might I borrow your Fuxi zither for a few days? Of course. Does Your Majesty wish to learn the zither? Indeed, learning the zither refines one's spirit and cultivates inner grace. Clearly, Fuxi missed the double meaning in his elder brother's words. At dusk, Fuxi bid farewell and returned to his bamboo forest cultivation ground. Liu feigned a casual stroke across the zither strings, then turned his gaze toward Yunxiao. Lady Yunxiao wore a simple, elegant gown. Her legs were long and perfectly straight, her figure exquisitely poised and alluring. As Empress of the First Emperor, and nourished daily by Liu, her constitution improved steadily day by day. "My lady," he said gently, "the ancient tales of the Honghuang speak often of harmony between Qin and Se. Today I specially borrowed the Fuxi zither from Sovereign Fuxi. Allow me to play while you accompany me. Would that please you?" Yunxiao nodded. "I know but a little of the zither, nowhere near as proficient as Fuxi." No, not the zither. Let me play and you accompany me on the xiao. How does that sound?" Yunxiao smiled tenderly and agreed, "Yes, I know just a little. Shall we retire indoors to practice?" Why go inside? The evening breeze is so refreshingly cool. I shall teach you a new technique." Liu picked up the Fuxi zither, took Yunxiao's delicate hand, and led her into the cottage, then closed the door. This humble thatched courtyard had long been inscribed with a concealment formation, and it had been further reinforced by her father Lao Deng. In the entire Honghuang realm of all mastery in formation arts, 1 stone in total, the Jie sect alone commanded 8 do. No cultivator in this world could breach a formation crafted by Tongtian Jiaozhu. Even a sage descending in person would require half a watch, or even a full watch, to shatter it. Before long, the Qin and Se resonated in perfect harmony. "My lady, you may begin your accompaniment now." "My lord, this. Just try it." Yunxiao found herself utterly helpless before her husband's playful insistence. Yet who could blame her? She was gentle, wise, discerning, and knew precisely when to yield and when to advance. Her husband had sacrificed much for her. And so, Qin and Se sang in unison. The Zhao's melody soared pure and ethereal. The next day the sun rose as ever. Yunxiao rose early, opened the door and windows to air the room, then stepped outside, her complexion radiant, her spirit vibrant. Liu stood tall and energized. "My lady, come. Let me arrange your hair." Meanwhile, in the Youxiong tribe, Guangchengzi taught Xianyuan with palpable impatience. Yet he taught nonetheless, for he coveted the immense karmic merit and celestial fortune of becoming the human sovereign's master. At the same time, far to the southeast of humanity's lands lay the Jili tribe. There too a son was born, a child whose arrival heralded surging Shaki and the return of primordial spiritual essences. Like Xuanyuan, he walked on the 3rd day and spoke on the 5th. The infant named himself Qiyu. "Where am I? Who am I? Did I not perish in the war of the divine beasts and the celestial demons?" Qiyu gazed blankly at his frail, infantile body. Once he had been a great Wu, a warrior forged from the concentrated blood of the 12 Wu clans. Though called Great Wu, he rivaled even the primordial Wu themselves, designated to replace Ho-Tu and complete the 12 heaven-devouring divine Sha formation. He had clashed with the celestial demons Zhou-Tian star array and fallen in the cataclysmic tribulation. Could it be? Father God has granted me rebirth. Qiyu swiftly grasped his situation. His true spirit had returned, and he was now human. No, rather a human Wu hybrid. More precisely, the entire Jili tribe consists of such hybrids. Long ago, Ho-Tu approached Liu seeking intermarriage between Wu and humans. Liu flatly refused Ho-Tu, but added that if genuine love existed between individuals, he would bless their union. Intermarriage was forbidden in principle, yet true love would never be punished. Thus, human-Wu unions remained exceedingly rare. Among trillions of humans, only some 10,000 had occurred. From those unions arose the human-Wu bloodline. And given humanity's vastly superior reproductive capacity, these descendants flourished. Today, the Jili tribe numbered several million such hybrids, insignificant against the trillion-strong human population. Qiyu observed the world silently, gathering knowledge. So this is the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Humanity is destined to rise and supplant the Wu and celestial demons as the new masters of heaven and earth. Human-Wu intermarriage might yet be possible. A surge of excitement stirred within him. If I ascend as humanity's sovereign and enact policies permitting Wahoman marriage, could not our Wu brethren soon reclaim their rightful place as sovereigns of the cosmos? The Wu's infertility remains their greatest constraint. But human Wu hybrids, they are different. Qiyu resolved to conceal his true identity and strive for the human sovereign's throne. He adopted a new name, Qizha. From infancy, he displayed extraordinary talent, and by 18, he had become chieftain of the Jili tribe. Qiyu traveled personally throughout the tribes, studying humanity's weaknesses. He vigorously promoted advanced agricultural techniques and constructed vast granaries to store grain. He drafted and codified behavioral statutes, the earliest criminal code of humanity. He strengthened tribal order. To wage conquest, he first needed to unite the Dongyi tribes under his banner. Thus, he ordered mass collection of bronze, or an accelerated development of metallurgical arts. Qiyu pioneered the forging of weapons from copper and iron, arming his people. He established a dedicated warrior caste, calling them soldiers, and outfitted them with full body armor and elite spearheads. Meanwhile, Xianyuan still studied the ritual doctrines of the Chan sect under Guangchengzi's tutelage. Xianyuan was still learning the teachings of the Chanjiao from Guangchengzi. Qiyu had formulated and issued the code of laws, and the Zhuli tribe had already initiated a wartime economy. All food supplies were rationed. The entire tribe worked vigorously to develop their industry, producing weapons and armor. Although the Zhuli tribe only had a few million people, it was enough for Qiyu to support an army of 200,000. With his military might directed at the surrounding tribes, Qiyu unified all the nearby tribes of Zhuli in less than 2 years. He implemented a tribal alliance system, and after integrating dozens of tribes, he proclaimed the formation of the Eastern E Alliance. Under Kai's governance, the population exceeded 100 million, making it a formidable force. Qiyu was not in a hurry to march into the central plains of the human race. The painful lesson from the battle against the witch demons was still fresh in his mind. When Qiyu made a move, he aimed to achieve his goals in one decisive battle. The first battle was a decisive confrontation determining the fate of the world. Qiyu remembered a fierce tribe from the Primordial World known as the Iron-Eating Beasts. This tribe was unmatched in ferocity. If I can subdue the Iron-Eating Beasts and equip them with heavy armor for a charge, they will be able to crush all defenses of the human race. Qiyu followed his memories to the White Bear Mountain, intending to subdue the Iron-Eating Beasts. He had already prepared his words. Once Qiyu become the overlord of the human race, the Iron-Eating Beasts will be the totem of the human race. They will be our national treasure. The Iron-Eating Beasts will enjoy wealth and honor forever. However, when Qiyu arrived at White Bear Mountain, he was left dumbfounded. Did I remember it wrong? Isn't this White Bear Mountain? Where are the Iron-Eating Beasts? Where are the black and white Iron-Eating Beasts so large? Qiyu searched all over White Bear Mountain, but could not find any trace of the Iron-Eating Beasts. Qiyu was puzzled. Forget it. Without the Iron-Eating Beasts, Qiyu can still seize the position of the human overlord. Qiyu returned to the Zhuli tribe and issued a new decree to cultivate horses. Each person was to have 2 mounts, and at least 100,000 heavy cavalry needed to be assembled. The Eastern E Alliance was brimming with vitality. The Bear tribe. Xianyuan had already come of age and was learning under Guangchengzi. Master, I wish to travel among the major tribes of the human race. Guangchengzi frowned slightly. There is absolutely no need for that. It is far more important for you to cultivate the Jade Purity Immortal method. Master. But, no buts. Xianyuan had no choice but to continue his training. 10 years later, Xianyuan barely became the overlord of the Bear tribe. In the human territory, in a small thatched courtyard, Liu summoned the Lord of the Flame Mountain. Flame Mountain, prepare yourself. On the 15th day of the 8th month, there will be a ceremony at the unreachable. Upon hearing this, Flame Mountain showed great concern on his face. Overlord Xianyuan is nearing 30 and has just become the overlord of the Bear tribe. If I pass the title to him, I'm afraid he won't be able to gain the support of the people. I originally wanted to personally guide Xianyuan to the capital for study, but Guangchengzi refused. Liu found nothing strange about this. The Chanjiao was greedy, and so was Guangchengzi. They did not want external forces to share in the merits of the human emperor's achievements. They wanted to monopolize it. Flame Mountain pondered for a long time. Your Majesty, I should go to the Bear tribe again. If it really doesn't work, I can appoint Xianyuan as vice-overlord. Guangchengzi should be able to accept that. I will personally take Xianyuan for 2 years. Flame Mountain was truly uneasy about handing over the foundation of the human race to Xianyuan. Liu decisively shook his head. There isn't enough time. We cannot delay any longer. Flame Mountain showed a puzzled expression, unsure. Liu was constantly observing the movements of the Zhuli tribe. Qizha, that is Qiyu, who had led the Zhuli tribe to unify the surrounding tribes, quietly forming the Eastern E Alliance. He was also vigorously developing metallurgy and manufacturing weapons and armor, even acquiring cavalry. What about the Central Plains human race? Apart from the firewood forbidden army, the human race hardly even had a concept of an army. Compared to Qiyu, they were completely in a state of disarray. It can only be said that Qiyu truly deserves the title of the Lord of War. If Flame Mountain does not return to his position, and Qiyu launches a war, he could directly drag Flame Mountain into destruction. Flame Mountain had already achieved great merits. Xuanyuan's duty was to lead the military, to unify the human race. Flame Mountain saw that the emperor did not explicitly state his intentions, and sighed deeply. I will obey the emperor's orders. It's still the same old saying, as long as the emperor is present, the human race will not fall. Flame Mountain, using the decree of the overlord, summoned the leaders of the major tribes, announcing that on the 15th of August there would be a ceremony at Unreachable Mountain. In the bear tribe, Xianyuan felt extremely ashamed. These years, I have not accomplished anything worthy. How can I deserve the title of overlord? Guangchengzi snorted coldly. Flame Mountain should have abdicated long ago. His blessings are shallow. He does not understand the will of heaven, and he has delayed for so long before abdicating. How could I, Guangchengzi's disciple, not hold the position of overlord? Xianyuan, do not speak anymore. Follow your master to Unreachable Mountain. On the 15th of August, led by Liu, the leaders of the human tribes all arrived at Unreachable Mountain. Fuxi, as the heavenly emperor of the human race, traveled alongside the emperor. In the void, the clouds presented a scene of purple energy rising from the east. The Earth Emperor returned to his position, and the 6 saints witnessed the ceremony. This was a great trend. The Taiping, Yuqing, Shangqing, Jane, Zhuanti, and Nuwa all revealed their true forms as saints. Zenyuanzi was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He had already arranged the Earth array in advance. My brother Hongyun is about to return. Who dares to stop Hongyun's return? Zenyuanzi would dare to risk his life against anyone. Bathed in incense, Flame Mountain and Xianyuan ascended Unreachable Mountain together. Flame Mountain's expression was solemn. As the Flame Mountain of the human race today, I abdicate in favor of Xianyuan. Below Unreachable Mountain, the leaders of the tribes were all ecstatic, shouting, Shenong the Overlord. Shenong the Overlord. Shenong the Overlord, who has led the human race for 100 years. Yes, let him rule for 100 years. During Flame Mountain's reign, he taught the human race to plant the 5 grains and invented the plow, greatly increasing production efficiency. The productivity of the human race underwent a qualitative change. He also passed down the Shinong Benchao Jing for healing the human race. It can be said that the living standards of the human race during Flame Mountain's time were unprecedentedly superior. They even surpassed the time of Fuxi. The human race genuinely wished for Flame Mountain to be the overlord for 100 years. Flame Mountain cherished the human race's sons and daughters. The billions of compatriots of the human race raised Flame Mountain high. Flame Mountain laughed heartily. Although I am no longer the overlord, I will continue to advance alongside my brothers. Liu, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, approached with a calm expression. Silently, he activated the Wu Open Grand Array. Liu would never test the limits of the saints. Saints have no limits at all. He summoned the Kongtong seal. Liu, in his capacity as the emperor, reiterated the achievements of Flame Mountain during his reign. Flame Mountain, the overlord today, is complete. I decree Flame Mountain as the Earth Emperor of the human race. The title is Shenong. The Earth Emperor returns to his position. Boom. With the Kongtong seal exercising the authority to confer the human emperor, the heavens and clouds roared endlessly. The aura of the Taoist merits emerged. 45 million strands of Taoist merits descended. Jane and Zhuanti looked at such a magnificent aura of merit, their eyes turned red. So much merit. How could there be so much? When Fuxi ascended, there were only 30 million strands. This is directly 1.5 times more than Fuxi. If Liu did not encroach on the duties of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor's merit should also be close to 40 million. There was no way around it. Shenong's grains and the Shinong Benchao Jing had a tremendous impact on the human race. The Tao is fair. It was seen that 50% of the merits flew into Flame Mountain's body. 20% of the merits flew into the Kongtong seal. 10% of the merits were evenly distributed among the entire human race. The last 20% fell into Zhao Gongming's body. At the same time, the human path further revived. Flame Mountain's aura began to soar, and with the support of the Earth Emperor's Tao fruit, he quickly reached the stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Beginning of the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Midstage, all the way to the peak of the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Flame Mountain opened his eyes again, his gaze filled with the joy of having survived tribulations. The tides of Unreachable Mountain have come, and today I finally know who I am. Hongyun. He has perished among the clouds of the past. Now I am the Earth Emperor of the human race. I have met the Emperor Brother. I have met the Heavenly Emperor Brother. As Lai Shan's voice fell, the heavens and the earth trembled. The 6 saints widened their eyes, for the Tao of heaven was inscrutable, and they could not deduce it. Only at this moment did they realize Lai Shan's true identity. Hongyun. It is indeed Hongyun. Jie Yin's expression was one of sorrow and distress. Bitter tears slid down Zhuanti's cheek. The West is doomed. Hongyun is dead, and all is well. The cause and effect of the saint's lotus seat need not be returned, and the West is free from obligation. But now Hongyun is still alive. The cause and effect of the saint's lotus seat is immense. Oh, what can the West offer in return? Though Hongyun claimed to be dead, merely a human deity, an emperor, the entanglement of cause and effect remains unresolved. The pain is still here. It hurts. It truly hurts too much. The Earth Emperor looked eagerly at Zhen Yuan. Z, brother Zhen Yuan. Thank you for your efforts. Zhen Yuan Z let out a long breath. Haha. Congratulations on the Earth Emperor's return. The bond of brotherhood will be discussed later. Now Hongyun, my virtuous brother, is indeed the Earth Emperor of humanity, comparable to the fruit of a saint. The expression of Yuan Shi Tianzun was grim. He finally understood why Zheng Yuanzi would risk offending the saints to protect humanity. It turns out he had already conspired with humanity, ignorant of the heavenly numbers. Taiqing Lao Zi frowned with Hongyun as the Earth Emperor of humanity. Zheng Yuanzi's friendship with him will undoubtedly align him with humanity. The Earth Book formation truly instills great fear in the saints. Lai Shan's expression remained calm. Thank you, fellow saints, for coming to witness. Taiqing Lao Zi turned and returned to Shouyang Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianzun rode the 9-dragon Agarwood carriage back to Kunlun. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were about to sneak away. Lai Shan's lips curled into a slight smile, teasingly asking, the West has yet to repay the cause and effect of my saint's lotus seat. Do you dare to frame the girl? When will the West repay my cause and effect? Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti looked like mourners, quickly saying, beasts. Someone is framing our West. We absolutely did not frame the girl. Zheng Yuanzi added, I swear to the Tao that I saw the Western Brahmin light plotting against the girl. Lai Shan exploded in fury. Not only do you not repay the cause and effect, but you dare to frame the girl. I will swear to the Tao and let the Tao judge whether this is fair. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti softened. No. Please give the West a chance. The West is truly in dire straits. Can we have a little time? We will definitely repay your cause and effect. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti had originally planned to use a visit to Shouyang Mountain for tea to pressure Liu. They never imagined that Hongyun had not died and had become the Earth Emperor of humanity. This changes everything. Not only do they owe Hongyun a saint-level cause and effect, but they are also plotting against the girl. Not only do they not repay, but they also repay kindness with malice. If the Tao were to adjudicate, the West would surely end up worse. They cannot repay. They simply cannot repay. This is like mud falling in the pants. It's not excrement, but it might as well be. Jie Yin's expression was sorrowful, privately transmitting, junior brother. If we do not quell Hongyun's wrath today, it may not go well. Zhuan Ti cried, yes. There is no way. We can only appease Hongyun for now. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti pained, gritted their teeth, and took out 2 Bodhi seeds. These are treasures of the West. The girl was startled, so we present them, but must state one point. We absolutely did not conspire against the girl. This is our first repayment of cause and effect. Lai Shan remained unmoved. Saints, you are noble and unmatched. Do you truly believe this can repay the cause and effect? Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti changed their wording then. This does not count as repaying the cause and effect. It is a gift for the girl to play with. Saint-level cause and effect cannot be repaid with a few rotten Bodhi seeds. Lai Shan remained indifferent. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, tearfully bleeding profusely, took out another Bodhi seed and a source of Gungjin. This is a loss. It's a big loss. Lai Shan accepted it. I am not an unreasonable person. In that case, I will give you West some time. Fellow Taoist, you are benevolent. While the West suffered a great loss, they had to loudly praise the fellow Taoist's benevolence. There was no choice. The cause of the lotus seat was too great. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti hastily fled, of course, not returning to the West. They bled profusely and must fiercely transform the Eastern cultivators' spiritual roots and spiritual treasures. Zheng Yuanzi smiled, virtuous brother, it seems things have changed from before. Lai Shan also smiled. One cannot stumble twice in the same place. The warm-hearted, helpful Hongyun is now just a memory. In the chaotic world, not contending is not feasible. Zheng Yuanzi deeply agreed indeed. Cultivation is difficult. The Tao is difficult, like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you retreat. The Fengshan at Buzhou Mountain concluded. The Earth Emperor entered the ancestral land of humanity next to the Fuxi Dao Field, establishing the Earth Emperor's Dao Field. Liu took Yunxiao to visit. Fuxi also brought 2 pounds of innate bamboo shoots to visit. Zheng Yuanzi and his virtuous brother slept side by side, discussing the Tao, and their hearts, haha, everything has returned. Zheng Yuanzi took a sip of tea, delicious. Meanwhile, Xianyuan became the sovereign of humanity. Xianyuan was promoted from tribal chief to sovereign without any experience. Upon taking office, he was overwhelmed. Xianyuan did not visit the major tribes for investigation.